When Sun Fengqin saw Li Changqing, she smiled coldly and then released her daughter, instructing, "You just stand aside and watch how your mother takes care of this." No one expected Sun Fengqin to confront a big man. They thought she would act like other women and run to Li Changqing to complain. In the past, if Sun Fengqin dared to speak up, it would have been impressive. However, today, she was going to show them what it meant to take action instead of just complaining. Before Li Changqing could ask anything, as he opened his mouth to speak, Sun Fengqin swung a stick at him. Of course, hitting someone requires skill. For example, if you hit someone on the head, it could be fatal or leave them in a coma. Teacher Sun, while swinging a stick, explained to his daughter, if your opponent is taller than you, aim for their legs first. Once they fall, then you can hit them where it hurts. As for why to hit the soft spots, that's a lesson for later. Right now, Teacher Sun was busy demonstrating, and everyone was shocked to see Li Changqing, a tall man, crying out for his parents as he was being hit by Sun Fengqin. Coincidentally, when his daughter returned with news, Zhang Hong rushed over, shouting that she would teach Sun Fengqin a lesson. Initially, only Li Changqing was running away, but now it was a couple fighting. Their duet of shouts, with him calling for his father and her calling for her mother, was quite a spectacle. The onlookers went from being stunned to amused, with some even covering their mouths to hide their laughter. As for why no one stepped in to break it up, who would dare? At that moment, Xiao Rui picked up a small stick and mimicked her mother, ready to hit anyone who tried to intervene, especially aiming for their legs. Of course, there were some who willingly stepped in to protect Li Changqing, like his brothers, which only led to more people getting involved. Was Sun Fengqin really that furious? How could she be so strong that several men couldn't handle her? It's understandable to be angry. The things Zhang Hong said would upset anyone. You know how a mad dog can be fiercer than a wolf. I think Sun Fengqin was truly furious. As a few women watched and chatted, Xiao Rui approached them, pointing with her stick, "Who just called my mom a mad dog?" The woman who made that comparison quickly slapped herself, saying, "I misspoke. I was just standing up for your mother. Rui, don't hold it against me. Humph. If I hear anyone bad-mouthing my family again, I won't let you off easy." The little girl had learned her mother's lessons well. When dealing with enemies, you have to be tough. Just look at her mother. She didn't need any help, taking on several people all by herself. Just when things were getting lively, Xiao Rui was ready to confront Li Danny when Su Xuanli and Li Sanyi arrived. Su Xuanli didn't know what was happening, and Li Sanyi had only heard that some of his nephews had been beaten up, but he wasn't sure why. As they approached, they saw several groups of people gathered, including the second and third teams, along with their leaders. They also heard someone shouting that Sun Fengqin had gone crazy and was about to seriously hurt Li Changqing and his wife. Sun Fengqin was only a little over 1.6 meters tall and thin, so it was hard to believe she could overpower Li Changqing. The people who came to find Su Xuanli were from the Li family, and they were worried Su Xuanli might side with Sun Fengqin since the rumors were spreading wildly, and they didn't know it was true. So, they brought Li Sanyi along for support. Now that the highest-ranking official from the Li family was there, and the respected Li Sanyi had arrived, Sun Fengqin finally stopped her actions, allowing the couple to get up from the ground. "What's going on? You all don't seem hungry. Have you finished planting the seedlings?" Su Xuanli shouted as he arrived, clearly anxious. The season had already passed, and they needed to plant as quickly as possible. Before things were clarified, Sun Fengqin didn't want to send everyone away just yet. She quickly called out, "Since everyone is here, I'll explain why I had to hit someone. Zhang Hong, you spread rumors saying I had an affair with Captain Su. Well, both Captain Su and I are here now, so tell us which I saw us together." Su Xuanli thought, "What does this have to do with me?" Li Dachuan had just heard about the situation and, trusting her husband, angrily pointed at Zhang Hong and Li Changqing, shouting, "I knew it. When have you two ever suffered like this? You must be guilty to be unable to handle a woman. What guilt do we have? You didn't do that, Secretary Liu." Zhang Hong started to say, but Li Changqing quickly covered her mouth. However, Everyone still heard the mention of Secretary Liu, and now that she couldn't finish her sentence, it was even harder to clarify things. Su Xunli waved his hand, signaling Li Changqing to remove his hand. Let your wife finish her sentence. I want to hear where she got that information. Zhang Hong just realized she needed to be careful not to mention Liu Changxi and his wife, or else things would get worse for their family. But this beating can't be for nothing. Zhang Hong jumped up from the ground and pointed at Sun Fengqin. Then tell me, how did your man become the deputy team leader? When did her man become the deputy team leader? Sun Fengqin looked at Su Xunli in confusion and asked, Captain Su, what's going on? I haven't heard Fubin mention this. Su Xunli understood everything now. The decision to make Li Fubin the deputy team leader was known only to him and Liu Changxi. And just now, Zhang Hong had mentioned Liu's name. Unexpectedly, in just half a day, Li Changqing and his wife had caused the whole village to know about this, even spreading rumors that he had an affair with Fubin's family. Who could be behind this? It was Liu Changxi. He really didn't expect this. After working together for so many years, he believed he hadn't wronged that person. Su Xunli was so angry that he was about to speak, but suddenly he started coughing badly. Oh no, this person is already in his 50s. He can't just pass out like this. Li Dachuan and Su Xunli's eldest son were also scared and rushed over to help him breathe easier. Li San noticed that Sun Fengqin didn't seem to be pretending not to know about this. Looking at Su Xunli, he saw that he didn't appear guilty at all and was almost about to faint from anger. Xunli, what is going on? Can you explain it to everyone? Is there some misunderstanding? Li Sanni asked when he saw Su Xunli finally catching his breath. There's no misunderstanding. After Su Changqing patted him on the back, Su Xunli finally calmed down, took a sip of water from his wife, and shared with Li Sanni and essentially everyone the contributions Li Fubin had made for the village and his thoughts on the matter. In the end, he turned angrily to Li Changqing and said, if Fubin can borrow 2,000 pounds of early corn seeds for the village, that's why I wanted him to be the deputy team leader. And this is just my idea. Li Fubin doesn't even know about it. So this decision can be overturned. If you can also borrow seeds for the village, I would even give you my position as team leader. What do you think? Where would he borrow 2,000 pounds of corn seeds? Especially early corn seeds. He had never even heard of such a thing. Li Changqing glared at Zhang Hong with a dark expression and turned back, defiantly saying, but Sun Fengqin can't just hit people. I'm definitely hurt badly. How should this be resolved? Zhang Hong was feeling a bit guilty, but now she realized what was happening and quickly shouted, right. Even if we misunderstood you, you could just explain it clearly instead of resorting to violence. Oh, my whole body hurts. I might have internal injuries. Sun Fengqin, if you don't help us, I'll report you to the authorities. Hee. First you spread rumors, and when that doesn't work, you want to extort us? Sun Fengqin pointed at Li Changqing and Zhang Hong. Everyone take a good look at this couple. They should be performing in a play instead, don't you think? Everyone saw you hit us. They can all testify for us. After Zhang Hong spoke, the couple turned to look at the crowd, but the people who had just supported them and tried to mediate were now looking down. How could they not look down? The team leader's family was glaring at them. Li Changqing and Zhang Hong were not just offending Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin, but the whole family of the team leader. And then there was Old Man Li, who looked at Li Changqing with a furious expression, showing no intention of helping his nephew. These fair-weather friends realized they were in trouble today. Zhang Hong simply lay down on the ground and cried out, "Oh, heavens! Is there no justice? We're about to be beaten up, and no one dares to stand up for us. Trying to extort us again and play tricks?" Sun Fengqin laughed as she picked up a wooden stick from the ground and walked toward the couple. "I know how to control my strength. Since you want to be disabled, I'll grant your wish. What are you going to do?" Li Changqing, a grown man and a squad leader, was now backing away in fear from a small woman. Sun Fengqin's neck cracked as she turned, lightly tapping the stick against her palm, still smiling as she said, "What do I want to do? How about I break one of your legs? Or maybe an arm? You can choose what you want to keep. Let's negotiate." Anyway, I won't let you take our money without a fight. Who negotiates like this? No, wait, who attacks someone and negotiates at the same time? Li Chongqing was pale with fear, having abandoned any thoughts of extortion. He didn't think he was trying to extort anyone. He was already in pain everywhere. But this crazy woman, she was too much to handle. Sun Fengqin, I give up. We admit defeat, and let's just leave it at that today, okay? Okay? Sun Fengqin laughed. What do you think? She had just told Rui that when hitting someone, it's best to target the soft spots because no matter how hard you hit, it only causes surface injuries. But since Li Chongqing and his wife wanted to hurt a bit more for a moment, Teacher Sun really thought about putting an end to him. Of course, killing or seriously injuring someone would be a hassle, but she still felt a bit unsatisfied letting it go like this. Besides, so many people witnessed it. Everyone heard Su Xuanli's words, right? Shouldn't she countersue them for defamation, spreading rumors, disrupting production, and attacking those who work hard for the community? Did my husband's 2,000 pounds of seeds come from nowhere? While my daughter is out begging for seeds for the village, you all are at home slandering our family. Right? We can't just let it go, little Rui shouted with her small stick. Mom, Li Daney said she would report us and sue Grandpa to the commune. She said her family has connections there and wants to replace Sue Grandpa with her father as the team leader. Cough, cough. With her daughter's unexpected support, this matter was no longer just about their family. She didn't believe Su Xuanli would let this slide. No, we won't report it. Really, we won't. You don't need to pay for medical expenses. One Sun Fengqin's family was already too much to handle if Su Xuanli's family got involved. Zhang Hong made a mistake in her panic, admitting that what their daughter said was indeed the adult's thoughts. At that moment, Li Sanyi's face turned dark as he scolded, "Useless thing. You can't even control your wife. The Fubin family is thinking of the village, and your wife is spreading rumors behind their backs. Teach her a good lesson when you get home, or send her back to her family." Huh. Li Sanyi still wants to protect Li Chongqing and shift all the blame onto a woman? Sun Fengqin stood there with her small stick, coldly watching them. Anyway, this matter today couldn't just be settled by what Li Chongqing and his wife said. It wouldn't just be brushed aside with a few scoldings from you, Li Sanyi. Today, she was first slandered for not being a good wife, then it turned into a scene of chaos. Cough, cough. Her reputation as a shrew would probably spread from now on. She still had 2 daughters who weren't married yet. Did she not care about her dignity? Did she not care about her reputation? Just as Sun Fengqin was thinking about how to restore her image and deal with Li Chongqing's family, a few men suddenly walked over from the back of the crowd. One of them was a middle-aged man that many people recognized, the leader of Kaoshan village, Huang Zhenfei. Huang Zhenfei approached Sun Fengqin and said sincerely, "Since our villages are close together, I have been standing here and heard everything that happened. So, Sun Fengqin, when your husband Li Fubin returns, please tell him that our Kaoshan village would be happy to welcome your family to settle here. I will also keep a position for your husband as the village leader." Sun Fengqin thought, what is going on? Are they trying to recruit people right in front of me? She knew about Kaoshan village. She could see the small village near the foot of the mountain from her roof. Her husband, Old Li, had mentioned that the village leader was a decent person, saying he once met some people from Kaoshan village who went to the city for work, and that the village leader had helped them find jobs. Clearly, this man was interested in the corn seeds her husband had brought. He was willing to give up the village leader position to attract talent. It seemed that after decades of not bringing in talent, there was finally hope. With Old Li San around, it was not Sun Fengqin's place to speak, so the old man took over the conversation. "Huang Zhenfei, you might be speaking too soon. How could our Li family move to your Kaoshan village?" Huang Zhenfei turned to Old Li San with a smile and said, "Old man, I arrived earlier and heard more than you. It seems that your Li family doesn't think highly of this family, do they?" As he said this, he glanced at the people from the Li family courtyard. When the 2 villages were resting together, he had heard many of them talk about this matter in detail. If it weren't for Sun Fengqin's earlier excitement, he might have believed those words himself. When he heard that Li Fubin could get 2,000 pounds of corn seeds, Huang Zhenfei knew he must be a capable person. In the past few days, he had gone to the commune and the town several times, wanting to buy some corn seeds, hoping to try planting them and see if they would yield a good harvest. According to the seasons, it's definitely too late to plant crops now, but some elders in the village have mentioned similar situations. They said that many years ago, due to drought, corn was also planted around this time. Fortunately, that year, the frost came late, and they ended up having a good harvest. Ever since hearing this, Huang Zhenfei has been going out every day, but unfortunately, there are no seeds left for sale in the commune town. He even considered making a trip to the county, or even to the black market, weighing the risks of such a journey. However, the village has very little money, and even if there were seeds available on the black market, he knew they wouldn't be able to buy much. Now, the people of Lijiazhuang are holding on to a golden opportunity, while he wonders why he can't bring that opportunity to his own home. He doesn't need 2,000 pounds. If Li Fubin can bring back 1,000 pounds of early corn seeds from Kaoshan Tun, he would gladly give up his position as the team leader and even personally handle the matter with the commune. People in this era have never experienced a talent grab like this. Even the knowledgeable Li San has never seen anything like it. Huang, the team leader, is right. The Li Fubin family was never respected in Lijiazhuang. Before they split up, others looked down on them and called them useless. Only after the split did they become assertive and catch the attention of Su Xunli, just as they were about to be valued, only to be interrupted by Li Chongqing and his wife. Li San feels embarrassed now, but knowing that this is all about the 2,000 pounds of corn seeds Li Fubin is bringing, he doesn't know what to say. Team leader Huang, Fubin is one of our own from Lijiazhuang. It's impossible for him to settle in your Kaoshan Tun. You should give up on that idea and focus on what you need to do. I see that comrade Sun Fengqin is quite opinionated, Huang Zhenfei said, turning to her earnestly. As for whether he will settle in our village, let's not discuss that now. When comrade Li Fubin returns, you can pass on my words to him. I believe he will make the right decision. Are you interested in the 2,000 pounds of corn seeds my husband is bringing back? Sun Fengqin suddenly asked. Haha. Huang Zhenfei laughed heartily for a moment before generously admitting, if I say no, you probably won't believe me. But that's not the point. It's precisely because of this matter that I realized we have someone so capable here. It's a pity that your team leader recognizes talent, but others may not. Comrade Sun Fengqin, please make sure to convey my message to Comrade Li Fubin. Huang Zhenfei finished speaking and led his group from Kaoshan village away. The people left behind suddenly began to reflect on whether they had ever wronged Li Fubin's family. Most villagers thought they had not done anything truly disrespectful. However, the family in the Li residence felt uneasy, especially Song Ho-Hot, Zhang Xiaoyang, and Huang Chui, who had eagerly discussed the rumors about Sun Fengqin and Captain Su. They had confidently assured others that the rumors were true, even providing examples of how Captain Su had helped them in the past. When someone pointed out that their relative had left without any possessions, questioning how Captain Su had favored them, Song Ho-Hot hesitated, and Zhang Xiaoying quickly added, it's about the respect we owe to my in-laws. Why should we wait until the autumn harvest to give it? Wang Kuikaim Din. Exactly. If we only collect sweet potatoes during the harvest, how can that compare to real food? Those who listened could not help but roll their eyes. They wondered how they could provide for Li Fubin's family when they had already received relief supplies. Now, aside from Li Chongqing's family, the people in the Li residence were the most worried. What if their actions caused Li Fubin's family to truly leave for Kaoshan village? The real concern was not just where they would go, but that the 2,000 pounds of corn seeds would also be lost. Would they still be able to stay in Li village after that? Regardless of what others thought, Sun Fengqin was quite happy. Her family was now in demand. Sun Fengqin pulled her daughter, Xiao Rui, to help brush off the dirt from her clothes and hair. Oh no! How did you get lice in your hair again? This was serious. Her daughter was terrified of lice, and they had already bought lice treatment several times. Come on, my dear, let's forget about work today and go home to clean up. When Sun Fengqin said to tidy up, She actually meant she wanted to go back and help Xiao Rui clean the lice out of her hair. But to everyone else, it sounded like, oh no, Sun Fengqin was already planning to go back and prepare for moving. Hey, Fengqin, you can't do that. Fubin isn't back yet. How can you make such decisions? Li Sanyi shouted, worried as he chased after Sun Fengqin. Sun Fengqin thought, why can't she decide to wash and cut her daughter's hair? When she stopped, Li Sanyi was out of breath and called out to Li Chongqing and Zhang Hong, you two, if you don't want to be the villains of Li family village, hurry up and apologize to Fengqin. Sun Fengqin. At that moment, Li Dachuan also shouted, what about my husband? He was unfairly treated. You can't just let it go. Su Xunli had been sitting quietly, even ignoring the arrival of Captain Huang from the nearby team. He seemed really upset, smoking his pipe without standing up. Now, hearing his wife, he finally appeared determined, knocked his pipe, and got up to leave. Hey, where are you going? Li Dachuan called after Su Xunli. Su Chunxing quickly followed. Dad, where are you going? I'll go with you. I'm going to report this to the commune. What do you want to do? Su Xunli turned around, glaring at Su Chunxing, then looked at the others. As long as I'm still the team leader, you all need to listen to me. Now, get back to work. Clearly, this incident had nothing to do with the team leader. He wouldn't be removed. If anyone were to be removed, it would be Li Chongqing. Team leaders Wang Kuixing and Li Laifu quickly called their teams to get back to work. Even though the leader of the fourth team wasn't present, someone in charge urged their team to follow the others. A few people who had a good relationship with Sun Fengqin, like Wang Juhua, said goodbye to her as they left, trying to comfort her. The situation had been clarified, and the person who spread rumors had been dealt with, so Sun Fengqin's anger had mostly faded. However, with Li Dachuan stirring things up, Li Chongqing and Zhang Hong let out a long sigh of relief. Now they wouldn't have to kneel and apologize to Sun Fengqin. Li Sanyi watched Su Xunli leave and sighed. Clearly, today's situation couldn't be resolved just by apologizing to Fubin's wife. There was also Su Xunli to consider, and he noticed that when Su Xunli shouted, no one dared to stay around. His influence was not something Lu Chongxi, who rarely came to Li family village, could compare to. Sigh, this couple, Zhang Qing and his wife. The old man sighed again as he left, but before he went, he gave Sun Fengqin a deep look and said, this time, our family owes you. As long as you understand, keep this in mind. She didn't care about Li Chongqing and Zhang Hong's apologies anyway. Everyone quickly dispersed, and Sun Fengqin took Xiao Rui home. Did she really not go to work? Is she actually going home to clean? Zhang Hong tugged at Li Chongqing's sleeve with worry. What should we do, Dad? What can we do? We just need to work, he replied. He was still a small team leader, and with his grandfather around, Su Xunli wouldn't dare to dismiss him. But Dad, I got hit by Sun Fengqin and can't even sit down. How can I work? If you can't sit, then go plant seedlings in the field. You don't need to sit for that, Li Chongqing shot a glare at Zhang Hong. She was so quick to believe rumors. He had said not to fully trust Qing Qiaozhen's words, yet she immediately spread the news throughout the village. She thought by saying this, she could lie around at home like Sun Fengqin. Knowing she had caused trouble today, Zhang Hong didn't dare to argue with Li Chongqing anymore and quickly left, saying, then I'll just go back and harvest potatoes. Those who overheard the couple talking looked frustrated but said nothing, whispering among themselves, she gets all the good work, doesn't do much, yet earns a lot. Let's see how long that little team leader can last. Who knows? After all, Li Sanyi is still alive, someone replied, recalling Su Xunli's words as he nudged the person next to him. Who do you think the team leader went to complain to at the commune? Who else? Of course, he went to complain about Lu Chongxi. If Su Xunli wanted to deal with Li Chongqing, he wouldn't need to go to the commune. He was a sensible person. Meanwhile, the father and daughter in the county had no idea about the commotion back home. It was their first time traveling alone on a big horse cart. Since the horse was strong, they made it to the county easily without much effort. Considering there was too much to do in one day, the father and daughter quickly split up upon entering the county town. The daughter had a special space that could even hide a person. Not to mention the small town of Fengqin County, she could even reach for the sky, and her father, Fubin, didn't have to worry about her safety. After giving a few casual reminders, Fubin took over 1,000 pounds of corn seeds to Fengqin. As for Rouge, she was counting on her fingers, deciding what to buy today. Window paper was a must, as there were more and more mosquitoes, and the grass curtains were not enough to keep them out. She also needed to buy 2-foot basins, one for her parents and one for herself and Rui. If possible, it would be best to buy a few more basins because their family's rice bowls were also not enough. They also needed to buy a water tank. Right now, they had to carry water one load at a time. If she couldn't add some space water, considering their water usage, they would have to make several trips to the well each day. She also needed to buy pickling jars, and this time she wanted to get a few large ones. Her mother's pickled vegetables were delicious, especially the pickled bamboo shoots. She wondered why she hadn't noticed before that her mother had this skill. Perhaps it was because there were too many food options back then. She didn't appreciate pickled vegetables at the time. Now, with a lighter taste, she found pickled vegetables quite satisfying. With money in her pocket, she felt bold enough to dream. In fact, these items should have been bought long ago. Without industrial coupons, they could still find things in the black market, and spending a little extra wouldn't be an issue. Previously, they had always been tight on money, but this time they earned about $80 to $90 from selling game, plus what was left over from before. While sitting in the large cart on the way, Rouge felt bored and took out her money to count. To her surprise, she had over $110. In these times, having over $100 was not a small amount. She wondered if there were any houses for sale in the county town. If she added a little more, could she buy a house? Of course, this was just a dream for Rouge. Not only were houses in the city rarely sold, but even if they were, people like them with rural household registrations wouldn't be able to buy them. So, the urgent matter was that her father was right. She still needed to study. Only education could change one's fate, and this saying was always true, especially in times like these. If she could earn a college diploma, she wouldn't have to worry about choosing a city like S-City in the capital. She would be fine. With a diploma from a vocational school, she could easily find opportunities in provincial and sub-provincial cities. Even if you only get a high school diploma, it can help you get into a small town like Fengqin County. Rouge finally stopped resisting going to school. After all, she is only 13 years old. Back then, Old Man Li cared about his reputation and didn't want people to see that the other granddaughters of the Li family could go to school and learn to read, while the daughters of the third family had never been educated. So, they made the original owner go along to register for school. Of course, Old Man Li and Grandma Li didn't have good intentions when they sent her to school. From that day on, in summer, she had to bring back a basket of wild vegetables, and in winter, a basket of firewood, or else she wouldn't get any food. That's why Rouge said the original owner didn't really go to school. She just had her name on the list until 3rd grade, and then they stopped allowing her to be registered at all. There was no way to continue being registered because no school would accept a student who was always absent to work at home. A few years ago, the school system wasn't very strict, which allowed the original owner to slip through the cracks, moving up a grade alongside others. When they advanced to 2nd grade, she did too. When they moved to 3rd grade, she went along as well. But in reality, in 3rd grade, she couldn't even write her name properly. That's why Rouge is considered the smartest girl in the Li family, because she actually studied. She graduated from elementary school, and while others finished in 5 years, she took 7 years just to avoid working. If the school hadn't stopped her from repeating a grade, she might still be in school now. Whenever Rouge thinks back on the memories left by the original owner, she feels both amused and frustrated. Fortunately, she's here now, and she plans to make things right. It's just about studying, so she will start from the elementary graduation class, aiming to enter middle school next year and high school the year after. As long as the school allows it, she plans to get her high school diploma before classes end. Standing on the street, which isn't very lively and feels a bit deserted, Rouge considers the over 100 yuan she has and thinks about what to buy. This time, she can't spend money carelessly. it must be used wisely. Because she can't keep selling her catch forever, especially since the animals she collects are not understood by the current people. Her grandfather and she understand that in a few years, with the animal protection law coming into effect, many of the animals will be classified as protected species and birds will become quite rare. That's why they only sell wild rabbits and wild chickens. There are many small animals that they believe need protection, so they secretly let them go. They didn't even keep a single large bird. They released them all. Not selling the catch really leaves no way to make money in the future. She doesn't dare to sell dozens of big watermelons or bamboo shoots. Right now, she is growing chili peppers, peanuts, and garlic in her space because her mother asked her to, saying they will be needed for making pickles in the future. It's a pity. If someone could do business now, their family wouldn't have to do anything else. Once her older sister arrives, her mother and sister could make pickles to sell, and they would surely earn more than working a regular job. Plus, she has a way to keep things fresh, and there isn't much food on people's tables these days. The more Li Rouge thinks about it, the more she believes this could work. But when she considers the current situation, where personal business is not allowed, she sighs. It's not that people today lack intelligence or courage, it's that they are not allowed to succeed. She wants to buy things, but she still doesn't have any tickets. She has none at all. In this situation, the first place Li Rouge thinks of going is the black market. Yesterday, when her father was gathering information with Fengqin, she listened in and learned where the biggest black market is located. As she left, her mother repeatedly reminded her to be careful with money. But is a place like the black market really a place to save money? While walking, Li Rouge was deep in thought and almost bumped into someone. Looking up, she saw a familiar face smiling at her. Haha, it's really you, little girl. The person initially didn't recognize her, as Li Rouge had changed a lot in just 20 days. She had grown taller and was no longer dressed like a beggar as she had been in the car. Are you the one who traded peanuts for wild vegetables? She forgot his name.
Vegang.
I mentioned my name to your father. You probably didn't pay attention then. Wu Gang pointed at Li Rouge. I can see you've changed a lot. Your family must be doing much better now, right? Hee, it's just that the relief food came down and then we had a heavy rain. Now the wild vegetables in the mountains are just starting to sprout, especially the mushrooms. They're really fresh. Do you want any? Li Rouge knew she was just making small talk. Otherwise, there wasn't much to say to someone she barely knew. I don't need wild vegetables, but if you have mushrooms, especially dried ones, you could send some our way. Wu Gang raised his hand and pointed. You just passed by our front door. I recognized you. Did you see that vegetable supply station? That's where I work now. At the vegetable supply station, there is a storefront facing the street, with several stalls set up in front and a canopy overhead. Just now, Li Rouge passed by and didn't pay much attention. It turns out this person works at the vegetable supply station. In these times, working at a food-related place is a good job. She definitely won't sell the dried mushrooms. They have the 10 pounds collected from Yunwu Mountain, plus a few pounds given by her sister. They have also dried quite a bit in the last few days, and they plan to keep all these mushrooms for their own use. Living near the mountains means they can always get small wild chickens. The meat is chewy. While eating it alone is fine, stewing it with dried mushrooms is something to look forward to. Just thinking about it makes her mouth water. In the past few days, they've had stewed wild chicken with mushrooms twice, and little Rui has been enjoying it, her mouth always greasy. Then her mother said that they shouldn't sell any of the wild mushrooms. They should keep them all for their daughter. By the way, Li Rouge suddenly thought of the pickled vegetables made by comrade's son Fengqin. She put down her basket and took out a small jar from it. This jar must have come from her storage space, and she also took out a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Wu Gang. Brother Wu, try the pickled vegetables my mother made with wild greens. Does your unit accept this? The two were standing on the street, and this young girl. Wu Gang had no doubts about Li Rouge carrying a jar of pickled vegetables and didn't think much of the chopsticks. Everyone has a few relatives. When they brought wild greens into the city last time, they said it was for relatives, but in the end, they all shared it among themselves. However, eating on the street. But the taste and color of the pickled vegetables were too tempting to resist. He took the chopsticks, first picking up a few small garlic shoots to taste, then quickly grabbed a handful of leafy greens. His eyes widened, and he gave a thumbs up, saying, delicious, really delicious. The pickled vegetables made by Comrade Sun Fengqin would still be on their dining table decades later, and Li Boss couldn't get enough of them. How could they not be tasty? Li Rouge looked at Wu Gang with a bit of pride. This is just because we didn't have enough ingredients. Otherwise, my mother's pickled vegetables are even better than meat. It's a bit exaggerated to say it's better than meat, but if only this pickled vegetable could be at their supply station. Thinking about the retiring director, that position hasn't been filled yet. If he could secure this pickled vegetable for the supply station, it would enrich the meals of the people. This spring, due to drought, there has been a shortage of vegetables. Even now, the supply station is often empty, with little available for the public. People are holding tickets and money but can't buy food, leading to a lot of complaints. The county leaders are unhappy, and when they are unhappy, the lower-level leaders have a tough time. In a short moment, Wu Gang's mind was racing, and he quickly made a decision. Hey, young lady, sell me this jar of pickled vegetables first, and leave me your address. I forgot where you said you lived last time. Seeing Wu Gang's big smile, Li Rouge knew this deal was likely to happen. And this time, he definitely wouldn't forget the address she provided. People tend to forget things that don't concern them. Li Rouge had cheerfully shared her address, thinking it might be useful in the future. But unexpectedly, Wu Gang had forgotten it right away. Since he worked at the vegetable supply station, Li Rouge wondered if such well-connected units had ties with each other. Wu brother, this jar of wild vegetables is actually for gifting. My family is lacking many things and doesn't have industrial tickets, so you can decide. What does your family need? Tell me, he asked, showing interest. Maybe I can help. She knew that things the common people couldn't afford were often obtained through connections. We need a large water barrel, rice bowls, paper for windows, tarps, iron pots, kitchen knives, shovels. Seeing Li Rouge counting on her fingers, Wu Gang quickly interrupted. Wait, young lady, why does your family need so many things? Well, it's a long story. My family just split, and we were left with nothing. My grandparents didn't even give us a grain of rice. Last time you saw me with my dad, we had just separated, and the four of us were almost starving. Shouldn't a few tears fall while reading this? Unfortunately, she just can't squeeze out any tears, but Li Rouge's poor acting still managed to evoke some sympathy from Wu Gang. Her situation is quite similar to his. He also started with nothing after a family split. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a grudge against his grandparents. If anyone mentions them, his mother quickly speaks up about how they favored the older son and how they mistreated their family. Wu Gang may not be a perfect person, but he isn't a bad one either. Although his parents' separation was tough, he later worked hard to improve his life. As the eldest son, he grew up hearing stories of hardship but never truly experienced it himself, as his family had stable jobs and no relatives in the countryside. So, if you ask him how hard life is for rural people, he can only share what he's heard. For someone like Li Rouge, her situation seems quite unfortunate. Alright, you don't need to say anything. You can give me that jar of pickled vegetables. I'll help you get what you need. Really? That's great. Thank you, Wu Ge. Don't thank me yet. I might not be able to get everything. But I'll do my best. Doing your best is what matters. I'm just worried you won't try hard enough. Li Rouge quickly flattered him, saying, Wu Ge, you clearly have the skills. If you try, how could you possibly fail? Haha, you little girl, you sure know how to talk. You have to know how to speak. Their family is currently in a tough spot. The once proud Li Rouge is now just a poor girl. With Li Rouge's persuasion, Wu Gang managed to buy everything she wanted, plus an extra large thermos. All these items were acquired without receipts, but he spent quite a bit, 6 large jars of pickled vegetables for a total of $7.20. These are the biggest jars available. If he hadn't found a water tank, he could have used them for that purpose. If their family can really start a pickled vegetable business, those 6 jars will be an investment, though they will definitely need more. Li Rouge insists on getting the largest items. A big water tank costs $2.55, which seems expensive, but it is truly large. The prices of the enamel basins are reasonable. I bought 4 of different sizes, and it only cost 4 yuan, the same price as the few defective ones I bought at the Qingshan Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Then, I spent over 7 yuan on a big iron pot, a shovel, and a kitchen knife. In these times, anything made of iron is not cheap. However, I think the price of the thermos was fair. I got it for just 1 yuan and 50 cents. Compared to these items, I didn't spend much on window paper and shed paper. The window paper cost only a few dimes, and I bought a bit more shed paper for just over 2 yuan. Today was a big harvest. Although I spent quite a bit, I've already spent over 24 yuan, and I've almost bought everything I needed. In the end, I took out a few dimes to buy a lot of garlic from Wugang, just enough to make it 25 yuan. What can 25 yuan buy decades from now? Right now, it could almost fill a cart. Wugang noticed that I was quick to pay and didn't hesitate when buying things. He admired this little girl for her decisiveness. His monthly salary is 19 yuan and 80 cents, and his mother only gives him 80 cents for pocket money. He thought it was impressive that I could pull out so much money at once. All the things I bought are at Wugang's workplace, and I took the opportunity to look around the vegetable supply station. Wow, this vegetable supply station is quite poor. There are only some mung bean sprouts, a few wild vegetables, and 2 kinds of pickles, mustard greens and pickled radish. Even with that, many people are waiting in line to buy. Don't you sell pork here? I asked out of curiosity, since I hadn't seen any place selling pork. Wugang, hearing this, slyly asked, "Little girl, do you have money to buy pork?" "No, iba just asking." I don't have money for meat. I just finished buying these supplies, and now I only have a few dimes left. That makes sense, he thought, but being able to pull out over 20 yuan means this family is not ordinary. You said your dad came by cart to do errands for the village. Will there be a place to carry all these things? A big barrel, 6 small barrels, and a large pot take up a lot of space. Wugang asked this without any other intention. Since he planned to get closer to this family, he needed to show that he was serious about it. If not, he would find a place or put the things that couldn't be taken away in storage. Li Rouge, the cart can't carry everything, but there's still space, right? She's organized the space well, and even got her dad to secretly make a shelf to put things on. This way, not only can she sort the items, but it also saves a lot of space. Otherwise, everything would be piled up by the well, and they still need to use the water from it. Although she knows nothing will fall in, it still looks uncomfortable. The ground is paved with blue bricks and is quite small, plus there are many living creatures inside. By sorting them, all the creatures went into cages. She tried throwing them some food, and to her surprise, they all started moving as if they had just come to life. In just a few days, they have gained a lot of weight. However, this is a secret known only to their family of 3, so it must not be leaked. Li Rouge said it should fit. I'll go find my dad later. For now, let's keep the things here, and I'll ask him to leave some space. Okay, no problem. If it can't all fit in one trip, that's fine. I'll help you find a place to store it. Remembering the jar of pickled vegetables Li Rouge gave him, Wugang joked, "You just gave me that jar of pickles. Your dad won't be mad at you, right?" Thinking about how much help Wugang was, and how their family might start a pickled vegetable business thanks to him, Li Rouge didn't ask for anything in return for the jar. It was a full jar, and even though it was small, it must weigh around 6 or 7 pounds. The girl generously gave it to him and said he could return the jar when he visits their village. She said this without any hesitation, but Wugang started to worry for her. "It won't be a problem," Li Rouge replied confidently. "You know my dad. He's generous. Besides, you helped our family a lot today. Otherwise, where would I buy all these things?" That's true. Even if the girl could go to the black market and get industrial tickets, she would still need to spend money on them.
Wugang recommisa Li Rouge's abilities.
Even without her saying it, he had guessed some things. In just over 20 days since starting with nothing, they had saved over 20 coins, and the father and daughter often went to the city, so they must have visited places like the black market. Thinking about how he earned only 19 coins in a month, Wugang finally felt justified in accepting the jar of pickled vegetables. Of course, he couldn't take all the pickles home. First, he would deliver some to the leader's house, and when he brought some back, he would say he bought them with his own money. That way, he could even trick a little money out of his mother. Haha, the more Wu Gang thought about it, the happier he felt. Looking at Li Rouge, he thought she was like his little lucky star. Li Rouge didn't care why Wu Gang was smiling so much. Was it just because of a jar of pickles? He must be easily satisfied. If the pickle business took off in the future, there would surely be great benefits. After leaving the vegetable supply station, Li Rouge headed to the meat supply station that Wu Gang mentioned. It turned out that at this time, they were quite particular. The vegetable supply station only sold vegetables. If you wanted to buy pork or lamb, you had to go to the meat supply station. Fortunately, the two places weren't far apart, both on the same street, probably to make it convenient for the locals. However, at that time, there were long lines for everything. If you didn't have time, you really couldn't do anything. Sometimes, even waiting in line was pointless. By the time it was your turn, the goods were gone. If you wanted to complain, you didn't dare to do it in person. When Li Rouge arrived, sure enough, there was no meat left. The elderly people who had waited in line for a long time were leaving with disappointed faces, quietly complaining about why they couldn't buy any meat today. From what they said, it seemed a whole pig had come in today, so how could it sell out so quickly? Everyone suspected that some people had used connections to get it first. That was quite possible. These elderly folks had been taken advantage of often and had learned from their experiences. What they said couldn't be wrong. With everyone gone, Li Rouge stood there, and at that moment, her basket already had 2 big fat rabbits in it. The chubby meat seller was cleaning up the counter. When he saw Li Rouge, he thought she was another person who had come to complain about not getting any meat. He said, "Little girl, you should go home quickly. There really isn't any meat left today. But I have some, uncle. My family are hunters from the mountains, and catching a rabbit is pretty easy for us. Can we trade? I can give you wild rabbits in exchange for some pork or ribs." She hadn't had sweet and sour ribs in a long time. Just standing there, Li Rouge seemed deep in thought, but her mind was filled with images of braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. Look at how fat these people are. She didn't believe all the meat was gone. Who knows how much they might have saved for themselves. Li Rouge guessed correctly. They definitely wouldn't dare to leave meat every time. If the leaders found out they had meat but weren't selling it to the public, they would be in big trouble. The person talking to Li Rouge is named Feng, and because he has been chubby since childhood, everyone calls him Fat Feng. Although he looks simple and honest, he can be quite clever. So, whenever he comes to handle a pig, he doesn't leave much meat behind, but there is more to a pig than just meat, right? Today, he not only left the head and trotters, but also set aside a piece of spare ribs. Eating the same thing all the time can get boring. As the leader of the meat group, Fat Feng wouldn't say he's tired of pork, but changing things up is necessary. He called over 2 other people from his group. Since there are more than just him, everyone should benefit. Otherwise, being a group leader would be tough. After discussing briefly, they came out quickly. Fat Feng squinted his eyes and looked into Li Rouge's basket, asking, "Little girl, you said you have wild rabbits in your basket. Can you show me how many you brought? Let's discuss a trade." Li Rouge noticed there were 3 people and that her basket now had 1 more rabbit. 3 rabbits, just 3. I don't have more. How much can we trade for them? If it's not enough, I'll just give them to my relatives in the city. She said this to prevent them from trying to take her rabbits, pretending she had relatives in the city. The others weren't like that, they were just worried about how to divide 1 or 2 rabbits among 3 people. When one of them heard Li Rouge mention she had 3 rabbits, he quickly tugged at Fat Feng's sleeve and eagerly said, "Brother Feng, let's trade." The things they had set aside were meant to be shared among them. Seeing that the others agreed to the trade, Fat Feng nodded. "All right, let's do it." However, since the LY had 3 rabbits, they decided they couldn't give her the pig's head, or they would lose out. In the end, Li Rouge successfully traded for 4 pig trotters, 1 pigtail, a set of pig offal, and a decent piece of spare ribs. Of course, it was a good amount because it was for herself. If it were for sale, they wouldn't have left much meat on the ribs. Spare ribs are typically a dish shared between people and dogs. But saying that decades later would be fine. Right now, people can't even get half. In later times, ribs became more expensive than meat, but they are not very popular now. At least compared to meat, no one wants to gnaw on bones or eat large pieces of meat. This is also why a few people are unwilling to trade for a big pig's head, because there's a lot of meat on it. However, with just one pig's head, they might feel it's hard to share, so they ask Li Rouge if she wanted it. If she did, they would ask her to pay a bit more and sell it to her. Paying? No, she would rather not. She only has 85 yuan left, and she wants to build another room at home. She is also unsure if her sister has enough money to build her house, so she is worried it won't be enough. The young girl is still too naive. They think the few fat rabbits are a good deal for her, which is why they say that. But the girl doesn't appreciate their kindness and ends up trading 3 fat rabbits for a pile of bones with little meat. Fortunately, there is also a set of pig offal. People in the countryside usually don't have much to eat, so they see that as a good deal. But for them, it smells terrible and can't compare to meat, and they're a bit tired of it anyway. The trade was completed quickly, and both sides were satisfied. As soon as Li Rouge came out, she quickly tossed the items into her space. To be honest, it was her first time buying intestines, and they did have a strong smell. However, Comrade Sun Fengqin's dry-fried intestines and garlic slices were amazing. Even though she is picky, she couldn't help but love them. Sigh, her mother had it tough too, managing to make something so smelly taste so good. Li Rouge, a novice in life, carried an empty basket, worried that it would seem light, so she took out another rabbit. The prey she collected was strange. When they first entered her space, they could only move their eyes for a while. After she put them in a cage, they suddenly could move around and even eat. When she took them out again, as long as it wasn't too long, they didn't even need to be, because they would just be able to move their eyes again. Li Rouge didn't know why this happened. After several tests, she found no changes. Now it was easier for her since the prey would stay still for a while after being taken out, saving her the trouble of tying them up. After walking down the street and turning the corner, she would reach the street where Feng Yuanan and the others lived. She had agreed with her father that if it got too late, she would go to the big carriage shop to find him. Li Rouge saw that it was still early. She didn't expect to meet Wu Gang, who not only helped her get what she wanted but also had a bicycle, which saved her a lot of time. Since it wasn't yet time to meet her father, she thought she would check on Feng Yuanan's house, just in case her dad was still around. The Feng family lived not far from the department store. As she passed by, Li Rouge intentionally avoided looking in that direction. She kept reminding herself to save money. Hearing the sound of a bicycle bell, she turned her head, feeling annoyed. The road was wide, and there were few people. Why ring the bell? What was he showing off for? Little did she know that when he rang the bell, it made her turn around, and the first thing she saw was the department store. She worried she wouldn't be able to control her urge to go there. Zhao Chaoyang thought he was being unfairly accused. He wasn't showing off. He had just come out of the department store and thought a girl with 2 braids looked familiar. He wanted to ring the bell a few times to see if she was the girl he knew. After all, she seemed a bit taller than Li Rouge. He thought about riding over to take a closer look, but felt it might be inappropriate to stare at a girl, so he rang the bell a few times instead. Even if Li Rouge didn't turn around, Zhao Chaoyang was already somewhat sure. He was surprised at how much she had grown since he last saw her. As he got closer, he confirmed that the girl with the basket and the braids swinging by her shoulders was indeed Li Rouge. If he hadn't already confirmed that the girl ahead was Li Rouge, Zhao Chaoyang wouldn't have rung the bell so loudly. The young man was genuinely excited, though he didn't understand why he felt this way. However, he quickly found the answer. He had just finished assembling his bicycle and had even added a bell. It was a coincidence that he spotted Li Rouge right after leaving the department store. If Uncle Li was also there, he wouldn't have to make this trip. He could just give the bicycle directly to him. As for why he was assembling a bicycle for Uncle Li, Zhao Chaoyang convinced himself while explaining it to his older brother. It was because he had taken a jar of pickles from Uncle Li's house last time, and not only did his brothers enjoy them, but even the leader said the pickles were quite good. If possible, it would be best if that family could send some to their camp regularly. Also, his older brother said the food is quite good, and mention that the cafeteria at the sugar factory has some too. So, Uncle Lee really needs a bicycle. He happens to know how to put one together, and later he can ride it to deliver pickled vegetables to them. Isn't that a win-win situation? Li Rouge had no idea who was behind her. At first, she didn't think to turn around, but after being annoyed by the noise, she thought to herself that this person must be a bit strange. She had already moved to the side, so why were they still ringing the bell? When she turned around, she saw that the person on the bike, grinning widely, was Zhao Chaoyang. Li Rouge smiled too. "Oh, it's you, Brother Zhao. I was wondering who would be so bored to follow me around." Zhao Chaoyang suddenly felt a bit speechless. This girl really spoke her mind. Did you come here by yourself? Where's your dad? Isn't Uncle Lee with you?" "My dad." Oh no. Her dad still needed to haul back 2,000 pounds of corn seeds, but those seeds were still with her. What if this person kept following them? "Brother Zhao, don't you have anything to do? Why don't you go ahead and take care of your own business? When I see my dad, I'll let him know I saw you." This girl keeps hinting that he's free. To prove he's not idle, Zhao Chaoyang, instead of leaving, reached out to take Li Rouge's basket. "We have 2 days off each month." "Perfect, I'll take you to find your dad." Li Rouge quickly dodged, not letting him take the basket. She chuckled to herself, but said, "No need. You rarely have 2 days off. You should focus on your own things. What could he possibly be busy with?" If it weren't for his brother and sister-in-law calling him, he would have spent his last break in the camp. However, he had been busy for a few days assembling a bicycle for Uncle Lee. "I also want to meet your dad. Let's go together." "No, what I meant was..." Forget it. This person clearly has a stubborn personality. She guessed he wouldn't leave without seeing her dad today. But she definitely couldn't take him to Fengqin's house. The two of them, one a government official and the other a businessman, were on very different paths. If she let them meet, it could cause a lot of trouble. After thinking for a moment, Li Rouge reluctantly replied, "All right, then take me to the big cart shop." "I just remembered. My dad must have gone there to pick up the cart." "Okay, then hop on." Zhao Chaoyang was worried that Li Rouge had never ridden a bicycle before. With her long legs on the ground, it seemed she wanted him to get on first. Li Rouge, not appreciating his concern, said, "No need. You go first. I can jump on." Zhao Chaoyang replied, "I'm worried you might fall. Just get on first." Li Rouge thought to herself, this person is really stubborn. In the end, Li Rouge couldn't argue with Zhao Chaoyang's stubbornness and got on the bike. Only then did he pull his long legs up, and the bicycle moved steadily forward for a while before turning back at a fork in the road, heading in the opposite direction of Fengqin's house. A girl standing with Zhou Xiangyang's wife quickly tugged at her, urging, "Cousin, look. I wasn't wrong. That person is really Zhou Chaoyang. Aren't you going to call out to him?" The two had been watching for a while, but from a distance, Fengqin was initially skeptical that the person talking to the girl was indeed her brother-in-law. Now that they turned around and passed right under her nose, she could see clearly without needing her cousin's reminder. Seeing clearly made Fengqin less anxious. She smiled and reassured her cousin, "That girl is just a kid. She looks no older than 13 or 14. Why are you so worried?" Lu Dan huffed, "Who's worried? I just think Zhou Chaoyang is a bit foolish. Look at the kind of people he's talking to. Humph, that girl looks like a country bumpkin, and she actually dares to ride Zhou Chaoyang's bicycle. All right. My little brother-in-law isn't as easygoing as his older brother. If I call out to him now and upset him, it will make things even more complicated for you two." The two who had already ridden past didn't notice the two sisters standing in front of the department store. It's no wonder that Lingqing County feels small, especially since this is the biggest department store. For women who love shopping, running into someone here isn't surprising. However, seeing Zhou Chaoyang here surprised Fengqin, the sister-in-law, and even more so Lu Dan. Fengqin is Zhou Xiangyang's wife, 29 years old, working in the obstetrics and gynecology department at the county hospital, and she is quite a skilled doctor. Both Fengqin and Zhou Xiangyang married later in life. She was 24 and he was 25 when they wed. Given their circumstances, neither their personal nor family backgrounds, Marrying late certainly didn't mean they were leftovers. Fate brought the two of them back together. After getting married, Fengqin not only supported Zhao Xiangyang greatly in his work, but also willingly moved to this small county to live with him. She gave birth to a boy and a girl for the Zhao family. Therefore, in the eyes of Zhou's parents, Fengqin is considered a great contributor to the family. Zhao Chaoyang respects his sister-in-law very much. As for Lu Dan, she is not only Fengqin's cousin but also the youngest daughter of County Chief Lu Chonglin. This connection makes others think that a girl with such a background liking Zhao Chaoyang is a good match, even if it is a bit below the Zhao family status. However, when Fengqin mentioned this to Zhao Chaoyang, he simply refused, saying he wanted to learn from his older brother and would not marry before turning 25. He still has 5 years until he turns 25, and by then, Dan will be 24. Her aunt would not agree to that. When he got married at 24, his aunt was very anxious and kept urging him, worried that she might not find a good match. Fengqin has come to understand her brother-in-law's temperament after 5 years in the Zhou family. Since he has said he will not consider personal matters for another 5 years, it is clear he will not marry early. Fengqin has advised her cousin several times to let it go and look for other good young men, as Zhao Chaoyang is not the only one. But Lu Dan still likes Zhao Chaoyang and does not care how difficult it is for her cousin. She keeps urging Fengqin to talk to Zhao Chaoyang more or create more opportunities for them to meet. If Li Rouge knew about this good fortune, she would surely be wide-eyed and gossiping, telling Zhao Chaoyang to stop. She loves hearing such stories about girls pursuing boys. It's much more interesting than the typical novels of later times. Unfortunately, she hasn't realized that the person riding the bike with her is not just good-looking but also comes from a well-off family. Both of them have their thoughts, but aren't talking to each other. The way he rides the bike so fast creates a breeze, and Li Rouge thinks about speaking up but decides against it. As Zhao Chaoyang pedals with a lightweight Li Rouge, he wonders what she is thinking. The big store and this place are clearly in different directions. From her earlier expression, if he hadn't called out to her, she would have turned into that alley. But she also mentioned that her father might be at the big store. The girl has big eyes that seem to tell a story. He wants to see what she is hiding from him. Riding a bike is definitely faster than walking. Even though the big shop is near the edge of town, they arrived quickly. Li Rouge knew her dad wouldn't come this early. She jumped off the bike, went inside to look around, and then came out holding her nose. "My dad isn't here yet. What should we do?" "You can go ahead. I'll wait here by myself." "No need," Zhao Chaoyang said, already finding a place to park his bike. He had no intention of leaving. "I don't have anything to do, so I'll stay and wait with you." "Well, I just think the smell here." Li Rouge pointed at the piles of yellow stuff. "Can you handle it?" "It's fine. When we were out on missions, we slept in barns and stables, so this smell is nothing to me." Li Rouge replied, "Haha, you really are."
Great.
The big shop was filled with country people. Seeing that Zhao Chaoyang didn't mind at all, he helped anyone in need without hesitation, lifting and carrying things without caring about getting dirty or tired. Li Rouge's opinion of this soldier improved even more. However, no matter how good her opinion was, there were some things she couldn't let Zhao Chaoyang know. Just then, while Zhao Chaoyang was busy helping others, it would be perfect if her dad arrived now so she could take out the corn seeds first. Since the smell inside was strong, Li Rouge had been standing at the entrance. Taking advantage of Zhao Chaoyang's distraction, she moved toward where her dad should appear. It was unclear if the father and daughter had some kind of connection, but from a distance, she spotted the big yellow horse coming. Li Rouge ran over. Dad, stop for a moment and hurry up and park the cart." Li Fubin saw his daughter running as if a wolf was chasing her and quickly called for the horse to stop, asking, "What's wrong, daughter? Don't even mention it. I don't know why I'm so unlucky today." "Well, I can't really say it's bad luck." As Li Rouge spoke, she moved to the back, ready to take out the seeds to show Zhao Chaoyang later, but she was stunned by the load of items her dad had. "Dad, where did you get all these doors and windows?" "Of course, I got them from the Feng family. They say they are the richest in Linqing County. Look at these windows and doors." He said they were replaced many years ago and asked if I wanted them, so I took them. Li Fubin was getting more and more pleased with himself. Today, I went to a place with Feng Yuanen. He said these items take up too much space and asked if I wanted them. I think he sensed something was wrong and was worried about getting into trouble. That must be the case. Years ago, all of Feng Yuanen's family's property was confiscated, including these doors and windows. But did Mr. Feng really replace these good wooden doors with ordinary ones? If this gets discovered, it could be a big problem. Li Fubin continued excitedly. Feng Yuanen didn't explain much, and it was dark inside. At first, I just thought most of the glass was intact and wanted to take them back for our family. I realized later that these doors were made of special wood. Although Li Rouge didn't know much about pine or mahogany, she could tell that the truckload of doors was made from good wood. Plus, the glass in the small windows was mostly intact, and the carvings on the doors were impressive. No wonder Mr. Feng wanted to replace them. Not only would it be a shame to get rid of such beautiful carved mahogany doors, but their presence could also change how Feng's family was viewed, making them seem more than just wealthy farmers. Wait, Dad, you brought these items over so openly? Of course not. Feng Yuanen helped disguise them, and he even sent someone with me. When I saw you, I said it was fine, and then let them leave. It was surprising how carefree they were. Even if these items were dusty, it was clear they were valuable. Her father actually transported them with a big cart, and Feng Yuanen really trusted him. However, from a distance, it looked like he was just hauling a load of junk. If inspections were stricter in the future, even an empty cart would be checked. Feng Yuanen was right to dispose of things that shouldn't be kept at this time, especially giving them to their family. Li Rouge quickly stored the carefully crafted doors in a safe place. The leftover ones outside were just for disguise, but they could still be used for building. After all, houses in the countryside are made of mud bricks, so using good materials would be wasted. Plus, many of the old doors still had glass, which was already a great find. These windows and doors could be enough for both our house and my sister's house, Li Rouge thought. Not to mention the value of the glass itself, she suddenly realized a serious issue for her father. Dad, you didn't bring any money. What did Feng Yuanen say about these things? You didn't buy them on credit, did you? Comrade's son Fengqin always reminded them that they had never borrowed money in their lives and shouldn't owe anyone anything. If her father was out there in a tough situation, he would surely get in trouble when he returned home. With no money at all, Boss Li smiled proudly. Credit? When have I ever done that? You gave me 300 pounds of corn, and I used that to trade for these. Trade? Li Rouge thought for a moment. 300 pounds of corn would only be worth about $30 now. Even if it could be sold for much more on the black market, that amount wouldn't be enough to buy a whole truckload of windows and doors. However, others might see food as more valuable. Given the current food shortage, trading 300 pounds of corn for this pile of junk might make it seem like they were losing out. But in reality, they had gotten a great deal. Others might not see it, but Feng Yuanen would definitely understand. He was not someone who would easily take a loss. It showed that these items were no longer a treasure for them, but had become a ticking time bomb. How did he know this? Or was he just taking a gamble, thinking that these items would not bring trouble to their family? Indeed, these items were safest in their hands. For now, they should just keep them for Feng Yuanen. If he wanted them back later, they were all familiar enough that they couldn't refuse. Thinking about Zhao Chaoyang still waiting at the big cart shop, Li Rouge quickly grabbed the corn seeds she had packed in a burlap sack. Dad, Zhao Chaoyang has been waiting for you for a while. I need to take out the seeds so he can see that we really brought them back from the county. Otherwise, if he hears about this from Deputy Secretary Zhao one day and remembers today, he will wonder why he didn't see any corn seeds on our cart. Right, you're right, daughter. Let's take them out and put them under those windows. If he sees them, I'll say something. If he doesn't, we won't need to explain. Lijia village is not far from the county, located right between the village and the town. If Zhao Chaoyang runs quickly, there are some things that would be hard to hide from him. The big yellow horse will have a tough day today. At the very least, these seeds need to be loaded onto the cart and not moved before leaving the city. Just as Li Rouge finished organizing, Chaoyang came over and said, "Uncle Li, what are you carrying? Why so much stuff?" Haha, just some old junk. By the way, Chaoyang, did you come to see me for something? Li Fubin stepped forward a bit to block Zhao Chaoyang from getting too close. Seeing what Uncle Li meant, Zhao Chaoyang smirked. He had already taken a quick look at the cart and saw enough. Under some old doors, there seemed to be grain, as he noticed a few burlap sacks sticking out, bulging and likely filled with corn. Uncle Li was even cautious around him, and Li Rouge was even more on guard, almost like they were facing a great enemy. Zhao Chaoyang almost laughed at the tense atmosphere created by the two of them. He quickly pushed his bicycle forward and stated his purpose. "Uncle Li, I put this bicycle together myself. If you don't mind, I'd like to give it to you." In these times, giving someone a bicycle is like giving them a car in later years.
Mind? Who would dare to mind?
Even if this bicycle is secondhand, it's still quite new.
Who could say no to it?
Besides, buying a new bicycle back then was much harder than buying a car decades later. In the future, if you have money, you can buy a car, but now you need a bicycle ticket and have to hope the department store has stock. Many people end up waiting for months just to buy a bicycle. Li Fubin walked around the clean bicycle and, after stopping, smiled and patted Zhao Chaoyang on the back, asking, "So, tell me, you're giving me a bicycle for free. What's your motive?" While circling the bike, Li Fubin's mind raced with possibilities. After thinking it over, he realized that the most precious things in their family were his two daughters. The little one was too young to be involved, but what about Rouge? He glanced at the cart and suddenly noticed that his precious daughter had grown into a beautiful girl. Well, her yellow hair wasn't so yellow anymore, her face wasn't so dark, and she knew how to dress nicely, even sporting some trendy bangs. Even her patched-up clothes, altered by his wife, looked much better on her than the ugly outfits typical of this time. With her looks, charm, and intelligence, it would be too easy for someone to take an interest in her. Li Fubin looked at Zhao Chaoyang with suspicion, thinking he needed to be careful around this guy. It was surprising that he was speaking so nicely. Zhao Chaoyang, unaware that he was already on the Li family's blacklist, noticed that Uncle Li didn't seem very happy and felt a bit confused, but he quickly figured it out. If someone were to give him a bicycle for free, he would also be confused and would definitely refuse it. Understanding Uncle Li's meaning, Zhao Chaoyang quickly explained, "Uncle Li, you guessed right. I do have a favor to ask." He then hurriedly explained that they were short on vegetables and that his brother's candy factory also needed some pickled vegetables. The bicycle was meant for delivering the vegetables. Once Li Fubin understood the situation, he relaxed and became friendly with Zhao Chaoyang again. "Well, we can't just take your bicycle for free. How much do you want for it? I need to pay you." No, I put it together myself, and it didn't cost much." "You don't need to pay me, Uncle Li. You put it together yourself, but the parts weren't made by you, right? So I'll pay you for the parts. Let's talk about that later. Right now, if your family takes on this job, you'll definitely need a lot of money. By the way, what other raw materials do you need? Just let me know, and I'll help you out." Hearing this surprising offer, Li Rouge, who was sitting on the cart, was stunned. She had already thought of something while her father and Zhao Chaoyang were arguing about the bicycle money. When Zhao Chaoyang asked, she immediately replied, "We need big jars or larger pickling containers, as well as garlic and sugar. We have enough for ourselves, but it won't be enough if we supply many people." Boss Li didn't really know much about pickles, or why sugar was needed in them. However, he realized his daughter was right. He remembered, yes, we also need vinegar. My wife makes sweet and sour pickled cabbage and radishes, which go well with rice. Cough, cough. Li Rouge thought it would be best if her father stopped talking, as he was revealing too much. Where would they get cabbage and radishes now? They had them last year, but at that time, the three of them hadn't arrived yet. Would a family like the Li's be willing to put sugar in pickles? Whether it's the pickles that some countries can't live without or the pickled vegetables enjoyed in certain parts of our country, they are all generally referred to as pickles here. Putting sugar in pickles? No one would believe this if it were said out loud. Considering that sugar is a precious item now, Her mother only added a little when making wild vegetable pickles to enhance the flavor. Le Rouge meant that since their family wanted to start this pickled vegetable business and needed to affiliate with the vegetable supply station for legality, they should make it taste better so that everyone who tries it would say good things. This way, their processing point could last longer. She only mentioned needing some sugar, but her father's comment made it hard to explain to Chaoyang. Li's father, understanding his daughter's hint, realized he had misspoken and chuckled awkwardly at Chaoyang, saying, "I just wanted to brag a bit. Maybe I exaggerated." In fact, when Chaoyang took that jar of pickles home last time, he noticed a hint of sweetness, not strong, just a light sweetness. He thought it was because the Li family's location was good. The wild vegetables he traded for with food stamps were also delicious. Even the water he drank at Uncle Li's house was particularly sweet and tasty. So, he assumed the slight sweetness in the pickles was just the natural flavor of the wild vegetables. Now that he knew sugar was added, the cost would be higher, and since Uncle Li's family didn't have sugar stamps, where would they get the sugar? After reporting this to his superiors, he needed to ask his elder brother how much sugar could be provided to Uncle Li's family each month. With his mind on this, Chaoyang didn't think much about Uncle Li's words. He took out his notebook and pen, writing down everything Le Rouge mentioned. "Is that all? Do you need anything else?" Chaoyang looked up at Le Rouge. "Is there more?" She thought she shouldn't spend her own money on those pickle jars. Seeing that Chaoyang didn't doubt her father's words, Le Rouge continued, "Are we going to have a partnership or just a buyer-seller relationship?" He hadn't thought about that. After some consideration, Chaoyang decided to leave the initiative to Uncle Li's family.
You can handle that.
"Do what you think is best. We won't have any objections." "Then let's partner up," she said, confident that no one would dare to challenge them in this business. "Our family will provide manpower, skills, and a large part of the raw materials. However, to avoid future troubles, we will affiliate with the vegetable supply station, treating it as a processing point in Lijia village." That's what she told Wu Gang today, explaining that there were plenty of delicious wild vegetables there, and the processing site was spacious. Although Wu Gang hasn't given her a final answer yet, Le Rouge feels confident that this will work out. After all, they don't have to provide anything. They can just help the vegetable supply station offer more delicious pickled vegetables to the public. The leaders are not foolish. The priority is the people's food supply. Why would anyone pass up such a great opportunity? Chaoyang's involvement was unexpected. She didn't realize he was interested in their pickled vegetables and even prepared a bicycle for her father for this purpose. With everything falling into place, it seems unlikely that they will fail. Plus, the peppers and garlic she planted in her space will be ready for harvest soon. If they need more, they can buy some from the vegetable supply station. However, the vegetables from her space will taste better than those bought outside, giving their pickled vegetables an extra advantage. After more than 20 days in this new life, the father and daughter seem to have finally found their goal. In these times, trying to get rich through honest means is tough. But since their business is considered a processing point for the vegetable supply station, it seems they have a legitimate way to ensure they will have enough to eat and wear in the future. This also helps her mother and older sister avoid doing farm work. Otherwise, while she and Rui go to school, her mother and sister would have to work every day, exposed to the elements, earning very little. The problem is that a work point only earns a few cents, which is not worth the effort put in. Chaoyang, carrying Le Rouge's plan, said he would report back to the leaders and then rode off on the bicycle. This bicycle was considered an initial investment from Chaoyang, as they would need a way to transport the pickled vegetables later. Fubin thought this made the bicycle feel more justified. However, as Chaoyang was leaving, Le Rouge generously gave him 2 rabbits. In reality, neither of them liked taking advantage of others. Regarding the bicycle, Le Rouge felt they shouldn't just accept it. "Dad, do you think we should give Chaoyang some money for that bicycle?" "He definitely won't accept money."
Didn't you see?
"He seems like a very selfless person. I believe he wants to help the station get some food to improve their meals. So, in the future, let's send them more pickled vegetables and have your mother make more pickles." "You're right, Dad." Let's try to provide them with more variety. Since his older brother is in charge of the sugar factory, it should be possible to get some sugar from him, right? Your mother's pickled vegetables don't use much sugar. It's mainly garlic, chili, big radishes, and Napa cabbage. If it doesn't work out, you can plant 2 acres of wheat and leave 1 acre for vegetables. Sure, I happen to have a lot of chili seeds. I'll plant some more later. The two of them chatted as they traveled, and the well-fed horse didn't need any help from the father and daughter. Fubin hardly used the whip and safely brought them home. If it weren't for the delay while picking up something from Wugang, they would have made it back in time for lunch. They returned via the back road and didn't encounter many people along the way. In the past, no matter who they met, everyone would greet each other warmly, regardless of their thoughts. But today, the few people they encountered seemed to avoid them. Li Rouge took out a small mirror to check her appearance and then asked her father for a second opinion. "What's going on, Dad?" I felt like that person changed their expression as soon as they saw us. Li Fubin also sensed something was off and thought about the people from the Li family courtyard. Were they up to something again? When the farming season was over, he planned to visit Li Shuiying's house. He didn't tell Sun Fengqin or Li Rouge, but he had a dream last night where a young Li Shuiying was crying and saying how pitiful he was, as if she mentioned something else too. At that time, the original owner was too young to understand his older sister's words, and the dream felt vague, as if he understood but also didn't. Li Fubin guessed that Li Shuiying must know something about the background of this third brother. These days, he was busy with planting, and even if the production team could give him leave, he felt embarrassed to ask for it now. So he didn't bring it up. After all, he couldn't go, and mentioning it would only make Fengqin and Rouge more anxious to leave. The father and daughter parked the cart outside their backyard and were about to start unloading when a little girl ran over from the front yard. At first glance, they didn't recognize the girl as Rui.
Why?
Oh no, who cut their daughter's hair. With her bangs and short hair flying, she looked even cuter. Dad, someone bullied me and Mom. The little girl rushed into Li Fubin's arms and then turned to her second sister, someone bullied me and Mom is still upset. If this had been a month ago, both of them would have believed it. Now, with Sun Fengqin's strength, who would dare to bully her? Is that haircut from your mother, Rui? That trendy short hair must have been her mother's doing. In fact, Li Rouge had already suggested that her mother cut Rui's hair shorter to help it grow better. Otherwise, the little girl had such unhealthy hair due to lack of nutrition that it was worse than hers. To fix it, they had to cut it all off from the roots. Sister, didn't you hear what I said? She mentioned their mother being bullied, but her sister asked about her hair. Is that really the main issue right now? Why can't her sister focus? Seeing the little girl jump up and down in frustration, Li Rouge quickly nodded. I heard you. Look, Dad is moving things. Let's go help him first, and then you can tell your sister everything.
Li Rui.
Her sister might have a point. They still needed to take the corn seeds away, and some windows and doors needed to be taken down, along with those big jars. Little Rui picked up small items, carefully carrying back a few pots and a thermos. At that moment, Sun Fengqin came out after resting for a bit. She heard the sound of little Rui running outside and thought her daughter was just playing. It turned out that the two of them were back, and they even bought a thermos. That was a good find since it was hard for their family to get hot water. Why are you two back so early today? Normally, she thought they wouldn't return until it was dark. Things went smoothly, and we had some snacks on the way, so we didn't waste time and got back early, replied Li Fubin, carrying a door with his daughter. What is this? Sun Fengqin hurried over to take over from her daughter. A door? Oh, it even has glass. Where did you get this? It's a long story. You ladies stay here. I need to take the corn seeds to the team first. They unloaded everything in the backyard and needed to cover it up, which was something the women could handle. After saying this, Li Fubin hurried off. How could he not be anxious? Planting the seeds even a day earlier, or even just an hour earlier, would make a difference. Mama, are we giving the corn seeds to them? Li Rui anxiously tugged at Sun Fengqin. Although she didn't understand the adults' complicated matters, she knew that as long as their family had corn seeds, Li Dani's parents would have to come and apologize. Why did my daughter forget about this? Why didn't she stop her father? The little girl was starting to worry. Sun Fengqin really did forget about it. She was the type of person who easily let go of worries after a good sleep. Old Li, wait a moment. Sun Fengqin called out to Li Fubin after being reminded by Xiao Rui. Yes, Dad. Wait a minute. Let my mom finish speaking. You might not need to make this trip after all, Xiao Rui added. What are you two up to? If we send the seeds early, we can plant them sooner, Li Rouge said. After saying this, she realized something was off and looked at her mother. Mom, weren't you supposed to be working today? It was still early afternoon, and her mother looked like she had just woken up. Xiao Rui huffed. You and Dad didn't take me seriously, but now that Mom is speaking, you'll understand. Maybe we won't even need to send the corn seeds. Really? Is it that serious? She needed to listen carefully to who was so bold as to challenge Sun Fengqin. Even if there were no neighbors nearby, Sun Fengqin wasn't worried about anyone overhearing. So, there was no need to go inside. They could talk openly, and she spoke loudly about how Li Chongqing and his wife had spread rumors about her. After hearing this, the father and daughter understood why people had looked at them strangely when they entered the village. This situation felt like being splashed with dirt. Even if you cleaned up afterward, people would still think you smelled bad. So, they couldn't just let it go. The father and daughter were definitely upset after hearing this. They had worked hard for the community, and now they were being treated this way over the corn seeds? Li Fubin glanced at Sun Fengqin, signaling her to take Rui away. Otherwise, they would struggle to move the 2,000 pounds of corn seeds from the cart into the house without her help. Sun Fengqin pointed in the distance, indicating to Li Fubin to look back. You probably won't need to. Look, someone is coming to help you. Li Fubin turned to see a few people approaching, one of whom looked familiar. He remembered it was the mason they met last time they hitched a ride, and guessed these people were from the nearby village. Sure enough, Sun Fengqin reminded, the person walking in front is their team leader, surnamed Huang. He should be a sensible person. Huang Jinfei knew around noon that Li Fubin had gone to the city for seeds, so he kept sending people to watch this area. When he heard that Li Fubin was returning with a big cart full of bags, he quickly led his team over. In reality, the person didn't clearly see what was on the cart. He just noticed a cart full of things that seemed to have bags, so he hurried back excitedly. After being a team leader for so many years, he thought he couldn't even get a few dozen pounds, yet Li Fubin could bring back a whole cart? When he got closer and hadn't seen the corn seeds with his own eyes, Huang Jinfei still couldn't fully believe it. Upon seeing it, he thought, could it really be that all these bags are seeds? Hello, Comrade Li Fubin. I am Huang Jinfei, the team leader of Kaoshan Tun, he said, extending his hand from a distance. Hello, Li Fubin replied, shaking his hand. The bricklayer who volunteered to come along saw that Li Fubin was indeed the person who had ridden in their cart, and he became even more excited. He rushed forward and said loudly, brotherly, do you remember me? I remember, Li Fubin said, having a strong impression of the simple bricklayers. He quickly added, thanks to you all for giving my daughter and me a ride that time. How have you been? Haven't gone out to work lately? No, it started raining and the relief food has come. As farmers, we should focus on farming, right, brotherly? You could say that, but it's fine to say it now. In a few decades, people will be earning 200 to 300 a day working on construction sites, right? Not to mention a bricklayer who probably earns even more. At that time, if someone tells him that farmers should stay home and farm, that would truly be impressive. Liu the bricklayer. Someone nearby thought Liu was being a bit too forward and reminded him, the team leader is here to discuss important matters with Comrade Li Fubin. You should step aside. It's fine. Liu the bricklayer knows Comrade Li Fubin. This is a good thing, Huang Jinfei said with a big smile. While the two were talking, Huang the team leader was carefully touching the bags, as if he were handling a treasure. Both Sun Fengqin and Li Rouge actually admired the current village officials very much. At this time, the village leaders were not receiving any extra benefits. Their salaries were based on work points. If they were like Liu Chongxi, who didn't have to manage anything and could still earn full work points, that would be fine. But for people like Su Xuanli and Huang Jinfei, they probably never had a moment to rest. They were likely always thinking about how to ensure the villagers had enough to eat and wear. Especially in recent years, with many disasters, if there were villagers starving, responsible leaders could turn gray overnight from worry. So, when facing Huang Jinfei's flattering expression, it wasn't just Li Fubin who felt uneasy. The mother and daughter nearby felt uncomfortable too. Huang Jinfei didn't know what everyone was thinking, so he quickly put on a big smile and stated his purpose. Comrade Li Fubin, I don't know if Comrade Sun Fengqin has talked to you yet. Sun Fengqin hadn't had the chance to say anything before they arrived, so it was just as well. After touching those corn kernels, Huang Jinfei felt a mix of emotions. It was hard to believe that such capable people were being treated poorly in Lijiazhuang. If they went to Kaoshan village and looked at Li Fubin's mud brick house, Huang Jinfei decided he needed to sweeten the deal. Comrade Li Fubin, what I just said was completely sincere. In the future, if you become the leader of Kaoshan village, I will be your deputy. Together, we can ensure the people live well. Also, I can promise that if your family moves to our village, I will lead everyone to build you 3 big houses. What do you think? At that moment, Lu the carpenter jumped in. Yes, I will work with Zhao the carpenter to guarantee that we build you 3 bright and spacious houses. This offer was very tempting. Although Li Rui was angry, she felt a bit reluctant to leave Lijiazhuang. After all, she had many good friends here, and her older sister's family was planning to move here too. But hearing the people from Kaoshan village, the young girl was the first to be swayed. Second sister, do you think Dad will agree? He should, right? Those were 3 big houses, bright and spacious. Li Rouge didn't even need to ask her father. She shook her head decisively. No, Dad probably won't leave Lijiazhuang. Why not? Is it because he can't bear to leave Grandma and Grandpa? The young girl thought it was unlikely because her father hadn't visited the old house since they moved out, except for that one time when she was punished. How could she explain this to the young girl? Their family was from another time. They wouldn't feel that life was better anywhere else unless they moved to the city or went back to where they came from. Do you think Dad is reluctant to part with Grandpa and Grandma? Unable to answer, Li Rouge tossed the question back to Li Rui. Impossible. The little girl quickly denied her own question, then thought of something, nodded her head, and confidently said, I think Dad must be reluctant to part with Big Sister and Shanhua. Yes, that's a good reason. Right, Big Sister's family has already settled in Lijiazhuang, so Dad must be reluctant to leave Big Sister and Shanhua. That means our family definitely won't be moving. While the 2 sisters were talking, Su Xuanli and Li Sanyi hurried over. They must have received some news. Otherwise, Li Sanyi wouldn't be rushing like this. Seeing the old man panting and looking unwell startled the 3 travelers. He is the anchor of Lijiazhuang and a long-lived elder registered with the commune. If he can't catch his breath. Though people today don't value longevity and some ignorant folks spread rumors that after 60, the elderly are useless and will be buried alive, Li Sanyi cannot die, at least not because of this matter. Li Fubin quickly went to support Li Sanyi and called out to his daughter, Rouge, hurry inside and get a bowl of water for your 3rd granduncle. Oh, and don't forget to add some sugar. Instead of just 1 bowl, seeing Su Xuanli's pale face and tired appearance, Li Rouge called Li Rui over to help. The sisters went back and brought a bowl of sweet water for Li Sanyi, Su Xuanli, and Captain Huang. Then they brought a bucket and invited the people from Kaoshan to come and drink some water to quench their thirst. However, the water in the bowls definitely had more space water, and to mask its sweet taste, Li Rouge added sugar. As for the water in the bucket, while the sweet taste wasn't as strong, it was still different from plain well water. But everyone at that moment didn't think much of it. They simply felt thirsty after walking quickly in the hot sun. So, whether they drank the sweet water and felt refreshed or just enjoyed the bucket water, everyone looked at Li Fubin's 2 daughters with appreciation. Look at how well this child has been raised. Thinking back to Li Chongqing's daughter, Li Sanyi, who never thought sweet water was good, now feels that not all members of the Li family are great. At least, none can compare to Li Fubin's family. Su Xunli, who just moments ago couldn't speak, is now eagerly explaining to Li Fubin, I went to the commune, and both the old secretary and deputy secretary, Zhao, said they would send someone to investigate this matter tomorrow. There are many people here, so Su Xunli can't go into details. In fact, Deputy Secretary Zhao also mentioned that if it turns out Lu Changxi and his wife really spread rumors, then that secretary would be finished. As for Li Changqing, Su Xunli smiled and turned to Li Sanyi, thinking it was time for him to speak. Whether they could keep this family would depend on what they said, and Mr. Huang had been waiting nearby. Li Sanyi understood Su Xunli's meaning. Besides, they had also brought back a truckload of corn seeds, and Captain Huang was watching closely. This matter was wrong on the part of Changqing and his wife. I've already told Xunli that his team leader doesn't need to stay in that position anymore. As for his wife, I will definitely have her apologize to your wife in front of everyone later. What do you think, Fubin? In fact, before the two arrived, Li Fubin had already discussed with Captain Huang that even if he didn't settle in Kaoshan village, he would help them get more corn seeds. Corn is high yield and sturdy. In years of disaster, there's no fuss about what tastes good or not. As long as it produces a lot, it's a blessing to gather food. His daughter has over 3,000 pounds of corn in her space. Since Kaoshan village is right next to Li family village, if needed, his daughter mentioned she has plant growth liquid. If they secretly water it once or twice, they might catch up on time. So, when they plant these thousands of pounds of seeds, they won't water from his daughter's space just yet. They need to observe first. Li Fubin believes these seeds won't be wasted. However, since Su Xunli and Li Sanyi have said this, Li Fubin nodded in agreement. Since you both say so, let's hurry and plant the seeds. We can discuss other matters after we finish planting. Yes, Fubin is right. I said it. Fubin is one of us from Li family village, and when there's good news, he definitely thinks of us first, Li Sanyi said proudly, glancing at Huang Zhenfei. Captain Huang, why are you still standing here? Lead your people back quickly. He is still standing here waiting for Comrade Li Fubin to give them corn seeds. Although Li Fubin promised to give them seeds and said he would provide half of the 2,000 pounds first, so both villages could start planting without delay, Huang Zhenfei still felt regretful. With such a generous person like Comrade Li Fubin, he didn't dare to say he could do the same. Sigh. Why isn't someone like him from their village? It's already June, and every hour counts for planting. Third Grandpa, I was thinking I can go get some seeds tomorrow morning. That way, both our villages will have enough. Li Fubin was worried that Li Sanyi and Su Xunli would be unhappy about the seed distribution, so he explained to them. So today we will split these seeds between our two villages. While everyone is planting these, I will bring back more tomorrow. What do you think? What do we think? If there are extra seeds, why not give them all to Li family village? Li Sanyi had forgotten how much land their village had after so many years of not farming. They had planted potatoes and sweet potatoes, and the remaining land should be enough for 2,000 pounds of corn seeds. There are over 10 villages in the commune, and Su Xunli knew very well that if their village could harvest some food this year, would the other villages really not care? Would they just watch them go hungry, relying on potatoes and sweet potatoes to barely get by? Even if he could be heartless, the commune wouldn't agree to that. Since Fubin can get corn seeds, I think this plan is good, Su Xunli said, looking at Li Sanyi. He was also worried about the old man feeling down, so he added, even if our whole village works all night, we can't finish planting all these seeds in one night. It's better to do it like Fubin said, and start together with the other village. That way, neither of us will be delayed. Li Sanyi silently huffed and looked at Huang Zhenfei, but said, Fubin must have gone through a lot to get these seeds. Remember this kindness. Don't worry, Grandpa. We won't forget, Huang Zhenfei promised with a smile. For them, every second counted, so they quickly called a few people to distribute the seeds. Each bag weighed 150 pounds, and there were 14 bags in total, which made it easy to divide, 7 bags for each village, with an extra 50 pounds left over. One village had an extra 50 pounds, so together they had 100 pounds. He thought about how his legs had gotten thin from running around these days, yet he hadn't even managed to get this little bit. After distributing the 2,000 pounds of corn seeds, Li Fubin didn't let the people from Kaoshan village carry them back themselves. He first took the seeds from Lijiazwang to the team office, unloaded them, and then quickly ran back to the village. Of course, Kaoshan village sent 2 people to follow Li Fubin, claiming they were there to help him carry things, but in reality, they were worried that the people from Lijiazwang might change their minds, which would put Li Fubin in a difficult position. Once everyone left, Nyang and the others returned home. Li Rouge pulled little Rui aside to question her about where the lice on her head came from. She strongly suspected they had come from her little friends, thinking, no wonder this child got a haircut. Then she heard her mother say, "Tonight we need to plant corn all night. I guess the elderly and children will have to help out, so you 2 sisters should be ready. Plant all night?
How can we see?
Are we supposed to plant by torchlight?" "You guessed it, daughter. I just heard from those 2 team leaders that's exactly what they meant." "Oh my, planting all night? That sounds exhausting. Even if they're in a hurry, it's just one day." "Mom, do you think I should ask Dad to talk to team leader Sue?" "I don't think it's necessary to do it this way." "Daughter, can't you see? For the common people, nothing is more important than food. I suspect that even if Su Xuanli says something, it won't matter. Just wait and see. I'm sure no one will complain, and they might even volunteer to plant all night." In this situation, Sun Fengqin couldn't afford to be upset anymore. In fact, she wasn't upset at all, so after giving her 2 daughters some instructions, she hurried off to work. Once Li Rouge's mother left, she called little Rui over, saying, "Rui, come see what second sister brought back." The little girl, having never seen a thermos before, was amazed by their new treasure and stared at it for a long time. If they worked late into the night, her mother definitely wouldn't be back for dinner, let alone to cook. Wanting to show off her skills, Li Rouge decided to make something with the spare ribs and intestines. Although she hadn't cooked much, she was a good eater and had a knack for it. After helping Sun Fengqin a few times, she was able to make delicious dishes. Of course, she used to dislike being in the kitchen, so even though her parents said she cooked well, she rarely did it. In comparison, the original owner was much more diligent, starting to help her mother with chores at around 5 or 6 years old and being able to cook for the whole family by the time she was 10. Combining their skills, she felt that making a few dishes for her family shouldn't be too difficult. When Zairui heard her second sister calling her, she ran over and saw the basket full of meat and bones. She exclaimed in surprise, "Second sister, you spent money again. Do you think Mom will scold you when she comes back?" "I'm just trying to make something tasty for Mom and Dad since they've been working hard lately." "What? You don't want to eat?" Of course, she wanted to eat. After moving out of the old house, she finally understood how delicious meat could be. Waving away the meat that flew past her face, the little girl wiped her mouth and raised her face to remind her, "But won't Mom be upset about you spending money?" Her little sister looked even prettier with her new haircut. Li Rouge pinched the girl's cheek, noticing she had gained some weight. "So, you need to say nice things for me later. Mom likes you the most, even more than the eldest sister, got it?" The little girl was still caught up in the compliment and didn't resist when pinched. She nodded her head in agreement, "Got it." "Good. Now, let's go to the river and wash these intestines." Her dad was so busy that he didn't even stop by to look at her. Washing the intestines was something she had to do herself now. Afraid of dirt and smell? That wasn't an option. In this day and age, if she dared to say such things, her mother, Sun Fengqin, would definitely pull her aside for a lesson. She needed to learn when to say what. Just look at Holly Boss, who once refused to wear anything that wasn't a brand name, still managed to maintain an image now. Once a wealthy woman, Sun Fengqin used to drive a nice car to work and had a nanny to help her. Now, what happened? She had to work in the fields too. Before, Sun Fengqin cooked for her family out of interest, to show her image as a good wife and mother. Now, she not only had to cook every day, but also faced a kitchen that lacked everything. Well, what kitchen? They just had a makeshift shelter outside. And she had to worry about the big pot being stolen, bringing it in and out every day, taking it out to use and bringing it back at night. Determined to adapt to this era, Li Rouge decided to start by washing the intestines. But just as she was about to leave, she saw the little girl peeking at the warm kettle on the bed. As the second sister, she smiled mischievously. Successfully coaxing the little girl out of the room, the sisters locked the door and headed to the river with their basket. The ribs don't need to be washed by the river. There's just some pig offal, a few pig trotters, and a pig tail in the basket, which isn't very heavy. Li Rouge carried the basket while Xiao Rui hopped alongside her. The two were 3 years apart, but it was clear that Rouge's mindset was different from that of the younger girl. Children are happy when they are well-fed and warm, and they jump around. But Rouge didn't feel that way. Instead, she constantly worried about many things. Would this make her age faster? She touched her face and felt it was still nice, which eased her mind. However, the thought of starting elementary school in a few days was tormenting for someone who felt like an adult inside. The riverside looked different from their last visit. Now, many people were washing clothes and vegetables there. Most of them were children around 10 years old, as the adults were busy working. When the little girls washing vegetables saw the sisters, they waved and called them over. Almost everyone in the village knew about the big commotion from earlier that day. These girls usually played with Li Danny and Li Ernie, and upon seeing Li Rouge and Li Rui, they remembered what their parents had taught them. Regardless of their true feelings, they were very friendly. Since arriving, Rouge hadn't played with the village girls, as her original self seemed to prefer being alone. This made her recognize many faces, but struggled to remember names. Fortunately, the girls greeting them were about the same age as Rui, who seemed to enjoy their enthusiasm and waved back. The group of girls was washing wild vegetables and clothes, while Rouge and Rui were washing pig offal so they couldn't wash together. Rouge smiled at the girls and signaled Rui to move downstream. However, just a few steps later, they heard a sneer from the group of girls. Hee, you're just trying to get attention. Look at how cheap you all are. Does Li Rouge even care about you? Wow, whose child is that? Such rude words. Rouge stopped and looked over, noticing that a few older girls were squatting next to the younger ones. Before she could speak, Li Rui had already bent down to pick up a fairly large stone, angrily charging toward them. Li Danny, Li Ernie, I didn't beat you to death back then, did I? Of course, she didn't beat them to death. Didn't you see that the two girls not only dared to provoke her verbally, but one of them also picked up a stone, glaring at her like an enemy, while the other tightly gripped a laundry stick, both looking ready for a fight. Li Rouge had already heard about how her mother and Rui were bullied at noon, so she knew who Li Danny and Li Ernie were. Sigh, she really didn't want to fight with two girls around 10 years old. Looking at Li Danny, she seemed to be only about 12 or 13, and the other one was probably around Rui's age. Should they really fight? If not, they were the ones who came looking for trouble. But if she fought, wouldn't that be a bit unfair to them? Anyway, she definitely couldn't let little Rui be at a disadvantage. Plus, these two girls seemed to forget the consequences of their actions. After the adults fought so fiercely at noon, they still came looking for trouble, so it was their own fault. Thinking about how she was also a girl about the same age as those two, Li Rouge decided to just go ahead and fight. As both sides were about to clash, the two older girls who were washing clothes stood up. One went to stop the sisters, while the other approached to block Li Rouge and Li Rui. This isn't something that can be solved by fighting. You two shouldn't stoop to their level. I heard my dad say that we are in the right here, so let's not fight without reason, okay? Who is her dad? Before Li Rouge could remember who this girl was, she heard little Rui angrily say, Sister Dongmei, my Uncle Su is also bullied. Why aren't you angry? When little Rui said this, Li Rouge finally remembered who this girl was, Su Dongmei, the only girl from their village who attended middle school. Rui, Sister Dongmei is right. Fighting won't solve anything. Let's not be unreasonable. Besides, there were plenty of ways to deal with these two girls. Li Chongqing relied on being the captain of a small team and was also the nephew of Li Sanyi. Over the years, he had made quite a name for himself in Li family village. Zhang Hong walked around with her head held high, making it seem like she was some important figure. Under the influence of that couple, their children had become quite arrogant. Let's talk about these two sisters. Even though they are not favored at home, outside they are the queens of the village. Other girls their age must revolve around them, or these two can easily make half the village's girls ignore you. Today, one of them plans to turn the tables on these two and let them experience what it feels like to be isolated. Li Rouge, who already has a plan, agrees with Su Dongmei. Although Xiao Rui doesn't understand how someone can be punished for being right, she believes Su Dongmei's words, while the second sister trusts her completely. The girl trying to persuade the sisters is the daughter of the village accountant, Li Changshen. Li Xiaoqin and Su Dongmei are both 15 and their fathers are officials in the village. Their mothers encourage them to spend time together, which is good for their families. Li Chongqing is the son of Li San's older brother, and Li Changshen is from his younger brother's family. They are all related, but Li Changshen is much humbler in front of the villagers. At least this family knows their place and gets along well with the villagers. With parents who have good values, the children from this family are not as arrogant as Li Danny and Li Ernie. Li Xiaoqin warns the sisters, if you two keep causing trouble, you know your dad's position as team leader has been taken away. If you keep this up, do you really want to stay in the village? Taken away? Li Danny exclaimed in disbelief. That's impossible. My parents were already beaten by Li Rui's mother. How could my dad be removed? Thinking that a beating would let them off the hook is quite naive. I heard from my dad that your father's position has indeed been taken away, and your mother has to apologize in front of the whole village, Li Ernie said. Li Ernie is a bit more honest than Li Danny. The trouble they caused earlier was all Li Danny's idea. Hearing her cousin say this, Li Ernie started to cry. What do we do now? If Dad isn't team leader anymore, Mom will definitely be furious with us. Li Danny was also stunned, but after being arrogant for so long, she wouldn't admit defeat in front of her friends. She huffed. What's there to be afraid of? Even if Dad isn't team leader anymore, we still have San Taiyi backing us up. Li Xiaoqin secretly rolled her eyes. San Taiyi isn't even your grandfather, and he can't solve all your family's problems. Her father once said that the children of the San Taiyi family are all successful, and their grandchildren are also successful, so they surely wouldn't look down on those who aren't. These two girls still naively believe that their family is different from others, and they don't even pay attention to Su Dongmei. There are many young girls gathered here, and it seems there is also a group of boys playing in the water nearby. Li Rouge just chatted with Su Dongmei and learned that school is on break for a few days. In the countryside, it's like this. Whether it's elementary or middle school, during busy farming times, students get a few days off to help at home. Li Rouge walked over to see the wild vegetables the girls were digging up. They looked young and tender, but it seemed a bit wasteful to dig them up when they were still so small. However, it wouldn't be right to stop them, since families are struggling to have enough food, and adding some wild vegetables can help everyone eat a little more. We might be collecting wild vegetables in a few days, but we won't take the really small ones, right? A few girls washing vegetables quickly asked, how big does your family want? How much will you pay? Su Dongmei and Li Xiaoqin also perked up their ears. After all these years, people have only used wild vegetables for food or to feed livestock. No one has ever exchanged wild vegetables for money. Li Rouge picked the largest one from a girl's basket and said, it would be best if they were all this big. As for the price, she hadn't thought of a price yet, mainly because she didn't know how much the vegetable supply station would pay her family. But she definitely wanted to collect them, as she didn't want to use the old method, even if it meant her family could earn a bit more money. For the people living near Dakingshan, it felt like she was taking their resources, which was really unfair. How about 1 cent per pound? She remembered that comrade Sun Fengqin had said that after processing, 1 pound of wild vegetables could yield about 1.5 pounds of pickled vegetables, especially if enough seasoning was added. Wild vegetables are seasonal, and after a while, they would have to rely on cabbage and radishes, which might cost more. She had roughly calculated that whether for pickles or preserved vegetables, the price ranged from 10 to 15 cents per pound, and it couldn't be any cheaper. Don't even mention that cabbage costs only 1 or 2 cents per pound. Why should you sell it for more than 10 cents per pound? Yes, the cabbage costs only a few cents per pound, but the salt, sugar, chili, and garlic needed for pickling cabbage can add up. She even thought that if the 2 apple trees in her yard bear fruit next year, she could use them for making pickles. She hasn't mentioned the payment yet. When comrade Sun Fengqin makes pickles, her whole family helps out, and it takes them a whole day. The price she set might even be too low, but at this time, you can't make a lot of money. At this price, her family will probably just earn a little for their work. Not all vegetables are just a penny a pound. Some good ones might be a bit more expensive. For example, since there are many small garlic shoots, let's just say a penny for now. Li Rouge intended to isolate those two sisters today. She noticed that the girls who had been gathered around them had come over and added, after the big fight at noon today, those with daughters at home took the chance to warn their girls to stay away from Li Danny and Li Ernie. Since the adults didn't come home for lunch, many hadn't seen their daughters yet, so the few girls who hadn't been warned still liked to hang around the sisters, acting as their little followers. Moreover, just a moment ago, Li Danny had told them not to play with Li Rui. Not only should they avoid her, but if they saw her, they should scold her. The girls were used to being controlled by Li Danny, and while they might not really dare to do that, they also knew Li Rui was tough, so they didn't dare to disagree. No matter how nice Li Danny and Li Ernie were, they wouldn't give them money to spend. A penny a pound is still quite a bit. In the countryside, girls go to school less often, but these kids, even without schooling, can do math. Oh, it's easy math. At that moment, one girl excitedly said, "Wow, if I can dig 5 pounds a day, that means I can earn 5 cents. You can dig 5 pounds? I bet I can dig 10. Another girl proudly replied. You all sound so excited, but don't forget what Sister Rouge said. Their family doesn't want wild vegetables. Right? So, let's not go digging for vegetables for the next few days. When Sister Rouge's family starts collecting vegetables, the wild ones will have grown bigger, and we can dig more then. There is a big difference in weight between wild vegetables and small ones. Since Li Rouge's family weighs them by the pound and not by the piece, a few of the older girls quickly realized this and reminded everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement and decided not to go digging for vegetables recently, allowing the wild ones to grow bigger so they could gather more later. But if they can't dig vegetables, what will they do? Especially the little kids who are only 7 or 8 years old. They can't earn work points in the production team, and they can only help their families by digging vegetables. Hearing the noise over here, a few boys playing in the water came running over. Li Rouge saw the group of boys and had a good idea. She raised her hand and called out, "Come over here. I have some good news for you all." "Really? What good news do you have, Rouge? Hurry up and tell us." The kids shouted excitedly, not caring about the age difference. Li Rouge had just thought of this. Since they couldn't dig vegetables for a few days and the kids were restless, she decided to find them some work they could do. "After we finish planting, my sister and I need to build houses, and we will need a lot of mud bricks. So, for the next few days when you can't dig vegetables, would you like to help make mud bricks for my family? How does that sound?" The kids all listened intently, and even Li Danny and Li Ernie were paying close attention. Li Debao, mixed in with the crowd, perked up his ears too. You can earn 1 dime for 30 bricks. You can work together in pairs or groups of 3. Each person can earn a dime in a day, right? Every family has a mold for mud bricks, and these kids, even the youngest girls, have done this work before. Making 30 bricks is not too hard or too easy. It would keep them busy for a little while. This is great. They can earn money and stay away from running into the mountains or going to the river, which can be dangerous. Li Rouge felt proud of her idea. Otherwise, how would they get enough bricks for the houses? They couldn't do it all by themselves. If they asked for help, they would have to provide meals, and everyone is busy with planting right now. Who has time to help them make bricks? After planting, they might have a few days of free time, but once the seedlings come up, they will have to start weeding again. There are no herbicides. Everything is done by hand, and it's not just 1 round of weeding. If it rains a lot, they will need to at least 3 times before they can start hoeing. While there might be some free time during the hoeing season, they can't wait until then to build their houses. She noticed that the kids were eager to earn money and weren't afraid of hard work. Just as she finished speaking, a few kids had already started to form groups. "However, I need to remind you that we want the adobe bricks to be unfinished, and they must be made exactly like the ones the adults ordered. Only then will we accept them, understood?" "Got it, Sister Rouge. Don't worry, just as few can make 150 a day without any problem." The little boy speaking was about the same age as Li Daba, and the two boys he was with were also around the same age. Making 150 adobe bricks is really like play for kids this age. Nearby, a few girls were shouting about who would work with whom. Li Rouge didn't want to listen anymore and said, "You all can figure it out slowly, but make sure to pay attention to safety, okay? Also, many of you are students, right? We will only take the adobe bricks on the first day of school, so remember, once school starts, you all need to hurry back to class." Understood, Sister Rouge. The school had given them a 5-day break, and today was the first day. The kids were excited thinking about working for 4 more days and earning at least 40 cents. Su Dongmei and Li Xiaoqin admired Li Rouge, but were also a bit worried for her. Su Dongmei reminded her, "Rouge, do your parents know what you're doing? In the countryside, building houses relies on everyone helping out, and adobe bricks are usually made with assistance. No one buys them." Su Dongmei had roughly calculated for Li Rouge that if one child earned 10 cents a day, 20 kids would make $2. And if word got out, there might be even more kids coming tomorrow. Wow, making $2 to $3 a day means over $10 in 4 days. Her parents earn that much in a whole year, and when they trade for food, they might only get back 2 or 3 $10 bills. The two families had a good relationship. Li Rouge's family had given them fish, pickles, and meat. Thinking about it, they really owed the Li family a lot. Su Dongmei was worried that Li Rouge was trying to isolate Li Danny and Li Ernie. She stood by watching, and when all the girls gathered around, she guessed Li Rouge's intention. Just as Li Rui said, her father was also a victim. Su Dongmei had always disliked the Li Chongqing family, and now she disliked them even more. Seeing Li Danny's cheeks puffing up in anger, looking just like the little boys catching toads, made her feel a bit satisfied. But feeling satisfied aside, she was also worried about the Li sisters, so she kindly reminded them. Li Rouge knew that Su Dongmei meant well and replied with a smile, "This is actually what my father wants. In a few days after we finish planting, both our family and my older sister's family need to build houses, so we will definitely need a lot of mud bricks. We can't just ask others to work for free, right?" Su Dongmei had heard about Li Roland moving back to Li family village and no longer doubted that Li Rouge was trying to annoy Li Danny. She laughed and said, "If that's what your uncle thinks, then that's fine." She had heard from Li Rouge's father that Uncle Li was capable, but Su Dongmei didn't think much of it at the time. They had lived in the same village for so many years, and that family had never shown their faces. When she heard Li Rouge mention that they would be gathering wild vegetables in a few days, she felt a sudden jolt. Realizing that hiring people to make mud bricks was also Li Fubin's idea, Su Dongmei felt a bit more respect for him. However, she also felt a sense of urgency. If another talented person emerged from Li family village, then her father's position as the team leader. Previously, because of the strong sons in the Li San family, her father's position had almost been taken away, and then there was Lu Chongxi, whose sons-in-law were also impressive. Her mother had worried for a long time about that. Li Rouge was unaware of Su Dongmei's hidden thoughts. As she waved goodbye to everyone, she reminded them, "My dad has already brought back the corn seeds. We might have to work late tonight, so you all hurry home to prepare dinner. We'll probably eat in the fields." Su Dongmei was surprised. She didn't know that Uncle Li had really brought back the seeds. She added, "Right, it seems we will have to work in the fields too. Everyone should hurry home." Upon hearing this, those who had finished washing vegetables quickly grabbed their baskets and went home, while those still washing hurried to finish. The little boys, hearing they would also be working, rushed home as well. Li Danny and Li Ernie, who were completely ignored by everyone, quietly picked up their vegetable baskets and bowls, murmuring to each other as they walked. Ernie asked, "Sister, do you think we can trust what Li Rouge said?" Danny replied angrily, "Did you see that everyone believes her? I'm just waiting for their family to not have the money. Then everyone will be even angrier." "Right," Ernie said, her face lighting up. Who doesn't know that their family has nothing left after splitting up? Where would they get the money to pay everyone? Haha, if everyone comes to ask for mud bricks tomorrow, how much will that be? I bet they won't have the money, and everyone will scold them. Li Rui was also worried about this matter and kept asking her sister, who said she had an idea of what to do. The young girl turned her worries into energy and didn't mind getting dirty. She washed all the intestines, making sure they were very clean under Li Rouge's direction. Li Rouge was in charge of handling the pig's trotters, tail, and stomach. Although the sisters had different tasks, they completed them at the same time. Li Rouge had to admit that when it came to working quickly, she couldn't match Rui's speed. They spent a bit too long by the river, and as soon as they got home, they started cooking without wasting a moment. However, when they brought the food to the field, they were still a bit late. Seeing that everyone had already started eating, Li Rouge and Li Rui quickly opened the 2 baskets they brought, serving a big bowl of garlic stir-fried stomach slices, a small bowl of red chili stir-fried pig liver, and another small bowl of pig lungs stir-fried with red chili. Li Rouge didn't prepare the intestines, trotters, tail, or ribs because she ran out of time, and some dishes weren't suitable for eating in the field. During the meal, Su Xunli's family intentionally sat in front of Li Fubin and son Fengqin. Li Dachuan was friendlier than usual, inviting the couple to join them for a meal. Although the 2 daughters were a bit late, the food was definitely better than what their family could offer. Haha, I told you, your daughters are late, but good food is worth the wait. Su Xunli laughed, enjoying the aroma. Hee, let's eat together, Li Fubin said, knowing his daughters had bought pig offal and ribs and guessed they would prepare a few dishes. He didn't expect them to be so colorful and delicious. The garlic stomach slices and the pig liver and lungs were cooked perfectly, clearly a skill passed down from their mother. Let's not keep sending dishes back and forth. Let's just move over there and eat together, son Fengqin suggested. Their family had bought those large bowls back when they were in Prosperity Town, and 1 bowl of food could easily fill 2 plates. They had plenty of dishes, with the garlic stomach slices being a bit less, but there was enough red chili stir-fried pig liver and lungs for everyone. They also brought a large bowl of pickled vegetables and made a pot of wild vegetable soup, adding some dried shrimp and seaweed for flavor. This soup was meant to boost energy, and since they had been working hard these past few days, she didn't mind. When Rui asked where the ingredients came from, she simply said they were bought from the city. Later, her mother will definitely invite everyone to drink soup. If someone asks, she can still respond like this. This is the simplicity of country folks. As long as you say something was bought in the city, they rarely dig deeper. Perhaps, in the eyes of country people, everything can be bought in the city. There are only 4 people in Li Fubin's family, while Su Xunli's family has many more members, and they eat much better food, mostly meat dishes. They only cooked some stir-fried bacon with mushrooms, using the bacon that Li Rulon gave them, and made a pot of wild vegetables that had barely any oil. They felt embarrassed to eat with the others. However, the aroma from the other side was so tempting that the whole family couldn't help but drool, yet they all thought it wouldn't be right to take advantage of the situation. Son Fengqin is not someone who likes to play games. While saying they should eat together, she was already taking action. Then Li Rouge and Li Fubin came over to help, and the whole family brought their best dishes. The family over here was trying hard not to drool, still insisting they didn't need anything, but their eyes were almost glued to the plates of meat. No need for that. I've been craving your family's big pancakes all day, son Fengqin said, as she picked up a big pancake and handed her bowl of mixed sorghum and rice to Li Dachuan. Sister-in-law, you should try my daughter's cooking. I usually don't let them cook, but it turns out this rice is quite good. Today, Li Chongqing and his wife spread rumors about her and Su Xunli, but son Fengqin was most grateful to this rural woman. If it were someone else, an unreasonable person who would just believe any gossip, they might come over and start yelling or even fighting. What if she ended up hitting Li Dachuan? Even if she could do that, how would their families get along afterward? They might really have to move away. Oh, Auntie, Li Dachuan said, holding a full bowl of rice and looking at the dishes the other 2 had brought over, feeling truly moved. What can I say? We are really getting a great deal here. It takes 100 years of good fortune to share a boat. To sit together for a meal, we must have built up 200 years of good fortune. Teacher's son always had her own way of saying things. After she finished, she waved her hand. Eat, eat. Everyone, don't be polite. This is all due to our shared fate. Right? Auntie is right. We won't be polite then. We'll take advantage of your family once more, Li Dachuan said with a smile. What's cheap and what's not? The pancakes your family makes taste better than ours, and this dish, is it stewed by dolme? Yes, it's really good, Li Fubin said. You can get tired of just eating meat or just vegetables, but when you mix them together, taking a bite of meat and then a bite of wild vegetables, it all tastes great. Especially sitting on the ground to eat, with groups of 3 or 5, it makes the meal even more delicious. Of course, their group is the largest, because Su Xunli has 7 or 8 family members, plus Li Fubin's family of 4. Li Rouge noticed that Li Dachuan is actually quite nice, as she hardly touched the bowl of rice her mother gave her. Could she really bear to eat alone? It's been so long since she had rice, and although there is some sorghum mixed in, it's clear that Rouge really put in a lot of rice. Li Dachuan took the bowl and served more than half to her eldest daughter-in-law, then added some for Su Dongmei, and only then did she serve herself. This is what Li Rouge admired about her. Nowadays, especially in the countryside, not all mothers-in-law are like old Lady Li, but there aren't many like Li Dachuan either. In fact, Li Rouge had already expected this. She knows what her parents are like. So when she was scooping rice, she purposely took 2 extra bowls. After all, why else would she carry a basket filled with a large bowl of rice? However, no matter how much there is, it's still not enough for so many people, and those who work can really eat. For example, Sun Fengqin ate 2 big bowls of rice and a large pancake from the Su family. Li Fubin also had 2 big bowls of rice and, to show off a bit, ate a large pancake from the Su family. But he served a big bowl of rice to Su Xunli's grandfather and added a spoonful for a few others who came over, attracted by the delicious smell. Of course, regular folks wouldn't shamelessly crowd over. Those who came were definitely on good terms with Li Fubin's family, including Zheng Chong, the leader of the 4th team. Zheng Chong wasn't present during the midday incident, but he must have heard about it later. Otherwise, why wouldn't he deduct points for Sun Fengqin not coming to work in the afternoon? He even went to the team accountant to make sure that Sun Fengqin's work points wouldn't be deducted, but instead, she would get full points. As the leader of the 4th team, he couldn't directly help his team members fight with Li Chongqing, but he needed to show his support in other ways. Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin didn't even know about this enthusiasm. If they did, they might have given her another scoop of rice. However, Zheng Chong did not come empty-handed. He brought half a bowl of scrambled eggs with wild onions. Zhao Dezhuang brought a small wild chicken stew with mushrooms. Although there were hardly any pieces of meat left, there was still a large bowl of mushrooms. The staple food that these people brought was cornmeal pancakes. In rural families, pancakes are usually only eaten when doing heavy work because they are very filling. The vegetables are simple. Usually, they are just boiled or cooked with porridge for a meal. Today, every household not only had pancakes, but also made an effort to prepare dishes. Families with oil would even dip their chopsticks in a few drops of oil. For families that rarely eat oil, those few drops can really enhance the flavor. No matter how much food Li Rouge prepared, in the end, there was always a large bowl of rice, a few small bowls of dishes, and a big bowl of pickled vegetables, and a jar of wild vegetable soup that everyone shared completely. When it was time to finish eating, Li Fubin remembered that Shizhu, who was hiding away to eat dry pancakes, only had a grandmother at home who couldn't bring him food because of her poor legs. It seemed that the grain distributed this time was not enough for families with fewer members. Shizhu's family received 60 pounds, which would definitely not be enough for the 2 of them. So, Li Fubin used his bowl to scrape the rice pot clean, getting out more than half a bowl of rice. There were no more dishes left, but there was some vegetable soup, and he added a bit of pickled vegetables for Rui to take to Shizhu. Everyone saw this happen, so there was no need for any explanations. After all, everyone could see clearly. Just saying you are a good person doesn't make you one. Today, so many people ate Li Fubin's food, and with the reputation of this family as kind-hearted people spreading, Li Rouge's cooking skills also became known. Everyone who tasted those dishes said they had never eaten such delicious stir-fried pig liver, and the stir-fried pig lungs were also exceptional. They had never had pig stomach cooked with garlic before. Li Fubin's family was from the later group of the 4th team. Previously, two families lived at opposite ends, and they didn't work together. Zheng Chang realized he didn't know much about this family before, but through today, he not only had a good impression of Li Fubin and his wife, but also secretly gave a thumbs up to Li Rouge and Li Rui. Look at how well these two girls are educated. They bring delicious meat dishes, and not only do they not mind others eating, but they also encourage everyone to eat more. They say they made so much food because everyone has been working hard lately. People are not the same. He may not be as capable as Li Fubin, but he has a heart that wants to learn. When it comes to educating children, he needs to take the time to teach his own kids properly, so they don't just play around and ignore good examples, like those unambitious kids from Li Chongqing's family. If Li Rouge knew what Captain Zheng was thinking, she would laugh out loud. On the way here, she was teaching little Rui that their parents would definitely invite everyone to eat, so she should not hold back or show a bad attitude. Food is precious these days, so it's understandable that the kids are a bit stingy. She hasn't experienced hard times, so she's used to being generous and doesn't show her reluctance too much, even if she feels it. Little Rui is different. She is very protective of food. So, Li Rouge reminded her repeatedly that the pig offal didn't cost much, was cheap, and easy to buy. Only then did the little girl nod and agree not to stop their parents from being generous. The sisters were well prepared in their thinking. Whenever they saw others coming over to take food, little Rui remembered her sister's words, "If you eat from others, you owe them." These people enjoyed their good food, so they would surely help them in return. This helped her control herself. She kept repeating in her mind, "I can't see, I can't see," and after finishing her meal, she quickly ran off to play. The two sisters, who left a good impression, were assigned to the soil-filling group. They were responsible for filling the holes where seeds had been placed. This task didn't require much skill. The kids had all seen adults do it before. After a couple of lessons, everyone got the hang of it and worked diligently without slacking off. Who would dare to slack off? Working is nothing compared to going hungry. Once it got completely dark, they continued working with torches, and many little kids were sent to hold the torches. Kids are not like adults. By around 9 o'clock, they were all extremely tired. In the countryside, everyone goes to bed early. Not just the kids, but even the adults sleep as soon as it gets dark. The habit has formed. Li Rouge glanced at the time on her watch. It was just past 10 o'clock, and some children holding torches had started to tumble.
Why?
Because they were standing and falling asleep. Holding a torch might seem easy, but it was actually quite boring. It was much better to help with the soil like Li Rouge was doing. This wouldn't do. Li Rouge ran over to discuss with Li Fubin. "Dad, can you talk to Captain Zheng? No matter what the other teams are doing, we should go back and get some sleep. Otherwise, everyone will be too tired, and it will delay things." In fact, Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin had already thought of this, but Su Shunli was not there at the moment, probably checking on the other teams. When Li Fubin spoke to Captain Zheng, Zheng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. If someone else had said this, Zheng would not have agreed and would have lectured them instead. Not to mention that Li Fubin might become the deputy captain, even without an official title. Who would dare to ignore him? Zheng called out that everyone could go home and sleep, but they needed to gather at dawn, reminding everyone not to oversleep. However, children under 10 should stay home to help with cooking and delivering meals, as that was also important. When everyone heard they could go home and sleep, both adults and children were very happy. Upon learning that the idea of not working all night was proposed by Li Fubin, everyone felt fortunate that his family had joined their team. Originally, the captain's family was already in their team, and now they had a deputy captain. After the commotion at noon, Li Fubin didn't even realize that in the eyes of the people, he was already seen as the deputy captain. Soon, news of the fourth team finishing work spread to the other teams. By the time everyone decided to go home and sleep, the entire fourth team was already fast asleep. At that moment, no one was staying up late, and there were no sleepless nights. It can't be said that there were absolutely no sleepless people. Some were sleeping on empty stomachs and wouldn't fall asleep right away. However, that night, people could fall asleep while walking, let alone lying on their own beds. They were asleep in no time, with the sound of snoring filling the room. Even Li Rouge, as soon as her head hit the pillow, didn't even realize how she fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, she thought she must have fainted the night before. Otherwise, how could she have fallen asleep so quickly without even taking off her clothes? Comrade's son Fengqin is the strongest in the family. As soon as the sun rises and she hears the bell, she gets up and leaves. She and her father need to go to the city to get seeds. It's not that they want to be lazy, but escaping work at this time feels like a blessing. Today, for the first time since arriving here, Li Rouge makes breakfast for her family. She has no choice, seeing how soundly Xiao Rui is sleeping and with her mother gone to work. If she doesn't cook, who can they rely on to feed them? Her mother once said they must never let her dad into the kitchen, or their family would surely end up poisoned. Now, dad has changed to father, but he still can't cook. Despite her mother's precautions, their family wasn't poisoned but instead was sent back in time by Mr. Li's sudden acceleration. Sometimes, Li Rouge wonders and has discussed with her mother whether their family's journey through time was inevitable or accidental. If her father had driven a bit slower and they had been stuck in the service area before the landslide, could they have avoided this time travel? Unfortunately, she fell asleep shortly after getting in the car and only remembers her father driving very fast. By the time her mother called out, it was already too late. When she opened her eyes again, she had become little Sprout Li Rouge, with no memories at all. That part of her life is just a blank. She wonders where their other selves are in another world. Are they buried somewhere forever? Or were they dug up for cremation? She hopes they are buried somewhere, ideally sealed away, so that decades later, when they return to that place, they can meet themselves again. Daughter, what are you laughing about? Are you tired and silly? Mr. Li asks as he peeks in before going back to work. Look how quickly her father has adapted. Wearing patched clothes and wielding a big shovel, he's no longer the same as before. Her mother, upon learning she has two daughters in this life, happily accepted everything. To her, things like Mr. Sun, villas, and BMWs are just fleeting clouds. Well, she has to accept it too. There's no point in thinking about it now. Instead, she should think about what to have for breakfast today. The most abundant food at home is corn and sorghum. Yesterday, when they revealed a bit of rice, everyone automatically assumed it was given to them by capable people from the city. They were all complaining about why they didn't save some food for the new year and instead shared it with everyone. If they didn't let you taste how good rice is, how would she know how to grow it? Yesterday, when she walked by the river, Li Rouge thought about clearing some land for rice paddies. People in the countryside usually grow what they eat, and they tend to grow high-yield crops. She was really tired of eating cornmeal and corn porridge. Of course, she wouldn't dare say this out loud, or she would be drowned in spit. There were still half of the wheat seeds she got from Fengqin left. Today, she took them out and asked Su Xuanli to distribute some to the 4 teams. Although wheat has a low yield, it is drought-resistant. In a dry year, who knows when the next rain will come? Even if they plant the seeds now, they are all worried about the possibility of not having rain for months, which would mean they would have to irrigate the fields. The commune seems to have considered this too. During the rainy days, they heard that the leaders came down to encourage each village to dig more water storage ponds. Several villages near Daqing River already had water storage ponds, and they reinforced them this time, filling them up with water. If it doesn't rain for a long time in the future, the people will just have to work harder. However, once the corn is planted, there won't be much land left. Since the wheat seeds are limited, if the team leaders are reluctant to use the fertile land for such low-yield crops, they might as well clear new land. If there's a harvest, everyone could share some white flour during the new year and enjoy a meal of dumplings made with it.
Who wouldn't be happy about that?
It would be great if they could open rice paddies this year and plant them next year, then everyone might be able to eat rice. However, she must first convince Su Xuanli. Once he agrees, they still need to report it, and it will take time for all the leaders to approve it. If they can plan it next year, that would be a success. This shows that being in a position of power is important. No matter how many ideas you have, if the decision-makers don't accept your suggestions, they are useless. It seems her father, the deputy team leader, is accepting this idea. Transitioning to a different role is crucial. Only by accepting can they start to make progress. In the future, it might be possible to gain more power, and her words would carry more weight. Right. In this life, if she can't be a wealthy second generation, she'll find a way to get Boss Lee to change careers so she can be a second generation herself. Boss Lee, who was digging in the yard nearby, had no idea that his future had already been planned by his daughter. Let's talk about the future later. Right now, I want to figure out how to make this cornmeal delicious without attracting too much attention. It's a good thing that this person likes to think about everything they do. For example, when it comes to eating cornmeal, people in the countryside usually have two methods: making flatbreads while working or steaming corn buns. Later, since the big pots were all used for smelting steel, they couldn't steam corn buns anymore. Every family made a clay hanging stove, which they used occasionally when making flatbreads. It's said that this method was passed down from someone's wife in the village, and Li Rouge guessed that she probably came from a different region. The other way to eat cornmeal is much simpler. For almost half the year, they mostly eat cornmeal porridge. Now, everyone cooks with clay pots, and the porridge is quite runny, which works perfectly. When they have wild vegetables, they add some in along with a bit of salt, stir it up, and that's a meal. Nowadays, it's easy to prepare this meal. You don't have to cook several dishes, and you don't have to worry about making a mess. Plus, people today aren't picky. As long as they can fill their stomachs, they don't care if the food is tasty or not, as long as it's made from pure grains. Li Rouge thought for a moment, combining her memories and the ways people will eat cornmeal decades later, and finally came up with another method. Dad, can we steam rice cakes for breakfast today? Their family has a big pot, so there are many ways to eat. Why stick to those hard flatbreads? Li Rouge ran to the west side to discuss it with her dad.
Can you make it?
Mr. Li stopped what he was doing, straightened up, still holding the shovel, and looked at his daughter. Rice cakes are definitely delicious. I used to love them. But they're not easy to make. It's not that hard. You should have yeast powder, right? I remember my mom prepared a lot when she was organizing things. Only Li Fubin and son Fengqin understood what she meant about yeast powder and organizing things. If anyone else heard, they probably wouldn't know what she was talking about. After taking the yeast powder that her dad tossed her, Li Rouge turned to leave, but thought better of it and came back. Dad, let's just build 3 big rooms this time. That way, we can use the original room for pickling vegetables and turn it into a storage room. I don't think that's a good idea. Do you want to tire your dad out? Building 3 big rooms? He was thinking about how his daughters were growing up and how he would need to add 2 more rooms when they built their houses.
Just thinking about it was exhausting.
After being glared at by her father, Li Rouge remembered that she forgot to tell him she had hired some older kids to help with the mud bricks. Oh, dear, it's exhausting. Just level a spot for the mud bricks, and you don't need to worry about anything else. Didn't that Lu carpenter from the nearby village say they were building a house? He and Zhao the carpenter were in charge. Just because they were building a house in their village doesn't mean they wouldn't help, right? From her perspective, she believed that Captain Huang was not the kind of person who would be so unreasonable. Now that they had the mud bricks, carpenters, and even ready-made windows and doors, she felt that 3 rooms were too few. Dad, take a break. You don't need to level it. Come over later to help me with the fire. I have some good news to share with you. Li Boss was indeed feeling a bit tired. Looking at his calloused hands, he wondered how the original owner managed to create such thick calluses without being worn out. When Li Rouge told her father about hiring people for the mud bricks, she received strong support from him. Daughter, that's a great idea. No one can complain, and those kids are just idle anyway. Especially the little boys. Every summer, a few of them drown.
What?
Li Rouge was startled by her father's words. Is that true? Have there really been children drowned in our village? Every village has that. As soon as school is out, those kids go herding sheep, and little ones love to play in a river. It's hard to keep an eye on them. Nowadays, there's no one to watch the kids. The ones who can't walk are just left on the bed, especially the girls, who are allowed to cry or sleep without anyone checking on them. Once they grow a bit older and can walk, they follow their older sisters around, and it's normal for them to fall and scrape their knees. That's why the eldest sister in a family has it the hardest. Almost all the younger brothers and sisters are raised by her. Mothers only give birth and don't take care of them. This isn't to say that mothers are bad, but they can't manage to be good caregivers. I wonder if city workers get maternity leave. They should, right? Anyway, people in the countryside don't have that. That's why women who give birth during the slack season are considered lucky. At least they can rest for a few days. If they give birth during the busy season, how many children are born in the fields or on the way home from work? All 3 of them were born during the slack season, so even though Comrade's son Fengqin still had to cook for the family, at least she didn't have to go back to work just days after giving birth. Of course, not every family is like that. Some good families, with kind mothers-in-law, will let their daughters-in-law rest for a few days after giving birth. In better situations, they might stay for half a month or even 20 days. Especially for those who have sons, like Song Ho-hot, who had many sons one after another. They need to take good care of themselves and can often rest for half a month or 20 days after each birth. Women in the countryside are strong and the children grow up healthy. Most kids grow up like this, with the older ones taking care of the younger ones. Some families spoil their boys a bit more. Those boys often grow up being carried by their sisters. They don't even walk until they are 2 or 3 years old and expect their sisters to carry them outside, which can be quite frustrating. When Li Dabo was little, he was like that, always needing to be carried. Even at 5 or 6 years old, he would lie on the ground and refuse to move, insisting that someone carry him. In contrast, his cousin, Zhao Rui, who is just a year older, seemed to have better luck. When everyone else was out, she would play on the bed by herself and then take a nap when she was tired. At that time, the original owner of the body was still young and didn't have to go out to work, so she could stay with her little sister. But once Li Dabo was born, the original owner had to divide her time caring for Rui to take care of him. If she didn't, she would either go hungry or get punished. Li Dabo was a chubby child, and after carrying him a few times, the original owner would purposely drop him, and after a couple of times, Huang Chui wouldn't dare to let her carry him anymore. Although this meant she didn't have to carry him again, it didn't mean she avoided punishment. Once, she was beaten by old Lady Li and couldn't lie down to sleep for several days, only able to rest on her stomach. Thinking back on these things brings both anger and a bit of sadness. So, when it comes to the bad people in the Li family courtyard who even mistreat children, it's not just about seeking revenge for someone. Even if no one else cares, they wouldn't let that family off the hook. That family has been quiet lately, partly due to the busy farming season, and also because old man Li is still bedridden, which must have left them a bit confused. Plus, Li Ruxia has arranged a marriage that they don't even understand, so they haven't had time to bother that family yet. Dad, once we finish planting, we need to go to the lower fields and ask my aunt what she knows. We can't have a peaceful life until we completely clear things up with the Li family. Okay, sounds good. If we keep planting like this, we should be done in 2 or 3 days and then the whole family can go. Knowing that the Li family courtyard has no blood relation to her and might even have a grudge, he still wants to call those 2 old folks dad and mom. Li Fubin definitely doesn't want to keep pretending anymore. Even if his daughter doesn't suggest it, he wants to visit Li Shuiying's house after finishing the farming, and he feels like this trip won't be in vain. The steamed cake is already cooking, and the dough has risen well. To balance the acidity, Li Rouge added a little baking soda before steaming. After washing up, Li Fubin squatted down to help his daughter with the fire. When Li Rouge entered the room, she saw that little Rui hadn't changed her position and was still asleep. She wanted to wake her up for breakfast but hesitated, feeling sorry for her. Let her sleep a bit longer. She's just a child and shouldn't have to work in the fields. Look how tired she is. As Li Rouge turned to leave, she made a mushroom soup in a clay pot and decided to soak some spring bamboo shoots, planning to stir-fry them later when the cake was done. Both father and daughter felt sorry for little Rui and didn't want to wake her until the cake was ready and the vegetables were cooked. Finally, they mustered the courage to wake their little treasure. The little girl rubbed her eyes and sat up, her messy hair sticking up, looking confused. Li Rouge couldn't help but laugh. If she hadn't been in a hurry to go to the bathroom, The little girl might have taken longer to realize she wasn't the same little Rui anymore. After returning from the bathroom, Rui was fully awake. When she saw her sister had not only made breakfast, but had done it so well, she felt very guilty. "I'm sorry, sister. I didn't help at all. I was actually awake half the time but kept dreaming about finding a place to go, and I just couldn't find one. Otherwise, I would have woken up earlier. Haha. Good thing you didn't find a place, or we would have had to air out the bedding today."
Haha.
Li Fubin laughed along with his daughter. Spring is the time to plan for the year, and morning is the time to plan for the day. A beautiful day began with their laughter. After packing breakfast for comrade son Fengqin, little Rui said she wanted to eat with her mother, so Li Rouge packed her portion too. She filled a half pot of mushroom soup, cut 6 square pieces of the steamed cake for her mother, and added a big bowl of stir-fried spring bamboo shoots and a small bowl of pickled vegetables. People who work hard have big appetites, and last night's meal had already shown Li Rouge just how much her mother could eat. The stomach is quite remarkable. It can expand and contract. The family's appetite has noticeably increased a lot. After sending Rui away, the two of them quickly took a bite to eat and then headed to the production team to catch a ride into the city. They worked hard all morning, did a lot of tasks, and even had a decent breakfast, yet it was still not even 6 o'clock when they left. People say that days feel particularly long now. They wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning to work and don't stop until it's dark. It seems like they spend all 24 hours working, so it's surprising when time feels like it's passing quickly. Only those who are idle feel the day goes by fast, waking up at noon and realizing the day is almost over without having done anything. When the father and daughter entered the city, they hit the morning rush hour. Compared to usual, there were many more bicycles on the streets in the morning. Comrade Li Fubin kept his eyes on those bicycles, starting to think about his own again. "Daughter, do you think it's okay for me to keep that bicycle?" "Of course, it's fine. Didn't Chaoyang say it was for you to deliver pickles? But I can't shake the feeling that it's a bit unfair. And I remember that bicycles now need a purchase receipt, right? Not exactly a receipt, but some proof of purchase, like how people need a household registration."
You don't need to worry about that.
Chaoyang knows what he's doing. If he can assemble a bicycle, he surely has a way to legitimize it. That's true. After saying this, Li Fubin remembered his daughter's attitude and turned to look at her. "You seem to think highly of that guy."
Don't you?
"All right, I can't argue with you. Since we're here, we can't just turn back. How about we take the bicycle to the big shop and check out the black market?" "Sure. We've never been to a proper black market before. Let's go take a look. Let's go see. Who's afraid of whom? If things get tricky, we can just hide in space. No inspection team can find us, not even with a detector, haha." When the father and daughter came out of the big shop, they were still Li Fubin and Li Rouge. But when they turned into a dead-end alley and came out, they looked completely different. After putting on makeup, Li Fubin now looks like a hunchbacked old man. Li Rouge tucked her hair under a straw hat and changed into a boy's outfit altered by her mother. The little girl, who is quite plain, instantly transformed into a small boy. At this age, it's hard to tell boys from girls, especially since children nowadays wear dull clothes. A simple hairstyle change can make a big difference. This was the first time the father and daughter entered the black market. Seeing that there was no one at the entrance, at least not visibly, they felt more at ease. It was only 1960, and the black market would become stricter in the following years. Back then, things were really tough. People were desperate during that time. Everything was strict. Although it was the busy farming season, it didn't seem to affect this place much. Perhaps because the black market was not closely related to farmers. Most people coming here were those who relied on commercial grain but had large families, especially with many boys, and their food supply was barely enough. There were also families with working adults, but they received little fine grain and were tired of eating coarse grain every day. They would sneak here to buy some fine grain, and if they were lucky enough to find someone selling meat, they would spend money without hesitation. The father and daughter took a round to observe and saw that everything seemed peaceful, at least on the surface, which made them consider selling something. What to sell? Fish and big watermelons. They couldn't openly eat the watermelons as a family of 3. The father and son could sneak a few bites when they were out, but comrade son Fengqin felt guilty every time she stole a bite of watermelon, so she decided not to eat any at all. So, relying on the 2 of them, how could they finish those dozens of big watermelons? They probably wouldn't finish them by next year either. Those watermelons weighed over 10 pounds each, and even if the 2 of them tried hard, they could only eat a quarter at a time. The 2 of them had been running to the bathroom more often these days, but with the watermelons sitting there, they couldn't resist. The best solution was to find a way to exchange those watermelons for money. The father and daughter seemed to be strolling casually, but they were actually observing people. Finally, they spotted a middle-aged couple who looked quite wealthy. They seemed capable of carrying a watermelon. The couple was currently buying eggs. They had just bought meat and flour, and now they were picking out 20 eggs. Dad, do you think they can carry it?
Can you carry it?
Look at them buying these things. They must have come by bike. I wonder where they hid their bicycles? I'll go ask. By the way, Dad, have you prepared the fish? I'll check if they want to buy some. Li Rouge moved closer to a middle-aged woman, who immediately looked over with caution. When she saw it was a little boy, she seemed to relax a bit. Andy, are you buying fish? To avoid scaring her with the mention of watermelons, Li Rouge first asked about the fish. Do you have fish to sell? The woman's eyes lit up as she looked into Li Rouge's basket. Although she couldn't see anything because it had a cover, she thought if there were fish, she could smell them. Kid, stop messing around and go play. Li Rouge noticed the change in the woman's expression. She pointed towards Li Fubin. The fish is with my dad. I have watermelons here. Can't you smell them? If Li Rouge hadn't said anything, the woman might not have noticed. But when she mentioned it, the woman leaned in to sniff and indeed detected a faint sweet scent. To make the watermelon smell stronger, Li Rouge had even added some watermelon rind to the basket. The woman's eyes brightened again, and she asked in a lower voice, "Do you really have watermelons in your basket?" "Of course. My parents grew these watermelons in the greenhouse. Otherwise, how could I have brought them down?"
Li Rouge replia mysteriously.
I thought so. How come there are watermelons for sale now? How much are you selling them for per pound? The woman's desire for watermelons seemed to exceed her interest in fish. Li Rouge pointed to the side. Auntie, if you're serious about buying, let's go over there to talk. There was also someone selling eggs nearby. Even though they were trying to speak quietly, it wouldn't be good if someone overheard them. Since the woman had already picked out her eggs, she pulled her husband along. He seemed to be a regular customer here and quickly understood what was happening. He paid for the eggs and followed them. Li Rouge noticed that the man bought 20 eggs for just 2 yuan, and he was quite surprised. Eggs are only 10 cents each? What's the normal price? Wasn't it around 4 or 5 cents each? That's only double the price. Is it really that cheap? Some things in the black market aren't very expensive. With a glance from Li Rouge, Li Fubin quickly squatted in front of the egg seller and bought the remaining dozens of eggs. Li Rouge, Dad, I meant we could buy a few at 10 cents each, not buy the whole basket. Soon they would have money, so buying a few more eggs wasn't a big deal. He had his eye on the horse meat seller. According to the team leader, the horse had died from a fall, and after some discussion, they decided to sell it for a higher price to buy a horse for the team, so they boldly came to the black market. But since it was their first time, they lacked selling experience. Li Fubin noticed they hadn't sold much after a long time. He was anxious, wondering what to do next. Should they lower the price or take everything back? In this hot weather, if they couldn't sell everything, would it spoil? Li Fubin felt worried for those sellers. Those who wanted to help realized they had no money, and then remembered their family was led by a daughter. If they could sell a few more fish and maybe some big watermelons, they would have 85 yuan left. His daughter had started to save money, saying she wanted to build a house. Just recently, she had given him 5 yuan to buy eggs. But 53 eggs and a basket for just 5 yuan felt like a great deal to Li Fubin. The middle-aged couple didn't disappoint the father and daughter. They bought a big watermelon for 1 yuan and 3 large fish for 6 yuan, then hurriedly left. This trip to the black market exceeded their expectations, and they felt they had gained a lot, so they rushed home. A big watermelon for just 1 yuan, There was no way they could sell it again. The 7 yuan they just earned was quickly taken by her dad to buy horse meat. Pork prices aren't always stable. They tend to rise during holidays or festivals. Also, during the season, there are fewer pigs, so pork naturally becomes more expensive. He heard that the supply price had risen to 8 or 9 jiao per jin, and sometimes there was no meat available for days. So, how could the black market prices be low? However, 2 yuan per jin was still a bit high, especially since horse meat is different from pork. It doesn't produce fat and is leaner. Fubin originally wanted to persuade a few people to lower their prices, but when he saw that the sellers of horse meat had swollen lips, especially the one called Captain, he felt sorry for them. Everyone knows there are risks in selling things on the black market. As long as you don't get caught, it's fine. If you do get caught, losing your goods and paying a fine are minor issues. Every year, there are people who get sentenced, serving as a warning for the bold. However, when people are extremely hungry or desperate, they often don't think about the risks. This little captain looked like he was in a tough spot. It seemed that this horse was the only one they had. Fubin approached and quietly asked, "How much horse meat do you have left?" How much was left? The 3 of them had come before dawn and brought 150 pounds of meat, but now they hadn't sold even 50 pounds. The man's eyes were red, and he raised a finger, hoarsely replying, "At least 100 pounds left." Buying 2 or 3 pounds wouldn't help much, but it would cost him $7, which was too much. Fubin felt helpless and small in wanting to help these people. Rouge looked at her father's expression and found it both amusing and frustrating. It wasn't that she lacked kindness. In these times, such situations were common, and she couldn't feel sorry for every sad story. "Let's buy 10 pounds. That's all we can do," Rouge said, taking out $20 to give to her father, not wanting the $7 back. In the black market, only they, a father-daughter duo, could spend so freely. Prices were high, often many times more than usual. People who came here usually bought only small amounts. Just a couple, who seemed wealthier than them, bought only 20 eggs. Fubin, on the other hand, was buying a whole basket, likely emptying his savings to buy horse meat. The sellers had a scale, and since they didn't negotiate the price and just wanted 10 pounds, the scale would surely show a high number. Although the horse meat was fresh, if sold at home or at the market, it would only fetch about 50 cents a pound. Even if they sold only 50 pounds at $2 a pound, they wouldn't be losing much. The seller's swollen lips and red eyes were likely from the pain of losing their only horse. However, seeing that they had sold some meat, his mood had improved. When he noticed Fubin buying so much, he started to chat with him casually. Upon learning that this person was from Xiaowa village, Fubin and Rouge both thought to themselves that it was quite a coincidence. Of course, no matter how coincidental it was, even if this person was related to Chaoyang, the father and daughter did not dare to speak the truth at that moment. After collecting the horse meat, they turned around and caught another dozen fish without weighing them, as they didn't have a scale. The price was simply 2 yuan per fish. They didn't pressure anyone to buy. They kept quiet, which made those who wanted to bargain hurry to pay, fearing that if they took too long, the father and daughter would be gone. The fish from their family seemed to grow like they were inflated. In just a short time, they had reached 3 to 4 pounds, with some likely exceeding 4 pounds. However, it was strange that the fish caught earlier had stopped growing once they reached 4 to 5 pounds. Perhaps this was the heaviest they would get? Or maybe the fish knew they shouldn't stand out too much, as being too exceptional might make them targets for those smaller fish that were eaten before they could grow. Fish weighing 3 to 4 pounds were already considered quite cheap in the black market, especially since there weren't many sellers offering fish this size. So after a round, the father and daughter easily sold fish for 34 yuan. Seeing that the horse meat seller was still there, Fubin handed over the 34 yuan he had just earned, along with the previous 7 yuan, to buy more horse meat. The small team leader remembered them and secretly told them that someone had seen them buy 10 pounds at once. Fearing that it would sell out, others quickly came to buy, and in that short time, they sold over 30 more pounds. Indeed, after selling, only about 50 to 60 pounds were left. Li Fubin quickly handed over 40 yuan, saying, I just went over there to help promote your meat. I have a few friends who want to buy some, so please weigh me 40 yuan worth. Great. Thank you for your help. The team leader replied, swiftly cutting and weighing out 20 pounds of meat for the father and daughter. After buying 30 pounds of horse meat, Li Rouge sighed inwardly, but she couldn't blame the seller. As her mother used to say, your father has been in business for over 10 years without losing money for us. It's all thanks to the heavens. Boss Li, who is blessed by the heavens, is indeed a good person who deserves good things. Just as he and his son were about to turn and leave, the little team leader stopped them. Brother, I can see you're a good person. You're buying meat mostly to help us. No wonder he became a team leader. He really noticed that. Here, take these bones and this pile of horse intestines. If you don't mind, just take them all. No, I can't accept this. Life is tough in the countryside. If you can sell it, sell it. If not, take it back and eat it yourself. Brother, just take it. You've helped us a lot today. I can't decide on the meat, but these scraps no one else wants.
How can that be?
Cooked horse intestines smell better than meat. Just wait a bit. Maybe someone will come to buy them. The two were in a back and forth, one wanting to give and the other refusing. Seeing that someone was already looking over, Li Rouge quickly handed over the remaining 1 yuan. Dad, how about we just give 1 yuan for everything? 1 yuan for such a large pile? Li Fubin hesitated, not wanting to take advantage, but the team leader had already taken the 1 yuan. All right, brother, it's settled. We'll consider this as selling it to you. At that moment, more people came to buy meat. One person recognized the quality and immediately paid a large bill. Before he could leave, 2 more people arrived, each buying 2 pounds. People tend to rush to buy, seeing that only a little meat was left. No one was picky anymore. Each person took a pound, all worried they might miss out. Seeing that 3 people had already surrounded the seller, and the one weighing the meat hadn't put down the scale, Li Rouge felt relieved that they could leave soon. However, not far from there, Li Rouge nudged her father with her elbow and reminded him, Dad, we might be being watched. If they're watching us, it's a waste of their time. The horse meat and eggs had already been stored away by his daughter, and now they only had half a basket of wild vegetables left, which were just for weighing down the basket, something that couldn't go wrong now. The father and daughter strolled out of the black market, then quickened their pace. The footsteps behind them continued to follow closely. When they slowed down, the followers slowed down too. When they sped up, the person behind seemed to be hurrying, breathing heavily. Were they really being followed? And quite persistently, too, all the way to now. As they were about to reach the alley where they would change clothes, the father and daughter exchanged a glance and suddenly stopped. When they turned around and saw an old man following them, they both sighed in relief. If it came to a confrontation, even if they were not very strong, they could surely handle an old man, right? Unless he was a hidden master. Looking at the old man, dressed in rags and looking very thin, they thought that if a master lived in such poor conditions, then he couldn't be much of a master after all. Could he be a spy from a search team, pretending to be a beggar to confuse others? In an instant, they considered many possibilities, but none seemed to fit. So Li Fubin asked, Sir, you've been following us for a while. Is there something you need? The old man seemed surprised by their sudden turn and replied, I see you two look wealthy. I have something good to sell you. Let's find a place to talk. The father and daughter exchanged glances, and when the old man got closer, Li Fubin explained, You must be mistaken, sir. We are not wealthy at all. They really had no money. She had 60 yuan, and her mother had a little more than 1 yuan. That was all they had. You don't need to pretend to be poor with me, the old man said, smirking. I have a keen eye. Just look at your daughter. When she takes out money, she doesn't even blink. She can't be poor. He hadn't mentioned that nowadays, people often wrapped their money in cloth. But this girl casually kept her money in her pocket and took it out as if it were just paper. Then, looking at how others took out money, they would hesitate and shake before handing it over. The old man had seen through her disguise. Others thought she was a boy, but he recognized her gender immediately. He truly had a sharp eye. Since the old man had said this, and seemed to have something box-like in the cloth bag he was carrying, the father and daughter exchanged looks and decided to follow him to see. However, Fubin remained cautious and smiled, saying, "Sir, we're in a hurry to get back, so we can't go too far with you." The old man pointed ahead, indicating the alley where they were going to change clothes, and said, "Go over there to talk." Then he led the way. The father and daughter had just changed clothes in their space, which now allowed them to see outside again. They could both confirm that no one had entered the alley while they were changing. When they came out, they saw no one around. Although there were a few households in the alley, all the doors were tightly closed, so it was impossible for anyone to see them. It seemed the old man noticed there weren't many people around, making it safer. This suggested that what he was about to show them must be something valuable. The father and daughter exchanged glances, and Fubin pulled out a bag of corn from his basket. They wouldn't touch the money. If the old man truly had something good, they would trade food for it. In these times, food was more useful than money. Seeing how thin the old man was, it was clear his family was short on food. If necessary, she also had bamboo shoots, dried mushrooms, and cured meat that she could offer. As the old man entered the alley, he found that no one was around. He walked straight in and, without needing to ask the father and daughter, pulled out a small box from his cloth bag. "Take this back for your daughter. She'll need it sooner or later. It's better to trade it for food than to keep it with me. I don't want anything extra from you. Do you still have fish? And horse meat? Please give me a pound. I haven't tasted meat in a long time." The old man chatted on as he opened the box and handed it to them. "See, I told you I wasn't lying, right?" Whether his words were true didn't matter as long as the items were real. Inside the slender box were a pair of jade bracelets, a jade necklace, a jade ring, and a few pieces of raw jade that seemed to match the jewelry, although they weren't very large. They could still be made into earrings or pendants. Her parents liked jade, and her mother had quite a few jade pieces. Even she had several bracelets and pendants. Rouge recognized jade, and at first glance, these items looked good. Li's father was certainly more knowledgeable about jade. All these items were made of high-quality jade, which would be worth a lot in a few decades. However, at this moment, these items were not worth much. The main point was, who would be willing to spend money on something that they couldn't wear and that might bring trouble? However, the old man immediately asked for a fish and a pound of horse meat. Unable to wait for more details, Boss Li couldn't help but ask, "Is that all? What else do you have?" The old man's eyes widened. "As long as it's food, anything will do. Otherwise, you can give me an extra pound of horse meat." How did her father manage to make money with such intelligence? The old man looked shrewd. He probably craved horse meat and figured that those country folks wouldn't want his items. He must have been hiding and watching for a while, waiting to see who could offer horse meat in exchange for his useless trinkets. Hearing the old man's words, Boss Li realized he had misspoken and chuckled. "All right, we'll keep one fish for ourselves, and we'll give you a bit more horse meat. We also have some wild vegetables and a few pounds of corn." "Great. Then all these things are yours," the old man said, as if afraid they would change their minds, quickly handing the box to Rouge. If these items fell to the ground, they would be worthless. Rouge quickly took it, pretending to put it in her basket, but actually stashed it away in her space. The father and daughter both had knives, but after several decades, they didn't dare use the dagger, so they took out the big kitchen knife and cut a piece of horse meat, just over a pound, then gave him a fish of moderate size, some wild vegetables, and a small bag of corn. The old man seemed surprised by their generosity. After receiving the items, he hurriedly left. "Father, are you sure this bracelet is jade? It won't be glass, will it?" Seeing the old man run so fast, Rouge began to doubt if they had been tricked. "Impossible. There are no fakes at this time, and my eyes can tell the real from the fake. All right, I trust your judgment. Let's not waste any more time and head back." The father and daughter stayed in the city for a short time, and their journey home went smoothly, arriving by 10 o'clock. Fubin drove the horse cart directly to the back village, unloaded the 7 bags of corn for the mountain village, and then returned to Li family village. Huang Zhenfei expressed his gratitude again, and then Li Rouge brought up the topic of building their house. Before she could finish, Captain Huang eagerly agreed, saying that once the fields were planted, at least 20 people from their village would come to help build their house. If the mountain village could send 20 people, then Li family village wouldn't need many. If they could also send 20, then they wouldn't have to worry about the houses for their family and elder sister's family. The father and daughter brought corn and wheat seeds to Su Shunli in the field. After dividing the tasks among the teams, it was already noon. Today, they would definitely be having lunch in the field. It seemed that the delicious horse meat from their home would have to wait until after the planting was done. Otherwise, if they sent meat and vegetables yesterday and did the same today, it would raise suspicions, especially since the rumors about their family had just calmed down. However, plans change quickly. A little girl came running, shouting that her family had arrived, and it was none other than their little Rui. Li Rouge glanced at the time. There was still half an hour until lunch, so Rui must not have had the meal ready yet. Without hesitation, upon hearing that her sister's family had arrived, the team member in charge of the seeds, Sun Fengqin, dropped the corn seeds and climbed onto the cart. They hadn't finished planting the previous batch of corn seeds, but they wouldn't last the whole afternoon anyway, and the new seeds had just arrived. They made sure to leave enough for today's planting, and the rest would have to be taken back. With Su Shunli, Li Changshen, and their family, the two strong horses pulled the cart quickly, and soon they were back in the village. On the way, Su Shunli wondered aloud to Li Changshen, "These two horses just pulled back 2,000 pounds of seeds, and they don't even seem tired." They had taken the second horse with them to help carry the heavy load. However, since the big yellow horse was in charge, the father and daughter didn't worry much and even forgot about the other horse's presence. At that moment, Li Changshen said, "This cart is better than Zhao Dezhuang's. Maybe we should just let Senga take over the cart." Li Rouge, who hadn't been paying much attention to their conversation, turned to look at him. Su Shunli suggested her father be the deputy team leader, but he was saying to let him drive the cart. What did that mean? Su Shunli seemed confused by Li Changshuan's comment as well, glancing at him. However, Captain Su didn't seem to take it seriously, as he didn't respond and continued to enjoy his tobacco pipe. As the cart passed their home, they saw a few people standing at the entrance, and the whole family jumped down. Even Li Fubin handed the reins to Su Shunli and rushed toward Shanhua. The Jiang brothers were all there except for Jiang Eru, and they had arrived several days earlier than expected. According to old Master Jiang, they shouldn't have come so soon. It seemed like just a few days after they left, these people set out. "Rui, go to the small team and call Jiang Ling over. Just tell her that her brothers are here and invite her to come for lunch." As soon as Sun Fengqin saw the brothers, she thought of calling Jiang Ling over for a family reunion. "Okay, I'll go now." Little Rui agreed and turned to leave, but Jiang Xiao called out, "Can I go with Rui to find my sister?" This child was taken care of by Jiang Ling when he was younger, so he felt a closer bond with her than the other brothers. Of course, why not? Sun Fengqin waved her hand before the Jiang brothers could speak. "Go ahead. From now on, you all are part of Li family village, so it's good for them to get to know each other early." When she mentioned them, she was referring to the people from the Li family courtyard. Previously, they couldn't bully just Jiang Ling alone, but now that the Jiang brothers are here, someone might be in for a surprise. Compared to the running Jiang Xiao, the other brothers looked more reserved, standing in the yard without daring to enter the house or speak, just smiling awkwardly. Li Fubin, holding his little grandson, kept saying the child had lost weight and that the child still recognized him. When the child cried, he said it was because the child missed his grandpa, and he got emotional. Everyone rushed over, bringing their belongings, but they might not have the same luck as the few of them in finding a cart. Since it rained, all the villages were busy, and now it was hard to get out. The village wouldn't even issue a letter of introduction. The brothers arriving at this time without finding a cart wasn't bad luck. They just didn't pick the right time. Looking at the pile of burdens in the yard, Sun Fengqin and Li Rouge couldn't help but smile. With this big family carrying loads, even if they found a cart, no one would want to pull them. All of them were covered in mud, and her brother-in-law looked a bit scruffy, showing that they must have traveled for several days. Li Rouge pushed her older sister, who was washing mushrooms in the kitchen, into the house, then brought them a big basin and a basket of wild vegetables. You and Mom can sit here and pick vegetables. I can handle lunch by myself today. With so many people to feed, they couldn't all rely on the family's food. Li Rolan was even a bit worried that they might eat all the food in one meal. Mom, Dahu, and the others brought over more than 300 pounds of grain. I'll go get some for Rouge. Over 300 pounds can't compare to their family. Son Fengqin quickly pulled her eldest daughter and said, "You're bringing your husband home for the first time to eat, and you expect to bring your own food? That won't do. Mom, our family has so little food. We have enough food, don't worry. Your father is doing well now." Before arriving, Li Rolan had doubts about her family's situation and worried that her parents might have emptied their home to prepare her dowry. They had agreed with her parents to take the back road when they came, so they wouldn't need to ask for directions. They just needed to walk to the west end, where the new house was. As she approached the yard, Li Rolan thought about her parents and two younger sisters, wondering what kind of tough days they had been enduring for her sake. But when she entered, she saw that not only had they built a house, but they had also added many new things. Her youngest sister, who stayed home to look after the house, greeted them and served each of them a bowl of sweet soup. The water in the thermos was surprisingly warm, just like freshly boiled water. Seeing all of this, Li Rolan realized that her father was no longer the timid man he used to be. Hearing her mother confirm it made her happy. To be honest, while she was glad to settle in Li family village, she still had her worries. After all, she knew very well what the Li family was like. They were people who never reasoned with you. Big Hu and his brothers were all men and younger than her. She couldn't argue with her grandmother, aunt, or second aunt. When she couldn't see her parents, she often forgot they had changed and wouldn't be bullied anymore. Now that they were together, Li Rolan felt no worries. Yes, her mother was right. Her father was not the same man anymore, and her mother had changed too. She had changed as well. Even her second sister and youngest sister were not the same as before. Thinking this, Li Rolan couldn't help but laugh out loud. If she said this out loud, it would surely confuse everyone. No matter how well her father was doing now, food was still hard to come by, and she was a bit concerned about her family's supplies. She called out, "Rouge, we've been eating dry food on the road for days. We just want something warm to eat. Just cook us a pot of vegetable porridge, no need for anything dry." "You don't need to worry about that." Li Rouge, who had only cooked a couple of times and was still excited about it, would never just make a pot of porridge. Her older sister has already washed the mushrooms, and later they will stir-fry them with cured meat. The wild vegetables they picked are for a cold dish. On a hot day, having a cold dish is refreshing and helps cool down, which is nice. Then Li Rouge didn't do much else. With just one big pot, what else could she make? She decided to stew some horse meat, and her brother-in-law had brought out a lot of water radishes they grew themselves. Li Rouge didn't care if the horse meat could be cooked with radishes. She had eaten beef stew with radishes before. She also added a layer of flatbread, which took care of both the rice and the vegetables. With so many people, would that pot of flatbread be enough? Li Rouge looked at her small hands and decided to use her wrists too. The flatbread she made was delicious, and one piece could easily fill two from Su Xunli's family. Their pot wasn't too big, and nowadays people eat a lot. With a few young men around, Li Rouge worried it might not be enough. After handing the fire duties to her dad, she went to wash 2 jars, preparing to make some porridge. These 2 jars were not small. One was for making porridge, and the other could be used for fish soup. Earlier, she had taken out horse intestines and a pile of big bones from the cart, along with a piece of meat. This piece of meat was from the 10 pounds she bought earlier, but it was now less than 10 pounds because she had given a piece to an old man, which was about a pound. She had just stewed over 3 pounds, and when she carried the remaining 5 pounds to the cellar, everyone saw her. Then she casually put it back into her space, planning to make dumplings for everyone later. The horse intestines and big bones were just for show, and she put them back into her space as well. Otherwise, in this heat, leaving them outside for a few hours wouldn't spoil them, but it wouldn't be as fresh as keeping them in her space. Her super-efficient refrigerator was working perfectly. Anything edible was welcome to be stored inside. Li Rouge knew that whatever her dad ate, Su Xunli wouldn't miss out, and she guessed that today they would have an extra guest, Li Changshen. Thinking about the many guests at home today, she decided to take out a few fish. Fish is different from meat. If those two catch a whiff first, they would definitely suspect something. If they came back from the field without smelling anything, they would wonder where the fish came from. Even though she had indeed brought them out, she needed to show them first before confidently serving them. Just now, in the cart, she took out 2 big carp and a few medium catfish. Li Changshen kept glancing at their basket, but since it had a lid, he couldn't see inside. However, they could definitely smell the fishy or meaty scent. They could keep the 2 big carp for later, and the catfish could be made into a soup to enjoy with some dry flatbread. Li Rouge was busy cooking, while Li Rulon was inside putting the baby to sleep. Sun Fengqin thought about where her brothers would stay and went out to discuss it with Li Fubin. The couple started making plans. The west side was leveled, a large area, and while they wouldn't have time to build a house, they could set up a temporary shelter for a few days. Why didn't Sun Fengqin help with the meal? It seemed like her mother was born for this time. Look at her, she can do anything, washing, cooking, farming. Now, Sun is directing everyone to set up the shelter. She hardly heard Li Fubin speak, just her mother's loud voice shouting. Her mother had completely let go and was no longer pretending. She said that this way, everyone could quickly forget the old Sun Fengqin. It seemed like people were starting to forget her old self. Who would dare to call her weak now? Human memory is indeed selective. When Zhongling ran over, she heard the lively chatter and laughter in the yard and the delicious smell of stewed meat from the kitchen, making it feel a bit unreal. Her sister-in-law had changed so much. No wonder the people in the Li family were reluctant to mention her now. Old Lady Li would grit her teeth in regret every time Sun Fengqin was mentioned, saying they shouldn't have arranged that marriage with Li Fubin. Then, when Song Hohat said Sun Fengqin couldn't have sons, Old Lady Li would laugh and say it was all fate. Zhongling initially wanted to listen more, but after being scolded by Old Man Li, Old Lady Li stopped talking. Li Rouge looked up and saw Zhongling standing at the door. She never had a good impression of her sister-in-law, so she lowered her head and continued working, pretending not to see her. Seeing that Li Rouge ignored her, Zhongling huffed. The delicious smell of meat in the yard came from her brother, after all. Where would they get meat otherwise? She didn't believe the stories about begging for food. Zhongling suspected that her older brother had made a connection with Feng Yuanan, the person who helped Li Fubin's family. Perhaps that benefactor was indeed Feng Yuanan. I must say, the girl was partly right in her guess. As soon as Li Jiawang entered, he pulled Zhongling aside and pointed to a pile of things in the yard, whispering, "Wife, can you get us some meat later? If the grandparents are happy, they might accept our family's proposal." Zhongling looked at Li Jiawang as if he were foolish and replied, "With relatives like yours, it's better not to recognize them. Our family doesn't need that. Hey, your family is an outsider. My grandpa and dad will have to take care of you in the future. Don't be ungrateful and refuse. Go away. Did I ask you to come with me? Hurry back to your house and eat your wild vegetable pancakes." He was foolish. There was delicious meat here, brought by his wife's family. Why would he go back to eat wild vegetable pancakes? Li Jiawang and Zhongling both thought the meat in the pot was brought by Zhang's brothers. After being scolded by Zhongling, Li Jiawang closed his mouth but couldn't help but look around greedily, still feeling dissatisfied. Zhang's brothers had brought so many things. Surely they should share some meat with his family too. Although Li Rouge didn't hear what they said, she could guess from Li Jiawang's greedy expression. Just as Li Rouge was about to speak, she saw her older sister come out and closed her mouth again. "Where's my nephew?" As soon as Zhongling saw Li Rulon, she didn't greet her politely as a sister-in-law but coldly asked. You see, she might not be bad, but her lack of manners was quite annoying. Li Rulon, noticing her sister was looking at her, awkwardly smiled and quickly pointed inside. "Shanhua is in the house. Just fell asleep." You can go check on him." Unaware that she had once again made it onto Li Rouge's blacklist, Zhongling turned and went inside to see the child. Li Rouge stopped Li Jiawang from following her into the house and pointed toward the west side. "The men are working over there. Are you sure you don't want to go greet everyone first?" He wasn't a baby. His wife could walk a step ahead without worrying about being laughed at. She said this not to remind Li Jiawang to be polite, but simply because she didn't want him to enter their home. "Use your..." Li Jiawang initially wanted to say it's none of your business, but when he saw Li Rouge's expression, he realized that this girl was no longer the same as before. Even back then, she was not easy to bully and often caused trouble for them. Thinking about how Li Debeos had only a few injuries, each one was caused by this girl. His mother and sister-in-law didn't know, but he was aware of everything. And there was that time when his grandmother had a big bump on her forehead. His mother and Li Ruxia had given her a beating. In the end, Li Jiawang changed his words. "Well, I'll go say hello." She knew that calling Zhongling would definitely bring him along. Thinking about their pot of horse meat and a jar of fish soup, it felt like giving food to someone who wouldn't appreciate it. When she heard that her father had sent Xiao Rui away again, it was clear he was going to call Su Xuanli and Li Changshen. Sigh, there was no way around it. Her elder sister's family hadn't been assigned to a production team yet. It wouldn't be fair for Su Xuanli to take charge of everything, especially if Li Changshen, the team accountant, insisted on assigning her sister's family to a different team. Honestly, that wouldn't be a problem. Looking up and seeing Li Jiawang, Li Rouge took the opportunity to complain softly. "I can only make so much food. With so many people here, including unexpected guests, how can everyone eat enough to work in the afternoon?"
Rouge, how about?
Li Rulon started to speak but was interrupted by Li Rouge. "Sister, it's not that I don't want to share. I'm just worried that with so many people, Zhang's brothers are coming to our house for the first time, and they'll only get a half-full meal." With the window open, Li Rouge spoke just below it, and Zhongling naturally heard her. She was called by Rui, so the unexpected guests could only be her brothers. However, Zhongling wasn't upset. What Li Rouge said was true. The food was prepared based on the number of people. With one more person, they would have to share the food meant for her brothers with Li Jiawang. Zhongling stepped out and called out to Li Jiawang, who pretended not to hear. "Did you hear that? The food here isn't meant for you, so hurry back. You might still be able to get your share of the vegetable pancakes, or someone else might eat them." He was foolish to leave the meat here and go back for pancakes. I'm not going back," Li Jiawang said, glancing at his uncle and then at his brothers-in-law. Seeing that no one was stopping him, he stubbornly added, "Wherever you go, I will go too. If there's food for you, there has to be food for me." Li Rouge, the way the people in the Li family courtyard think, combined with their boldness, makes her unsure if they could conquer the world, but she is certain they won't be the first to starve. Comrade Sun Fengqin is gentle with her family, but ruthless with her enemies, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Li Jiawang has been in the Li family courtyard for many years. Although he hasn't openly mistreated them, he has caused trouble behind their backs. It was only after Zhongling entered the family that Li Jiawang's attitude toward them changed. While it wasn't great, he no longer bullied them like others did. Sun Fengqin wouldn't want to share anything with anyone from the Li family courtyard, especially since Li Jiawang is related to Song Ho Hot. Moreover, the original family was in despair when Rulon was exchanged for Jiang Dahua, and she can still feel the depth of their hopelessness. However, thinking about their two daughters, even if they were filled with anger and wished to burn down the Li family courtyard, they would ultimately just cry and then go back to their daily lives. Sun Fengqin felt that if she didn't hold grudges and treated Li Jiawang well, it would be unfair to the original family. She clearly remembers that when the original family was alive, they never treated Zhongling kindly. Perhaps in that weak woman's mind, the eldest daughter being exchanged and marrying a wild man in the mountains was all Zhongling's fault. Now the eldest daughter is doing well, and her husband is not as bad as rumored, so she has no complaints about Zhongling. But that doesn't mean she would greet Li Jiawang with a smile. Sun Fengqin remained silent with a stern face, and since the Jiang brothers were guests, they also didn't speak up. Li Fubin looked around and, seeing Jiangling's presence, waved his hand. Well, Chaoyang, since you're here, come help your uncle and the others with some work. Okay, what do you need me to do, third uncle? Just tell me. As long as they didn't send him away, he was happy to help. Jiangling remarked, there's no choice. Whether old or young, that family will do anything for a meal, without caring about their pride. Jiangling's words made Li Rouge laugh, recalling how that family always acted like they were fighting over food. Everyone eats what Grandma Li distributes, and it all goes into their own bowls. If you eat quickly, it's still your own portion. However, some people, like Li Ruxia and Li Daba, finish their food and then go to take others' portions. Thinking about this, Li Rouge felt a bit sorry for Jiangling and reminded her, you still have to eat soon. Why don't you go get the child? Li Rouge's words surprised Jiangling, and she replied honestly, I originally planned to come and take a look, then go back. I didn't think about staying for dinner. With your family, what will you eat when you go back? There probably won't even be any soup left. You should go get the child, Li Rulon added. Yes, go get them so your brothers can see, she continued. Okay, I'll go back now. Jiangling agreed, and quickly left. At that moment, Su Xuanli and Li Changshan, who had gone to the village to deliver seeds, arrived and immediately rolled up their sleeves to help with the work. Li Rulon then took out a lot of cured meat and jerky from her basket, probably around 20 to 30 pounds. As she hung it up in the kitchen, she shyly said, Sister, this meat is from my father-in-law for our family. I thought we would need it for building the house in a few days, so I didn't take it out. Right, keep it. This kind of salty meat can last, Li Rouge replied, realizing she might have worried her sister with her earlier comments. Sister, I wasn't talking about you, so don't think too much about it. I understand, but with so many mouths to feed, one big pot won't be enough. How about we set up my pot too? They had taken longer on the road because of all these items. They needed a big pot, a water tank, and a pickled vegetable jar. Without a wheelbarrow, it would have been hard to carry everything. Li Rouge admired how much the Jiang brothers managed to bring from so far away. All right, otherwise, the horse meat will need to be stewed longer. We can use your pot to cook, or maybe make some pancakes. They needed to make sure everyone was full. She felt that just one pot of pancakes wouldn't be enough, even with a jar of porridge. The two sisters quickly got to work and soon set up a big pot in the yard. The people who were building the shelter nearby caught the delicious smell and saw the sisters cooking for everyone. Li Rulon also brought out a lot of dried vegetables, which were tasty but needed to be soaked for a while before eating. Then the two sisters discussed it and decided to cut less bacon because they needed to save some for the days when they would be building the house. Li Rouge asked her older sister to cut a few slices just for flavor, and they also stir-fried some pickled bamboo shoots. Next, they stir-fried some mushrooms to make the dish look nice, and Li Rouge added some green leafy vegetables as well. They prepared 3 hot dishes, 1 cold dish, and a few small pickled vegetables. This was the standard for entertaining guests, even in the city. All 4 dishes were served in bowls, which was definitely enough to eat, but now it seemed they didn't have enough staple food. As Li Rouge was about to add water to wash the pot, Li Rulon stopped her. You don't need to wash it. I told you that you added too much oil, but you didn't believe me. Look, the pot is shiny, just add water. Her capable older sister really knew how to manage things. While saying this, she directly added water. After filling the pot halfway, Li Rulon cut some shepherd's purse, then sliced some pickled bamboo shoots and red chili peppers, and finally chopped some wild onions, adding a large handful into the pot. Her sister said she would make a pot of cornmeal noodles and insisted that no white flour was needed. Li Rouge had definitely eaten cornmeal noodles before, and back then, their family's coarse grains were specially supplied and reportedly much more expensive than fine grains. However, the coarse grain noodles she had back then were not made like her sister was making now. Her sister's method seemed simple, just throwing in whatever was available, but it was actually quite clever. Li Rouge felt that her sister's pot of noodles resembled a dish that would be made decades later in another place, sour and spicy, and very appetizing. From the original owner's memories, the Li family's courtyard had only a few ways to prepare cornmeal, like porridge, flatbreads, or steamed buns. If there were any variations, it would be wild vegetable dumplings, but in recent years, they hadn't been able to make those due to not having a big pot. So, her sister's method of making hot noodle soup must have been learned from the Zhang family. But where did the Zhang family learn it? Perhaps it was a unique way they created because they had a large bamboo forest and plenty of bamboo shoots to eat. Cornmeal is different from white flour. Although her sister's noodles were a bit broken, they looked much better than the porridge she made. It seemed not only better looking but also tastier. Li Rouge was busy helping her sister, and as soon as the aroma of the noodles filled the air, she made up her mind to have a big bowl of sour and spicy hot noodle soup today to satisfy her cravings. Time to eat. The little girl sent to call everyone for dinner had a loud voice that was becoming more like her mother's. A few people, already hungry and nearly drooling, quickly set down their tasks and hurried toward the wash basin as soon as they heard her call. Li Rouge had already prepared water for everyone to wash their hands. Washing hands before meals was a rule in Li Fubin's house. Su Xunli, who often ate at Li Fubin's home, knew their customs. The Jiang brothers seemed to have this habit already, but Li Changshun and Li Jiawang looked puzzled, wondering why they needed to wash their hands before eating. During the lunch break, everyone worked together to set up a temporary shelter for the Jiang brothers. Not to mention the speed, just look at how well off Li Fubin's family was. They noticed the old windows and doors this time. Although Su Xunli and Li Changshun didn't say much, they couldn't help but admire Li Fubin's capabilities. Of course, the windows and doors visible to others were just ordinary ones. The better ones had already been hidden away by the two men. The shelter was simple, without a proper bed, so they had to make do with wooden boards for a few days until they finished planting and could build a proper house. Moreover, Li Rulan and her son definitely couldn't sleep in the shelter with the men, so they would have to squeeze in with their parents for now. Then, Li Fubin was sent to the small room where his two daughters stayed, while the main room with the big bed became the space for the women and the little boy. Having their family come over caused quite a bit of trouble for the in-laws, especially with two younger sisters who were always busy. After washing his hands, Zhang Dahu didn't rush to sit down like the others. Instead, he came over to help serve soup and politely said to Li Rouge, "Second sister, you've worked hard today." Her brother-in-law, with a scruffy beard and tall stature, seemed rough, but was actually quite thoughtful. "It's fine, we're all family," Li Rouge replied with a smile, just as she noticed Zhang Ling entering the yard with her daughter. She quickly took the spatula from her sister's hands, saying, "Sister, go check on Zhang Ling's child. I can handle this." Zhang Ling's child was already over 9 months old, and it was their first time seeing the baby as the uncle and aunt. Li Rulan wiped her hands and pulled Zhang Dahu, saying, "Let's go see Zhang Ling's child." Li Rouge took the spatula and continued her sister's work, carefully lifting the pancakes from the pot and placing them in a basin. In the end, the large pot of pancakes filled a big basin to the brim. Comrade Sun Fengqin has already inspected everything and, seeing that her daughters made such a nice lunch without her help, must be quite pleased. However, with so many people and only one table, it was not enough. In the end, only Li Fubin and Zhang Dahu accompanied Su Xunli and Li Changshun to the table to eat, while everyone else squatted nearby with their bowls. There was a large bowl of noodles, a big plate of pancakes, and a pot of porridge. Seeing that his uncle's family made so much food, Li Jiawang was a bit stunned. Then, a few people brought dishes to the table. A small bowl of stir-fried pickled meat with sour bamboo shoots, a small bowl of mushrooms with wild vegetables, a large bowl of cold wild vegetables, and a clay pot of fragrant fish soup. Sun Fengqin took over her son-in-law's job and served each of them a bowl, including one for Li Jiawang, without holding back. To be honest, the fish soup was impressive. Given the limited resources, her daughter made it taste so good and look so nice. It was truly remarkable. It seems there is nothing her daughter cannot learn. While Comrade Sun Fengqin enjoyed this moment, Li Jiawang, under the watchful eyes of his older brothers-in-law, was much more subdued, squatting there with his bowl and not daring to move or look around. Why did the two older brothers-in-law and the two younger brothers-in-law seem to look down on him? What was wrong with him? He was the tallest among their group, but still shorter than the older brothers-in-law and younger brothers-in-law. But how could he compare? He heard their family often ate meat, which explained why they were so tall. Even Jiangling was tall. He wondered if eating better now would help him grow taller. Today's meal at his uncle's house was great, and he had to eat more. He heard fish soup was very nutritious, so Li Jiawang didn't mind the heat and took a big sip from his bowl. Ouch! It burned his tongue, but he didn't spit out the soup he had already tasted. His family had made fish soup before, but why didn't it taste this good? And how did his uncle's fish soup have no fishy smell at all? After burning his tongue with the soup, Li Jiawang quickly took a bite of the cold dish. Delicious, and it even had a hint of sweetness. He took a bite of the pancake. Wow, they often ate this at home, but it didn't taste like this. Li Jiawang thought this was already amazing, especially since it had been a long time since his family had such tasty food. On a hot day, with a child sleeping inside, a few days ago, Li Fubin saw a beautiful tree on the back mountain and asked his daughter to bring it back. It had been planted for several days, and the lush leaves seemed even greener, so it must be alive. Then, comrade son Fengqin asked Li Fubin to place the table under the tree, so even those who didn't sit at the table could crouch beneath it to eat without missing out on the dishes. At that moment, Li Changshan had the same thought as Li Jiawang, but his nose was sharper. He knew there must be better dishes not yet on the table because the smell of meat he detected was definitely not coming from the few dishes already served. Li Jiawang also noticed the smell, but he was less experienced and didn't dare to guess too much. He thought the meat smell came from the bowl of fish soup or the dish of meat stir-fried with sour bamboo shoots. So when Li Rouge brought over a bowl of meat, just looking at the color and smelling the aroma made everyone a bit restless. Su Shunli quickly put out his pipe, and Li Jiawang jumped up, exclaiming, "Wow, what kind of meat is this? It smells amazing." The Jiang family didn't lack meat, as they often stewed a wild chicken or rabbit, and sometimes, if lucky, they could get a deer or a goat. But honestly, when Li Rouge brought out this bowl of meat, which had some water radish in it, almost half radish and half meat, they couldn't even recognize what kind of meat it was. Li Changshan was also filled with mixed feelings, recalling how many years it had been since he had meat like this. It seemed like it was the year he accompanied his third uncle to his older cousin's house, where he had such meat dishes. What did his cousin's wife call this cooking method? Oh right, braised. In rural homes, even when cooking meat, they were reluctant to use soy sauce. Not to mention soy sauce, they wouldn't even use much salt. When stewing, they would just boil it in plain water, resulting in no color and no visible oil. It was surprising if the dish tasted good. But when Li Rouge cooked, she made sure to use plenty of Sichuan pepper, garlic, and soy sauce. They didn't have much vegetable oil at home, so she used just a little, but she had just tasted it, and it was really delicious. Even the big pancake, which was soaking in the soup, was incredibly tasty. Stop staring and start eating. Everyone eat more. We still have to go work in the fields after this. Li Fubin was busy organizing and distributing food. Each person got a large pancake, while Li Rouge and Li Rui only received half each. Li Rouge took a bite of her half and thought it was pretty good for her first time making pancakes, so she gave it to her father. However, she preferred the sour noodle soup made by her older sister. She was surprised at how delicious the corn noodles were. Seeing this, Zhang Ling realized that the meat didn't come from her older brother. Li Rouge and her father explained that they had gone to the city to get seeds and had bought some horse meat from a seller they met. They didn't mention where the money for the meat came from, and no one asked. Everyone was surprised to learn they were eating horse meat. Many people there had never tried it before. Besides the three who traveled from another world, only Su Shunli could claim to have eaten horse meat once. Jiang Dahu, who had been quiet, also thought to himself that he had tried it once, but it didn't taste as good as what his second sister made, or maybe he just forgot how it tasted over the years. They shared 3 main dishes, along with many vegetables and meat, and by the end, there was no soup left. Everyone said they were full. Li Jiawang, having finished his meal, didn't want to leave and suggested to Jiang Ling that they could share food with his uncle's family. Li Rouge, who initially looked down on him, found it hard not to laugh at his suggestion. Ling rarely enjoyed a good meal. Her sister-in-law took over the task of feeding the children, so not only did Ling eat well, but her daughter also had fish soup and porridge made with meat broth. The little girl's belly was round, showing she had eaten well, and as a mother, Ling felt happier than if she had eaten herself. Ling had to work in the fields in the afternoon. Originally, they had left their little girl at home, claiming that Grandma Li would watch her. In reality, the old lady hardly paid attention to the girl, only occasionally asking the older kids to help. If the little one needed to go to the bathroom, they had to wait for Ling to return. So when her sister-in-law suggested leaving the child there and picking her up after work, Ling's eyes filled with tears. However, she was used to being stubborn and found it hard to say nice things to anyone. "No need. You just arrived and haven't unpacked yet. It's fine without my help and you don't need to watch over Xiao." Listening to this, it's clear that only her older sister has the patience for such talk. Otherwise, she would have ignored her long ago. After Su Xuanli and Li Changshun finished their meal, they left. When it was time for Li Jiawang and Ling to go, Li Rulan wanted to give her sister-in-law a piece of meat, but Ling refused it. Why wouldn't she want it? It's meat, and such a big piece. It must weigh about a pound. Not wanting it seems silly, right? Li Jiawang was still quite afraid of Zhang Dahu. His serious demeanor was intimidating, so he wanted to suggest that Ling take it, but didn't dare to say it out loud, only mumbling to himself. In the end, Ling kicked him hard, which made him stop thinking about it, but his eyes couldn't help but keep glancing at the piece of meat. It was quite a funny sight, making Li Rouge almost laugh out loud several times. One must admit, a person's upbringing is very important. It's hard to imagine how Ling could manage to live with someone like him and actually teach him anything. In the countryside, there are customs. When a child under 1-year-old visits someone's home for the first time, not only should money be given, but also a piece of thread. After being kicked by Ling, Li Jiawang, who had to hold the child and get ready to leave, saw that his third aunt had given his daughter a white thread and 50 cents, which excited him greatly. "Hey, third aunt, when your family builds the house in a few days, I'll bring Ping'an along, and we can come over early." "Huh, don't make empty promises. With your mother like that, do you think she would agree to help us?" Sun Fengqin said bluntly. "Not third aunt, we can come secretly." "No way, I don't want your mother coming back to say that this house was built with her son's help, and that means you need to give us a room." Thinking about his mother's behavior, ever since she found out she couldn't be the women's director, she stopped pretending to be nice. Li Jiawang really couldn't say that she wouldn't do something like that. "Alright, if you really want to help, just come over early when the time comes."
No need to talk about it now.
With one sentence from Ling, Li Jiawang immediately nodded eagerly in agreement. When he saw his third aunt smile, he felt quite pleased, thinking that his wife really knew how to talk. Indeed, one sentence from her was worth 10 from him. It's not surprising that two people with such contrasting personalities can manage to get through life together. It's not a bad thing for a couple to have different personalities. It can help them complement each other. It's best if they see each other's traits as strengths, making life easier together. For example, in their family, Boss Lee isn't very talkative, but Teacher Sun can talk a lot when he's not busy. When everyone left, even the Zhang brothers went to work. Su Xunli felt a bit shy and suggested they take a break and go to work tomorrow instead. Later, Zhang Dahu said they came early because they knew the village would be busy after the rain, so they rushed over. Hearing this made Su Xunli excited, and even Li Changshan had to admit that Li Fubin's son-in-law was very different from what people said. Since Li Rulan got married, no one in the Li family has said anything nice. He heard Zhang Chaoyang say that Li Rulan's husband looked scary. Sure enough, you can't trust what the Li family says. Even if you line them up, none could compare to this young man's good looks. Initially, they thought about splitting the Jiang family's workers into 2 teams, but after a meal, the Jiang brothers ended up in Team 4, and Zhang Dahu might be promoted to Team Accountant. The previous accountant from Team 4 had a hard time when he went to the commune for relief grain. He really wasn't good at it. Just a few days ago, he made another mistake and seemed either scared or scolded by Su Xunli. Since then, Li Baozhen has been following Li Changshan around for advice, no matter the time of day. So, when they heard about changing the accountant, Li Changshan was the first to agree. However, they only talked about it for now. The final decision would need to be discussed by several village leaders. Lu Changxi, the secretary, is still around, so they need to hear his opinion. But it's possible that Deputy Secretary Zhao from the commune has already said he would send someone to investigate Lu Changxi after things settle down. Moreover, Lu Changxi's work might already be on hold. Otherwise, he would have been in the village more these past few days. Li Jiazhong village doesn't have a school, not even an elementary school, which gives some parents a reason not to send their kids to school. Some children who do go to school only attend sporadically. You see, in the morning they walk to school with their backpacks, and in the evening they come back with them. It doesn't necessarily mean they went to study. Maybe a few friends just decided to run off to the mountains or play by the river. Although Li Baozhen attended junior high for a few days, his actual skills are probably even worse than those who finished elementary school seriously. It's hard to find anyone else to be an accountant like him. Now, with Jiang Dahu in the fourth team, Li Changshan tested him, but he didn't dare to continue because he was afraid he would embarrass himself. So when Li Fubin said Jiang Dahu had some education, Li Changshan tested him on the spot, and it seems this matter is basically settled. Zheng Chang is probably happy now. He just got 4 laborers and a team accountant, which will surely make his job as team leader much easier. So, nothing comes for free. Otherwise, how could the team accountant just be appointed like that? Have you seen how Li Changshan is now speaking up for their family? The saying a mouthful of food makes you indebted is really true. In the afternoon, Li Rouge didn't go to work, and Li Roland stayed home to take care of the children, so she didn't go either. Xiao Rui and Pan Di, along with Zhao Xiaohua, joined the group making mud bricks. After eating, they ran off to work. Li Rouge had just finished helping her sister organize things when the little boy woke up. He probably found the surroundings a bit strange, and the usually quiet baby cried out loudly when he saw no one in the room. Don't cry, mommy is here." When a mother hears her child cry, she moves as if she has wings. Li Rouge noticed her sister running just like comrade son Fengqin, and she felt a deep admiration. When Xiao Rui was hit, her mother ran that fast, and she always thought her mother must have trained to run like that. It seems all mothers have some skills, wow. "Sister, I'm going to the river to look for Rui. I'll be back to help with dinner." "Okay, it's really hot today. Make sure Rui comes back early, and don't let her go into the water."
Got it.
She wanted to stroll by the river, but really, she wanted to see how the kids making mud bricks for their family were doing. Li Rouge now carries a basket wherever she goes. From a distance, she saw the kids working hard, and her basket suddenly filled with a big bucket of water and a wooden bowl. "Hey kids, you must be thirsty. Come over and drink some water and take a break." She originally wanted to use a military water bottle to give everyone some water, but then she thought that one bottle wouldn't be enough, so she brought her wooden bucket instead. Seeing that there were indeed 20 or 30 small children, Li Rouge felt relieved that she had brought a big bucket. Most of the water in the bucket was well water from the village, which she had filled at home, and the rest was from her space. The children rushed over, their little faces flushed, and some were so sweaty that their hair and clothes were soaked, yet they were still working hard. Seeing the children working so hard, Li Rouge wondered if she had paid them a bit too little for their efforts. Although it was easy for them to get clay and water here, they only needed to mix it and put into molds. Li Rouge had said from the start that once the clay dried, they wouldn't need to worry about moving the bricks. Her family would hire someone for that. She initially thought this work wouldn't tire the children, especially the boys who often played with mud at home. But with the heat, if the kids kept working like this, they would surely get dehydrated. Li Rouge wasn't a wealthy landowner. Her intention was to keep the kids occupied and prevent them from running around or playing in the river. While she checked the quality of the bricks, the children were already drinking water. With Li Rui watching, no one was allowed to drink too much or push ahead. They lined up properly. Worried that one bucket wouldn't be enough for everyone, they decided that each child would first get half a bowl. The kids were likely very thirsty, and maybe the water was tasty, because each child gulped down half a bowl without stopping for breath. After finishing, one child quietly wondered why the water tasted a bit sweet. Why else? It must have sugar in it. When the children heard they were drinking sweet water, those at the back became even more anxious. As soon as the line started to stir, Li Rui quickly stood firm and shouted, "Everyone stay in line. If I see anyone cutting in, I'll deduct their pay." This child was quite strict. Not letting them drink water wasn't even the punishment. She would take away their wages directly. These kids usually didn't see a single cent, and earning a dime in a day was a big deal. Even those who worked less could make 5, 6, or 7 cents. So, Li Rui's shout was effective, and immediately, the kids trying to push forward settled down. A full bucket of water is definitely enough to drink. As for how Sister Go managed to carry such a full bucket, no one, including Li Rui, thought about it. Country kids can work hard. They usually go into the mountains to gather firewood, and a bundle of firewood is much heavier than this bucket of water. Not long ago, when watering the fields, both adults and children carried buckets of water to the fields until the river was dry, and each team managed to save a patch of cornfield. With the recent rain, the corn that each team needs to survive has grown quite tall, and they have finally started planting. Some people even say that the corn seeds planted are not worth it and would be better off shared for eating since planting them seems pointless. Fortunately, these corn seeds were borrowed from Li Fubin, so if there's no harvest, they don't have to be returned. Otherwise, Su Xuanli and Huang Zhenfei might not be able to handle the pressure. The group of kids, who had just felt hot and tired, felt refreshed after drinking water, and without anyone asking, they quickly went back to work. Just now, she noticed that the mud bricks the kids were carrying were all well made. None were poorly done. Li Rouge called Li Rui over. Her little girl was working with others to make bricks, not just to earn money for themselves, but probably to save some for the family. While wiping the sweat from Rui's face, Li Rouge said with concern, "Sister is at home taking care of the little ones and has to cook for so many people. She must be very busy. You shouldn't do this brick-making work anymore." When the little girl heard her sister say this, she quickly nodded and promised to go back and help her sister, without asking, "What are you going to do? Why aren't you helping sister with dinner?" Their little girl is so lovable and understanding, much better than silly Li Daba. Speaking of which, she just saw that silly Li Daba was also in the crowd. That kid is treated like royalty in the Li family. How could he be doing this kind of work for money? Moreover, he's earning their family's money. The adults in the Li family probably don't know about this. Otherwise, Grandpa Li and Grandma Li would be furious. Li Rouge watched for a while and realized that Li Daba seemed to be afraid of a kid named Taidan. It looked like he was forced to come here. It seems that the other boys here also listened to that kid. But that kid is really capable. He looks only about 10 years old, yet he works quickly and skillfully, not losing to the adults at all. Li Rouge pulled Rui over and quietly asked, "Whose child is that Taidan? How old is he?" At Li Daju's house, his mother is Aunt Kaiwa. Every time our aunties bully our mom, no one dares to speak up except Aunt Kaiwa, who always stands up for her. Otherwise, why would I have called Taidan over? As Zairi spoke, she seemed to remember something and looked at her second sister in confusion. "Second sister, why don't you remember Taidan?" I remember, Li Rouge replied, recalling some details as she listened to Li Rui. "How could I forget? His sister is Dakwi, and he has an older brother named Dadi. Tiedon's real name is Erdi, and they have a little sister named Xiaotsue, right?" Yes. The little girl patted her chest. "Oh my, I was so scared just now. I thought you weren't my second sister anymore." Hee. The little girl almost figured it out, but thankfully, she got herself confused again. "Well, sis, can you go call Taidan over? Second sister has something to tell him." "Okay." The energetic little girl bounced off and soon returned with Taidan, who was working. Li Rouge didn't have much to say to Taidan, just one important thing. This work with the mud bricks will take us a few more days. It won't be finished in just 4 days, so don't rush. Just do what you can for now. After a few days, when we finish planting, your family can help with the rest. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Taidan nodded. "Got it. Are you worried we'll get too tired? Rouge sister? Haha, you're quite clever. Yes, you all are too young, and it's so hot. If you keep working like this, you'll definitely wear yourselves out. It's fine. Taidan wiped the sweat from his face and smiled. You're overthinking it. Even if we weren't helping you, we wouldn't just sit around. We're used to the sun. That won't do. It's easy to get heat stroke like this. They probably didn't know what heat stroke was. If you notice anyone with a headache, don't let them work, okay? And keep an eye on the girls too. From now on, I'll leave things here to you and Rui. Of course, I won't have you manage it for free. How about I give you an extra 5 cents a day? Li Rouge wasn't really sure about the value of money now. Was 5 cents too little? After saying this, she regretted it before Taidan could respond. If you think that's too little.
Deal.
It's settled then, Rouge sister. You can't go back on your word. After Taidan finished speaking, he ran off before Li Rouge could say anything. This kid acted too hastily. If he had waited just 2 more seconds to speak, his management fee would have increased to a dime. After several busy days, we finally planted all the seeds in the ground. Recently, the commune sent people to investigate Su Xunli's accusation against Lu Changxi for being irresponsible and spreading rumors in the village. When the 2 officials arrived in the village, they heard that the Li family village and Kaoshan Tun were busy planting corn. The seeds were brought by one of the involved parties, a man named Li Fubin, so there was nothing left to investigate. The 2 officials turned around and left. Zhao Tini was not surprised to hear that Li Fubin knew Chaoyang. What was so surprising? It was not difficult for the Zhao family to get some corn seeds, especially since Chaoyang was quite bold. His brother had said that as long as that kid thought it was the right thing to do, he wouldn't hesitate to act. Planting corn was definitely the right choice because of its high yield, but the problem was the timing. At this season, planting corn could lead to a situation where the seeds might not be harvested. What to do? Just pretend not to know for now. Once the seeds are in the ground, it's a done deal. Zhao Tiniu was steady on his side, which also gave Lu Changxi an opportunity. Ever since he was suspended, Lu Changxi had not been idle. He didn't expect the situation to escalate like this. How did those 2 people, who he thought were easy to bully, become so formidable? If Sun Fengqin hadn't gone to find Li Changqing and his wife to things out of proportion, Lu Changxi was sure it wouldn't have affected him at all. Which of the village women didn't enjoy gossip? If someone talked to someone else, they could create a story out of it. It was no big deal. Why would it lead to a fight? Lu Changxi couldn't understand how things escalated. He had never seen someone like Sun Fengqin who even dared to hit a man. Crazy, crazy. Indeed, that family had gone mad. His eldest son worked as a messenger in the commune. While his position wasn't powerful, he certainly had access to information. As soon as he heard that Su Xunli had reported him to the commune, before the 2 secretaries could talk to him, Lu Changxi hurriedly went to them and shifted all the blame onto his wife. He thought that by doing this, he would only face a reprimand for not managing his household well, or have to write a self-criticism, and that would be the end of it. But from what he heard from Deputy Secretary Zhao, it seemed he might lose his position as the village leader. Lu Changxi was feeling a bit anxious. He had spent the whole day doing nothing, enjoying a comfortable life with his earned credits. If he were to be dismissed, their family's household registration was still in Lijiazwang, which meant he would have to go back to work. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He quickly changed into clean clothes, took $2, and headed to the town. His eldest son-in-law was now the deputy town mayor, so surely he could help. If that didn't work, his daughter's boyfriend was the secretary to the county mayor, which should be useful. Even though he was worried, Lu Changxi still felt somewhat confident. He thought this wasn't a big deal. It was just that his wife liked to visit others and overheard things she shouldn't have. She then spoke out of turn. It was Su Xunli who was making a big fuss about it, trying to use this small issue to get him in trouble. At first, Lu Changxi stayed home for a couple of days, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt he couldn't let it go, so he went to his daughter's house. When he arrived in town, he didn't hide anything. He thought it wasn't a big deal, so why should he be suspended? After explaining the situation, his son-in-law, the deputy town mayor, began to analyze it with him. Wang Mingli shared Lu Changxi's view, believing that Su Xunli was trying to cause trouble for his father-in-law by blowing this small issue out of proportion. However, while he said this, he was also frustrated with his mother-in-law for stirring up trouble. He wondered why they couldn't just enjoy their peaceful lives without running to Lijiazwang and talking too much. It seemed that rural women loved to gossip, and his mother-in-law was particularly clueless, believing everything she heard. But would he dare to say that out loud? Of course not. Everyone in Qingshan town knew that Deputy Mayor Wang was afraid of his wife, having lost most of his hair from the stress. Then, in front of his father-in-law, Wang Mingli called the Qingshan commune. Lu Jiafeng answered the phone. Seeing no one around, he felt free to speak with his brother-in-law and brother-in-law. He said, "Both secretaries are not here. Secretary Zhang is in the hospital, and Secretary Zhao is out in the countryside. They said if there's nothing urgent, don't bother them. I guess they're avoiding you." He anticipated that his father-in-law would come looking for him, and now it seemed they were all hiding. Wang Mingli didn't need his brother-in-law to remind him about this matter. He had already guessed it. After hanging up the phone angrily, he became even more upset and decided to stir things up a bit more with Lu Changxi. "Dad, it seems my position as deputy town mayor isn't enough. Why don't you go to the county and look for Hongxia and Song Jian? I can't believe they would ignore a call from the county mayor's secretary." Of course, they wouldn't dare. After hearing this, Lu Changxi immediately stood up and didn't even glance at his son-in-law before heading to the county to find his younger son-in-law. It made Wang Mingli wonder how he could have been so blind to choose such a family for himself. And then there was that brother-in-law who would rush over to their house every few days. Thinking about these people gave Wang Mingli a headache. He felt like pulling out the few remaining hairs on his head and wished he could forget the Lu family altogether. While Lu Changxi was busy running around for his own matters, what was Su Xunli doing? When Lu Changlin called, it just so happened that Deputy Secretary Zhao was at the commune. He answered the phone and summarized the situation, then took the opportunity to mention that the Li family village had already planted early corn. This matter couldn't be kept secret for long, and he was eager to discuss what Su Xunli had been busy with day and night while Lu Changxi was running around. Back then, the phones were quite old-fashioned, requiring you to dial each number individually, and privacy wasn't very strong. In a poor place like Linqing County, having two phones was already impressive. So when Lu Changlin made the call, Lu Hongxia's partner, Secretary Song, was standing nearby and became increasingly embarrassed as he listened. He didn't know the details but heard his partner cry a few times, genuinely thinking that his future father-in-law was being wronged. He hurried to report the situation to the leadership, insisting that this matter was definitely true, as the victim was standing right outside the door. Song Jian was someone whom Lu Changlin valued for both his writing skills and his hardworking nature. He understood that his secretary wasn't the type to neglect the bigger picture for personal reasons, which is why he decided to let him listen carefully. Some matters couldn't be trusted based on one side of the story alone. So when he heard Song Jian's report, he couldn't say he believed it completely, but he didn't dismiss it entirely either. He certainly couldn't pry into Song Jian's personal issues, but he had heard about his partner from his wife. If today, I just let Song Jian handle this matter, without understanding the situation, he would completely fall into the hands of Lu Changxi and his daughter. As soon as he hung up the phone, Lu Changlin stared at Song Jian, considering whether to say something and how to say it. In the end, as a leader, he could only say, "Xiao Song, in our line of work, when looking for a partner, you can't just focus on looks." Yes. Song Jian felt embarrassed like never before, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, unsure how to explain, so he just kept agreeing. "Let's go, we should head out and take a look. I heard the farmers have been very motivated these days. We should experience it ourselves." "Yes, I'll arrange a car for you right away." The county committee only had one jeep, and any leader needing a car had to notify in advance. Otherwise, no matter if you were the county head or the secretary, if the car wasn't available, there was nothing you could do. Lu Changlin's decision to go to the countryside was sudden, and Song Jian worried the car might have been dispatched, so he hurried to get it. Fortunately, the car was still there. After arranging it, Song Jian rushed back to prepare what the leader needed to take. Running back and forth, Song Jian had no time to inform Lu Changxi and his daughter. So, when he saw the car coming out of the courtyard with him inside, the father and daughter, who were almost dozing off, perked up.
Song Jian.
Seeing the car didn't seem to be stopping, Lu Hongxia quickly waved and shouted. On such a hot day, the car had no air conditioning, so the windows were all open. Hearing someone call his name, Song Jian remembered his girlfriend and future father-in-law were still waiting at the entrance. Although Lu Chonglin hadn't met Song Jian's girlfriend, he recognized her beauty and recalled what his wife had said about Xiao Song's partner looking good, but having a bit of a character issue. Remembering Song Jian's report about Qingshan Commune and wanting to stand up for his future father-in-law, he guessed who this father-daughter pair was. Let them get in. It'll be a bit cramped, but let's all go to Qingshan Commune together, he said. He couldn't just listen to Deputy Secretary Zhao. It was a good opportunity to hear both sides. Lu Chonglin was not idle. He had to manage even such matters since his secretary had brought the situation to him. Moreover, Zhao Tinia mentioned that Li Jiazhuang and Kaoshan Tun had planted early corn, which was extremely important for the grain-scarce Linqing County. He naturally wanted to see the situation for himself. With the leader saying this, Song Jian couldn't refuse to let Lu's father and daughter in the car. He just hoped they would keep quiet and not make things worse. Before getting out of the car, Song Jian silently prayed. He didn't expect that when he heard the county chief was personally going to Qingshan Commune, Lu Changxi would become so excited. Indeed, Wang Mingli was right. This son-in-law of his was quite impressive, as even the county chief wanted to support him personally. Feeling proud, Lu Changxi began his speech as soon as he got in the car, talking about how hard he had worked in the grassroots for the past 10 years, how much he cared for the people, and so on. I must say, this person is quite the talker. Lu Chonglin, sitting in the front, initially listened with a smile, but when he asked a few questions, especially about the early corn planting, Lu Changxi acted as if he knew nothing. Lu County Chief could no longer listen and simply closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair to pretend to sleep. Now, Song Jian was sweating not just from his forehead but all over. He quickly signaled to his companion beside him and whispered, "The leader is tired. Please let Uncle wait a moment. We can talk after we get out." Lu Hongxia worked as a sales clerk in a department store, which was a good job nowadays. Plus, she was attractive. Otherwise, how could she have found someone like Song Jian? A good job and good looks only reflect a person's exterior. As for the interior, Lu Hongxia hadn't even finished middle school and was raised under Cheng Qiaozhen's influence, only wanting to marry a good man and live well. There wasn't much depth there. However, this girl managed to win over Song Jian, so it must not just be her looks. She was also quite charming with her words. Noticing that Song Jian seemed a bit unhappy, Lu Hongxia quickly nodded and turned to her father, softly repeating Song Jian's words to him. Lu Changxi, who was almost lost in his own thoughts, quickly made a shushing gesture when he heard his daughter say that, happily closing his mouth. Su Xuanli and the two secretaries from the commune, if you don't apologize publicly this time, I'll have my son-in-law remove you all. No, even if they apologize, Su Xuanli, the team leader, won't keep his position. And Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin, those two useless people dared to act superior. This time, I'll show them how their little arms can't withstand his strong legs. It didn't take long for the recognizable vehicle from Linqing County to arrive at Qingshan Commune, as it only took less than an hour for a big cart to travel several dozen miles. The old secretary rarely came anymore due to health reasons, unless there was something special. The few officials who came to greet them were led by Zhao Tiniu, who held the highest position. When he saw Lu Changxi and his daughter getting out of the car, Zhao Tiniu was momentarily surprised but quickly extended his hand to shake hands with Lu Chonglin. County Head Lu, you didn't mention you were coming in your call. Why this sudden visit? Oh, I heard you say that Li Jiazhuang and Kaoshan village have planted early corn, so I couldn't wait to come and see. Let's skip going inside and head to those two villages now. The road over there isn't very good, and we still have to walk a few miles through the mountains. The car definitely can't go up there. How about we go inside for some water first? I can arrange for an ox cart, Zhao Tiniu suggested. Forget the ox cart. Let's just park the car here. I see you have some bicycles. Is it okay if we borrow one to ride? Lu Chonglin had already noticed the bicycles. Of course, that's no problem. Let's ride the bikes, Zhao Tiniu replied with a smile. With two high-ranking officials talking, no one else had the chance to interject, which made Lu Chongxi quite anxious. Why wasn't County Head Lu driving to the village? They could have gone directly to Lijiazwang without stopping at the commune, and the car could have easily entered the village. Oh no, if he returned to the village in a car. The more Lu Chongxi thought about it, the more he felt it was a missed opportunity to show himself. He tried to speak up several times but saw that County Head Lu didn't even glance his way. At least he had some self-awareness and ended up regretting the chance to make an impression. If only the car could go straight into the village like before. If he got out of the car, who would dare to look down on him after that? Didn't Zhao Tiniu look stunned when he saw him get out of the car? Now he knows who has the backing, right? If Zhao Tiniu felt that way, there was no need to mention the less knowledgeable villagers of Lijiazwang. Lu Chongxi could easily imagine how it would be if he returned to the village in a car with County Head Lu. He wouldn't even need to say anything, and everyone would automatically think what he wanted them to think. After that, not just in Lijiazwang, but throughout the entire Qingshan commune, no one would dare to provoke his family. While Lu Chongxi was happily imagining his bright future, Zhao Tiniu was also pondering the situation. Why didn't Lu Chonglin mention Lu Chongxi's demotion? What was the plan there? Zhao Tiniu certainly recognized Lu Chongxi's daughter. Not only did he know her, but every official in the commune would recognize her too. This girl is quite the celebrity in the Qingshan commune. Among the young officials who stood here, who could say they never had a crush on her. Unfortunately, she always had high standards and later got taken away by her sister's husband to work in the county, which made everyone give up their hopes. Now, seeing Lu Hongxia and Secretary Song together, with their charming looks and affectionate gazes, everyone understands what's going on. No wonder Lu Jiefeng boasts all the time, saying his sister's husband is just a deputy town mayor and not a big deal, while his future brother-in-law will hold a more significant position. Being a secretary to a leader may not be a high-ranking job, but it certainly carries more weight than most ordinary officials. Just look at how Secretary Song's words made the county head come personally to support Lu Chongxi. The few commune officials who knew about this were all thinking along the same lines. Even Zhao Tiniu couldn't figure out why County Head Lu was visiting this time. However, as long as County Head Lu didn't mention Lu Chongxi's matter, he surely wouldn't bring it up himself, so everyone decided to play dumb for now. When the two leaders met, they talked about the drought in various villages and the distribution of relief grain. Once the conversation circled back to the early corn planted in Lijiazwang and Kaoshan village, there was no chance to discuss anything else. Lu Chongxi understood that his issue was not significant in the eyes of the higher-ups, so he wasn't anxious and kept smiling as he followed behind. The leaders were going to inspect Lijiazwang, and those in the commune who had bicycles were all requisitioned. Zhao Tiniu had an old bicycle, but it was still rideable. Most of the accompanying officials, whether their bikes were new or old, had one for convenience and a bit of pride. In these times, having a bicycle was quite good. Only Boss Li had a car, and he didn't dare to drive it out. It wasn't hard for County Head Lu and Secretary Song to borrow bicycles. Soon, the head of the Agricultural Electricity Department brought his new bike, along with a female colleague from the Women's Federation who brought a fairly new bicycle too. Since County Head Lu rarely visited, many people from the commune accompanied him, and naturally, some without bikes had to find their own way. Lu Chongxi rode his son's newly bought bicycle, not needing anyone's permission, and no one was stopping him. He was happy to follow along since they were going to Lijiazwang. Actually, Song Jian intended to keep Lu Chongxi from tagging along, but he couldn't persuade his father-in-law, who had become quite inflated with pride and who would soon be his father-in-law. In this situation, Song Jian couldn't talk too much with Lu Chongxi, so he lowered his voice and asked Lu Hongxia to say a few words. Lu Hongxia couldn't really persuade her father. After a few unsuccessful attempts, the girl angrily went home. With a group of about 10 people, Adding one more, or losing one didn't matter much. Everyone gathered around County Chief Liu, and not many people approached Liu Changxi. Occasionally, someone, out of respect for Secretary Song, would chat with him, mainly to ask about the early corn planting in Li family village. He had only heard about the early corn planting today when County Chief Liu asked him, leaving him confused. What season is it to be planting corn? Su Shunli must be going crazy trying to climb the ranks. If he plants seeds now, he might not even be able to harvest them and will only end up with some big corn stalks. Haha, they could be used to feed cows and horses, or dried for firewood. What else would they be good for? Liu Changxi felt happier the more he thought about it, believing that he didn't even need to say anything. Su Shunli was already digging his own grave. Riding his bicycle among the group of officials, Liu Changxi pretended to walk into Li family village with everyone, smiling broadly like a peacock showing its feathers. After a few busy days, today was the first day of finishing the planting, so they definitely needed a couple of days off for everyone to rest. You could see how tired everyone was while working. They looked like they could fall asleep right on the ground. But when it was mentioned that they could take a break for a couple of days to catch up on sleep, no one actually lay down during the day for a long nap. Especially with the seeds just planted, the villagers were already thinking about the next rain, worried about drought and low rainfall. If it didn't rain for months, all their hard work would be for nothing. So early in the morning, some went into the mountains to dig vegetables, some went to cut grass for cows and horses to earn work points, and others went mushroom picking. Of course, after a few tiring days, not everyone had the energy to work right away. After finishing planting yesterday, some could hardly get up to work today. Those who stayed home got up early, had a bowl of thin porridge, and went to the big poplar tree at the village entrance. This was the place where the village's latest news spread, and since many hadn't been there for a few days, it felt like they had missed out on significant events, so a lot of people came early. When Liu Changxi and the leaders entered the village around 9 or 10 in the morning, it was also when the villagers were gathered the most. Seeing this scene and hearing that these people were county leaders, the villagers automatically thought Liu Changxi must have been promoted. In the past few days, I worked with Li Fubin's family, and many people have come to see them in a new light. They think the couple is quite nice, much better than before when they would keep their heads down and not speak to anyone. Especially Li Fubin, who helped the village by bringing so many corn seeds. Although the seeds have just been planted, and we don't know if they will yield a harvest, it has given everyone hope. So, those who know about the past issues between Li Fubin's family and Liu Changxi quickly slipped away from the crowd to visit Li Fubin's home when they saw Liu Changxi looking so pleased with himself. Li Fubin's family has been very busy these past few days. The children's first batch of mud bricks has already dried. Li Rouge asked everyone how many bricks they made each day and had Taidaner keep track of it all, making sure to settle the payments. For those who couldn't write their names, Taidaner recorded them in his own way, as long as it was clear. It's not easy for kids to earn money, and many families had adults helping out. Taidaner and Rui had informed her about this, but Li Rouge pretended not to know. 30 bricks earned just 10 cents, and some families seemed to really need that money. Taidaner mentioned that his family was in need because his mother hadn't used salt in days, saying they couldn't afford it. Too much salt isn't good, but not having any is worse. So, the children were earning money not just for candy, but to buy salt for their families? Li Rouge realized how innocent these kids were. She thought they would keep the money for themselves, but most of them, like Taidaner, intended to give it to their families. Of course, Taidaner accepted the management fee of 5 cents they had agreed upon, and in this situation, he couldn't ask for a raise until he achieved something significant. However, she could still support him in other ways, like providing pencils and notebooks for recording, which Li Rouge supplied, even giving him an extra set as a reward for his good record-keeping. Her son earned so much money for Li Fubin's family and received a notebook and pencils. So, early this morning, Aunt Kai brought her daughter over to help with the mud bricks, thanking them profusely and saying they shouldn't have to pay. You've already given money to others, and Taidaner has made the most bricks and done the best work, so there's no need to feel awkward. When son Fengqin said this, Aunt Kai felt much happier. In the village, People help each other without expecting payment. However, her husband couldn't do heavy work, and he hadn't helped others in years. She worried that when her family needed help, no one would come. So early in the morning, she quickly brought her daughter along. They couldn't help with building houses, but they could move mud bricks and push them around, so they decided to help with that. Aunt Kai realized she really enjoyed listening to son Fengqin. It was strange how comforting her words were. Aunt Kai's family was part of a small group, and since the trio arrived, she hadn't interacted much with them. However, she witnessed the confrontation between son Fengqin and the Li couple. At first, she was puzzled and thought son Fengqin seemed different. But after considering the family situation and seeing the strange people in the Li family courtyard, she understood everything. She even helped explain to others that son Fengqin's changes were due to the pressure from the Li family. Son Fengqin and Li Rouge didn't know this, but they had a good impression of Aunt Kai. When they heard that Aunt Kai's daughter was looking for a match, they began to observe her. Even Li Roland was interested in the girl. Although Dakui wasn't very tall, she was about 1.6 meters. As for her looks, it was hard to say if a country girl was pretty or not. Years of hard work had left her face tanned, making her look quite different. San, who was already 23. He had lived in the mountains, and girls from outside didn't want to marry into the mountains, while there were few girls in the mountains. This delayed their marriage plans. Before they left, old Master Zhang reminded Li Roland to help find suitable brides for San Hu and Si Hu when they reached Li village. Li Roland mentioned this to her mother on the day she arrived, thinking her mother would know about the suitable girls. To her surprise, her mother knew even less than she did. Well, there was nothing she could do. She didn't know that son Fengqin had changed and that her memories of this life were selective. Everyone's memories were like this. If they hadn't seen someone, they couldn't remember all the villagers, especially those who were unimportant to their original selves. As soon as she sees someone, she can quickly recall their information, like their name and family situation. When she saw Aunt Kai and Dechui, son Fengqin remembered their family and thought they were quite nice. Son Fengqin is not a hesitant person. When she thinks of something, she acts on it. Especially since Dechui is already 18, and it seems Aunt Kai is quite eager about this matter. Son Fengqin pulled Aunt Kai over and pointed to Jiang Sanhu, who was energetically pushing a cart of mud, and asked, "Aunt, what do you think of that young man?" "Which one?" There were many villagers helping Li Fubin today, and several young men around. The sun was bright, and Aunt Kai could hardly open her eyes, so she didn't notice Jiang Sanhu, the one pushing the wheelbarrow. He is the third uncle of our Roland, tall and good-looking. And, importantly, you can see he is hard-working. Even before Li Daju's back injury, he wasn't very capable. Otherwise, Aunt Kai wouldn't have to work harder than the men. Women can be capable, but it's often because the men push them to be. So, Aunt Kai wanted to find a strong man for her daughter, ideally someone from Li family village or nearby, so he could help out when needed. However, the young men around Li family village were either not suitable or had family issues. Knowing someone well makes it harder to find a match because everyone is too familiar with each other. When Aunt Kai heard son Fengqin mention Roland's uncle, she became interested. Upon closer inspection, she found the young man quite appealing. Tell Dechui secretly to pay attention and not just focus on working. If he seems good, I'll act as a matchmaker, and your daughter could be married by the end of the year. If the father can't do heavy work, it makes the mother work harder than the men. Look at Dechui. She is also very capable. She hardly straightens up, always moving mud bricks, often carrying several at a time. When the cart isn't around, she helps with the bricks, never wanting to be idle. Now that Aunt Kai has her eyes on Sanhu, she listened to son Fengqin and secretly told her daughter. Dechui's face immediately turned red. With their looks and height, the Jiang brothers are sure to attract attention from the girls. This marriage looks likely to happen as long as the Sanhu family has no objections. However, if Sanhu gets engaged, the Sihu family, being 20 years old, will likely follow suit. The main house will need to expand westward to accommodate at least 6 rooms for the family to live in. If Jiang era doesn't come, 6 rooms might not even be enough. According to comrade Sun Fengqin's idea, once the brothers start their own families, they shouldn't live together anymore. They should each have their own space. Without a mother-in-law, living separately would be much better. Why should they be tied together? What if there are disagreements between the brothers one day? Moreover, if they split into several small families, they could acquire more land for gardens, allowing for more vegetable patches. Currently, there aren't many restrictions on vegetable gardens for ordinary people as long as they are growing vegetables. It seems no one monitors what they plant. Of course, regardless of what they grow, as long as they don't sell it, there won't be any issues. Their backyard is already planted with eggplants, peppers, green beans, and cucumbers, which has allowed teacher's son to enjoy gardening. There are many benefits to living separately, and Sun Fengqin really doesn't understand the Zhang family situation. Other families might not separate because the elders are still alive, like in the Li family. Some might be too poor to build separate houses and have no choice but to live together. The Zhang family definitely isn't unable to build a few rooms, as last night their eldest son-in-law brought them 10 large black tiles, saying his father provided them for building houses, asking the father-in-law to help arrange things, and if anything was missing, they could discuss it. It seemed like they might have more money available. With no money issues, the elder, old Master Zhang, still lives in the mountains. So, why do the brothers insist on living together? Sun Fengqin truly cannot understand this family. Besides, if Sanhu really gets engaged to Dakui, perhaps he wants to live closer to his father-in-law. Li Daju's family lives at the east end of the village, and he wants to build his house there. But when Sun Fengqin approached her eldest daughter to discuss this, Li Rulan quickly dismissed her. "Mom, it's not that I don't want to separate. It's my father-in-law's wish. Before we came, my dad specifically talked to the brothers about this and said that since he isn't here, everyone should listen to me and Dahu. No one is allowed to make a fuss about separating. All right then, let's pretend I didn't say anything." She didn't want to interfere with the Zhang family's matters. She was just concerned that if all the brothers got married, there might be conflicts in her daughter's family. Li Rulan understood what her mother meant. Her mother was thinking of her, and with the whole family together and no mother-in-law, being the eldest daughter-in-law would not be easy. But as the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family and the eldest daughter-in-law, she had to follow their rules. My father-in-law set rules for the brothers. As long as he's alive, they cannot split the family. Also, it's better to remain single for life than to become a son-in-law to another family. Your father-in-law probably said that for Eru to hear. It seems that if your second uncle wants to pursue love, he will have to completely separate from the Zhang family. Really? I don't think so. Li Rulan felt that Zhang Eru wouldn't have the courage to do that. Just listen to these family rules and traditions. They don't sound like something a mountain person would think. What kind of family did the eldest daughter marry into? Actually, many people came to help today. They had said their family would build 3 rooms, while the Zhang family would build 4. There weren't enough mud bricks, so most of the helpers came to assist with making them. The marriage between Sanhu and Dakui was definitely going to happen. If they built 1 more room, they would need even more bricks. Everyone was there to help, and they came voluntarily. As the host, Sun Fengqin couldn't just focus on working. She had to greet everyone and say thank you. After speaking a few words with her daughter, she noticed more people arriving and quickly went to greet them. Before long, Li Rulan came over to tell her mother that she had talked to Sanhu about Dakui, asking if he liked her. If not, they wouldn't bring it up again. Everyone was working together today. Zhang Sanhu was in charge of pushing the mud bricks, while Dakui helped load the cart. They had interacted quite a bit before. When the topic came up, Sanhu simply replied, "I'll listen to my sister-in-law. If you think it's good, then it's good." After that, he didn't go over to Dakui anymore. Look at people nowadays. If they like someone, they should just go for it. Who knows? The daughter might be so happy that the bride price could be lower. Haha, I didn't expect that my first time as a matchmaker would actually work out. Sun Fengqin told Aunt Kai about it, making Aunt Kai so happy that she didn't know how to thank Sun Fengqin. She said, if they become a good match, they could talk for 10 years. Then if I make more matches, won't I be rich? As Sun Fengqin was laughing heartily, a messenger ran in from the village entrance. Aunt Sand, my mother asked me to tell you that Lu Changxi has returned to the village, and he came with important leaders from the county, along with many officials from the commune. Sun Fengqin didn't recognize the child who brought the news. He looked familiar, but she couldn't focus on that right now. Lu Changxi's family was from Lijiazwang, and they still had their house and yard there. Occasionally, people would go over to help them out. If he had returned by himself or with his family, Sun Fengqin wouldn't have thought much of it. But he was coming back with county leaders and commune officials, which made her uneasy. After all, in situations like this, it's not just about being strong or having a good argument. The leaders might not listen to you. Thank you, child, and thank your mother. Aunt San will remember this, she said, watching the child hurry away. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was off. Wasn't Lu Changxi suspended from his job? Su Shunli had said so himself. How could he be with the county leaders now? Was the suspension just a trick? Or was it only for a few days, which counted as being suspended? With her fiery temper, Sun Fengqin quickly set aside her work and decided to rush to the village entrance to see what was happening. Then she remembered what her daughter had said. Their family hadn't fully adapted to this era yet. It was best to think carefully before acting and to let her words and actions be slower than her thoughts to avoid making mistakes. Yes, her daughter was right. There was no need to rush to see what was going on. Whatever happened, she could wait for them to come. The child who just delivered the message was Zhao Dezhuang's youngest son, and Aunt Kai also heard it. Seeing Sun Fengqin walking back and forth, Aunt Kai thought she was frightened and quickly called for her eldest daughter. Dakwi, go inform your uncle San so he can be prepared. Okay, I'm on it, Dakwi replied, hurrying toward where the men were gathered. On her way, she bumped into Sanhu and blushed as she called out, Brother Sanhu, my mother asked me to tell Uncle San that Lu Changxi has returned to the village with commune and county officials. Sanhu was unaware of the past issues between the two families and didn't know who Lu Changxi was, but seeing the girl running over, he sensed that it must be serious. Sanhu agreed and casually handed the new towel that was around his neck to Dechui. I'll go inform Uncle San. This is a new one from Ruge. Wash it with water and wipe your face. It will feel cooler. This small towel, which cost only 2 coins, was bought by Li Ruge and Boss Li at the supply store in Prosperity Town. They thought it was cheap and didn't even need a receipt, so they bought 10 of them. Today, under the hot sun, everyone was doing hard work, so Li Ruge gave each of the Jiang families 4 tigers 1 towel. Jiang San, who then gave it to his future wife as a token of affection. Even though it was just a small towel, it made Dechui very excited. She tightly held the towel and quickly put it in her pocket. After hearing Sanhu's report, Li Fubin was momentarily stunned. But then he thought about what everyone was saying, that the 2 sons-in-law of Lu Changxi were doing. He didn't find it strange anymore. So when Su Shunli said Lu Changxi should have been suspended, he only half believed it. Being suspended might be true, but in such cases, people could still return to their positions, especially if it was just a suspension. Having lived 2 lives, Boss Li had seen it all. This small matter couldn't shake him. He didn't care who came, as he hadn't done anything wrong. In fact, he had done a lot of good for Li Jiazhuang. Li Fubin was not worried. When Su Shunli saw Lu Changxi was also there, accompanying the leaders, he felt a bit uneasy. Li Fubin mentioned that he still had some wheat seeds, but the village had no spare land to plant wheat anymore, and it was too late to plant it anyway. Their crops could only be planted once a year, and even if they planted over 2,000 pounds of corn seeds, they might not even get a return. Wheat was out of the question. However, Li Fubin suggested they could clear some wasteland to plant radishes and cabbages, saying he could sell as many as they grew. This caught Su Shunli's interest. So, at dawn, Su Shunli went to the foot of the mountain. He had been wandering for almost the whole morning without returning for breakfast. Hungry, he picked some wild vegetables to fill his stomach. After some effort, he managed to find a few patches of land, though they were scattered and not in one piece. He estimated he could clear a few acres. Su Shunli was very happy. Over the years, There hadn't been much wasteland left in Lijiazhuang to plant more food, so finding these patches was great, especially since radishes and cabbages were easy to grow. If taken care of, they would yield a good harvest. After a few hours of wandering, Su Shun Li was still in a good mood. But at that moment, seeing Lu Changxi's smug face made him feel like he wanted to hit someone. He had to stay calm. He wasn't like Sun Fengqin, a housewife who would just take a beating and not retaliate. County Head Lu, Deputy Secretary Zhao, Director Wang. Su Shunli maintained a serious expression and greeted the leaders one by one, then stood aside and stopped talking. Lu Changxi noticed Su Shunli's behavior and felt dissatisfied. So, Su Shunli didn't think much of him as the village head, but he even dared not to greet Secretary Song? Thinking this was a great opportunity to put Su Shunli in his place, Lu Changxi approached with a laugh and said in a critical tone, "Captain Su, that's not quite right. Just because we have a little misunderstanding, you shouldn't ignore my son-in-law, right?" He had greeted all the leaders he knew, but how could he know who was his son-in-law among those he didn't recognize? Su Shunli had been a village official for many years and had attended meetings in the county, so he naturally recognized Lu Chonglin. However, he had never met the new secretary, although he had spoken a few times with the previous one named Shinfeng, who was said to have gone to be a secretary in some commune. If Li Rouge or any member of the trio were there, seeing Song Jian's flushed face, they would immediately think of the saying, "If you're not embarrassed, then the one who is embarrassed is someone else." Su Shunli was not as Lu Changxi imagined, so he was confused, which turned the awkwardness into just Song Jian's. "Secretary Lu, we are discussing official matters." County Head Lu came to Lijiazhuang to talk about planting early corn, Song Jian said, extending his hand to shake Su Shunli's. "Hello, Captain Su, I'm Song Jian, Secretary to County Head Lu. You can just call me Secretary Song from now on." Everyone in Lijiazhuang probably knew about Lu Changxi's daughter finding a high-ranking official. The young man looked spirited, but his eyes were a bit lacking. How could he choose Lu Changxi's lazy daughter? However, from Song Jian's words, Su Shunli realized they were there for the early corn issue. And what did this Secretary Song call Lu Changxi? Secretary Lu? Feeling good all of a sudden, Su Shunli immediately began introducing Li Fubin's achievements to Lu Chonglin and Zhao Tiniu. Oh, this place has made Su Shunli praise Li Fubin so much that Lu Changxi, who was originally unhappy because of Song Jian's words, is now feeling better. Haha, let him boast. The more he does, the better. Later, let County Chief Lu take a good look and see if Su Shunli's words hold any weight. How can a person who has lived a mediocre life for 40 years be turned into a great figure? And he claims to have done something for Li Jia village? The person who has been the village secretary for many years doesn't even dare to say he has contributed, so why does Li Fubin think he deserves such a good reputation? At first, the villagers thought Lu Changxi was with the county chief and the commune secretary, and they secretly wondered if Su Shunli was in trouble. Then they heard Lu Changxi's son-in-law call him Secretary Lu and say they were there for the early corn planting. Now the villagers are a bit confused. It seems that the early corn planting has nothing to do with Lu Changxi, right? And why does his son-in-law refer to his father-in-law like that, looking quite dissatisfied? Since Lu Chonglin entered the village, he has been sitting under the big poplar tree, waiting for Su Shunli while chatting with a few locals. He noticed Lu Changxi and the villagers showing off earlier, so he thinks this person really can't be used anymore. Lu Changxi doesn't even realize that the county chief didn't stop him from coming along because he wanted to give him one last chance, but unfortunately, he didn't seize it. Lu Chonglin values talent. Grassroots work is tough. If the people don't have a sincere leader looking out for them, it's possible that more will go hungry. The common folks can't keep waiting for aid. They need to learn to help themselves. Anyone can say this, but how many can actually do it? Yet, Li Jia village has succeeded. They not only finished planting the sweet potatoes and potatoes assigned by the commune ahead of time, but also planted early corn. The key point is that the villagers got the corn seeds themselves. How can this not be exciting? If this works out, next year, it won't just be these two villages that have guaranteed food. They might even spread these good seeds to other villages. After hearing Su Shunli mention Li Fubin a few times, Lu Chonglin suddenly wants to meet this great person from Li Jia village. So he said, "What are we waiting for? Let's call Comrade Li Fubin and go to the fields together. I've already sent someone to call him." As soon as Su Shunli heard the county chief was there for the early corn, he looked up and saw Zhao Dazhuang peeking from the crowd, so he gave him a signal. Zhao Dazhuang and Li Fubin have a good relationship, so they went early to help with the earth blocks. Su Shunli must know about this. It's neither too early nor too late, and it's not yet lunchtime. This guy is hanging around the village entrance, probably trying to gather information. Fubin already knows that someone from the county is here. This is a good opportunity. It's time for him to step aside from his position as the team leader. While waiting, everyone started talking about farming. Lu Chonglin was eager to hear what the experienced farmers had to say about whether late-planted corn could yield a harvest. When it comes to farming, the villagers had plenty to discuss. They exchanged thoughts excitedly, but some were worried that the corn might not grow, depending on when the frost would come. While some were concerned, others were confident that the corn would grow well as long as the seedlings emerged and there were a couple of rains. Lu Chonglin listened with a smile, nodding in agreement when he found their points reasonable. He would also ask questions when there were differing opinions. At first, everyone was a bit reserved because he was a high-ranking leader, but as the conversation flowed, even the county head struggled to get a word in. As long as the corn can produce ears, this land won't be wasted. Don't you all agree?
Yes.
Everyone looked enlightened, saying, "At worst, we still have green corn to eat, which can fill us up. So I say, why worry so much?" The seeds were brought back by Fubin, and if he's not anxious, why are you all so worried? Li Sanyi, who had been there for a while but hadn't spoken much, finally chimed in. "Haha, Comrade Li Fubin is a good comrade, willing to take on all the responsibility for everyone. If even the county head praises Li Fubin, will they still file a complaint?" Some people hiding in the crowd were from the Li family. Recently, Li Rulan moved back to the Li family village and hasn't even visited the Li family courtyard, which has upset the family. They also heard that she brought back a lot of meat and invited Su Shunli and Li Chongshun, but didn't invite their family for a meal. This was something that Li Jiawang accidentally let slip. After being scolded by Zhongling, he went to help the Jiang family with the earth blocks early this morning, despite his family's objections. "Yes," Zhongling said, "what's wrong with having my husband help my brothers with some work? Could it be that if I marry into your family, I have to cut ties with my own family?" Then she pointed at Song Ho Hot, who had also been scolding her, and asked, "If you can cut off contact with your family, then I will too." Why should she sever ties with her family? She still relies on them for support. Song Ho Hot, who was nearly driven to tears, had been crying all morning. Li Fugue felt he couldn't stay at home any longer, so he went to sit under the big poplar tree. Once under that big poplar tree, it was Li Laoda's territory, where he often talked with everyone about how vast and exciting the outside world was. When County Head Lu and his team entered the village, Li Fugue and Li Fuyo happened to be there. They saw the proud Lu Chongxi walking with the officials, riding a new bicycle, and the two brothers were stunned. What's going on? Did Lu Chongxi get promoted? Most likely. Most likely? If he wasn't promoted, he wouldn't be riding back to the village with those officials, looking so happy. Thinking about how Sun Fengqin had beaten up Li Chongqing and his wife, which also involved Lu Chongxi, Li Fugue suddenly thought of a possibility and got more excited. "Second brother, keep an eye on things here. I'm going back to tell Dad." Watching his older brother run off, Li Fuyo muttered to himself, confused about how Lu Chongxi's promotion was related to their dad. Why did he need to tell him?
Why?
There were many reasons. Right now, their family, not to mention him, even their parents didn't dare to provoke that family in the West. Who could swallow that anger? Lu Chongxi had a feud with that couple in the West, and he heard that because of Sun Fengqin's commotion, he almost got suspended. But now, it seemed he not only wasn't suspended, but got promoted. Otherwise, why would he be with the county head and so many officials? Look at that bicycle he's riding. It's brand new, much better than the one that kid from Li Fubin's family had. Li Fugue may not be the smartest person, but he has a lot of bad ideas. Seeing this scene, it was the perfect opportunity to deal with Li Fubin and Su Xuanli. How could he not hurry home? Li Laotu hadn't left the house much these days. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was injured and couldn't go out. In reality, only he knew the reason. No, the time-traveling trio had probably guessed it too. A treasure hidden for decades suddenly disappeared in such a strange way, without any signs of digging. It was a miracle he hadn't been scared to death. At first, Li Laotu thought his house was haunted. Until now, Old Man Li still couldn't figure out who did this, and he felt it wasn't done by a person. Li Rouge, you're not a person. Your whole family isn't human. Li Fugue rushed back, and because he was running too fast, he tripped on the doorstep and almost fell inside. Old Lady Li saw this and scolded. What are you doing, son? You're grown up, yet you're so clumsy. Mom, it's great news. Li Fugue panted as he ran in, throwing himself onto the bed with a huge grin. Dad, Lu Changxi returned to the village. Guess who he came back with? Old Man Li, lying on a rolled-up blanket, looked at his eldest son as if he were foolish and huffed. Who Lu Changxi came back with is none of our business. He didn't want to waste time. Once County Chief Liu and the commune leaders left, who would they complain to? Thinking this, Li Fugue quickly shared everything he had seen and heard with his parents, beaming with excitement. In the past decades, Li Fugue only remembered going to the county town twice. Once a few years ago to help the team carry supplies, and another time, which was quite a long time ago, when his father took him. He couldn't quite recall the details of that trip. Li Fugue was just a simple farmer. He didn't know the big officials in the county, not even the leaders of the commune. He had no idea who County Chief Liu or Secretary Song were. So when he learned that such important officials were coming, he was genuinely thrilled. He felt like he hadn't lived in vain. He was seeing so many important figures. Wow, that's the county chief, the highest official in Lingqing County. In ancient times, that would be like the county magistrate. After saying this, he noticed his father's face wasn't happy at all. He still looked at him like he was foolish. Li Fugue quickly reminded him with a grin. Dad, don't you want to make that person in the west fall hard? This is the perfect opportunity. Old Lady Li, who had been listening, suddenly reacted, slapped her thigh, and exclaimed, Yes. Let's go to the county chief and tell him about his unfilial behavior, inviting outsiders for food while neglecting his parents. I want to ask that county chief if such a person deserves to go to prison. At this moment, Old Li realized why his eldest son was so happy. He wondered who Lu Changxi had come to the village with, who the visitors were, what their status was, and what connection they had to their family. It turned out there was indeed a connection, and he was surprised it took him so long to figure it out. It seemed he was really getting old. However, Old Li was not as shallow as Old Li's wife, who only criticized him for being unfilial. He couldn't do anything about that little brat, especially since Su Xuanli was on their side now. Big brother, carry me. Just watch my father's expression, and we'll act accordingly, he said. Father, can't you walk with your cane? Why do you need me to carry you? My back. Li Fugue started to say, but was interrupted by Old Li. You and your foolishness. I'm old, but I'm not confused. You're only in your 50s, and you're already acting this way? The more Old Li spoke, the angrier he became. This was his son, whom he had raised and always thought was smart. At least he was smarter than that useless brat who was born with a silver spoon and only knew how to work hard. Of course, this was just his opinion, but for some reason lately, he felt his clever son was not as capable as that useless one. His eldest son had never caught Su Xuanli's attention, and now Su wanted that useless brat to be the deputy team leader? That couldn't happen. If that useless brat became a village official, especially a deputy team leader, what would happen to their family? At that moment, Old Li's wife had already put on her shoes and slapped Li Fugue, scolding, You say your father is scolding you. If your father could walk, would the county head still care about our family? Right? Li Fugue said, suddenly understanding. He quickly bent down. Yes, my father is now disabled. If Li Fubin doesn't come to show filial piety, shouldn't he at least bring some money, food, or meat occasionally. Although being called disabled by his eldest son was not a good omen, old Li didn't want to argue with his foolish son anymore. He urged, "Hurry up. If you can't even carry your old father, what else can you do?" "Father, I'm also in my 50s, almost 60, Li Fugui said, feeling wronged. Yes, his eldest son was already in his 50s. He used to confidently say that the more men in the Li family, the better, as he could support them all. Not only could he support them, but he also planned to leave a substantial inheritance for his descendants, who would honor him as their ancestor. But now, how had all his gold bars disappeared? Old Li no longer cared about the box of jewelry. No one recognized it now, and it wasn't worth much. But gold was different. It was always valuable and could be used as money. If it weren't for those 2 gold bars back then, their eldest would have been dead long ago, and he wouldn't have so many grandsons now. The more old Li thought about it, the more it gave him a headache. Since Li Fubin inherited their family's talent for business, he believed that begging in the city was just a trick to fool the foolish. He didn't believe that city folks were any more generous than country folks. Getting a leftover meal from them was already good enough, so why would they give anything valuable to a beggar? He was starting to doubt that Li Fubin was really going to the city to do business. He couldn't guess what kind of business it was, but he knew that the kid had always been good with numbers. Their family had nothing left now, and he could only hope for that kid. Since he still carried the name of Li Laosher's 3rd son, he had to contribute to the family, otherwise, no one would have a good life. That's why old Li said to act according to the situation and see what Li Fubin had to say. If he could fulfill his wishes and turn over the money he earned to his father, then he could go and be the deputy team leader, otherwise. Li Fugui walked ahead, while old Li's wife followed behind with a big pipe. As for the others in the Li family courtyard, Song Ho-hot was lying in the house, upset after being angered by Jiang Ling early in the morning. When Zhang Chaoyang heard that the production team was giving everyone a 2-day break, she thought the old lady would definitely make them go dig vegetables and pick mushrooms, so she took her 2 daughters and left for her mother's house early. Some young wives went with their husbands to dig vegetables, while others went to the river to wash clothes. Jiang Ling left early with her child and a basket, saying she was going to dig vegetables. But who knew where she actually went? If she didn't bring back a basket of vegetables before dinner, not only would she be scolded, but she might also be punished by not being allowed to eat dinner. So, at this moment, there were the fewest people in the Li family courtyard. Otherwise, how could old Li's wife go out without someone to support her? Just as Li Fugui returned to discuss strategies with old Li, Li Fubin's family had already arrived. They called it a family because not only was son Fengqin there, but also Li Rulan, Li Rouge, and Li Rui, all strutting in with an air of indifference. At that moment, Zhao Dazhuang received a hint from Su Xunli. He understood he was supposed to call Li Fubin. However, he was puzzled about why they wanted to call Li Sangge. He heard the big leader say to call Li Fubin, and then Captain Su gave him a look, prompting Zhao Dazhuang to quickly run off to find him. He didn't even understand why they were calling for someone. If that could be figured out, it would be strange. Fortunately, Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin were already prepared. Instead of listening to Zhao Dazhuang's confusing talk, they thought it would be better to see the situation for themselves. As for others suggesting they hide, that was not something they would consider at all. Hide? Even going to the county town required a letter of introduction. Where could they hide? So the couple dusted themselves off, washed their hands, and headed towards the big poplar tree. Li Rulan and her husband, having already learned what was happening, couldn't let her parents go alone, so they hurried to follow. On the way back to the village, they ran into Li Rouge and Li Rui, who were at home preparing meals and taking care of the children. Originally, Li Rouge suggested that her older sister stay home to watch the child while she went to make mud bricks, but Li Rulan refused. It was tiring and hot to make bricks outside. As the older sister, how could she stay home while her 2 younger sisters did that work? The 2 sisters at home also heard about the situation and quickly took the child with them. Jiang Dahu seriously took his son, who didn't understand what was happening and was happy to see his parents, bouncing in his father's arms. Isn't this family going to fight? Why are they bringing a baby? Don't be silly, do you think Fubin and his wife are the type to fight? They probably just went to check things out and explain to the leaders. If this had been said before, people might have believed it, but recently, son Fengqin had been in several fights. Regardless of what others said, the family continued walking, playing with the little boy, completely unconcerned about the challenges they were about to face. Of course, some villagers, fearing trouble, thought that Li Fubin's family might be in big trouble and didn't dare to help them anymore, quickly sneaking away. But there were also people like Zhao Dezhuang, Shi Zhuzhu, Li Taizhu, Aunt Kaihua, and Wang Juhua who thought well of Li Fubin's family. No matter what, they wanted to come and help, regardless of whether they could actually assist. Li Rouge looked back and noticed that the leader of Team 4, Zheng Chang, was also following them, organizing people to quickly call over everyone from Team 4. Mom, why do I suddenly feel a bit moved? Really, the three of them haven't done anything to these people. They took out corn seeds, not even knowing if they would yield a harvest, and let everyone work hard day and night for several days. Surprisingly, not a single person complained. Instead, they all looked grateful to them. There are always good people around, so don't worry, nothing major will happen. They hadn't done anything to give anyone a reason to complain, except for the fact that the three of them had traveled through time. If Lu Changxi could find out about this, well, she would gladly kneel and call him the boss. Since Li Rolan returned to the village, everyone has been busy farming, and she hasn't worked, so the villagers only heard that she brought back her wild husband, but haven't seen them at all. Along with the people protecting her father-in-law were Jiang Dahu and the other 3 tigers. Wherever the big brother went, they followed. Everyone took a break the first day, whether they were digging wild vegetables or picking mushrooms, and by now, they were mostly back. As these villagers entered the village and saw so many people at the entrance, they inquired and learned that a big shot had come to their village. The common folks love to see excitement. They enjoy watching any family disputes, let alone such a significant event. These villagers didn't even go home. Those with baskets and bags all gathered under the big poplar tree. Some who were already waiting there and had planned to relax at home rushed over as soon as they heard the news. Seeing more and more people arriving, almost everyone from Li's village was there, and Lu Changxi was thrilled. He waved his hands to maintain order while reminding everyone that the visitors included the county chief, and their son-in-law was the chief's secretary. When Li Fubin's family arrived, they saw the scene: 7 or 8 outside officials and village leaders sitting under the big poplar tree, while Lu Changxi walked around the crowd, talking as he went. Liuga, it seems like he's missing a gong. Otherwise, if he struck it, it would be like a monkey show. Don't say silly things. If you say that, then who's the monkey? Sun Fengqin said this, but looking at the large circle formed by the villagers around the officials and then at Lu Changxi, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her daughter's comparison was spot on. It really was missing a gong. Haha, that's hilarious. Li Fubin turned back and glared at his wife and daughter, lowering his voice. Be serious. Don't let anyone make a mistake. Yes, yes, yes. In this day and age, you can't even laugh freely. It's really something. It seemed like only Li Rolan was a bit nervous at first, but now, seeing her mother and younger sister laughing, she couldn't help but feel like laughing too. Make way, everyone make way. Oh my, sister-in-law, you better hold on to that child tightly, or they might fall. Teacher Sun was clearing a path for the family, while keeping an eye on everything around him. He raised his hand and caught a little child who almost jumped out of their mother's arms. The young woman's thanks was quickly drowned out by the chatter of the crowd. Many villagers saw Li Rolan and were surprised to find that she was not living a miserable life, as the people from the Li family courtyard had said. In fact, she looked healthier and even prettier than before, which left them in shock. Then the comment started, is that really her aunt? Am I seeing things? The girl walking next to Sun Fengqin is their eldest daughter, right? Yes, that's Rolan. She got married just 2 years ago. How could you mistake her? But didn't Song Ho-Hot and Zhang Xiaoyang say Li Rolan married a wild man? Look at the one holding the child. That's her husband, right? He doesn't look like a wild man at all. Don't listen to their nonsense. The excited aunt couldn't control her words. You believe those two women? I heard my husband say that the Zhang brothers have settled in the fourth small team. They started working in the fields on the first day, and they all look good. The brothers were indeed good-looking, but the most handsome one was still the one next to Li Rolan. If it weren't for the descriptions from the Li family courtyard about wild men and looking poor, especially Li Ruxia, who would laugh and cover her mouth every time she mentioned Roland's husband, everyone's curiosity was completely stirred up by those women. Now, seeing such a big contrast, Zhang Dahu was not at all like they described. He was actually very handsome. How could they not be excited? The aunt struggled to describe Zhang Dahu's looks, feeling that just saying he was handsome didn't fully express their feelings at that moment. They kept saying, "This young man is just..."
Simply.
After a long pause, one finally said, "He and Li Rolan are just so well-matched." At that moment, a few women noticed the brothers nearby and exclaimed, "Look at those young men behind Li Fubin's brother-in-law. They must be from the Zhang family. I heard they have several brothers." "Yes, they are not from our village, so it must be those little uncles of Li Rolan." "Oh, my sister-in-law said she wants to find someone good-looking. I think those young men are quite nice. I should tell my mother-in-law about them when I go back." "Hee hee, you better not say anything."
Your sister-in-law.
The speaker trailed off, and everyone understood what she meant, bursting into laughter. Where there are many women, it's livelier than a big show. It's no surprise, as Li Rolan is known as the most beautiful in the area, and now she's found such a handsome man. And just look at their child. Oh my goodness. When a few people arrived, the loudest sounds were the gasps of surprise from everyone. This noise even overshadowed Lu Changxi, catching the attention of Lu Chonglin, who was talking to Su Xuanli. Compared to Zhang Dahu's tall stature, Li Fubin, while decent-looking, really doesn't stand out in height. In this world, Boss Li could easily be overlooked in a crowd. But Zhang Dahu is different. He's not only good-looking but also tall, and his presence is striking. Having dealt with prey for years and living in the mountains, he rarely sees people.
Who would he smile at?
He can't just shoot arrows while grinning at wild boars, right? The Zhang brothers understand their elder brother this way. They think he doesn't smile much because he interacts with prey too often. As for Zhang Xiaowu, who also lives in the mountains and rarely sees people, loves to smile? The brothers explain that he is the youngest and a bit spoiled, not knowing the hardships of life, so he just smiles foolishly all day. When they laugh when it's time to laugh and keep a serious face when needed, it feels more normal. Thinking about it, their elder brother seems a bit unusual. Haha, it must be because of getting married and having children. Occasionally, his big white teeth show when he smiles, otherwise, even they rarely see him smile. With a cold demeanor, Zhang Dahu gave Lu Chonglin the impression that he seemed to carry an air of danger. Then Lu Chonglin shook his head, realizing it wasn't right to describe a farmer that way, but the first impression this man left was quite strong. Seeing County Chief Lu staring at Zhang Dahu and only glancing at Li Fubin, Su Xuanli quickly stood up to introduce them. "County Chief Lu, this young man is Li Fubin's eldest son-in-law, and this is Comrade Li Fubin." Among the group approaching, Li Fubin was the oldest. Su Xuanli had already mentioned Li Fubin's age, so he knew who he was. Captain Su is someone who values talent and is a competent official. County Chief Lu, amused by Su Xuanli, stood up and, in front of everyone, not only refrained from criticizing Li Fubin but also extended his hands to shake Li Fubin's hand.
Ayu, Kumrada Li Fubin.
"I've heard about your contributions from Captain Su. You've done a great service for the people of Lijiazwang."
You flatter me.
"I really haven't done much. It was just a coincidence," Li Fubin replied. Li Fubin was mentally prepared. If County Chief Lu or Deputy Secretary Zhao asked about the seeds, he would say it was a chance encounter, and he didn't know who the person was. Sure enough, County Chief Lu's first words were a big compliment, and Li Fubin needed to steer the conversation away. Otherwise, these officials were not easy to handle. However, he hadn't decided which direction to take the conversation. Should he talk about road construction or about planting rice so the people could have more food? At that moment, a wailing sound came from outside the crowd, and it seemed somewhat familiar. "Oh, dear heavens, you must help us. We two old folks are being bullied by Li Fubin's son, and we can hardly survive." That voice, no doubt, belonged to old lady Li. Li Fubin turned to son Fengqin and Li Rouge, silently asking, "What have you two been up to lately?" Son Fengqin replied, "I haven't done anything. I've been busy with farming and building a house. I don't have time to deal with that bunch of people." Li Rouge shook her head as well. "I haven't done anything either. I've been busy too, and besides, what I'm doing can't be used against me." If both the wife and daughter claimed they hadn't done anything, then what was old lady Li up to? Li Fubin glanced at Xiao Rui, not having a single doubt. In his eyes, there was no child as well-behaved and understanding as his daughter, so it couldn't possibly be her fault. Since no one is innocent, outside, the cries of old lady Li are getting louder, and she keeps shouting Li Fubin's name. So, this troublemaker must be him. "Dad, if it's not going to work, just tell the truth." "This is a good opportunity," Li Rouge reminded. Li Rouge's voice was not quiet, and Lu Chonglin and Su Xuanli heard her, looking over in confusion. "What does Rouge mean? Is there something we don't know?" Su Xuanli asked this to help Li Fubin, hoping not to let the two old folks ruin this great opportunity. Li Fubin shook his head with a bitter smile, thinking that he was pushed into this by the Li family. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to reveal the truth so soon, especially about his background. Once that was known, it could become a problem for their family in a few years when the turmoil came. But now he had no choice but to speak. Li Fubin sighed and said, "I am not the biological son of the two old folks from the Li family."
What?
"You really aren't." Su Xuanli was surprised but then became happy, turning to Lu Chonglin to explain, "Actually, for many years, there have been rumors in the village that Fubin is not their biological son. Otherwise, why would they treat Fubin's family this way?" Su Xuanli seemed to have a long story to tell, sighing as he spoke. This was quite a helpful boost for them. At this moment, everyone had made way for the Li family, and leading the way was Li Fugue, who was secretly pleased with himself. How could he not be pleased? Today's events were thanks to his quick thinking. If they missed this opportunity, it would be much harder to meet the county chief again. If Li Fugue knew that his clever plans would lead to his family being unable to lift their heads in Li village in the future, he would never have called those two old folks. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. No matter what, those who are too calculating often end up facing big troubles. Right behind them was Li Fuyo, helping old lady Li, along with Li Liangzhu and Huang Chui, who had just come down from the mountains after foraging for wild vegetables. As this couple returned to the village, they saw many people gathered at the entrance, wondering what had happened. Then they heard their grandmother's cries. Li Liangzhu quickly ran off, with Huang Chui following closely behind, possibly running a bit too fast and catching her breath. When old Li entered the circle, he quickly recognized Lu Chonglin among the crowd. With his keen eye, he believed this man must be the highest official here. "Boss, please hurry and put me down," old Li said, patting his eldest son. Once his feet touched the ground, he pretended to stumble forward a couple of steps and was about to kneel before Lu Chonglin. "County Chief, you must take care of us old folks." Lu Chonglin thought that if he hadn't just heard Su Xuanli talk about the actions of this elderly couple, he might have been fooled by them. These two seemed like pitiful rural elders, especially old Li, who was thin and tear-streaked. Was he really as cunning as Su Xuanli described? Lu Chonglin felt his resolve wavering, so he decided he couldn't just listen to Su Xuanli. He needed to hear from everyone. "Old man, if you have something to say, please speak up. We live in a new society now, and kneeling is not the way." Yes, look at me. I'm getting old and confused," old Li said, taking advantage of Lu Chonglin's help to bend down and grabbing his hand. He continued to cry, "County Chief, my name is Li Laosher, and I am the father of Li Fubin. But in the eyes of my third son, I am even less than a grandchild."
Sobi.
With the county chief and Secretary Zhao present, Su Xuanli, who held the lowest official rank, initially tried to keep his temper in check and observe. However, seeing old Li's ability to lie so boldly, he felt he had to speak up for the Li Fubin family. Uncle Li, you are a sensible person. We have all seen how Fubin and his wife have treated you too over the years. Just because you say it's bad doesn't make it so. Once Su Xuanli spoke, Old Li turned his fire towards him, sneering, I know that old San has you, the captain, backing him up, which is why he has become bolder. He shows no respect for us old folks, and I, as his father, have been lying on the Kong for so long without him visiting me even once. Captain, I just want to ask you, is it true that you often go to old San's house for a meal? The sudden arrival of the Leaf family left Lu Changxi, who was in a daze, startled. He quickly rushed over, faster than a monkey.
What?
Old Li, can you speak up and repeat what you just said? I can say it 10 times if needed. Seeing the county chief listening to him, Lu Changxi became very excited. Old Li stopped crying and straightened his back, saying loudly, just a couple of days ago, I heard from my son Chaoyang that 2 village officials were eating at my son's house, and they were having big meat. As soon as Old Li mentioned the big meat, everyone around immediately made sounds of swallowing, and it wasn't just one person. With Li Sanyi present, Old Li decided not to name names regarding Li Changshan. He was mainly there to deal with Su Xuanli. Once Su Xuanli, the team leader, was taken down, Li Fubin would have no one to back him up. Let's see if he dares to oppose their family then. A servant is still a servant. Does he think he can become the master? Old Li had studied the current policies and knew that officials taking bribes was a serious offense. Being dismissed was just the beginning. Feeling confident, Old Li's droopy eyelids opened wide for the first time as he glared at Su Xuanli, saying, Team Leader Su, I'm not wrong, am I? You enjoyed the big meat at my son's house, didn't you? What could Su Xuanli say? If he lied and said he didn't eat, Li Jiawang and his wife were both there, so what good would that lie do? If he told the truth, it wouldn't matter if he could still be the team leader, but it would implicate Li Fubin. Just as Su Xuanli hesitated on how to respond, Li Old Man and Lu Changxi's group were feeling triumphant, and it was not the right moment for a child like Li Rouge to speak up. Li Rouge stepped forward and said, Let me talk about that day because I was the one who cooked the meat, so I definitely have the most authority to speak on this matter. Authority to speak? You little girl. Lu's secretary, children speak the truth. Besides, which rule says minors can't speak? Or is this a rule you made, Secretary Lu? Lu Changxi had just started to speak when he was interrupted by Li Fubin. Haha, the Li family is quite interesting. Lu Changlin waved his hand, signaling Lu Changxi to step aside, and nodded. Go ahead, girl. The county chief asked her to speak. Li Rouge smiled, glanced at Lu Changxi, and then at the Li family, her eyes filled with disdain as she began. Here's what happened. No matter how much Li Rouge raised her voice, it wasn't as loud as a man's, so while she spoke, everyone quieted down to listen, eager to hear how the big meat was so delicious. Li Rouge said, My older sister's family traveled for 3 or 4 days to reach our village, Li Family Village. They were so tired that there was nowhere for them to rest. It was our team leader, Su, and the team accountant who gave up their own break time to set up a simple shelter for my sister's family. This allowed the mountain people who came to settle in our village to have a temporary place to stay. Li Rouge emphasized this because the county required the hunters to come down from the mountains. She wanted to highlight the greatness of Su Xuanli and Li Changshan. Then Li Rouge continued, Everyone knows how hot it was that day, right? It was the middle of the day. Could we really let people work under the blazing sun without food? Everyone knows my brother-in-law's family are hunters. They brought some meat and I cooked it. Is there anything wrong with that? There was nothing wrong with it. Country folks may be poor, but they are very warm-hearted. When someone asks for help, they don't expect payment, but they certainly provide a meal. Besides, it was lunchtime. Could we really make people finish their work and then go home to eat? In any household, they would invite people to stay for a meal, though the quality of the food would depend on the family's situation. That day, the Li Fubin family happened to have meat, which was brought by Li Rulon, and the shelter was built for them by the Li Fubin family, thanks to the decision of their daughter. Those who listen more than they speak began to feel that Su Xuanli and Li Changshan deserved that meal. Sigh, It was just Liu Changxi trying to use this situation against team leader Su. It seemed that Liu and the old man were in cahoots. Otherwise, why had they been cooped up for so long? Only to come out today looking lively?
Who said that?
He was clearly brought here by the eldest, so how could they say he came out lively? Old Man Li heard the discussions and was so angry he almost lost his temper, but he couldn't faint now. Otherwise, this situation could get worse. Seeing that things were going awry, Old Man Li didn't want to hear any more from Li Rouge. That girl was too persuasive. Just a few words had swayed everyone to her side. Cough, cough, cough. Pretending to be unwell didn't work, so Old Man Li switched to coughing. Once he successfully interrupted Li Rouge and the discussions, he quickly said, "Even if this time it was because we helped your family." At that moment, Li Rouge raised her hand and said loudly, "You are mistaken. It wasn't just helping our family, it was helping the mountain people who came to settle in our village, and they worked on an empty stomach all afternoon. Otherwise, how could my brother-in-law and his brothers have gone with everyone to help with the planting in the afternoon? This isn't work for our family. We had 2 village leaders help us finish it. They felt bad about it, so they hurried back to work without even taking a break."
Yes, we can all testify to that.
If it weren't for the Zhang family's help, our team wouldn't have finished planting so early. That's right, after finishing, our team even helped other teams. At that moment, Zheng Chang led the 4th team in cheering again. The earlier discussions were sparked by them. The comment about Old Man Li being lively and coming on his own was made by Zhao Dazhuang. After saying that, he noticed Old Man Li's face had changed with anger, and he almost got scared. If Old Man Li got too upset, wouldn't his grandsons come looking for him? Just a few minutes later, the cheering started again, praising the team leader as a good leader, Li Fubin as a good comrade, and the Jiang family as good workers.
Li Rouge, sneakers.
Everyone knew it wasn't the right time to laugh, but she couldn't help it. These people were too endearing. Su Xunli also struggled to hold back his laughter, but he wasn't laughing at Zhao Dazhuang. He was surprised that Rouge had said that about him. He hardly recognized himself. Was he really that great? Did he really spend his lunch break helping the mountain people build shelters while hungry? It seemed like he might have done that, right? Who doesn't like to hear praise, especially in front of county and commune leaders? Su Xunli felt very pleased but also secretly resolved to do even better in the future. Otherwise, he would be letting Rouge down with her compliments. Although Li Changshun wasn't there, Li Sanyi was present. The old man nodded his head and said loudly, "Good, good. Xunli and Changshun did well. We can't waste a moment in farming. Planting an hour earlier makes a big difference." After that, the old man looked at the Jiang brothers and gave them a thumbs up. "I've heard these young men can work as hard as 2. You came early and helped Li family village a lot. Old man, they will be part of our Li family village from now on. This is what they should do," said the eldest son-in-law, who was not very talkative, so Li Fubin spoke on behalf of Jiang Dahu to express their gratitude. Wait, he came to report a problem, not to praise Su Xunli or hold a commendation meeting for the Jiang family. How did it turn into this? Old Man Li, feeling anxious, didn't know what to say next. Liu Changxi quickly chimed in, "You can't say that. As officials, we shouldn't take anything when we help our fellow villagers. We definitely shouldn't expect to enjoy any big meals." That's right, Liu Changxi's point is valid. Su Xunli is the team leader, but he earns a full share of work points. What's wrong with helping out? Isn't that expected? Shouldn't he be allowed to eat at Li Fubin's house? And especially, enjoy a big meal? Li Rouge didn't want this person to mislead the conversation, so she smiled and asked, "May I ask, Secretary Liu, what have you done to help your fellow villagers over the years? Have you ever worked while others rested, even in the hot sun, helping to build houses?" He really hadn't. He wasn't someone who worked, he didn't even do his own chores, so why should he help others? Right? Your household is registered in Lijiazwang, but your whole family has moved to the commune to enjoy life, so of course, you don't know what's happening in the village now. After saying this, Li Rouge looked at everyone encouragingly and said loudly with a smile, "We can all understand this. since Secretary Liu is rarely in Lijiazwang. Every visit feels like a guest, so how could he know what's going on? Exactly. He doesn't take care of his own matters and still blames those who do. This was, of course, said by Zhao Dazhuang. Zhao Dazhuang could easily change his name to Zhao Depeo. He really knows how to support the conversation. Using love to generate energy is free, and readers who enjoy this piece can help by giving more free gifts. Also, the arrival of many leaders is a significant turning point. It won't just end with a simple of the pen, as everyone hopes. The common people usually lack strong opinions. They tend to follow whoever seems reasonable, and they echo Zhao Dazhuang's sentiments. It's tough for team leader Su to be both the team leader and the secretary, and still be criticized. What can you do? Didn't you hear Liu Changxi say that his son-in-law is the secretary to the county mayor? He has strong backing. You all look down on daughters and prefer sons. Look at your house full of sons. What good does that do? Liu Changxi's family has 2 daughters who found good sons-in-law, and now the whole family benefits. Your family has a daughter, but she doesn't look good. Otherwise, she could go to the city and find a high-ranking official. The person being talked about might have gotten a bit anxious, and the noise grew louder. What were they even saying? How did this turn into a discussion about Secretary Song? And what did they mean by finding a high-ranking official? Look at how embarrassed the young man is. His face has turned purple. Everyone, please stop arguing, Sun Fengqin shouted at the people talking. Let's listen to what old Master Li has to say next. Today, we want to hear how our family has been unfilial. Sun Fengqin's loud voice not only helped Song Jian, but also reminded old Master Li. Yes, he came to complain. He couldn't let that girl take the upper hand. Besides, he was their grandfather, and if necessary, he could make her quiet. After receiving a fierce glare from old Master Li, Li Rouge pretended to be very scared and took a big step back to hide. She had already revealed too much of what a young girl in this era should show while trying to help her father and Su Xunli. From now on, as long as her parents could handle it, she wouldn't speak up again. However, her timid behavior made others think she was scared of old Master Li. Lu Chonglin looked at the time and saw it was getting late, urging, "Elder, you can continue now, but please be truthful and don't say anything untrue." Hearing this from County Chief Liu, old Master Li realized that blaming Su Xunli was pointless and regretted offending him. Li Rilon, am I not your grandfather? Since he couldn't blame Su Xunli, he turned to Li Rilon and asked. Li Rilon thought she was, but now that her parents and younger sister said otherwise, it must not be true. Old Master Li didn't expect an answer from her and continued, "You've been back in the village for days and haven't even visited your grandparents. Is this how your parents taught you to behave?" In the hot weather, Grandma Li didn't want to keep crying loudly, but now, cooperating with old Master Li, she started wailing again. "Heavenly Father, please open your eyes and quickly take away these unfilial ones." Since he had decided to cut ties with his family, Li Fubin didn't want to waste time watching the 2 old folks perform. He said, "Do you think that just because you believe I don't know some things, you can speak recklessly?" With that, it was as if a pause button had been pressed. Both old Master Li and Grandma Li stopped, mouths agape, and fell silent. Even the onlookers around were a bit affected. Suddenly, they fell silent. Those who were talking stopped, and those who were chewing on snacks paused, all staring at Li Fubin with confused expressions. Li Fubin didn't keep them waiting long. Seeing that the 2 older men seemed stunned, he knew he couldn't give them too much time to react. He continued, "Maybe you all have wondered if I am Li Laosher's biological son. After all, how could he sell my older sister and now want to sell my younger sister? Now I can tell you, I am not only not their biological son, but I might even be the son of their enemy." When Li Fubin said this, it was like a thunderclap on a sunny day. Everyone around, including Lu Chonglin, Zhao Tiniu, and even Su Xunli, who thought he knew a lot, widened their eyes in shock. Lu Changxi felt like he was in the wrong place. How did he end up on Li Laosher's side? He quickly moved aside. Outside the crowd, there were still 2 people standing, but everyone's attention had been focused on those in the circle, straining their necks to look in. completely unaware of the two outsiders. Something was off. How did things develop like this? He was quite confident, or else he would have gone mad. Even Su Xuanli was biting back. Li Laoshi seemed to have realized something, looking at Li Fubin with a smile. When our family moved to Li family village, you were just a few years old. Li San and some elders can testify for us. Li San, who had been sitting under the big poplar tree without moving, nodded and said, "At that time, Fubin was probably only 5 or 6 years old." "Exactly. You were so young. How could you know you weren't your parents' biological child?" Li Fugue also reacted quickly and stepped forward to support his son. The eldest son didn't disappoint him. Just look at the second son, who was left dumbfounded by a single sentence from Li Fubin. This explanation had already been discussed among them. They had planned how to clarify this matter once it was made public. Li Fubin waved his hand and called Li Rouge over. "I'll explain this, but if you say I'm lying, let Rouge speak instead." His daughter was a debate champion and had never lost a match. Li Fubin felt very confident standing beside her as a supporting figure. Li Laoshi was actually afraid of what Li Rouge might say. He didn't understand why he felt this way, fearing a child so much. He felt that as soon as that girl opened her mouth, there would be no room for their family to respond. "She's just a little kid. What does she know?" When Old Man Li said this, Li Rouge immediately retorted, "Now you say I'm a child. When you wanted to sell me, why didn't you say I was a child then? That was a long time ago. It's all been explained and is in the past. Just tell me how you found out." After saying this, Old Man Li felt it was inappropriate and quickly changed his tone. "I want to hear how you and your father explain this. I know you two are just trying to avoid taking care of us old folks. If we weren't your real parents, could I have raised you this well?" Old Man Li didn't want to face Li Rouge, so he turned his attention to Li Fubin. He felt that dealing with Li Fubin, who had grown up in front of him and had been bullied by their family for decades, would be easier. Li Rouge wasn't going to let him off easy. "If you don't want to hear me, then I won't say anything. But I have to say, you raised my dad? Ha, that's a joke. My dad started working for the landlord at a young age. According to you, the third master should remember this, right?" Old Master Li quickly nodded. Yes, I remember. Fubin was capable from a young age, and he was well-liked wherever he went. "Well, third master, after dinner, come to my house. I'll cook you some meat, and you can tell us about the hard times my dad faced when he was young." But I'm afraid that after I finish telling the story, you sisters will cry and won't let me have any meat." The old man's words sounded a bit humorous, but no one could smile at that moment. A few older people recalled Li Fubin's pitiful childhood and couldn't help but sigh, wanting to speak up for him. Especially when they heard there would be meat, they became even more animated. Well, back then everyone had a hard life. Whose child didn't? Old Man Li started to speak, but was interrupted. "That's not right. It seems your eldest son was raised like a young master. He didn't have to do any chores and was sent to school for many years. At that time, education was only available to families with money. Poor families couldn't afford to send their children to school. But the Li family sent both of their eldest sons to school, while only Li Fubin, the third son, had to work for the landlord. Is that why you think you are not our biological child?" Old Li seemed to want to ease the tension with Li Fubin, so his tone suddenly became gentler. He said, "Third son, you know our family situation. With all of you brothers wanting to go to school, your father can't afford it. Your elder brother is the eldest son, so I chose to send him to school. Later, your second brother also came back to help with the work." Li Fuyo, still in a daze, nodded. Indeed, it seemed he only studied for 2 or 3 years before returning to help the family. "Old man, don't try to argue. With my temper, do you think I could say such things without some confidence?" After Li Fubin said this, he locked eyes with Old Li. The two, who once called each other father and son, stared at each other for a long time, but in the end, Old Li looked away first. "Where's the proof? You say you aren't our biological child, but there must be some evidence, right? And the son of an enemy? Ha! Are you two trying to tell a story?" Old Li was indeed tough to deal with. He had noticed that old lady Li had been silent for a long time, and her pale face showed she had been greatly frightened. It seemed the only way to approach this was through old lady Li. Otherwise, even the county chief couldn't resolve their family's lawsuit. Li Rouge suddenly took out a pendant from her pocket. This pendant could stand alone, thanks to the box of jewelry she and her father had exchanged a few days ago. At that time, she mentioned that the box contained jade, while her father said it had sheep-fat jade. When they had teacher Sun appraise it, they compared this jade pendant. The conclusion was that both she and her father were correct. The bracelets and necklaces were jade, while the ring and jade pendant were sheep-fat jade. The few unprocessed stones also included jade and sheep-fat jade. She thought about having a few more pendants made like the one her grandmother left behind, one for each of her sisters, and putting a small photo inside. Li Rouge had loved carving since she was little. While other children played hopscotch, she spent her time carving. Later, when she entered high school and her studies became heavy, she set aside her hobbies. However, on this road trip, she actually brought her carving tools and a few pieces of jade, planning to practice when she had some free time. Bringing the topic back, when Li Rouge took out the pendant and opened it, showing the small photo to Grandma Li, she jumped up as if she had seen a ghost, shouting, "I didn't do it! I didn't do it! I didn't kill anyone. I just made your mother faint." "Who did you make faint?" Li Rouge asked coldly, stopping Grandma Li from running away. Your father's biological mother. I just made her faint. I didn't kill her, I didn't." At this point, Grandma Li suddenly collapsed with a thud. She fainted? But it was enough, as everyone heard what she just said. Li Rouge shook the pendant and walked over to Grandpa Li. Smiling, "Old man, look closely. This is our real grandmother, and the person who gave us the pendant has already told us about you and Grandma Li. Do you want to hear more?" Grandpa Li stared intently at the person in the pendant, his eyes widening more and more. Li Rouge thought he might faint too. After all, if this matter was investigated, even without evidence, he and Grandma Li could face legal trouble, especially since Grandma Li had scared herself into admitting in front of the whole village that she had made their real grandmother faint. Of course, Li Fubin would not let Grandpa Li have a chance to speak, because once he did, his identity as a wealthy capitalist would be exposed. Li Fubin came over to support the swaying Grandpa Li and whispered, "I didn't want to reveal the truth, but you forced us to. So, what now? Do you want to continue talking?" "Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it." Grandpa Li seemed to be in a daze, repeating those words as he fell backward. This outcome was what the three of them expected. Compared to their family's background, these two old people were more afraid of the day the truth would be revealed. Li Fubin handed Grandpa Li over to Li Liangzhu, while Li Fugue and Li Fuyo were busy trying to wake up Grandma Li. "How did things get this way? Look at this mess. Fubin, are you sure you're not the biological child of these two old people?" Lu Changxi, feeling restless, asked. "I heard it from someone else. That time, we were forced by this family and were ready to go die in the mountains, but in the end, someone saved us. The person who saved us also gave us a photo of my mother. The person in that photo looks almost exactly like my eldest daughter, which made me believe what he said." No wonder, Li Fubin said, and Su Xuanli also began to recall. "I told you when I found those three people, they were still alive. We all found it hard to believe. It turns out they were saved by someone." The more Su Xuanli spoke, the more convinced he became that Li Fubin was telling the truth. Everyone believed him, and some added that it was no surprise Li Fubin's family had changed since returning from the mountains. They now knew the truth about the bullying they had suffered. Oh, how pitiful! That couple served their own enemies for so many years. Those two old folks are terrible. I never realized they could be so cruel. I've lived a long time and never heard of anyone stealing someone else's child. Yes, and to steal a child, they even poisoned Fubin's mother. What a cold-hearted thing to do. I think those two old ones should be sent to prison. Right? I believe that whole family should go to jail, especially Li Fugue, who has bullied Fubin's family just like his father did. Yes, leaders, ask them why they have two sons but still steal someone else's child? And to steal a child, they poison the child's mother? Indeed, people are good at creating stories. Just hearing a rumor can lead to a whole tale. Clearly, Grandma Li said she had drugged her own grandmother, but in no time, the motives of Grandpa Li and Grandma Li turned into stealing a child, which led to the mother being poisoned. Those who were confused just moments ago now looked enlightened after hearing the discussions. They finally understood that these two old folks had come back to steal a child and poison the child's mother. Oh my, such wicked people lived in Li family village and had been friendly with them for decades? What if they had almost become in-laws? They had even invited Grandpa Li to their home for a meal and had asked Grandma Li to help with their child's birth. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became, realizing the chilling implications. They quickly recalled if any families in the village had lost children over the years. When Grandpa Li and Grandma Li brought a few children to settle in Li family village, it had already been over 30 years ago. At that time, not many people were still alive, and even those who might not remember what happened decades ago. However, if a child went missing in a family, it was a big deal. Everyone thought for a moment and realized that in the last 10 or 20 years, no one in the village had reported a missing child. Going further back, it would take more time to remember, and right now no one could recall. If someone did remember a missing child, Mr. Li and Mrs. Li might be unfairly labeled as kidnappers. Li Fubin felt that things were going well. The outcome was better than he and his family had expected. Since the two elderly people had fainted his mother to steal a child, it was much better than saying they were after money. People have always had a grudge against the wealthy, especially considering the 2 boxes of items his mother had. Their family was certainly not ordinary in the past. If everyone found out he was from a rich family, even if they sympathized with him now, someone would remember this incident in a few years. Li Fubin was sure that those who wanted to harm him or gain recognition would try to expose him as a capitalist child. Fellow villagers, we cannot wrong an innocent person, nor can we let a bad person go. I have been looking into this matter. Once I find my real parents and clarify things, can we then hold these two accountable? Naturally, the villagers wouldn't take it upon themselves to decide. Since Li Fubin said this, they had nothing more to add. Some speculated, including Lu Chonglin and Zhao Tiniu, that the two elderly people were not good, especially since they had lived with Li Fubin for decades. For decades, they had instilled in him that he was their son and should honor them for life. Listen to them. Think of the family and consider his brothers. If parents continuously instill these beliefs, children may gradually lose their own opinions and become puppets in their parents' hands. Everyone thought Li Fubin was hesitant to take action, wanting to suppress the matter for now, especially since the two elderly people were so old. Having filial piety is good, but one must consider who they are being respectful to. Accepting a thief as a father is unacceptable. Li Fubin's reluctance to pursue Mr. and Mrs. Li left others feeling uneasy, but it was a difficult situation since the victim had not been found. How could they arrest anyone? Li Fubin turned around and explained his thoughts to Lu Chonglin and Zhao Tiniu. Both leaders nodded in agreement, stating that they should not arrest anyone until the investigation was clear. The main reason was that both individuals appeared to be over 70 years old, and after today's incident, they likely had little time left. What would be the point of arresting them? To provide for their old age? If they were detained for a few days and then died inside, there wouldn't be enough evidence to convict anyone, and it would be a tragic, unclear death. The officials from the commune, including Director Dong, were present and fully supported Li Fubin's viewpoint, agreeing that he was right. Although the matter seemed to be handled lightly and there was no blame placed on the elderly couple, it was likely they would not dare to leave the Li family courtyard again. Otherwise, the villagers' harsh words could overwhelm them. The Li family quickly carried the two elderly individuals, who were either genuinely faint or pretending, away amidst the crowd's scorn. From that point on, Comrade Li Fubin and this family were completely severed from each other. Su Shunli kindly suggested to Li Fubin that he might want to change his surname or name. However, Li Fubin was not willing to change. He had been named Li Fubin in 2 lifetimes, so why should he change? Perhaps his biological father was also named Li, so he only requested a document from the village to officially separate him from the Li family. Since the village was called Li Family Village, most people had the surname Li. By not changing his name or surname, he would no longer be associated with that family, achieving his goal. The commotion caused by the two elderly individuals delayed their important matters. Noticing it was getting late, the group chatted as they walked, first taking a tour around the fields to check on the newly planted corn. They dug into the soil and found that the seeds had sprouted and were about to break through the ground, which pleased the leaders. Originally, Lu Chonglin wanted to have a detailed discussion with Li Fubin about the corn seeds, but seeing the time, he decided not to worry about where the seeds came from. Everything would have to wait until autumn, and if the harvest was good, they could discuss it next year. To explain, Kai Sheng refers to the first person who enters the room when a baby is born, and the child's personality is said to follow that person. Of course, this is an old belief. Nowadays, babies are born in hospitals. When the group returned to the team office, it was nearly noon. They had already spent over an hour at the village entrance, and after another hour of touring, it was getting late. It was definitely too late to go back to the commune canteen for lunch, so Li Fubin suggested they eat at his home. The leaders were happy about this, but Lu Chonglin waved his hand. There's no rush for lunch. I just discussed with Deputy Secretary Zhao about making some adjustments to your village's leadership team. Here it comes. He couldn't avoid it after all. On the way to the fields, Song Jian hadn't spoken to Lu Chongxi and had even deliberately avoided him, making Lu Chongxi realize something was wrong. Sure enough, when Lu Chonglin mentioned adjustments, Lu Chongxi knew he would likely be replaced. The meeting at the brigade office was for leaders, and Li Fubin definitely wasn't qualified to attend. However, when he returned home and saw Zhou Chaoyang and Wu Gang, he smiled. How did you two end up together? Do you know each other from before? In fact, the two had been there for a while. Just as Li Fubin was squeezing into the crowd, the villagers were buzzing with excitement, and they had entered the village. They stood outside for a while, watching the commotion. Although everyone felt sympathy for Comrade Li Fubin, no one showed it too openly. After all, accepting a thief as a father and calling the thief dad for decades is quite humiliating. Wu Gang thought this way. He couldn't understand why Li Fubin was so lenient and didn't pursue legal responsibility for the two old men. However, Zhou Chaoyang seemed to think further ahead, believing it was understandable for Uncle Li not to pursue the matter deeply, especially since he still didn't know who his real parents were. Perhaps Uncle Li already knew, but it was inconvenient to say it out loud. One must admit, although Wu Gang and Zhou Chaoyang seemed to have the same brain, what they were thinking was quite different. As for how the two met, Zhou Chaoyang had been on a mission a few days ago, which delayed the delivery of the bicycle. He had just returned last night and came early today. At the intersection where they were about to leave the highway, he happened to run into Wu Gang, who was asking for directions to Li Jiazhuang. Since he was also going there, Zhou Chaoyang decided to bring him along. Originally, the two didn't know each other, but upon realizing they were headed to the same place for the same reason, pickles, they got along well during the journey. Although the vegetable supply station was pleased with Li Ruja's proposal, in public institutions, it's not enough for just one leader to agree. There are layers of reports and approvals, and waiting for the final result can take several days, which is considered fast. Once the two arrived, everyone introduced themselves and got to work, truly treating each other as equals. A few people were chatting while cooking, and by the time the delicious smell reached the village, the meeting at the brigade office had ended. When the final appointments were announced, everyone in the village was shocked, except for Li Fubin's family, who had expected this all along. After all, Li Fubin was a talent that both villages were eager to have. The leaders from the county commune made the decision that Su Xunli, the brigade leader, would be promoted to the position of brigade secretary of Lijiazhuang, which would allow Li Fubin to take over as brigade leader. As for Li Fubin, he would skip the deputy position and go straight to brigade leader, as everyone recognized his abilities. This promotion would give him more authority to help the village. When Lu Chonglin mentioned this, he deliberately glanced at Lu Chongxi. The meeting was public, and both parties were present. They discussed the past work of the two men openly, and Lu Chonglin stated that if the leaders were wrong, they could defend themselves. But what could they defend? Hadn't he not lived in Lijiazwang for over a year? Not living there while holding the position of brigade secretary meant that if the villagers wanted to find him, they had to go to the commune, and often they couldn't see him. Was that true? The village needs leaders who can do real work for the people. Those who only talk without action are not wanted, Lu Chonglin said, and everyone knew who he was referring to, including Lu Chongxi. However, his own son-in-law didn't even look at him, clearly showing he didn't want to support him. When he got home, he would see how he would explain this to his daughter. The meeting ended, and it was past lunchtime. According to the rules, when officials visited the village, they had to pay for meals and provide food tickets. Everyone was willing to spend a little more money and food tickets to eat at Li Fubin's house, so they worried that County Chief Lu might avoid eating there to prevent any issues. To their surprise, Comrade Lu Chonglin was quite straightforward, saying he wanted to have a good chat with Comrade Li Fubin during the meal. As a group entered the yard, they saw Zhou Chaoyang squatting by the stove helping to start a fire, and County Chief Lu thought he was mistaken. "Uncle Lu, have you finished the meeting?" Zhou Chaoyang asked as he got up to greet Lu Chonglin. Lu Chonglin pointed at Zhou Chaoyang, smiling kindly. "You have a good nose, don't you? Tell me, did you come here because you smelled something delicious?" Wait, do County Chief Lu and Comrade Zhou Chaoyang know each other? Now it was Li Fubin's family's turn to be surprised. They really didn't expect this. Not just know each other. Ask him why he traveled all the way to Lingqing County. It was because his father was worried about them going elsewhere, so he brought both sons to Lingqing County. Zhou Chaoyang's family background was probably best known by him. When Lu Chonglin saw Zhou Chaoyang busy at Li Fubin's house, he understood why Li Fubin was so capable. He decided not to mention the corn seed issue anymore. "I've been here for a while, watching you enjoy the breeze for an hour at the village entrance. Uncle Lu, aren't you hungry?" Zhou Chaoyang clearly didn't want to talk much about his family, so he changed the subject to whether Lu Chonglin was hungry. Everyone could tell from Zhou Chaoyang's tone that he understood the situation. "Haha, you know what your Uncle Lu fears the most." "Yes, I am a bit hungry." Having struggled through tough times in that era, both Lu Chonglin and Zhou Chaoyang's fathers had gone days without food. Although they survived, they developed a fear of hunger, and when they got hungry, old problems would resurface. Lu Chonglin laughed and then asked, "How did you get here? After we finish eating, do you want to come back with us?" "Sure. I'll hitch a ride in your car. By the way, you didn't ride a bicycle here, did you?"
What?
"If I rode a bicycle, you wouldn't come with me?"
Of course I will.
"Hurry and wash your hands. We're about to eat." After saying this, Zhou Chaoyang lowered his voice and added, "We have your favorite wild chicken stew with mushrooms and braised rabbit meat." Those who weren't initially hungry started to feel a bit eager, especially after hearing Zhou Chaoyang's words. 2 bowls of water were set out, and about 10 people gathered around, laughing and waiting to wash their hands. The water was brought by Wu Gang and Li Fubin. When they learned that Wu Gang was sent by the vegetable supply station to discuss the pickled vegetable processing site, everyone began to chat about it. The few people here have been busy since they returned from the village entrance. They didn't even have time to greet the leaders who arrived. In 2 large pots, one is stewing wild chicken with mushrooms, and the other is braised rabbit meat. These 2 dishes were made by Comrade Sun Fengqin. At crucial times like this, especially with big pot dishes, Li Rouge and Li Roland surely can't match their mother's experience in controlling the oil and salt. Because many people came to help at home these past few days, Zhang Dahu got up early to go into the mountains, hoping to bring back some fresh game for everyone to enjoy. He caught 3 wild rabbits and 4 wild chickens all by himself. With her brother-in-law's help, Li Rouge has decided that she won't use her space to collect game anymore. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to the locals living near Dakingshan. Her brother-in-law hunts as if it's a game, almost like picking from his own backyard. He even regretted not catching a bigger one. The 3 wild rabbits were quite plump, providing a large bowl of meat for her mother to stew, which would be complemented by the bamboo shoots her sister brought. Oh my, a big pot of food with such a delicious aroma. The smell of the meat wafted far and wide. Probably half the village could smell the deliciousness coming from their home, making it impossible to sneak a taste. The 4 small wild chickens may not be big, but there were plenty of them. While her mother was chopping the meat, Li Rouge took the opportunity to sneak out a chicken she had prepared earlier, hiding the head and feet so no one would notice the extra pieces of meat. If her mother hadn't stopped her, she would have taken out another one since she still had several left. Along with a big bowl of mushrooms, this dish's aroma was definitely as good as the braised rabbit meat. The third dish was made by Li Rouge, a large bowl of stir-fried bacon with garlic, which smelled amazing. It's hard to tell if the meat is just tastier at this time or if cooking in a big pot makes a difference, but even someone like her, who doesn't usually love meat, found it truly delicious. The bacon was brought by her sister, and the garlic was from Chaoyang. They only needed to add a bit of salt and soy sauce. Even the oil came from rendering the bacon. Chaoyang brought 2 large baskets of garlic, saying they grew it themselves. This is a great ingredient. It's delicious when stir-fried with bacon, and it can also be pickled. Li Rouge took the chance to plant a few in her space because she wanted to eat sweet garlic and wondered if they would survive. Today, their family cooked, and it was almost like a big cafeteria. There were so many dishes, it was surprising. For example, they made stir-fried garlic sprouts, and everyone helped to chop a huge bucket full. Yes, since they didn't have a bowl that big and wanted to cook more of this dish, they had to use a wooden bucket to hold it. They also cut a lot of cured meat, probably around 3 to 4 pounds. A big piece of meat was cut by Li Rouge, with Wu Gang doing the chopping. Wu Gang felt he had done a lot of work during this visit because he didn't bring anything, unlike Chaoyang, who brought 2 big baskets of garlic sprouts. He came empty-handed to eat, so he had to help out more. The fourth dish was a common one, cold mixed wild vegetables, and they made plenty of it. A few days ago, Li Rouge managed to keep the kids entertained, but a couple of them, like Li Daney and Li Ernie, still went out to cause trouble. The other kids hadn't gone out to pick vegetables for several days. The wild vegetables that hadn't been picked for days had grown quite a bit. Today, the wild vegetables they ate were gathered early in the morning by Rui and her friends, filling a big basket, which Li Rouge mixed together. Even though it was the same cold mixed wild vegetables, Li Rouge's version was definitely different from what they usually had. Other families might cook wild vegetables by boiling them in cornmeal or making flatbreads. Of course, there are cold mixed versions too, but their cold mixed wild vegetables only had a bit of salt. What else could they add? What else? They could add quite a bit. Salt, sugar, minced garlic, and finally a bit of oil. You can imagine how tasty this cold mixed wild vegetable dish could be. With so many people eating, they couldn't have rice. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had space to prepare the big pot of steamed rice. They took a 20-pound bag of cornmeal to Su Xuanli's house, and the women didn't even have to help. The big flatbreads they brought back were not only whole but also had some wild vegetables added by Li Dachuan, so there were even more than before. This shows the difference in how people do things. Of course, Comrade's son Fengqin isn't the type to take advantage of others. She not only left some flatbreads for the Su family, but also had Rui deliver some meat and vegetables. Even though only Su Xuanli's family came over to eat, everyone still enjoyed the meal. The 4 dishes were delicious, and the soup was even better. How could it not be good? This was fish soup made from their special ingredients. The half bucket of fish was brought out by Li Roland's family before they arrived, and had been kept for several days. They had eaten it once as braised fish, and it was really tasty. This time, they used carp for the soup. To avoid suspicion, Li Rouge even took out some smaller ones, which weighed about half a pound. Although the fish was small, it was very delicious, so everyone nodded in agreement while drinking and saying how good the soup was. When officials distributed food in the countryside, no matter whose house they visited, it was always 2 dimes for 2 liang of grain tickets. Even so, when it was someone's turn to receive food, they still benefited. But today, at Li Fubin's house, without Lu Chonglin or Zhao Tiniu saying anything, the officials from the commune actively offered to give more. In the end, one person gave 30 cents and 4 liang of grain tickets. This was the most anyone had ever received, and of course, it was also the best meal they had ever had. Speaking of food distribution, Comrade's son Fengqin remembered a story that wasn't really a joke. It was sad, really, and it all stemmed from poverty. Son Fengqin heard this story from Li Fubin. It was about two officials who went to the countryside and were invited to a farmer's house for a meal. The family prepared a bowl of steamed egg custard for them. The soft and wobbly custard was quite well made, and the two officials, being particular, each took a small spoon and started eating from their own side, leaving a wall in the middle. However, as they continued eating, only the wall was left. At that moment, one of them took a spoonful from the middle, and a little child sitting on the doorstep suddenly burst into tears. The two officials were puzzled and asked him why he was crying. The child pointed to the bowl of egg custard and said, "My mom said that wall is mine. Why did you eat it?" It turned out that the family was so poor that they rarely let their child eat eggs. That day, when the child saw the bowl of egg custard, he insisted on having some. His mother tricked him, saying, "Look, those two uncles are each eating from their side, and the wall in the middle is saved for you." So the child sat quietly on the doorstep, staring longingly at that wall. Is this story funny? Not at all. It shows how difficult life is for children born in this era. Egg custard is a simple dish. One egg can make a small bowl, and with just one more egg and a bit more water, it can become a large bowl. Yet, many children grow up without ever tasting egg custard, not knowing what it even tastes like. During times of famine, people struggle to find enough to eat, let alone raise pigs or chickens. Comrade's son Fengqin often sighed when thinking about this world, feeling that there was no need to limit livestock farming since very few families could afford it, especially this year when there weren't even enough wild vegetables for people to eat, let alone feed to pigs. A few people cannot change everyone's life, but for their own family, within reasonable limits, they decided to occasionally show off a little. People fear habits. Once everyone gets used to the fact that the Fubin family lives well and eats well, it won't seem like a big deal anymore. For example, today the eldest son-in-law and his friends, who are hunters, were out hunting a few rabbits and wild chickens for a feast. Is it wrong for them to hunt? Shouldn't young Dahu be allowed to catch rabbits? Those animals breed quickly, and every year, when the crops come out, the farmers are most afraid of them ruining their harvest. Therefore, there are no restrictions on hunting rabbits and wild chickens. Anyone capable can do it, and what they catch belongs to them, as clearly stated in the rules. Occasionally, officials from the Li family village come down and distribute food, but they decide who gets what. When Lu Changshi's family was still living there, they received the most visits from officials. Sometimes they would also go to Su Xuanli's or Li Changshuan's homes, or select a few families that were clean and doing okay. Otherwise, like in the case of the Shizhu family, where only a grandmother and her grandson lived, they hardly had enough to eat, so they definitely wouldn't send food there. Of course, the officials would say they were there for work, and they could eat anything as long as they were full. Even so, having spent money and food coupons, the mood of eating coarse grain buns is not the same as enjoying pure cornmeal pancakes. Eating meat? No one dared to even think about that. Today, Li Fubin's lunch, even in those times, would have been impressive. And they don't just invite anyone. If they do, they make sure you eat well. In addition to the officials distributing food, Grandpa Li and a few older villagers were also invited by Li Fubin. The daughters wanted to hear stories, so it was a perfect opportunity for the elders to share how the Li family courtyard had treated them over the decades. Of course, Lu Changxi definitely didn't come. Even if Li Fubin hadn't explicitly told him not to, he wouldn't have the face to take food from their home. The couple hadn't done anything to provoke them. It was purely their own wrongdoing, spreading rumors about son Fengqin. They wouldn't dare go to their home for a meal. They needed to think of a way to return quickly because Su Xuanli and Li Changshan had said that if they didn't come back to work this year, the Li family village wouldn't distribute any grain to them in the fall. Their family is registered in Li family village, but since they don't get any grain from there, how will they survive? In these times, you can't just buy food with money. Mainly, they can't afford it. The prices on the black market are outrageously high. Even wealthy people in the city can only buy a little here and there, but they can't buy much. Today, besides inviting the elderly, they also had a few officials over, and the remaining 20 to 30 people were those who helped work for them all morning. After eating, they need to continue working in the afternoon, so it's important to make sure everyone eats well and is full. With 40 people, they had 4 dishes. Although there were plenty of dishes and a big pot of fish soup, it still wasn't enough. Everyone brought their own large bowls from home, and it was like eating in a cafeteria, with each person getting a spoonful of vegetables and meat. This way of sharing was not only fair, but also made everyone feel satisfied. Of course, everyone had enough to eat. Each dish was served generously, filling a big bowl, and there was plenty of flatbread to go around. Helping out at Li Fubin's house came with such good treatment. Other families might provide meals too, but the food there wouldn't be as plentiful. Since there weren't enough tables, they borrowed a wobbly one from Wang Jihua's house. In the end, only a few elderly and officials sat at the table, while the rest squatted in the yard with their bowls. Eating at Li Fubin's house, one thing was for sure: there was plenty of pickled vegetables and flatbread. Their pickled vegetables were stored in large jars, usually kept in Li Ruja's space, as no one besides her and her mother would rummage through their vegetable cellar. Li Rulan, being married, was free to decide what she wanted to eat, regardless of what son Fengqin said. In the first few days, everyone was busy, so Li Rulan cooked more often, but she still asked her mother what to make, especially when it came to grain, which was carefully portioned out for their family. She wouldn't touch anything from her mother's house, not even the vegetable cellar or anything in the house. At first, Li Ruj took the pickled vegetables out to the cellar to observe for a couple of days, but when she saw her sister didn't even go there, she felt relieved to put the pickled vegetables back in her space. Of course, to avoid suspicion, the large jars in the cellar were empty and just for show. Everyone wanted to have some pickled vegetables, but it was all up to Li Ruj. The door to the cellar was locked, making it seem like this girl was really in charge. After all, why would all the keys be with her? When the head of the household is generous, everyone enjoys good food. Look at this pickled vegetable dish. It was brought out in a big bowl. A group of people gathered around, and there were plenty of pancakes to go around. They could take as many as they wanted, and there was meat, vegetables, and fish soup too. If only every day could be like this. Everyone who ate this meal, whether they were the few leaders or the villagers helping out, thought the same way. Their wishes were simple: just to eat without worrying about how much, and occasionally enjoy a meat dish. Having a plate of pickled vegetables at every meal felt like a good life. But can this dream really come true? The Li Fubin family seemed well off, but everyone knew they didn't have much. That's why everyone came to help them. They had to share their food with the whole family. The Fubin family are good people, but unfortunately, they have had a tough life, especially with the cruel Li Laotu and Li Laotai around. In the afternoon, news spread that Li Fubin had become the village leader, and even more people came to help. They all said they would go home to eat after finishing their work, so the mother and daughter didn't need to prepare meals for everyone, fearing they would eat up all their food. Being a leader and not being one really makes a difference. Helping out at the village leader's house and still wanting to take food home, did they really want to be treated well? Well, if they didn't want to eat, that was fine. Cooking 2 meals a day was tiring. However, the Fubin family didn't let anyone work for free. Each person received half a pound of grain for a day's work. They kept track of who came, and if someone worked for 2 days, they would get 2 days' worth. Then, on the day of the house's roof raising, they would prepare a nice meal for everyone. In the countryside, that was considered a good way to treat guests. Li Rui, the young girl, was in charge of noting names while Li Ruj wrote them down. When they heard that Li Chongqing had come, they were surprised to see Li Fuyo arrive under pressure as well. As for Li Ping'an, he had come early but didn't eat lunch at their house. He returned in the afternoon with his father. Now, Li family village was lively with 2 big pieces of news. Li Laotu and Li Laotai had once poisoned Li Fubin's mother to steal their son. This situation is already quite explosive. Because of it, the women spent the whole afternoon outside, passionately sharing their opinions. Then I heard that Li Fubin became the village leader, and he was appointed by the county head and the commune secretary Zhao. Lu Chongxi's secretary was also removed from his position. My goodness, this news feels even more shocking. Isn't Lu Chongxi's old son-in-law the county head secretary? How come he hasn't done anything compared to Li Fubin? At that moment, someone mentioned that two young men on bicycles went to Li Fubin's house. Oh wow, those bicycles looked brand new. I heard one of them is a relative of the county head. What do they call him again? Right, they call him uncle or maybe granduncle. Anyway, it seems he is indeed a close relative. Everyone who heard this looked enlightened. No wonder, a secretary can be close, but not as close as a nephew, right? Of course. But how did Li Fubin connect with the county head's nephew? This turned into another mystery for the villagers to discuss. At this moment, Zhao Chaoyang, who was concerned about Li Rouge's schooling and was on his way to the county middle school, felt a bit of an itch in his ears, guessing that Li Rouge must be talking about this matter. After hearing the conversation between Li Rouge and the old man from the Li family, Zhao Chaoyang thought it was a pity that the girl wasn't studying. Later, when he asked Li Rouge, he found out that she had self-studied all the primary school subjects and wanted to go directly to middle school but was struggling to find a way. So, Zhao Chaoyang mentioned it to County Head Liu while on the bus. County Head Liu also had a strong impression of Li Rouge, but unfortunately, they didn't have enough time to chat with her at Li Fubin's house. Did this matter really need the county head's personal attention?
What was the secretary for then?
So, Secretary Song made a call, and they asked Zhao Chaoyang to come over and discuss the student's situation. He didn't know much about the student, but since it was his responsibility, Zhao Chaoyang had no choice. Fortunately, the principal didn't ask many questions, just inquiring about whether it was a boy or girl, their age, which village they were from, and if they had a place to stay, and how they would manage meals. Zhao Chaoyang thought he could answer some of these questions. First, Li Rouge was definitely a girl from Li Jiazhuang. As for her age, he remembered asking before, but it felt like he hadn't. She seemed to be around 10 years old before, so now she should be about 13 or 14, right? Just like that, when asked anything, they know nothing. If it weren't for the fact that the call was from Secretary Song, Principal Wang would have definitely kicked Zhao Chaoyang out. Since there are many children from nearby communes coming to study in the county middle school has dormitories and a cafeteria. However, it is not the school season now. If Li Rouge comes to school at this time, she can just bring her own food to the cafeteria. As for the dormitory issue, some coordination will be needed. Of course, Principal Wang only mentioned this to Zhao Chaoyang. There was no way he would outright refuse. Although the enrollment issue was resolved, Zhao Chaoyang knew that the girl was the key to their family. She definitely wouldn't come to school until the house was finished.
Yo Chaoyang was said correctly.
At that moment, the main maid, Li Rouge, was resting her chin on her hands, eagerly listening to a few women gossiping about the Li family courtyard, completely forgetting about school. Li Rouge had already thought about asking Zhao Chaoyang to handle her enrollment. Since he brought it up today, she took the opportunity to share her thoughts. Otherwise, she and Xiao Ruyi would have to wait until school started. She didn't mind when she went. She planned to skip a grade anyway. But Ruyi was already 10 years old and had to start from first grade. Thankfully, there were quite a few kids her age in first grade. As for the elementary school matters, her father said he was different now. Once the house was finished, he would visit Liu Jiadian and everything would work out. The women were discussing the division of the Li family courtyard. They heard that Zhang Xiaoying returned from her family home with her 2 daughters and immediately learned about the family issues. At first, she didn't believe it and got into a fight with the women discussing it, then went home and argued with Li Fuyu. It was said to have gotten quite serious, and soon the division of the family began. The Li family courtyard was already quite divided. Zhang Xiaoying had always wanted to separate from this family. It wasn't just the food being controlled by the old lady. She wanted to wait until the end of the year to divide the work points. Now that such a situation had occurred, they still had 2 daughters who hadn't found husbands. Was she foolish to stay tied to these people? Since Li Fuyu returned from the village entrance, he lay down at home, reflecting on how his family had treated Li Fubin over the decades, and later how they treated his own family. The more he thought about it, the more upset Li Fuyu felt, as if he had just met his parents for the first time. He couldn't help but feel resentment towards having such parents. When Zhang Xiaoying returned and insisted on separating the family, he remained silent, not because he disagreed with the separation. Li Fuyo might have become somewhat numb, thinking that even if they separated, it wouldn't change the fact that he was the son of a murderer, so what was the point of separating? Seeing Li Fuyo's silence, Zhang Xiaoying became even more agitated and threatened to return to her parents' home if they didn't separate. In the past, Grandma Li often used the threat of sending her daughter-in-law back to her family to scare people. Although she didn't threaten divorce this time, some ignorant women still feared their in-laws saying such things. This time, however, Zhang Xiaoying was not afraid. What was there to fear? What kind of family was this? What bad things had she done in her past life to deserve such in-laws? Li Ping'an and Li Jiawang had gone to help their uncle early in the morning. They were unaware of the commotion at the village entrance until Zhao Dezhuang and others returned from watching the excitement and told them what had happened. It turned out that their uncle was not really their uncle. Their grandparents had poisoned his mother. Upon hearing this, the two rushed home. Li Jiawang ran straight to his grandparents' room, not believing the news. How could that be true? The person he admired most was his grandfather. Li Ping'an initially wanted to join Li Jiawang in questioning their grandparents, but hearing the loud argument from his parents' room, he went there to help mediate instead. Meanwhile, the second family locked themselves in a room to discuss things for a long time. When they finally emerged, they firmly declared their intention to separate, which would surely lead to more chaos. In the end, the two grandfathers didn't even eat lunch and went to the riverbank, enduring the stares of others as they quietly helped Li Fubin's family with mud bricks all afternoon. Originally, their family's enemy was not Li Fuyo. He often felt oppressed by Grandpa Li and Grandma Li, and without the support of his uncles, their lives could have been much worse. However, Grandpa Li and Grandma Li were still Li Fuyo's biological parents, and no matter how bad things were, their lives were certainly better than those of Li Fuyo's family. Regardless of what Li Fuyo did or how he felt guilty, Li Fubin could never reconcile with the family in the Li courtyard. For no other reason than the injustice done to the three people who had died, he could never consider them family. All he could do was tell the two old men that there were enough people to work at home and that many more would come to help, so they should go back home. But the two old men refused to leave. He had no other choice but to say, "You can keep the mud bricks you asked for. I heard you want to split the family, and you will need them." When Li Fubin said this, the two old men seemed to understand that their family's relationship with Li Fubin's family could only improve if they did not become enemies. They noticed that even the bricks they asked for were not wanted, which clearly marked a separation between their families. Li Jiawang did not come by in the afternoon. He might have been upset, worried that his grandparents were seen as criminals and that Jiangling would not stay with him. So, he just followed Jiangling closely, step by step. In the past, Jiangling had looked down on Li Jiawang a bit, thinking he lacked backbone and acted like a puppet in front of his parents and grandparents. But after hearing him shout at his grandparents and criticize the two old men for their actions, she felt that her man seemed much more impressive. Jiangling had already decided that their family of three needed to separate, otherwise such a family environment would not be good for the child. But before she could speak up, her uncle's family brought up the idea of splitting the family first, especially Zhang Xiaoying, whose loud voice made sure all the neighbors heard. In the past, if Zhang Xiaoying had caused such a scene, she would have been scolded by old Lady Li. But today, the one who couldn't lift their head was not Zhang Xiaoying. After hearing about the situation, Song Ho-hot and Li Ruxia cried continuously, their eyes swollen, unable to think about the possibility of splitting the family. Their tears were not because they worried about Old Man Li and Old Lady Li being arrested, but because they feared that Li Ruxia's recently arranged marriage might fall apart because of this incident. Seeing that the second family had successfully caused a stir about splitting, they joined in and said they wanted to separate as well. The second family wanting to split did not surprise Old Man Li and Old Lady Li. They knew the second daughter-in-law had always wanted to live separately. But why did the eldest family also want to separate? Old Man Li looked at his eldest son, who was staring at the ground, and asked in disbelief, "Eldest son, what are you thinking? Do you want to separate from the family too, just like your wife?" Li Fugue looked up and replied, "Let's split, Dad. Given our current situation, staying together may not be a good thing." But you're the eldest son.
Who will you separate from?
Do you really want to leave your parents behind? Old Li couldn't believe it and asked, Dad, we still have 2 sons who aren't married. Besides, our daughter Xiang just got engaged. I'm worried that the Zhang family will hear about this and come to cancel the engagement. When Li Fugue said this, it felt like he had stabbed a sharp knife into the hearts of Old Li and Old Lady Li. Was this really their eldest son, whom they had high hopes for? The son they had been counting on? It was said that the Li family had a big argument about splitting up that lasted half the night. In the end, both the eldest and second sons moved out on their own. However, since they didn't have houses to live in, they all temporarily stayed in the same courtyard, but their food supplies were separated. On the other hand, the eldest son, Li Jiawang, moved out to live independently and insisted on leaving the Li family courtyard. Li Ping'an initially wanted to separate from his parents, but after his mother cried and made a scene, he decided to stay together for the time being. However, he set 3 rules. His mother could not bully his wife, could not interfere in their marriage, and could not go out and insult others, ruining their family's reputation. Who would she insult anyway? Their family had become like a rat in the street in Li village. Who would dare to insult anyone now? The next morning, the 3 of them heard about these events from the villagers who came to help them. Now, more people were coming to work for them. Villagers were happy to take half a pound of grain home to feed their families. But there were also many people who came from far away, so they couldn't just let them work and then walk 2 miles home for a meal. Therefore, they still had to prepare food, but it couldn't be as lavish as the day before with meat and fish. The staple food remained simple. With such heavy work and hot weather, it was hard for them to provide meals for everyone, especially when they were not paying them and were only offering thin soup. They served 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner. For lunch, there were plenty of flatbreads and steamed buns, along with a large bowl of wild vegetable and mushroom soup, and a side of pickled vegetables. Dinner sometimes consisted of sorghum porridge or cornmeal mush, with each person getting a bun or flatbread. While dinner wasn't as filling as lunch, where one could eat 4 or 5 flatbreads, it was still enough to satisfy hunger. As the saying goes, it's hard to please everyone. Whenever many people are involved, not everyone will have something nice to say. There are always 1 or 2 who like to nitpick, trying to show how different they are. Every time they heard others discussing how well-fed they were while building their house and how the work wasn't in vain, the mother and daughters felt very happy. No one dared to speak ill, which was quite rare. It seems that since her father became the team leader, no one wants to say anything about their family. The family has truly felt that the common people are afraid of officials, especially those who previously looked down on them. Now they have become more respectful. Li Chongqing has been working from morning till night, almost always the first to arrive and the last to leave. When offered food, he refuses it, even though he will start working in the fields in 3 days. He still finds time to help out whenever he can. They really admire someone like him, and they feel helpless in the face of such respect. The position of the small team leader has not been filled. After Li Chongqing was removed, the team accountant took over the role temporarily, managing the small team's affairs. Su Shunli intended to select a new team leader once things settled down. In the first few days, many people visited Su Shunli's home, eager to become the team leader. They were quite active, bringing wild vegetables one day and mushrooms the next, but all were turned away by Li Dachuan. Suddenly, the team leader was replaced by Li Fubin, someone they had previously looked down upon, which made everyone realize why Su Shunli was hesitant to accept their gifts. After observing for a few days, Li Fubin suggested that Li Chongqing should be the new team leader, giving him a chance to redeem himself. This news was shocking. Some called Li Fubin foolish for being so accommodating, wondering if Li Chongqing would just pretend to work for a few days to avoid embarrassment. Others praised Li Fubin for his generosity, noting that Li Chongqing had served as team leader for many years, and he deserved some credit for his hard work. Besides, among the 4 teams, the first team had always performed the best. Su Shunli certainly did not oppose Li Fubin's suggestion, as they both recognized that Li Chongqing was a capable leader. They also considered the feelings of elderly San, and so the decision was made. It was said that on the night Li Chongqing regained his position, Zhang Hong cried loudly, leading everyone to wonder if he had been beaten again, or if it was tears of joy. No one knew for sure, but the next day, the couple went to work as usual, appearing completely unfazed. In just 2 days, their 8 houses were framed, the thatch was laid, and the remaining work could be completed by their family at a leisurely pace. For the people in the countryside, once the house is framed, the roof is finished, and the heating bed is set up, it is livable and suitable for cooking, which is basically considered complete. Their previous house was similar. They just built a frame and moved in. Now their family has some money, haha, even a few dozen dollars makes them feel wealthy. They built a pointed roof straw house, which is complicated to construct but keeps warm and is less likely to leak. Everyone has gone to work, including John's brothers, who cannot delay their jobs because of family matters. However, 2 bricklayers and a carpenter from the back village still come to work at their home every day. Their team leader insisted they help finish the house before returning to their own work. By working at Li Fubin's house, they earn work points and get 2 hearty meals a day, which is much better than weeding at home. Huang Zhenfei is grateful. The corn seedlings have sprouted, and the germination rate is 100%. Experienced farmers know that the sprouting time is noticeably earlier than usual. Li Rouge is now a bit worried that the corn seeds from the special space might grow too quickly. If they surpass the original corn seedlings in just a few days, it could be hard to explain. She and her daughters are busy with pickling vegetables and the house, so she hasn't had time to check the fields. But whether she looks or not, it won't change anything. The little seedlings have already come up, and she can't just pull out the hopes everyone worked hard to plant. The vegetable supply station and Zhou Chaoyang are urgently needing pickled vegetables. Their family has cleared out the original room and set up large jars. Many wild vegetables are seasonal. If they miss the season, they will bloom and become unusable. So, on his first day in office, Comrade Li Fubin brought good news to the villagers. Those who are free at home, like the elderly and children who cannot work, should go to the fields and mountains to dig wild vegetables and bring them to his house. Rare wild vegetables are sold for 1 cent per pound, while common ones like wild garlic are 2 pounds for 1 cent. This was the first time everyone heard that wild vegetables could be sold. Some families had previously doubted what their children said, but now they completely believe it. Son Fengqin asked Li Rouge to write down the wild vegetables she needed, adding pictures for those who might not recognize the words. What a beautiful picture. Oh my, look at this little garlic drawing. It looks so real. This stuff weighs a lot, and there's plenty of it. Just a little digging, and soon you could fill a basket. Even at a penny for 2 pounds, it adds up. Hey, what's this? Is it shepherd's purse? That must be pigweed. There's so much of it, just like the garlic. No need to go up the mountains. During breaks, you can easily gather a few pounds right from the fields. You don't need much. A family can gather 10 pounds of wild vegetables in a day, which means they could earn a few cents. For farmers who only see money once a year, earning a few cents daily is a big deal. Especially since they can still work without losing their labor points, which they can exchange for food. Plus, they can gather some wild vegetables for extra pocket money. With that, they could buy lamp oil, salt, or matches. The more they think about it, the better it seems. The villagers have gone from questioning the new team leader, Li Fubin, to feeling grateful and happy, almost all in one day. People are easily satisfied. As long as they can fill their stomachs, even if it's just thin porridge, they are content as long as they don't go hungry. Seeing the relief food dwindling day by day, everyone worries they won't have enough to last until the autumn harvest. Some families, calculating their needs, have already started relying on wild vegetables as their main food. Now that wild vegetables can be exchanged for money, can that money be used to buy some food? Eating wild vegetables every day isn't very tasty, and they don't fill you up. Before finishing a row, your stomach starts growling, and you feel weak and anxious. How can you work like that? That's why some families only give food to the men who work hard, not their daughters. Su Shunli originally suggested that Comrade's son Fengqin become the women's leader in Li Jiazhuang, but she turned it down. With her temper, She would definitely question any family that treats their daughters poorly. But what can she do? Food is scarce, and nearly every family is in the same situation. Can you really label everyone as mistreating their daughters? The urgent task is to find a way to improve the villagers' lives. Their family collects wild vegetables under the pretense of supplying the vegetable station. Comrade's son Fengqin is now the head of the processing point for the vegetable supply station located in Lijiazhuang. This way, her mother doesn't have to work anymore, and Xiao Rui has been sent to elementary school by Comrade Li Fubin. Li Rouge also received a letter from Zhao Chaoyang, asking her to report to the county junior high school. She can't go report right now. Her family needs her. She personally designed the blueprints for their 3 houses. As for her older sister's 5 houses, her brother-in-law looked at her designs and also asked her to take charge of them. The houses are well designed, and she didn't dare to change much. They are almost like everyone else's. All 3 houses have a central entrance. However, after entering, Li Rouge designed it so that the first room is a living room, but only half of it. The other half has a large cooking area on both sides, which is perfect for a kitchen. The 2 side rooms have heated beds, so in winter, when cooking, they can also warm up the beds. At first, the 2 bricklayers didn't really agree, saying the southern bed was better because you could lie there and enjoy the sunlight. Li Rouge then asked them, "Isn't it cold at night with the window on the south side?" After that, the 2 bricklayers and a carpenter stopped arguing. They accepted whatever she said without further objections. This included the design of the flushable toilet she drew for the 2 bricklayers. Although they were surprised, they obediently followed her instructions. They didn't understand the term bathroom, so it was easier to just call it a flushable toilet. While working, the 2 bricklayers quietly murmured that this family used mud bricks for the house, and only the floor was covered with stone tiles. They felt like all the money was spent on these 2 toilets. The local stone tiles were made at a nearby quarry. They weren't expensive, but not cheap either. However, Li Fubin's family actually used stone tiles for the toilets, and inside, not only was the floor tiled, but it was also cemented. People in the countryside have a mythical view of city dwellers, believing that those who live in the city are wealthy and live a fairy tale life. Ever since Zhou Chaoyang and Wu Gang rode their bicycles to Li Fubin's house, everyone has stopped being surprised by what they see there, including the glass windows and doors. But the size of the toilets is one thing. The fact that they can flush and even have an inner and outer room, with the outer room being able to shower, has everyone curious about where the waste goes. Curious people, after finishing work, hurried over to take a look. They walked a couple of 100 meters and finally saw a stone cover. Then they heard that this stone cover was just a backup. The actual deep ditch extended further back, where there was a small grove with a large pile of manure from the 4th team. Wow, all this effort just for a toilet? But I have to say, this toilet is really clean and has no smell at all. It's nice, but who can afford it? So, while both families built 8 rooms without much trouble, these 2 bathrooms took several days just for the plumbing. Moreover, the cost of these 2 pipes increased the budget significantly, causing the family that originally planned to buy a set of furniture to abandon that idea. Alright, don't be ungrateful. Nowadays, which family can build a house like ours with glass windows and colorful paper on the roof? All of this costs money. Comrade's son Fengqin seemed to have forgotten about their big villa. She felt very satisfied with their current home, especially since they now had a bathroom where they could take showers. Comrade Li Fubin even said he wanted to dig a well in their yard. Son Fengqin felt a sense of moving towards a better life. Yes, this is good enough. What more could she want? She could smile and live happily for the rest of her life. Her mother was easily content, and with their 3 rooms plus the 5 built by her older sister's family, they were doing well in Lijiazhuang. Didn't Aunt Kai get anxious? When she heard that several families in the village were interested in the Jiang family boys, even before the house was finished, she became even more worried when matchmakers started coming to propose. Aunt Kai, who previously thought her daughter was perfect, couldn't hold back anymore. After work, she rushed to Li Fubin's house and asked son Fengqin, "Annie, I know you're busy with the house, but I'm here to remind you." "What's the matter, Aunt?" Sun Fengqin, who had been busy from morning till night with house matters, foraging for wild vegetables and pickling, had completely forgotten about matchmaking. See, I told you must have forgotten. As long as it wasn't a failure, Aunt Kai felt relieved. She then reminded her, it's about my daughter Tsueju and Sanhu. Since you were the one who introduced them, and the kids have no objections, when will you have time to arrange the details and finalize the gifts? I'll feel at ease once it's settled. That's why I say my heart is only half at ease. Until the gifts are exchanged, it's not officially settled, and as a mother, I can't fully relax. Oh my goodness, Sun Fengqin exclaimed, clapping her hands and laughing awkwardly. I really forgot about this. No wonder Sanhu has been acting so hesitant when he sees me these days. So it turns out both sides are eager, but she, the middle person, completely forgot about it. All right, I'll talk to the Zhang family about this later. Didn't you see that they built an extra room? They originally planned to build 4, but because of Sanhu and Dakwi, they added another one. When Aunt Kai heard Sun Fengqin say this, she was overjoyed. With the house all prepared, this matter is sure to go through. She hurried home to inform her daughter. Li Rouge, who had already delayed a week without reporting to school, only heard the beginning and then rode her father's bicycle to the county town. Their large jars of pickled vegetables were ready. This time, she went to the city for 2 reasons. First, to discuss with the principal whether she could come to school only for exams instead of every day. Second, to ask Wu Gang to quickly bring back the pickled vegetables. The idea of not attending classes every day was suggested by her younger sister, Li Rui. Rui said that what their teacher taught was not as good as what their second sister taught, and she felt it was a waste of time when she could be earning money by picking vegetables. She wanted to stay home and learn from her second sister, only going to take exams. Of course, Rui couldn't do that. She had been spoiled by Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin. With a little encouragement, she felt she could do anything. Sun Fengqin was always worried about her daughter being bullied, so she often taught her self-defense, which really meant showing Rui how to stand up for herself. Li Fubin was even more exaggerated. He worried about Rui walking the 2 or 3 miles to school, fearing someone might take her away. He insisted on riding his bicycle to drop her off. But in less than 2 days, Rui refused to let him take her anymore because it was too much of a hassle. She wanted to pick wild vegetables with her friends on the way home from school. Sigh. All of them are good kids, but their parents are too silly. She truly worries they have the mindset of 50-year-olds. They finally have a precious little girl to dote on, and it has spoiled Rui. So Rui must go to school to learn some discipline and experience the atmosphere of studying with her classmates. She can't let those 2 silly parents teach her directly. But she doesn't need the school environment. She has already made up her mind, and her parents can't change that. Besides, she already has the mindset of an adult. Is there really a need for her to sit in class with a bunch of younger kids, listening to lessons she already knows? The answer is definitely no. So today, Li Rouge came, riding her father's bicycle. Ever since her dad became the team leader, it has been much easier for their family to go into town. If you ask why, it's because they no longer need to find someone else to write a letter of introduction. At Li Rouge's height, riding such a tall bicycle feels a bit strange, even with the seat lowered. When she arrived, Principal Wang happened to be standing at the school gate. Seeing such a small bicycle made him feel a bit envious, thinking that he wasn't living as well as a little girl. Just then, she asked, "Are you the teacher at the school gate? I want to know how to get to the principal's office." Nowadays, schools don't have gatekeepers, nor do teachers stand at the entrance to greet students. Principal Wang was just passing time and happened to be at the gate when Li Rouge mistook him for the gatekeeper. Thankfully, she added the word teacher, but even so, Principal Wang looked at her with some displeasure before asking, "What do you need from Principal Wang?" Since she was asking about the principal's office, it was clear she was looking for him. It seemed that Li Rouge only then noticed that this old man was quite different from the usual gatekeepers. "I'm here to report as a student. My name is Li Rouge, and I come from Lijiazwang," she said, pulling out her letter of introduction to hand it to him. "Oh, you're the girl that Secretary Song mentioned on the phone?" Principal Wang said, turning to walk into the courtyard. Come on, I'm the principal you're looking for. Wow, this old man really is the principal. Wait, Secretary Song personally called him about her? When Zhou Chaoyang had Wu Gang deliver messages to her, he probably didn't mention it, thinking it might be awkward. Now she feels like she owes Secretary Song a big favor. Recently, the vegetable supply station has been sending large jars, salt, and garlic to their home, all delivered by Wu Gang. He also brought the message that she should report to the county junior high. If she can communicate well with Principal Wang, she must remember to thank Secretary Song before she goes back. After all, compared to her dad, the team leader, the county chief's secretary, has a bit more authority. Li Rouge had made up her mind. When she entered the principal's office, she expressed her thoughts. Principal Wang, I've been self-studying at home, and I believe I've done quite well. So, I would like to ask if I could skip classes and only come for exams? Principal Wang was taken aback. After many years as a teacher and principal, he had seen many talented students, but this was the first time he encountered someone so confident. Words alone aren't enough. You say you're doing well in self-study. You can test me, she interrupted. It wasn't that Li Rouge was rude. She just feared that Principal Wang would go on and on about it, and she had many other things to do. Her family relied on her mother and older sister, and they were quite busy. All right, since you insist, I'll have the first-year teacher come over to test you. Why did it sound like Principal Wang was gritting his teeth when he said that? Li Rouge touched her nose, realizing how frustrating her request might be. Soon, the first-year homeroom teacher was called in, but Principal Wang quickly sent them away with a few words. Go get a set of last week's exam papers. Yes, all of them. As for the questions, Li Rouge had a plan. She knew scoring full marks would be too obvious. Under the watchful eyes of the two teachers and Principal Wang, she intentionally missed 3 to 5 points on each paper, keeping it balanced. The questions she got wrong surprised Principal Wang and the two teachers, who felt those answers shouldn't have been incorrect. However, they didn't say anything, as students like her were rare, and they didn't want to push her away. In the end, Principal Wang and the teachers accepted her with smiles and agreed that as long as she could come for exams, they would make an exception, and she wouldn't have to attend classes. Good students are always favored by teachers, and having a student like her meant less worry for them and no need to arrange accommodation, which was a relief. Finally, Li Rouge left a small jar of her family's pickles for each of them and happily rode away on her bicycle. If she hadn't happened to pass by the county committee entrance and noticed a crowd making noise, she might have zoomed past without a second thought. Li Rouge got off her bicycle and thought it would be inconvenient to push it through the crowd, so she locked it near the guardhouse. It's not that she was overly curious. Honestly, she wasn't like Comrade's son Fengqin, who loved to watch all kinds of commotion, especially arguments. If her mother encountered such a situation, she would make sure everyone involved would leave, and she wouldn't help disperse them. Just now, if she heard correctly, it seemed she heard the voice of Lu Changxi's wife, Cheng Qiaozhen. That woman's voice was very sharp, and she often put on airs. Plus, Lu Changxi's family was well known in the village, so perhaps the original owner admired their daughter while she was alive. After all, Cheng Qiaozhen, as a mother, never favored sons over daughters. In fact, her family seemed to prefer daughters over sons. If her daughter was more capable, why would she prefer her son? This kind of thinking was rare, even in the city. Li Rouge didn't know why, but she guessed this was the reason. Otherwise, how could the original owner remember Cheng Qiaozhen's voice so clearly? Since they arrived, she hadn't seen Cheng Qiaozhen even once, yet she felt familiar with her from deep within her memories, which were not her own. After much effort, Li Rouge finally squeezed into the crowd. Even though it was lunchtime, she was surprised to see so many people gathered at the entrance. It seemed Comrade Sun Fengqin had quite a few admirers. As long as there was a stage, there would be no shortage of an audience. Once she got into the crowd, she saw Song Jian, already sweating, being pulled by Cheng Qiaozhen. Next to them stood a pretty girl wiping her tears, looking sadly at Song Jian, as if she had suffered a great injustice and had unspoken words. At that moment, Li Rouge remembered who the girl was, Lu Changxi's youngest daughter, Lu Hongxia. Many men were captivated by her beauty. It seemed everyone wanted to marry her. Lu Changxi must have come too, and the young man standing next to him took a moment for Li Rouge to recognize. After thinking carefully, she realized he was probably their youngest son, Lu Jiefeng, the silly boy who used to wipe his nose on his sleeve. The father and son were likely busy too, struggling with two people trying to drive them away, showing a determination of if you don't force us out, we won't leave. Secretary Song has been set up by someone? Seeing this, Li Rouge had already guessed what was happening. Song Jian must have broken up with Lu Hongxia, and now her family wants to cause a scene to force him to marry their daughter. That day, Lu Changxi made a big fuss in their village, and she knew this couple's relationship was in trouble. Clearly, she only guessed part of it. The other part, which even Li Rouge didn't expect, was that this situation could escalate to such an extent. If you don't marry my daughter, I'll make your life difficult. Looking at Lu Changxi and his son, it was obvious they were ready for a confrontation. Cheng Qiaozhen was even more dramatic, crying and wiping her nose on Song Jian while claiming her daughter's reputation was ruined. She said that Song Jian breaking up with her daughter was immoral and even a crime. Lu Hongxia joined in, saying she had never dated anyone before and that Song Jian was the first man she met and the only one she wanted to marry. Then she took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, crying heartbreakingly. Wow, this family must have rehearsed this at home. Everyone had their roles, who played the villain and who played the victim. As for Lu Hongxia, it seemed she was determined to play the innocent role, and several young people nearby were starting to lose patience, shouting things like ungrateful and abandoning his wife and child. Oh my, what a mess. If Song Jian weren't Secretary Song, he would have been beaten up long ago. But then again, if Song Jian didn't have such a job, Lu Changxi's family wouldn't be clinging to him so desperately. Song, you must give our Hongxia an explanation today. How can you say you're together one moment and not the next? My daughter's reputation is at stake. Where's the county head? I want to see your leader. I want to report you. Seeing so many people supporting them, Cheng Qiaozhen became even more energized, shouting louder and insisting on seeing the county head. At that moment, a man in his 30s rushed out, seemingly trying to pull Cheng Qiaozhen away from Song Jian, but she accused him of touching her on purpose. Oh my, from what Song Jian said, that man was likely the office director since he kept mentioning the director and asking him to call someone. Li Rouge felt it was time to repay some favors, so she decided to step in today. She took a big step forward, catching everyone's attention and shouted, "Isn't this our village's flower, Lu Hongxia? Why did you change partners? I remember the one you brought home last year was from our supply and marketing cooperative, right?" The crowd was confused. Lu's mother had been crying for a long time, claiming her daughter was pure and had never had a partner. Since she had held hands with Secretary Song, shouldn't they give her daughter a proper title? The lively crowd suddenly quieted down, feeling drained by Li Rouge, as they didn't know what was happening or who was right or wrong. They just listened to whoever spoke the loudest, thinking that person was correct. What nonsense are you talking? When has my daughter ever had a partner? Cheng Qiaozhen was struggling to recognize Li Rouge, not remembering which family she belonged to. However, what she said was true. In her panic, she resorted to her usual tactics and shouted, "Who are you to meddle in our family's affairs? Go away." Li Rouge had changed quite a bit. Only Lu Changxi from the Lu family still recognized her and had a strong impression of her. Seeing Li Rouge, Lu Changxi knew trouble was coming. This girl was different from the others who cared about their image. The officials could only try to mediate, but they were quickly overshadowed by his wife's loud voice.
Who would listen to them?
Moreover, when necessary, his wife could create a scene, as seen by how the director was already sweating. Thinking of this, Lu Changxi quickly signaled his wife and turned to Li Rouge with a smile, saying, "Oh, it's Rouge. This is a family matter. You shouldn't get involved."
I'm not trying to get involved.
I'm just curious. You are villagers from Li Family Village, so how did you come to the city? By the way, do you have an introduction letter for entering the city? Li Rouge's comment was a reminder to the office director. At a time like this, instead of discussing principles, they should just be arrested for any wrongdoing. Sure enough, the officials seemed unprepared for this situation. After Li Ruge's reminder, the office director turned and ran, probably to make a phone call. Cheng Qiaozhen was furious with Li Fubin's family. She had cursed their names countless times in the past few days, so how could she not know who Li Ruge was? Indeed, Li Fubin's family is their family's nemesis. Otherwise, how could that girl have come into town at this moment and caused trouble for them right away? Cheng Qiaozhen knew that her husband was signaling her not to provoke Li Ruge, but she couldn't help it. Seeing that Song Jian was about to give in, she thought that if he spoke up now and said he would marry her daughter in front of so many people, he wouldn't be able to back out. Cheng Qiaozhen was so angry she could burst, but she didn't care who Li Ruge's daughter was. Besides, even if Li Fubin was the team leader, their son-in-law was still the deputy town mayor. Lu Changxi wasn't afraid of Li Fubin. He was afraid of Li Ruge's sharp tongue. That girl could argue fiercely, and they were more worried about someone talking too much and making everything clear to everyone. But he couldn't say this out loud, and Cheng Qiaozhen had no idea what he was really afraid of. So, she shouted, "Li Ruge, don't think you're so impressive just because your dad is the team leader. I tell you, our family isn't afraid of yours." Li Ruge replied, "Oh really? Who has your family ever been afraid of? Didn't you come here to cause trouble and ruin your daughter's reputation? If dating for a few days ruins someone's reputation, then your daughter lost hers long ago. I remember she was with someone from our village when she was 16 or 17. It wasn't good to bring up others' names, so Li Ruge only mentioned the surname and continued. Then she seemed to dislike him, because he was a country boy, right? They dated for over 6 months, and then your daughter was with." Li Ruge started counting how many people Lu Hongxia had dated, and those watching were stunned. Wow, this girl actually. Cheng Qiaozhen, who was holding on to Song Jian, finally let go of both hands. Just now, she had been too afraid to fully release her grip. Angered by Li Ruge, she rushed over to scratch her, saying, "I'll teach you not to talk nonsense. I'm going to tear your mouth apart today." Li Ruge naturally wouldn't let Cheng Qiaozhen catch her, so she ran while shouting, "If I'm talking nonsense, you can go investigate at Qingshan Commune. The name Lu Hongxia is well known in our village." In fact, she was famous throughout the entire Qingshan Commune, but Li Ruge didn't know much and thought only people from her village knew about Lu Hongxia's past. Just a moment ago, a few young people thought they couldn't trust this girl. Maybe the two families had a grudge, and she was just trying to slander them. At this moment, hearing her mention which commune and village she lived in, they had no reason to doubt her anymore. If they still did, it would just be pretending. Lu Hongxia's face changed from red to pale with anger. "I must say, the girl is really beautiful, but unfortunately, her character is lacking." Li Ruge knew that the crowd wouldn't let Cheng Qiaozhen bully her. Even without the crowd, she was confident she could kick that person away. However, what surprised Li Ruge was that Song Jian, who had just let Cheng Qiaozhen pull on him, suddenly rushed over and pushed Lu Jiefeng, who was about to hit someone, away. Not only did he push him out, but he also kicked him afterward and shouted, "You guys don't have an introduction letter and still come here making a fuss. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Earlier, he had been thinking about his feelings for Lu Hongxia since they had been together for over a month, and he was her first acquaintance. But after hearing Li Ruge say that Lu Hongxia had several partners and had started dating since she was 16 or 17, Song Jian felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Just a moment ago, seeing Lu Hongxia crying like a flower in the rain, he almost wanted to say they should stay together. Thankfully, Li Ruge stopped him. In this situation, Lu Jiefeng still wanted to hit Li Ruge in front of him, and Song Jian wouldn't allow that. Once Song Jian showed his stance, the two security guards felt bold enough to act. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to be too forceful or speak out of turn. Who knew if those two had really broken up or not? They saw how Song Jian looked at the girl with concern. Realizing the situation was lost, Lu Hongxia turned and ran. Why stay and embarrass herself? She was from the city, had a job and a residence permit, so the police couldn't arrest her. So Lu Hongxia ran away, and naturally, no one cared. But the remaining 3 people were not treated kindly this time. They were all taken away. Comrade Li Rouge, thank you, said a disheveled Song Jian as he hurried over to express his gratitude. No need to thank me. I just registered at school, so we are even, Li Rouge replied, then turned to push her bicycle and rode away. The secretary position that Song Jian held, a prominent role, was being bullied by a countrywoman like that. It was truly pathetic. This just shows that men shouldn't be infatuated with beauty. It can lead to losing everything. Sigh, she considered this a service to the people. Otherwise, if Song Jian married Lu Hongxia, the common people would surely suffer later. First of all, there is no benefit to their family. If power is in the hands of Lu Changxi's family, it would be like creating a big enemy for themselves. After Li Rouge delivered the message to the vegetable supply station, she instructed them to pick up pickled vegetables early tomorrow morning, including 50 pounds for Zhao Chaoyang. She wasn't sure how those two had arranged it, but it meant her father wouldn't need to deliver them anymore. It seemed a bit unreasonable that they no longer needed Comrade Li Fubin to deliver pickled vegetables and even took a bicycle from him for free. As for her schooling, although it was Secretary Song who made the call, it was still more of a favor owed to Zhao Chaoyang. While Li Rouge was thinking about all this, her feet were busy pedaling straight to the black market. This time, she wanted to see if she could trade peanuts for peanut oil or any other kind of vegetable oil. Even though her family had started cooking separately from her elder sister's family, they were still just a wall apart, so it was hard to hide anything from them. Her brother-in-law didn't seem like an easy person to deal with. Li Rouge had originally wanted to discuss with Comrade Li Fubin how to extract peanut oil, but now she didn't even dare to take peanuts out, let alone oil. At the black market controlled by Fengqin, Li Rouge wasn't worried about running into him. As long as she didn't draw too much attention, no one would really notice her. It was like visiting a construction site where you wouldn't meet the developers. You'd only see some younger workers. Li Rouge truly admired Fengqin for having so many followers in such times. It just goes to show how important one's upbringing is. If a child from an ordinary family tried to do what Fengqin did, they probably wouldn't even dare to think about it. If Li Rouge weren't herself, even with 100 chances, she wouldn't be able to make a fortune in the black market. After wandering around the black market, she noticed that the most in-demand items were still grains, especially fine grains. Rice and flour had skyrocketed to $1 a pound, and there were still people willing to buy them. It wasn't that the supply stations sold fine grains for just a few cents. The price had nearly multiplied tenfold. One had to admit, Fengqin was quite ruthless. Li Rouge quickly realized that the people selling fine grains were all connected to Fengqin. First of all, the amount of fine grains appearing in the black market, looking like at least 1,000 or 1,800 pounds, couldn't have come from ordinary people. Next, those selling fine grains seemed too lazy to even dress up, and even the bags for the grains look exactly the same. It seems like they are sure no one will come to check, right? With such organized selling, if certain departments and people weren't already calmed down, who would dare to sell this much fine grain, even in the black market? Li Rouge originally wanted to buy some rice for her family. The little fine grain they brought in their car is long gone, and she is really craving rice now. She doesn't need to buy white flour since she has planted wheat in her space, and it will be ready to harvest soon. Then they will have white flour to eat. But when she asked the price and heard it was 1 yuan per pound, it scared her away. Just think about how expensive this rice is. These merchants are truly opportunistic. With the grain shortage everywhere, isn't Fengqin making a profit from the country's difficulties? As she left with a pout, she quickly sold 5 big fish at a high price. Since she didn't wear makeup today, she didn't dare sell more. With 10 yuan, Li Rouge bought 2 cans of vegetable oil for 1 yuan each. It's not exactly expensive, but not very cheap either. In these times, you can only see real prices at supply stations. Here, everyone is trying to take advantage, yet people are still willing to pay. It's frustrating. Without any money or tickets, she decided not to wander around department stores. As soon as Li Rouge came out of the black market on her bicycle, she quickly rode home. At the entrance to the city, there are some train tracks, so whenever she reaches the spot, whether riding a bike, driving a horse cart, or walking, Everyone has to wait for the train to pass when the barrier comes down. Li Rouge was lucky. Just as she arrived, the train had just passed and the barrier was lifted, so she zipped right through. In her hurry to get home, she didn't notice a few cyclists passing by her, including Liu Chongxi's daughter, Liu Hongmei, and her husband, Wang Mingli. Both her parents and brothers had been taken away, supposedly just for not having the introduction letter from the village when they entered the city. For Liu Hongmei, this was no big deal. Her husband could solve it with a phone call, and they didn't need to go in person. Later, when she heard her sister's relationship had ended, their family even caused a scene at the county committee's entrance, and her mother scolded the office director. Now Liu Hongmei was starting to feel anxious. Then she quickly called the man, who was in a meeting outside. At first, Wang Mingli was reluctant to make the trip, but when he heard about what his father-in-law's family had done, he didn't dare to say he couldn't go anymore. The couple rode bicycles, with Wang Mingli carrying his sister-in-law, Liu Hongxia, on the back. They almost brushed past Li Rouge. If Liu Hongxia hadn't been sitting sideways, Li Rouge would have noticed her sooner. At first, Li Rouge didn't recognize Liu Hongxia, but by the time she realized who it was, Liu Hongxia was already gone. Isn't Li Fubin's family supposed to be poor? How could they afford bicycles? And Li Rouge was wearing clothes without a single patch. Liu Hongxia seemed to remember this, and felt that something was off. Liu Hongxia wanted to ask her brother-in-law to stop, but thinking of his cold face, she decided against it. She thought she could find out what was going on when they moved back to Lijiazwang. Wang Mingli, who usually feared his wife, was acting cold and serious. He had just finished a meeting and Liu Hongmei didn't know the details yet. As the deputy town head, he was nearing the end of his term. Qingshan town was merging with several nearby communes, which meant there would be no town anymore. What would happen to him as deputy town head then? He wasn't sure if he would work in the commune or be transferred to the county. Now, with his father-in-law's family in trouble, it was hard for him to feel happy about the news. After hearing about the trouble caused by his father-in-law's family and understanding the situation, Wang Mingli felt even more uncertain about his future. He had hoped that Secretary Song would help him get a position in the county, which would be much better than going to the commune. With this troublesome family, he figured Liu Jiefeng's temporary job at Qingshan Commune was probably coming to an end. Wang Mingli thought this but didn't dare to say it out loud. Liu Hongmei was usually good to him, treating his parents and their rural relatives well, and she had never caused a scene over these matters. As for their relationship, it was just okay. As long as it didn't involve her family, everything was fine. But once her family had issues, Liu Hongmei would stop being reasonable. For example, regarding today's incident, no matter how Liu Hongxia tried to argue, he could tell that it was the Liu family who had brought trouble upon themselves. Wang Mingli couldn't blame Song Jian for not being with her. Although he helped his sister-in-law get her job, he didn't introduce her to her partner. When he heard that Liu Hongxia was dating someone from Song Jian's circle, he secretly felt sorry for Song's secretary. When he found out the two had broken up, his father-in-law even caused a scene at the county committee's entrance, and they all ended up getting arrested. Do you think Wang Mingli wanted to be involved in this? Could he say that? Everyone said he was afraid of his wife. He wished he wasn't, but Liu Hongmei really knew how to make a fuss. And his mother-in-law? She was a real tiger. Sometimes, Wang Mingli thought that if he didn't have such a mother-in-law, Liu Hongmei might be easier to deal with. At least she wouldn't make a scene every time there was a family issue. It turned out that when choosing a wife, you should consider what the mother-in-law is like. He regretted not listening to his mother, who warned him about the Chung family's daughters, saying they would cause trouble. But he didn't listen, and now he regretted it. Throughout the journey, Wang Mingli only thought about these things and didn't consider how to help anyone. Liu Hongmei believed that once her man arrived and looked for help, they could get her parents and brothers released. The person they were looking for seemed to know they were coming and took a long time to think about it, even making a few phone calls. In the end, the result was just a month of detention. That person even said it was because of Wang Mingli's reputation. Otherwise, it could have been 3 years. With things escalating like this, Lu Hongmei remembered to scold Lu Hongxia because she just heard that everything was at Secretary Song's behest. Why can't you just date properly? One today, another tomorrow. How do you think that looks? Lu Hongmei worked in the Women's Federation and dealt with conflicts daily, whether between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law or couples. Many men who hit their wives often had issues because their wives had previously dated someone and still had ties to them. Lu Hongxia was her own sister, and she knew who she had dated. She had even helped her sister with these matters before. In fact, the situation with the Li family was something Lu Hongmei had ruined because she thought her sister deserved better than marrying a poor man. Finding Song Jian was a good match, but could her sister's past be hidden? The introduction for the two people was arranged by Lu Hongmei, who is a senior member of the County Women's Federation and her direct supervisor. How will she face others after this? If one opportunity doesn't work out, there will be another. If Huang is out, then what's the fuss about? Now, it's clear that she can't hide it anymore. Her sister's reputation is definitely damaged. Lingqing County is small, and the place where they caused a scene is right in front of the county committee. It will be difficult for her sister to find a job in the future. Lu Hongmei felt like she aged several years in an instant. She was angry and wanted to scold Lu Hongxia, but seeing her sister's silly expression made her feel a bit sorry. So, she only complained a little and reminded her not to date recklessly in the future before riding her bike home. Lu Hongxia lived in a small shared dormitory provided by her workplace, cramped with 6 people, and not all of them were from the department store. Thinking about how she had been showing off her relationship and saying she would get married soon and move out, she felt a shiver at the thought of how others were both angry and jealous of her. The news of her breakup with Song Jian would soon spread throughout the town. Perhaps everyone already knew and was laughing at her. Now, her parents and brother were in trouble because of her, and her older sister must hate her for it, or she wouldn't have left without looking back. It must be Li Rouge or her parents. When Song Jian broke up with her, he only said they weren't suitable for each other without explaining why. Remembering what Li Rouge said and that Song Jian had just visited Li's family a few days ago, Lu Hongxia finally understood what was happening. It must have been during that visit that Song Jian heard about her past relationship, which made him not want to be with her anymore. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her happy life was ruined by the Li family, and she was very unwilling to accept it. She regretted not stopping Li Rouge earlier, otherwise, she would have confronted her. Maybe Song Jian liked Li Rouge, which is why he didn't want her. That dispatched official didn't pay attention to her because he liked Li Rulon instead. Otherwise, she would have married into the city and enjoyed a good life by now. Why should she still be crammed into a room with those women? Just thinking about the smell in that room made Lu Hongxia even less willing to go back. First, it was Li Rulon, now it's Li Rouge. If Lu Hongxia ever gets the chance to turn her life around, she will definitely settle the score with those two. Little did she know that someone had already set their sights on her. Li Rouge happily returned home, pulling out the things she had prepared to bring into the village one by one from her basket. The fatty intestines are the same as the ones I bought last time. I haven't had a chance to eat them after preparing them, but now I can take them out and let her mother make a dry-fried dish. As for the leftover horse meat, I've only cooked it once, and there are still dozens of pounds left that I haven't had a chance to use. From now on, anything I take out will be what she bought in the city, so I finally have a good excuse. Li Rulon came in holding a child and saw her younger sister laying out a whole pot of food. Surprised, she asked Rouge, "Where did you buy all this meat? It looks like horse meat. Is there really that much horse meat for sale in the city now?" No, it's just a coincidence. I've been to the black market twice, and both times I happened to find someone selling horse meat. Her older sister was not easily fooled. That's quite a coincidence, she said, as she looked at the fatty intestines, wondering why they were so clean. Had they been washed? Hearing her younger sister's words, she looked up excitedly and asked, "What? Did you just say you went to the black market?" Li Rouge replied, "Elder sister, you really didn't know that Dad and I went to the black market, did you?" "Huh? What? Dad went too?" Seeing that her older sister was genuinely surprised, Li Rouge felt a bit stunned. Her sister was quite naive. With all the good things they had for building their houses, how could they have gotten so many industrial tickets without going to the black market? With cement and drainage pipes, these were things that she and her father couldn't just magically produce. Wasn't it Zhou Chao and Wu Gang who helped us? Li Rulon was still mumbling. Everyone said that, and she thought so too, but she had never doubted that their things came from the black market. Of course, those two definitely helped our family a lot. Otherwise, how would my dad and I dare to go to such a place? Her older sister seemed even more out of touch, but it wasn't entirely her fault. After all, people from the mountains have limited experiences. How could her sister know how tough life is outside? That's why people from the countryside often think city folks have it easy. Without seeing it firsthand, they can only imagine. They think that city people get paid every month and can eat good food. Even the crops they grow are prioritized for city folks. Naturally, their longing for the city grows, leading to wild fantasies. Fortunately, those who lack experience can only imagine that city people never go hungry and eat well every day. In reality, life in the city is not as easy as everyone thinks. In a family of 7 or 8, only 2 people work, which is common. The whole family relies on just those 2 for support. Just think about it. With 7 or 8 mouths to feed, everything costs money, food, drinks, and fuel. That's why when family planning started many years later, it was so strict. People back then could have many children, but they truly couldn't afford to raise them. During the toughest years, many city folks envied those in the countryside, believing that even if things were tough, they could still find wild vegetables to eat and gather firewood from the mountains. Unlike them, city dwellers had to spend money on coal, and even firewood costs money. With limited information and relying on guesses, a few years later, when educated youth were sent to the countryside, many went willingly, hoping just to have enough to eat. Without phones, computers, or even radios, ordinary people didn't know much about the real situation. It felt like they were separated by hundreds or even thousands of miles, and they couldn't easily go out. People at that time relied heavily on their imagination, which, in a way, sharpened the imagination of those today. Before marrying, Li Rulon had only been to the farthest place, Qingshan Commune, and that was only a few times. When Jiang Dahu, angry because of Jiang Ling's mischief, took her away from the Li family courtyard, she felt she had gone to a much farther place, Yunwu Mountain. For the next 2 years, she never left Yunwu Mountain. Whatever she needed, the men brought it to her. No matter what she lacked, Jiang Dahu seemed able to get it for her. Over time, she began to think that as long as she had money, she could buy anything she wanted. However, she was aware that she shouldn't go to places like the black market. Rouge, have you forgotten? 2 years ago, that boy from Li Detsai's family was sentenced to 15 years for going to the black market. His mother fainted from crying when he was publicly shamed in the commune. She probably didn't remember that family well, but seeing Lu Hongxia today reminded her of the incident. I haven't forgotten. That boy from Li Detsai's family was in a relationship with Lu Hongxia. Lu Chongxi's family thought they were too poor and insisted they break up. Later, I heard that Li Er went crazy trying to get rich and took risks, which led to him being reported by Lu Hongxia's brother. Don't worry about how he got caught. There are plenty of people who have been arrested for similar things. You must promise me you won't go to such places in the future. Haha, big sister. Where do you think Feng Yuan took all the dried goods from your family? Ah! She had never thought about this. Not just the dried goods, but many hunted items, including skins, were taken by Feng Yuan. Don't worry, big sister. Li Rouge patted her somewhat dazed sister, thinking she shouldn't be too naive. She continued, maybe my brother-in-law didn't tell you the truth because he was worried about you. But you need to learn to see things for yourself. You can't just believe everything he says, okay? At this moment, Li Rulon felt a bit lost, realizing she had been too carefree that day, just taking care of the kids and cooking with everyone's help. Rouge, I suddenly feel so useless. I feel like I'm not as observant as little Rui. You see, she seems to bounce around without noticing much, but she can tell when something is missing. Just the other day, Wang Jihua took a piece of glass from our house. She said she wanted to show it to her mother, who had never seen glass before. And guess what? As soon as Rui came back, she noticed the glass was missing and asked me about it. I told her Wang Juhua took it, and she immediately went to get it back.
Ha ha ha.
Little Rui could really do that. That child is so spoiled by her parents that the Li family can't keep up with her. Big sister, please don't let Rui be like her. One of that kind is enough for our family. I'm worried that one day she'll go to the old Li family courtyard and tear down their old houses. Really? Thinking about how little sister always tried to bring good luck, Li Rulan couldn't help but smile less. It does seem possible. You should talk to her one day. I see that our mother doesn't really manage little sister. She always says she does well no matter what. Yes, it needs some guidance. I heard that Li Daba now runs away when he sees Rui and even gets Taidan to mediate, asking Rui to forgive him for his past actions. It's better that their little sister bullies others than to hear she is being bullied. But they can't hold on to hatred forever. Regarding the Li family courtyard, she had a plan. One day, when she had time, she would go and talk to the two old folks about her grandparents, understand the situation thoroughly, and then ensure they kept quiet about it. For now, they could let it go. They shouldn't let things escalate. If those two old folks really got desperate, it wouldn't benefit their family at all. Since Mountain Boy heard his mother mention the name Rui, he started pointing outside. It seems Rui often played with him, and the little guy has remembered his aunt's name. What is Mountain Boy going to do? Are you going to find your aunt? Li Rouge kissed the little darling and turned to her sister, saying, Sister, why don't you take Mountain Boy out for a walk? I'll make dinner. When your husband and the others finish work, you can invite them over for dumplings. That wouldn't be good. Those guys might have already eaten, Li Rulan replied, but her eyes were fixed on the horse meat. Although their family had enough to eat, the dumplings made with horse meat were said to be the best they had ever tasted by Da Hu and his brothers. By the way, Rouge, I just heard you say that the things in our house were bought from the black market. Li Rulan quickly glanced outside to see if anyone was around before continuing. Did your brother-in-law give Dad 100 yuan? Isn't that not enough? That's enough. If it weren't, Dad would have told you. If they counted the windows and doors, it wouldn't be enough. Her sister's family built 5 large rooms, so 100 yuan couldn't possibly cover it. However, neither of their parents had objections, and since she was also a daughter, she had no complaints either. Besides, during this time, the Jiang brothers had been doing almost all the work for both families. Li Rulan was practical. Since her sister said it was enough, she didn't think much of it. Then, how much did you buy the horse meat for? Can you sell us a few pounds? I'll cook it for the brothers. It wasn't good to keep taking from her family, especially since there were also a few younger brothers. As Li Rulan was about to take out money, Li Rouge found it amusing and wanted to tease her sister to see how much she could pull out. Li Rulan took out a handkerchief bundle from her pocket, opened it, and pulled out the largest bill from a stack of money, handing it to Li Rouge. Here, is 10 yuan enough?
Li Rouge?
Her sister really had money. Looking at that handkerchief bundle, it seemed she had at least 20 or 30 yuan. For a rural area where such amounts were rarely seen, it was a big deal for her sister to manage so much money. Seeing that her sister genuinely wanted to give her money without any hesitation, Li Rouge smiled and pushed the money back. It's fine. Our family doesn't lack money. You should keep it. Okay, I'll hold on to it. Just let me know whenever you need it. Li Rulan said this as she put the 10 yuan back into her wallet and tucked it into her pocket. As soon as Li Rouge left with the child, she started preparing dinner for the family. They planned to have dumplings, so she needed to get ready early. Today, she wanted to make them with pure meat filling and just a bit of wild onion, so she couldn't let her older sister help, otherwise it would take too long. Meanwhile, Li Rulan came out of the house holding the baby and placed him in the stroller before strolling toward the village. These days, the adults were busy working in the fields, and the elderly and children were busy gathering wild vegetables, so there were hardly any people wandering around the village. Even families with small children had kids younger than the baby, and no one was as fortunate as her, not having to work in the fields for points. Her mother said that heaven has eyes. After suffering for 17 years, it was finally her turn to enjoy life. Feeling so happy, Li Rulan didn't want to think about the past and wasn't like Rui, who hated the Li family. Not hating didn't mean she could forgive. She treated that family as if they were invisible, a lesson taught by her younger sister. If she didn't let go of the past, she wouldn't want to come to the village to avoid running into those people and recalling bad memories. These days, son Fengqin stayed home and occasionally took the baby to stroll around the village, and it was clear the child was getting wild. The first batch of pickled vegetables hadn't been taken away yet, and since son Fengqin had nothing to do at home today, she decided to join everyone at work. Normally, everyone relied on her processing point for pocket money, so it didn't matter if she worked or stayed home to gather wild vegetables. It was still work. But she loved the excitement. According to Li Rouge, her mother had found her rhythm. Whenever she saw a large group of women wearing headscarves and carrying hoes pass by their house, son Fengqin was so eager that she almost dropped the wild vegetables to join them in the fields. Originally, she wanted the vegetable supply station to be set up at their processing point. Making money wasn't the most important thing, as long as it meant her mother wouldn't have to work in the fields every day. She noticed those women, even in the summer heat, still wore headscarves and were getting sunburned. She sighed, thinking she couldn't handle that kind of hardship. Yet, son Fengqin insisted on experiencing life as a farmer and urged Li Fubin to quickly forget the past. Since arriving in this era, son Fengqin adapted the fastest among them. If it weren't for Li Rouge occasionally mentioning it, she would probably have completely forgotten that their family of 3 had traveled through time. Today, Grandma is not home, and no one is there to take him out to play. The little boy has been cooped up at home all day, and once he gets outside, he runs around joyfully. His loud voice can be heard by several elderly people sitting under the big poplar tree, chatting away. They know that the grandson of Captain Li is out for a stroll again. When the child comes out, he is not just being carried, he also has a little cart to ride in. This wooden baby carriage was designed by Li Rouge and Zhang Dahu together, with Li Rouge doing most of the design work. Whenever there was something the carpenter didn't understand, Zhang Dahu was there to help guide him. That's why Li Rouge says her brother-in-law is impressive. She feels like she is showing off in front of a master craftsman. It's clear that her brother-in-law is intentionally hiding his skills. In any case, regardless of who designed the cart, little Zhang Jiyun is now the first child in Li family village, or rather the entire Qingshan commune, to have a private vehicle. This little one probably finds the cart fascinating and wants to show it off. For the past few days, he insists on riding in his special cart to the big poplar tree, and only after chatting in baby talk with everyone will he agree to go back for a nap. Comrade's son Fengqin remarked that this child must have inherited something from someone, and he will surely be a good talker when he grows up. The whole family then looked at his second aunt, saying he must have taken after her. One day, little Jiyun, not wanting to be near his aunt, slapped her and even tugged at her hair without letting go. Everyone agreed that this child's fierce spirit probably comes more from his little aunt. In any case, he definitely did not inherit anything from his mother, who is well known as a good girl in the nearby area, and now she is recognized as a good wife. Clearly, the images of Li Rouge and Li Rui in the eyes of the villagers have completely collapsed. They are no longer associated with the word virtuous. In the countryside, the ideal choice for a good daughter-in-law is someone like Li Rulan, who never speaks loudly, works hard enough to impress even the men, and never complains about what she eats or wears. For over a decade, she has always appeared willing to work without complaint. Li Rulan has left a deep impression on everyone. Even though she is no longer the timid girl she once was, people still sigh and say how fortunate she is not to have a mother-in-law. Otherwise, who knows how she would be treated. When the little boy comes over, he starts chatting with Grandma Li-san. It's clear that he is selective about who he talks to, and he enjoys chatting with this tidy old lady. There is a saying among the elderly that if children like someone, that person is likely to live a few more years. On the other hand, if children dislike someone, that person is probably nearing the end of their life. Fortunately, while the village boy isn't chatty with everyone, he doesn't seem to bother anyone either. Grandma Li is good at entertaining children and gets along well with the village boy. Li Fubin took the initiative to suggest that Li Chongqing continue as the team leader. No matter his reasoning, everyone guessed it was out of respect for Grandpa Li. Grandpa Li and Grandma Li thought the same way. To this end, Grandpa Li even had Grandma Li warn Zhang Hong to be careful with her words and to avoid associating with people like Cheng Qiaozhen. Otherwise, the two elders would take matters into their own hands and send her back to her family. Li Chongqing's parents are no longer around, and he has always treated his uncle like a father. If Grandpa Li told him to divorce, Zhang Hong knew he wouldn't dare disobey. In the village, if anyone didn't want to see Li Fubin and son Fengqin, it would definitely be Zhang Hong. She knows how her words can be, and controlling herself is only temporary. She fears that one day she might slip and say something that son Fengqin wouldn't want to hear, which could offend her. In these times, as long as you can move, you're never truly idle. In the entire village, only Grandpa Li and Grandma Li seem to have the luxury of doing nothing. The elderly couple has enough to eat and wear, but they lack someone to care for them. Their daughter can't stay at home forever, since she has her own family. Their sons all want to take them to the city to enjoy life, but the couple prefers to stay in the countryside, relying on their nephews for support. Among the nephews, Li Chongqing visits Grandpa Li's house the most. Every morning, his first task is to check on his uncle, fetch a bucket of water, or deliver a bundle of firewood. In the evening, after work, he stops by his uncle's house to chat before heading home. The elderly fear loneliness in their later years, especially without children nearby. Therefore, Grandpa Li and Grandma Li place great importance on Li Chongqing, seeing him almost like their own child. However, they do not like Zhang Hong and regret that they suggested her as a wife for Li Chongqing. There is a saying that it takes two to tango, but when it comes to family matters, elders often shift the blame to the other party, believing that the daughter-in-law is at fault while their own child is always right. This time, the situation with Li Chongqing and Li Fubin's family became so serious that he was removed from his position as team leader. Grandpa Li San knew it was his nephew's mistake and that it couldn't be blamed on Li Fubin's family, so he said it was because of Zhang Hong's lack of virtue. Fortunately, the Fubin family is not one to hold grudges. How could they not be grateful to that family? So every time Grandma Li San saw son Fengqin or Li Rilon, she would chat with them. When they were busy at home, they would send their child to her, as the elderly couple couldn't take care of a little one. They couldn't just send the child away, but they appreciated the kindness. So, son Fengqin asked Li Rilon to bring a small piece of cured meat to Grandma Li San, about the size of a palm, weighing around half a pound. In those days, city folks only got 2 taels of meat per month, so this half a pound was quite a generous gift. Not long ago, Grandpa Li San had also been invited to Li Fubin's home for a big meat meal. Last night, the elderly couple used that meat to stew with some dried green beans and added mushrooms, then called Li Chongqing over, and the uncle and nephew shared 2 taels of wine together. So today, when Grandma Li San saw the boy from the mountain, she was especially warm and even pulled Li Rilon to sit beside her. When Li Ruxia came over and saw this scene, she felt very uncomfortable. Clearly, she was the luckiest in the Li family, having found a good husband. Shouldn't everyone be jealous of her? Admire her? Try to win her favor? But ever since the news about her grandparents being criminals spread, the whole village looked at their family with strange eyes. Whenever a family member stepped out, people would whisper. At first, the family didn't even dare to leave their yard, but later they had to go to work. They faced the pressure and finally stepped out of the Li family courtyard. Before Li Ruxia got engaged, she could find excuses not to go to work, but now it was even easier to complain. She was getting married and moving to the city. How could she work under the sun? If she got tanned, her in-laws might not like her. Who would take responsibility for that? No one wanted to be responsible. If she didn't work, she wouldn't earn any work points, and in the end, she would only get a share of the family grain, while her parents would have to cover her work points. With people like Li Fugue and Song Ho Hot, they couldn't even earn enough for themselves, and now they had this extra burden. So even though they had split up, the Li family courtyard was still noisy these days, with constant arguments between Huang Chui and Song Ho-hot. Sometimes, you could even hear Li Ruxia, as it seemed like 8 out of 10 times it was because she was lazy and greedy, and her sisters-in-law were starting to find her unbearable. Huang Chui returned home from work at noon. She had just scolded Li Ruxia for a while and felt frustrated being indoors. So, she decided to take a stroll and chat with someone to show off her city status. But everyone acted like they didn't see her, focusing instead on Li Rulan. Why was that? She was the one who brought this person into the mountains. Why did Li Rulan get to return to Li's village? She even had a son, and she heard that her man had shaved his beard and looked quite handsome. The more Li Ruxia thought about it, the angrier she became, forgetting that her family should be humble now. She shouted Li Rulan, "Why aren't you working? Did your father become the team leader so you don't have to work anymore?" A few older people, who couldn't help with other tasks, were sitting under the big poplar tree picking wild vegetables. A few others had just returned from gathering vegetables and were stunned by Li Ruxia's words. Why could a plump woman without children stay home, while Li Rulan couldn't? Li Rulan had actually seen Li Ruxia coming and pretended not to notice her, hoping to turn back without meeting her. Unexpectedly, Li Ruxia was so bold. Li Rulan smiled at Li Ruxia and asked, "What about you? Why can't you go to work? Is it because of your grandparents?" Before Li Rulan could finish, Li Ruxia hurriedly shouted, "You're talking nonsense. I'm not. I'm engaged, and it's to someone from the city. You didn't know that, did you?" "I knew," Li Rulan replied calmly. "I heard about it as soon as I got back. But your household registration hasn't been moved to the city yet, right? So you don't need to get rations from our village anymore?" Feeling proud and caught off guard, Li Ruxia could only retort, "Why do you care? I'm asking you. Why are you talking about me? I don't have much to say. My man earns well, getting the highest work points every day, and my younger brothers also earn the highest points. My husband said, I just need to take care of the kids at home. With them around, our family won't have any issues during settlement. If their family wouldn't face problems, then whose would?" It was hard to say for Li Fugui's family. In the past, with Li Fubin and son Fengqin helping, Li Fugui's family could balance the production team's accounts. Now, no one is left to help their family. The hard-working couple from the Li family has moved out on their own again. Hee, there are quite a few people in this big family who need to eat, but there aren't many who can work, so it's certain that they will struggle. Grandma Li-san thought that Rulan was easy to bully, but it seems she misjudged her. Just look at how this girl spoke a few words without shouting or scolding, and it changed Li Ruxia's expression. At that moment, Manhwa was pointing down, and when Rulan looked, she saw that the handkerchief bag she had in her pocket had fallen out without her noticing. Just as Rulan bent down to pick it up, Li Ruxia snatched it away. "Oh no! When did my wallet fall? I didn't even see it." At that time, people liked to use handkerchiefs to carry money. A bulging bag clearly indicated that it contained money, and Li Ruxia certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. When Manhwa saw that his mother's belongings were taken, he cried out in anger, his little hands clapping on the stroller. Rulan patted her son and comforted him. "Don't worry, Manhwa. That money belongs to your mother. If someone took it, we can report it to the commune and have the police catch her and send her to jail. That money is clearly mine. I was standing here talking to you when it accidentally fell out. How did it become yours? Reporting to the commune? Who is she trying to scare?" Li Ruxia proudly held the bag of money, feeling that there was indeed quite a bit inside. She was both angry and pleased, wondering why Rulan, who married a mountain person, had so much money. A few elderly women picking vegetables hadn't noticed, who dropped the handkerchief bag. Even Grandma Li-san was too busy playing with Manhwa to see it. If it really belonged to Rulan, and Li Ruxia insisted it was hers, what would they do? Life is not easy for mountain people. They might have saved up a little money with great difficulty. In fact, Grandma Li-san was already pretty sure that the money must belong to Rulan. This girl never lied. As for Li Ruxia, she had done all sorts of shameful things since she was little. Just as Grandma Li-san was thinking about how to help Rulan, she heard her calmly say, "Actually, It's not hard to prove whose money this is. You say that handkerchief bag is yours, so tell me how much money is inside. Li Ruxia had always been like this. She wanted to take anything that was hers. She was used to taking things from others and thought it was the same as before. But she had no idea how much money was actually in there. However, Li Ruxia was used to being domineering, especially in front of Li Rulan. She didn't realize she could just open the handkerchief bag to see how much money was inside. As long as she could say how much was there, that money would definitely be hers. Just as Li Ruxia was about to open the handkerchief bag to check the amount, Li Rulan unexpectedly snatched it back.
You.
Li Ruxia looked at her empty hands, frustrated and ready to grab it back. What do you mean? If that money were yours, you wouldn't need to look. Li Rulan dodged Li Ruxia and handed the handkerchief bag to Grandma Li. Let's have Grandma Li be a witness. Whoever is right about the amount, that person will get the money. Okay, I'll be the witness, Grandma Li said, already guessing the money belonged to Li Rulan, and now she was even more certain. The old lady tightened her grip on the handkerchief bag and asked Li Ruxia, "So, Ruxia, how much money do you think is in the bag?" She had no idea how much was there, but Li Ruxia quickly pointed at Li Rulan. Let her say it first. Otherwise, if I say it, she'll just copy me. How can you prove whose money it is? That nosy old lady. If it weren't for Grandma Li, she wouldn't have dared to mess with her. Otherwise, she would have snatched it away already. After speaking, Li Ruxia shot a fierce glare at Grandma Li. Grandma Li wasn't intimidated by Li Ruxia's glare and turned to Li Rulan, suggesting, "Rulan, what do you think? What if you say it first?" That shameless Li Ruxia would definitely say the same as Rulan. Li Rulan smiled and said, "I'll say it, but you can't say the same thing as me, or it'll look like you copied me." "Yes, that's how it should be," Grandma Li nodded. The other elderly ladies agreed, nodding along. "That's fair. If you don't say it first, then Rulan can say it, and you can't say the same thing." With such a thick stack of money, Li Ruxia didn't believe Li Rulan could remember it all. If she was even 1 cent off, then both of them would be wrong, and the money would still belong to her. She had this little bit of confidence. After all, for the past 17 years, she had always won against Li Rulan with her cunning ways. "All right, you go ahead. We'll each say our own." Li Rulan smiled calmly and said, "In my bag, there are $32.75. She actually remembered it all, even the cents. Hearing this, Li Ruxia was a bit stunned and quickly said, "On the day of my engagement, my in-laws gave me $50 as a gift. You all know that, right?" A few elderly ladies, including Grandma Li San, nodded in agreement. This wasn't a big secret, as everyone in the village had heard about the generous bride price given by the Zhang family, which Song Ho Hot had boasted about the very next day. Li Ruxia proudly glanced at Li Rulan and stretched her words, saying, "The money in that bag is the gift my in-laws gave me. I spent some before, and now I have just enough left, $32.70.05. After hearing Li Ruxia's words, Li Rulan quickly stopped Grandma Li San from opening her handkerchief bag and burst into laughter. "That money can't be yours, because I just remembered that my handkerchief bag has exactly $42.50. You." Li Ruxia realized she had been tricked and angrily pointed at Li Rulan, but she didn't dare say much, knowing their family situation was not what it used to be. Now that the two had mentioned different amounts, the elderly ladies gathered around. Some of them didn't even recognize the numbers on the bills or had never seen such large denominations, but that didn't stop their curiosity. When Grandma Li San opened the bag of money in front of everyone, Li Rulan didn't even need to look inside to know the denominations. She repeated what was inside. For every bill she named, Grandma Li San took one out, and in the end, there wasn't a single mistake. As the head of the family, she should know how much money they had, especially since there wasn't much to begin with. There were 2 $10 bills, which were the largest, 2 $5 bills, and then some $1.50 bills. After Li Rulan finished, Grandma Li San, worried that people would think she was unfair, showed each bill to everyone. In the end, it was indeed exactly $42.50. The next events were predictable. The elderly ladies looked at Li Ruxia as if she were foolish, whispering to each other, "How could this girl be like this? Isn't this outright stealing? Just like her mother, always bullying others. Look how Song Ho Hot has treated Sun Fengqin over the years, taking all the good things for themselves. Yes, it's a good thing they're not related. If they were, how shameless would they be?" As the elderly ladies continued to talk more and more, getting harsher in their words, Li Rulan kept smiling, while Li Ruxia began to regret that she had forgotten their current situation the moment she saw the money. I didn't remember wrong, did I? I actually have a handkerchief bag like this, and inside there are really 30. Did someone just say 30-something? Oh, I'm so foolish, and I still think others are foolish too. What should we do about this person? Grandma Li San returned the handkerchief bag to Li Rulan and advised, "It's not good to carry so much money with you. You should be more careful in the future. If someone notices, what will you do if you lose it?" "Yes, I understand, Grandma San. Even if I don't mention the amount, I have proof. This handkerchief, I actually embroidered it myself and my name is on it." As Li Rulan spoke, she shook out the patterned handkerchief, and indeed, in one corner, the name Li Rulan was embroidered. Of course, the elderly ladies couldn't read, but someone could. At that moment, no one expected Zhang Hua to arrive. When he came, he saw Li Ruxia at the village entrance and wanted to surprise her, so he approached quietly. He happened to overhear Li Rulan saying there was a name on the handkerchief, and the elderly ladies looked confused. This was his chance to show off, so he leaned in and said loudly, "Indeed, these characters say Li Ru and Lan." Li Ruxia was startled the moment Zhang Hua appeared. She had just lost an adult, and now her partner showed up. This was more of a scare than a surprise. Zhang Hua didn't know what was happening. His attention was solely on Li Rulan. He just wanted to show off his knowledge, but when he read out Li Rulan's name, it seemed he realized something. Looking at her, he was struck by a big question. Why did the cousins look so different? Li Rulan didn't know who Zhang Hua was, but she didn't like the way he was looking at her. She said to Grandma Li San, "Grandma San, the boy might be tired. I'll take him back now." "Okay, go ahead," Grandma Li San replied with a smile. Li Rulan stood up and tucked the handkerchief bag securely this time, as she had been distracted when putting it away earlier. Zhang Hua exchanged a few words with Li Ruxia and then turned his attention back to Li Rulan, pretending to be surprised as he said, "Oh, I just remembered. You must be our cousin, right? I've heard your name. By the way, that cart the child is sitting in is really nice. Who made it? Can you introduce us to that person?" Zhang Hua was just trying to make conversation. Under Grandma Li San's hint, Li Rulan noticed Li Ruxia's face, which had just turned pale and now looked shy, and guessed who this person was. Li Rulan stopped and turned back to look at Li Ruxia, who was lifting her chin. She thought to herself and replied, "First of all, I am not your cousin. Secondly, this car was made by my husband, and he wouldn't want to meet someone like you. If Da Hu from their family saw him looking at her like that, it would be an easy task for him to give him a beating. If it got serious, he could even lose an eye." After saying this, Li Rulan took the crying little friend Jiang Jiyun and left, leaving a group of stunned elderly ladies who were all thinking, "Wow, listen to how Li Fubin's daughter speaks. How can people say she is easy to bully?" Indeed, it seemed that before Li Rulan got married, aside from the family in the Li courtyard who pressured her with filial piety, no one else had bullied her. Compared to the elderly ladies, Zhang Hua looked even more confused. Did he mistake someone? Well, he only knew a name and had never seen the person. He remembered his father mentioning that among the granddaughters of the Li family, there was one named Li Rulan. But later, his father said that girl was not favored, being from the family of the least favored son of Old Man Li. If he wanted to get close to someone, it had to be Old Man Li's favorite granddaughter. Otherwise, why would he choose someone like her over Li Rufa? Fortunately, this was just temporary. His father would not let him marry someone like that. Sorry about earlier. Zhang Hua turned to the still blushing Li Ruxia and cautiously asked, "I thought that person was your cousin from your third uncle's family. Did I mistake someone?" Zhang Hua's words hit Li Ruxia like a bolt from the blue. waking her from her daydream about possibly marrying and living comfortably in the city. No, she couldn't let Zhonghua come to their house. Otherwise, her grandparents' situation might be revealed. Before Li Ruxia could respond, an elderly lady spoke up first. Hee. She isn't even related to her third uncle, so how could she be a cousin? You didn't just mistake a cousin. You mistook the whole third uncle.
Huh?
What does that mean? Zhonghua found it hard to understand what the elderly lady was saying. Before his father arranged for him to be engaged to Li Ruxia, he thoroughly investigated Li Laota's family, including how many sons and daughters there were, which son Li Laotu favored the most, and which one he disliked. Seeing Zhonghua looking confused, Li Ruxia realized that even if she tried to hide it, she couldn't keep it a secret forever, so she vaguely replied, "Yes, my third uncle is not my grandfather's biological son. By the way, why did you suddenly come here?" "Oh, I see." This didn't affect their plans. After all, whether Li's third son was biological or adopted didn't really matter to them. "Well, I came here because of the engagement. It's been a while." Zhonghua lowered his voice, not wanting the curious old ladies to overhear. "I missed you, and since I have a few days off, I wanted to come and see you." "I see." Li Ruxia, with a flushed face, momentarily forgot that she shouldn't bring Zhonghua home. She turned slightly and shyly said, "Then, shall we go home?" "Okay, let's go. I even bought some meat, and I want to cook a nice meal for the family tonight." For the family? Li Ruxia thought about how they had already separated, and there was no need to share the meat with the two old folks. But she worried that if Zhonghua thought she was ungrateful, he might not like her anymore. Li Ruxia kept quiet, and Li Laotu and Li Laotai would never speak up about such matters, revealing it would bring shame not just to their family, but to the whole clan. Both her parents were still alive and over 70 years old. How could their son let them live alone? If it weren't for the fear that Song Ho-Hot and Huang Chui would go crazy and spread rumors about their past, Li Laotu and Li Laotai would have made a fuss long ago. Thinking about it, the two old folks really had poor judgment. Their favorite daughter-in-law used to be Song Ho-Hot, and their favorite granddaughter-in-law was Huang Chui. Yet now, these two were the ones treating them the worst. Although the family had been separated for a few days, they still lived in the same courtyard. Li Laotu and Li Laotai had hoped that even if the second son's family was unkind, the eldest son's family would still care for them. However, the opposite happened. During these days of cooking separately, their eldest son's family, whom they had high hopes for, not only hadn't brought them any food but hadn't even visited them. On the other hand, the second son's family would come by every day to check on them and even secretly brought them food a couple of times. Two elderly people were sitting on the Kong, talking about how their children don't support them and how they don't get enough food. At that moment, Zhonghua entered the yard. Li Ruxia was torn about whether to tell Zhonghua that they had split the family, but she finally decided not to say anything for now. Since Li Ruxia didn't mention it, Zhonghua had no idea that the Li family had separated. Besides, he came to see the two elderly people. So when Zhonghua walked straight into the east room with a piece of meat, both Grandma Li and Grandpa Li were a bit surprised. "Grandma, I'm on vacation for a few days, so I came to see you," Zhonghua said as he handed Grandma Li a pound of meat. "Grandma, I bought this meat just for you too. Look, it's all good fat meat." "Oh, you shouldn't have spent so much," Grandma Li replied. No matter what this young man meant, the meat was real, so she quickly took it, already thinking about how to cook it and how many meals it could provide. After giving the meat to Grandma Li, Zhonghua took out a pack of tobacco leaves from his bag and handed it to Grandpa Li. "And here are some tobacco leaves for you to try. They're really good." Grandpa Li didn't think much of Zhonghua. He found him a bit too smooth-talking, which made him suspicious. He used to worry about his granddaughter, thinking she might get hurt in the future. Now he felt that neither of them was good enough. What kind of decent young man from the city would come to the countryside looking for a wife? Even if he seemed fine on the surface, there must be something off about him. Grandpa Li had even considered that Zhonghua might have some hidden illness. But he kept that thought to himself since he saw that their family could afford the 50 yuan bride price. Who would have thought that after the split, that 50 yuan would be taken by the eldest son's family? Given the situation that day, they had no choice but to comply. Not only did they lose the money, but they also had to provide a meal. Thinking about this made Grandpa Li upset. He noticed that Li Ruxia was sulking, her little eyes fixed on the meat, and he understood what was going on. It seemed she didn't want to share the meat with them and wanted to appear virtuous in front of Zhang Hua. It was tough for their granddaughter. If it hadn't been for Li Fugui trying to please Lu Changxi and coming back to confront Li Fubin, that incident wouldn't have been revealed so soon. From what Grandpa Li knew about Li Fubin, he was kind-hearted and probably never intended to expose them. Old man Li gets really angry every time he thinks about that day. If what happened hadn't been said in that situation, and if they had talked privately, the two old men wouldn't be afraid to leave their homes. Then things escalated, and his eldest son thought that if they separated from them, their family wouldn't be involved. What a foolish thing to think. How did he not realize that his eldest son is so naive? Could it be that he himself is not capable? Otherwise, how could Li Fubin become stronger and smarter than his own two sons? Old man, the child is talking to you, said old lady Li, noticing her husband was sulking and not speaking to Zhang Hua. She quickly nudged him. Zhang Hua is talking to you. What are you thinking about? What is he thinking? He wonders how he can make his foolish family as smart as Li Fubin. After years of raising them, old man Li sighed in frustration, looked up at Zhang Hua, and forced a smile, saying, I just remembered something. By the way, how are your parents? They're good. My parents asked me to send their regards to you. By the way, Grandpa, is your leg feeling better? My leg is about the same. I'm getting older, so it won't be like it used to be, but at least I can walk. As he spoke, old man Li looked at the tobacco leaves in his hand and suddenly thought of something. He asked, Zhang Hua, how did you get here? I rode my bicycle. Zhang Hua replied nervously, unsure of what the old man wanted. His father had warned him to be careful when speaking in front of old man Li, mistaking Zhang Hua's nervousness for respect. Old man Li nodded and said, My leg can't do much work, but we old folks can't just rely on the little food they give us to survive. Come on, accompany me to find the team leader and help me talk to him. Maybe he can arrange a lighter job for me. While speaking, old man Li had already put on his shoes and grabbed the bag of tobacco leaves. Grandpa, what are you doing? Zhang Hua asked, confused but trying to help old man Li. Our village's team leader has changed to Li Fubin. The previous leader was Su Xuanli, who liked to smoke. Take this to him. If it helps me get an easier job, the credit will be yours. After old man Li explained, Zhang Hua finally understood that the old man intended to use the tobacco leaves to bribe the village officials. No, he just seemed to hear the name Li Fubin. Isn't that the third son of old man Li? Even if they aren't related by blood, raising someone is still a kindness. How can he not help even a little? Thinking about Li Rulan's arrogance, Zhang Hua felt he finally found the reason. He snorted inwardly but said, It's not about gong or gong. This is what we, as younger generations, should do. Considering himself quite eloquent, he then assured old man Li, Grandpa, I didn't know this time. Next time I come, I'll buy you some better tobacco leaves. Regardless of whether his words were true, old man Li found them quite pleasant, especially since he hadn't seen a friendly face from his son or grandson lately. Good. You are a dutiful child. It's a blessing for Ruxia to find a good son-in-law like you. Old man, Li praised Zhang Hua. Before leaving, he glanced back at Li Ruxia, thinking that no matter what this young man is like, his granddaughter really doesn't seem to deserve him. Hearing her partner being praised, Li Ruxia felt happy, but seeing Zhang Hua leave with her grandpa made her stomp her feet in frustration. Zhang Hua claimed he came to see her, but since he met her grandparents, he didn't even look at her when he left. Li Ruxia wanted to follow them, but remembered the piece of meat. Turning around, she saw her grandma about to lock it in the cupboard, so she rushed over to grab it. Why are you locking everything away? It's so hot. Aren't you afraid it will spoil? The meat was snatched away by her favorite granddaughter, making Grandma Li furious as she pointed at Li Ruxia. You little girl, if you dare take that meat, just wait until Zhang Hua comes back. Let's see what I'll say then. Don't blame me for stirring up trouble between you two. After Grandma Li said this, Li Ruxia really didn't dare take the meat. Although the fatty meat was tempting, marrying into the city and eating good food every day was far more appealing. Here, take this fatty meat. I can eat well every day now, so I don't care about this little bit. Li Ruxia angrily tossed the meat onto the bed and ran outside. Grandma Li huffed in annoyance and muttered, "They're all ungrateful. They think we old folks can't do anything anymore. Humph, we have plenty of good things. These unfilial ones better not upset the old man, or they won't get anything at all." The old lady still doesn't know that the 2 boxes have been taken away. As for the pendant, she only glanced at it hurriedly back then and has long forgotten what was inside the boxes, except that one box was filled with gold bars. The 2 boxes were wrapped in old cotton and were carried with great care until they reached Li's village, where the old man quickly buried them. However, she was sure she had seen the pendant before, but she couldn't remember if it was in the jewelry box or if she had seen it around the young lady's neck. For the past few days, the old lady has been pondering this matter. She asked the old man, but he only vaguely replied that he didn't know or that he had forgotten if the pendant was in the box. She felt that the old man was hiding something from her. For days, she wanted to find a chance to check behind the house, but the old man never left, so she didn't dare to go look at the boxes on her own. Finally, today the old man went out. The old lady locked up the meat, put on her shoes, and went to the backyard. Li Debao, who was just about to enter the yard with his backpack, saw his great-grandmother sneaking toward the backyard. Remembering the task that Rui had given him, he quietly followed her. Rui had said that if she wanted him to forget the past and not seek revenge, he needed to prove himself. So, Li Debao asked her how he could prove himself. Rui told him to watch his great-grandparents and see if they were acting strangely, then report back to her. For the past few days, his great-grandparents had barely left the house, lying on the Kong all day. Li Debao thought he would surely fail the task Rui had given him and would have to face punishment. Today, however, his great-grandmother finally gave him a chance. Although their bathroom was in the backyard, who would sneak around to go there? He walked a few steps and kept looking back. Li Debao often played games with his friends about catching bad guys, and now he thought his great-grandmother looked like a villain. He hid beside the grass hut where Li Ruja's family used to live, a perfect spot to see what his great-grandmother was doing. After watching for a while, he became confused. Why was his great-grandmother lying on the ground? She was listening with her ears and then patting the dirt with her hands. After watching for a long time without understanding anything, Li Debao quickly slipped out of the house when his great-grandmother was about to go back inside and ran west to find Rui. On this side, Sister Sand is currently making dumplings. When Shanhua came back, he fell asleep. Li Rulan is helping second sister with the work while learning about the embarrassing things Li Ruxia has done from Li Ruge. She's just a tricky person. You say she's foolish, but she never gets taken advantage of. You think she's clever? Like today, stealing your money. Only a foolish person would do that. Yeah, anyway, I didn't lose any money, so I'm not like her. But Li Ruxia's partner seems to have everything in order. Why would he come to the countryside to find a wife? Ha ha ha, their eldest sister never uses bad words when scolding, but she always hits the mark. One day when I go to the city, I'll ask around about that family to see why they are so eager to betroth Li Ruxia. I feel like this engagement isn't straightforward. Xiao Rui came home from school, dropped her backpack and a basket of wild vegetables, and saw her older sisters making dumplings. Without needing to be called, she washed her hands and came over to help arrange the dumplings. Both sisters are smarter than her, and the little girl never interrupts when they talk. When Li Debao arrived, the 2 older sisters noticed him. With just a glance from their little sister, he hurriedly left, making them both laugh. Not long after, Xiao Rui came back in, swinging her little legs, looking troubled. The 2 older sisters exchanged glances, trying to hold back their laughter. Li Ruge asked, "What's wrong, Rui? Did Li Debao come to see you for something?" After hearing Li Debao's report, Li Rui felt that the old lady's behavior was a bit strange, but she couldn't figure out why. As she pondered whether to tell her older sisters, when second sister asked her, The little girl didn't hesitate and repeated what Li Debao had said. Upon hearing this, Li Ruge understood what was going on and guessed that Old Man Li hadn't even told Old Lady Li that the 2 boxes were already missing. Old Man Li is really too cunning. He must be afraid that if the truth comes out, Old Lady Li's reaction would be too obvious, and they wouldn't be able to hide their greed for money and harm. Keeping it a secret is better for them. Thinking that those 2 boxes were left by their grandmother, the eldest sister and Ru Yi should have a share. Li Ruge felt this was a good opportunity to bring the items out. So he said, "I'll sneak over another day to see what's going on. But during this time, Rui, you must not go. You haven't practiced enough yet. Do you understand what disturbing the grass to scare the snake means?" Li Rui quickly nodded, thinking how lucky she was that her sister warned her. Otherwise, she would have wanted to sneak into the backyard of the Li family after school tomorrow to see what treasures those 2 old men were burying. While the sisters were busy preparing dinner, Old Li, with Zhang Hua's help, first went to the brigade office. There, he found Li Changshan and learned that Su Xunli and Li Fubin had gone to the lower team to teach everyone how to separate the seedlings. Li Changshan emphasized, "The distance between these seedlings is set by our brigade. If we can achieve a high yield, our brigade will earn great credit." Although it sounded like he was mocking Li Fubin, he really just wanted Old Li to hear it. He wanted to show that the person who used to be oppressed and looked down upon by him had changed so much. Old Li left the brigade office, holding back his anger. When he saw no one around, he turned back and spat. "That foolish guy, what does he know? Only you ignorant people would treat him like a treasure." After all, Li Fubin grew up in front of him. Even if he had good genes from his parents, he still seemed a bit smarter than those 2 from his family. But Old Li didn't think Li Fubin was anything special. He just had good luck. After going to the city, he met so many people who could help him. It wasn't a great skill. It was just that fate seemed to favor him. Old Li's gloomy demeanor was quite frightening. Was this the attitude one should have when asking for help? Zhang Hua, standing nearby, sensed Old Li's unfairness and wanted to say a few words of comfort. However, he decided it was better to quickly finish the task his father had given him and distance himself from this family. Old Li looked up at the sun and asked Zhang Hua, who was wearing a watch, what time it was. He then directly bypassed the other 3 teams and headed to the 4th team. He guessed correctly. Since Li Fubin and Su Xunli were teaching everyone how to separate the seedlings, they must have started from the 1st team, and at this time, they should be teaching the 4th team. Li Fubin was also frustrated with the villagers. They were so reluctant to cut even one seedling, cramming them all together. How could they expect to grow big corn ears? He later learned that his daughter's space automatically separates the plants. She just throws the seeds in and they're spaced perfectly apart when they grow. He doesn't expect the corn plants to be exactly like those in his daughter's space, but he can't be reluctant to cut down the ones that need it. The team leaders don't have to work in the fields, but after a long day, Li Fubin was really tired. The old farmers didn't listen to him. They thought that leaving a few more plants would mean more corn. Even Su Xunli felt the spacing was a bit too far. He suggested that half a palm's distance would be enough, but Li Fubin had left more than a palm's distance, and it was his big palm. Li Fubin had brought the seeds back, and he must have listened to the seed seller's advice. He didn't see Huang Zhenfei come over to listen, so he hurried back to implement it. Su Xunli, who understood the situation, didn't oppose Li Fubin's approach and even accompanied him to persuade everyone in each team. When Old Li came over, the 2 team leaders were sitting in the fields with Xingchang, drinking water and smoking. This scene was very glaring to Old Li. He didn't expect that his suppression would still allow the Li family to rise. Yes, Li Fubin's father also had the surname Li. At first, Old Li thought he was clever, believing that when the Li family looked for someone, they would think they had changed their name, so he boldly kept his surname. It's true that Old Li was smart and had predicted many things. But no matter how clever he was, he couldn't have imagined that the real Li Fubin and his family had already left this world due to their oppression. The 3 people now are from a future world, and they immediately recognized him as a fraud. They had agreed that when Old Li was about to die, at the moment he closed his eyes, they would tell him the truth, so he would die knowing that his actions had caused the original family to perish. He would have to wait for revenge from them. Li Fubin noticed Old Li as soon as he approached the village entrance. After being cooped up for so many days, why did he suddenly come out and show up here? A night owl doesn't come without a reason, and it surely wouldn't be for anything good. However, Old Li now showed no signs of fear. Zheng Chong then noticed the old man Li and turned to Li Fubin, reminding him, "Captain, is this old man here to cause you trouble? Cause him trouble?"
Ha, unless he wants to go in right now.
Hearing Zheng Chong's words, Su Shunli finally turned around and realized that the old man Li had arrived. That young man is Li Ruxia's boyfriend. I heard he works at some factory in the county, and his family seems to have some influence. The village secretary and the squad leader showed their differences just by how they spoke. Su Shunli's reminder to Li Fubin was flawless. What influence could be greater than the law? Li Fubin had seen many situations and wouldn't be intimidated by a young worker from a small county. Although Li Fubin's dismissive attitude was subtle, it was still noticed by the two people who were watching him closely. They exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Li Fubin's backing was that young man named Zhao Chaoyang, who was also the nephew of their county chief Lu. What was there to be afraid of? While they were pondering this, Zhang Hua was helping the old man Li approach them. The old man was aware of his situation. He noticed that even Su Shunli was pretending not to see him. In the past, they would have greeted him as Uncle Li. The old man only glanced at Li Fubin and didn't dare to look too closely. This person not only resembled his father, but also had a similar presence. So, every time he saw Li Fubin being respectful, he would imagine it was that person. The old man knew that if Li Fubin wanted to hold them accountable for their mother's death, neither of the old men would escape. Initially, he thought about whether the old woman could take the blame alone, since it was her who had given the medicine to Li Fubin's mother. But after reflecting on his actions over the decades, the old man realized that if anyone pursued this matter, he wouldn't be able to escape. Thus, when he came to see Li Fubin, the old man was under great pressure. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhang Hua, he wouldn't have had the courage to come. Cough, cough. Before speaking, the old man Li cleared his throat a few times. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he said, "Since both of you are here, I want to ask for your help. You've heard about our situation. The two of us are living alone now, and we can't earn any work points." So he came to ask for work points? Understanding Li's intention, Su Shunli looked up and asked, "What can you do, Uncle Li?" If he wants work points, he needs to work. But at over 70 years old, what could they really ask him to do? One wonders if the old man regrets spoiling his son, Li Fugue, who now ignores them. This could be seen as a form of karma. Su Shunli had no personal grudge against Li, but his cold attitude stemmed from disapproval of their actions, and was also meant to show Li Fubin. "I actually don't know what I can do, which is why I came to ask you both for a lighter job. I promise to do my best at whatever I can handle," Li said, trying to appear humble. His submissive demeanor might not have impressed the two leaders, but it certainly annoyed Zhang Hua. Of course, his anger wasn't due to being particularly filial. Even if he were, he wouldn't direct that feeling toward the old man. He felt that he deserved respect and wondered why they weren't trying to win him over. However, instead of flattering him, they acted as if they didn't see him at all. These people, who had spent their lives working the land, thought being a village leader made them important, daring to act superior to him, a city worker. Before Su Shunli and Li Fubin could respond, Zhang Hua jumped in. "Which one of you is Comrade Li Fubin?" Li Fubin glanced at the young man and coldly replied, "I am Li Fubin."
What do you want?
"What could we possibly discuss? I just want to remind you that you were raised by my grandparents. Even if we aren't blood-related, doesn't that mean something? Haven't you heard that the kindness of raising someone is greater than that of giving birth?" Listen to how he speaks. Surely this will make the old man see himself in a new light. Zhang Hua had long noticed that old man Li didn't think highly of him. He had just learned that the Li family courtyard had been divided. No wonder old man Li's attitude towards him was different this time. He couldn't rely on his son anymore and seemed to want to depend on his granddaughter's husband instead. Zhang Hua thought he needed to make Old Man Li count on him. Otherwise, why would the old man bring him to meet the village officials? After he finished his speech, he proudly looked around, only to find everyone staring at him like he was a fool. When he turned to look at Old Man Li, he saw the old man was furious, ready to lash out. Surprisingly, Li Fubin realized that this young man and Li Ruxia were quite a match. "Young man, I don't know where you came from, and you don't need to tell me. After what you just said, I don't even want to know who you are," Li Fubin said. "Why not?" Zhang He wanted to introduce himself properly. "Comrade Li Fubin, you were once Ruxia's uncle." Before he could finish, Old Man Li interrupted angrily, "Shut up. Our family matters don't need an outsider like you to comment on." "Sir, I just wanted to help you feel better. I heard Ruxia say this person. I told you to be quiet. Can't you understand?" Old Man Li was genuinely angry now, raising his stick, which finally made Zhang Hua stop talking. If he had known this young man would show off so much, he wouldn't have brought him to meet Li Fubin. Realizing his plan had backfired, Old Man Li turned and left, with Zhang Hua hurriedly following behind. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. Su Shunli thought about the current situation of Old Man Li and his wife. The village couldn't let the two elderly people starve, so they had to take care of them. But how to do that? He certainly couldn't make that decision. Su Shunli looked at Li Fubin, who was deep in thought, and asked, "Fubin, what do you think? What else can Old Man Li do?" "What can he do?" "He can steal children," Zheng Chang chimed in. "Get lost and see if it's time to wrap up," Su Shunli said, scolding Zheng Chang, who was the same age as a son. He didn't treat him as an outsider. The sisters at home were almost done with their tasks. With so many people, they were having dumplings. Even though they were large steamed dumplings, there were still several hungry young men around, and Li Rouge was a bit worried that the big bowl of meat filling wouldn't be enough. When inviting people over for a meal, it was important to make sure they were well fed. Seeing that there wasn't much meat filling left, Li Rouge handed the rolling pin to her eldest sister and decided to go to the backyard of the old house to pick some small bok choy, green onions, lettuce, and other vegetables. Comrade's son Fengqin loved to eat dipping vegetables, so they had set aside a large area in their backyard for her mother to grow them. Right now, the cucumbers, eggplants, and green beans hadn't matured yet, but these dipping vegetables were ready to eat. Worried that watering might attract animals, she initially didn't dare to water her own garden. Eventually, Comrade's son Fengqin couldn't hold back and complained that the vegetables were growing too slowly, encouraging her to use some plant growth liquid, which is when she secretly watered them once. She didn't know if it was because their home was too far from the deep mountains or if the animals in the mountains had enough water and didn't bother to come so far. Regardless, after watering the vegetables twice with a growth liquid, she noticed that the small bok choy had grown into large ones, enough to be used for meals, and she hadn't seen any animals come around. Of course, this was for the best, as she didn't want to rely on hunting anymore. Li Rouge picked a basket of dipping vegetables and secretly watered some other plants, but she didn't dare to give them too much. Not wanting her vegetables to grow too differently, she had never watered them before. The few drops she gave were just to test how much effect it would have. They had initially planted the small vegetables in a greenhouse, which was easy to explain if they grew well. However, if the eggplants and green beans came out too early, it would be harder to explain. Today, she dared to water the eggplants and green beans because she had seen them for sale in the black market. When she asked the seller how they got their vegetables so early, he honestly replied that they were grown in their own greenhouse, which was why they were ready sooner. Haha, isn't that just like the greenhouse vegetables of the future? Perfect. Their backyard also had a greenhouse, so if anyone asked, she could explain it that way. When Li Rouge returned to the yard with her basket, she saw someone standing at her front gate, peering inside. When she recognized the thin, dark figure in patched clothes, she excitedly called out, "Uncle, what brings you here?" When Sun Dazhuang saw Li Rouge in the yard, he asked in disbelief, "Rouge, is this really your home?" "Of course. Did you go to that other yard?" She had only walked through the back garden and hadn't looked at the front yard. As she spoke, Li Rouge hurried to open the main gate for her uncle. "Yes, I went to that yard and found the door locked, so I thought I'd come here to ask. That little girl just told me this is also your home. I can hardly believe it. Following the direction Sun Dazhuang pointed, Li Rouge saw the little girl in the distance was Bandy. She smiled and waved, saying thank you. Ever since Rui could carry her backpack, the little girls who used to play with her, including Bandy, hadn't visited much. In this era that values boys over girls, why can't girls go to school? She must talk to comradely Fubin about this issue soon. Uncle, my dad is now the village leader. Now you understand why we can build 3 more rooms, right? I see. Wow, her brother-in-law is actually the village leader? In the countryside, the presence of village leaders is just as intimidating to farmers who have never left the village as officials from the county. Sun Dazhuang, still in shock, was pulled into the house by Li Rouge. When he saw his 2 nieces making dumplings, he was surprised not by their changes, but by the dumplings themselves. Goodness, how is it that his sister's family is living this well? Are those dumplings really filled with meat? Sun Dazhuang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Although the dough was made from a mix of flours, if his eyes weren't deceiving him, the filling in the bowl was indeed red meat, garnished with some green onions. My goodness, such dumplings must be fit for the gods. Uncle, is my sister talking to you? Seeing her uncle rubbing his eyes and looking dazed, Li Rouge quickly nudged Sun Dazhuang. Rouge, your grandmother said you should come back. She asked me to check if your family has moved back. Last time, her brother-in-law mentioned that Roland's family might move to Lijiazwang, and their mother had been thinking about it. She had been mentioning it so much that it annoyed Sun Dazhuang, who took half a day off from work to come. Li Roland had already washed her hands and made a bowl of sweet soup for her uncle. With red eyes, she replied, my mom and I were just saying this morning that once we get through these busy days, we'll go visit Grandma and Grandpa. Yes, when I came over, I saw that your Li family village and Kaoshan Tun both have green fields. In our place, half of the land is left uncultivated. After saying this, Sun Dazhuang finally had a chance to drink some water. He was really thirsty from the walk. As he drank, he noticed the water was sweet. He paused for a moment and quickly gulped down a whole bowl of water. Seeing her uncle in such a poor state, looking thin and dark, and wearing such tattered clothes, Li Roland felt heartbroken. She regretted not visiting her grandmother's house sooner. Compared to Li Roland, the bond that the 3 people in Sun's family had with him was not as strong as the original family ties. After finishing the water, Sun Dazhuang smacked his lips, smiling as he handed the bowl to Li Roland. Roland, you gave Uncle sweet water. Although Uncle was the only boy in the family, his grandmother's house was too poor. He probably had never had sweet water growing up. Seeing Sun Dazhuang's satisfied expression made Li Rouge's eyes feel a bit teary. My sister's family hasn't had a moment of peace since they arrived, or else we would have come to see you sooner. I understand. Your village is not like ours, always busy. Half of the land is idle, and the village elders say we will still need relief food next year. If everyone is waiting for relief food, where will it come from? Li Rouge couldn't say this, but the reality was clear. Big families couldn't provide food, and small families would suffer. What could anyone do? If this were the same world or a parallel world with a similar history, this year would surely be the last year of disaster. Let there be no more disaster years. At least give people a chance to breathe. Otherwise, even if she dared to take risks, how much could a few acres of land save? Since she was about the same age as her uncle, Li Roland felt a deeper connection to him than Li Rouge did. Noticing her uncle staring at the dumplings and swallowing a few times, Li Roland looked at her younger sister, and Li Rouge immediately understood. Rui, the water in the pot is ready. You go start the fire. Let's steam a pot for Uncle first. No need. I'm not that hungry. I can wait for your parents to eat together. Though he said he wasn't hungry, his legs felt a bit weak. Thankfully, after drinking a bowl of sweet water, Sun Dazhuang felt less anxious and his legs felt stronger. On a hot day, after walking more than 10 miles and only having eaten a steamed bun and a bowl of thin porridge for lunch, Li Rouge realized that her uncle might be experiencing low blood sugar. She quickly grabbed a pot of dumplings and headed to the kitchen. Sun Dezhuang felt he couldn't just wait to eat, so he followed her out, saying, "Let me help you with a fire, uncle." "Sure. By the way, uncle, did you come to see if my sister's family has moved in? Or is there something else?" It's the busy farming season, and usually people in the countryside wouldn't choose this time to visit relatives. Even though half of Sun Jiawan's land is still planted, Li Rouge thought her uncle wouldn't come to their house now. If her sister's family had moved in some time ago, they should have visited their grandmother by now, but they hadn't gone because they were too busy. After hearing his niece's question, Sun Dezhuang hesitated before saying, "Well, your third aunt was sent back by her in-laws a few days ago. The Dong family said she ate too much and they couldn't support her anymore, so they sent her back." Li Rouge didn't remember much about her aunts, just that her third aunt was named Sun Fengxia. It seemed like many girls were named Xia these days. Her second aunt was probably named Sun Fengying, and she had met her oldest aunt, Sun Fengmei, when their family visited last time. It's not like we're in the old days. Can't they investigate before getting a divorce? Why can they just send her back like that? My third aunt is too naive. Feeling angry, Li Rouge slammed the pot lid down harder than usual. At that moment, Li Rulon finished making the dumplings and came out to wash her hands. Hearing the conversation, she was also upset. It's not just because my third aunt eats a lot, it's because she hasn't given them a son. They must have sent her back because of that. Her sister's words reminded Li Rouge that her third aunt had 2 daughters. She quickly asked, "Did my third aunt come back alone, or did her daughters come with her?" There's no way she would leave her 2 daughters with the Dong family. Dama is already 14, and that old woman from the Dong family has been thinking about selling her. The only condition for my third aunt to leave was to bring her daughters with her. She didn't ask for anything else. She returned empty-handed. Well, for that reason alone, she had to give her third aunt some credit. "Uncle, don't get upset. When my mom comes back, we can talk about it. You know our family is not what it used to be. It's okay, we can take care of her and the kids." Li Rouge's words, whether they can be achieved or not, comforted Sun Dezhuang. He felt frustrated that he couldn't help his sister and couldn't support her and her children. The real reason he came today was not because someone wanted to propose again, but when that person saw the 3 women at home, he quickly left, saying it wouldn't work out. Then his mother asked him to come over, hoping his older sister could help find a match for the third sister, or else it would be even harder for him to find a wife. Hearing his niece's words, Sun Dezhuang suddenly didn't want to bring up the topic anymore. With a third sister and her 2 girls, it would be hard to find a good man. They would likely end up with someone who couldn't support a family, which would be worse. Otherwise, it would be like jumping from one fire pit into another, and that would be too unfortunate for the third sister. Sun Dezhuang may not have much education, but he understood things clearly. For example, last time, Li Rouge told him not to rush into finding a partner, and even helped him analyze a girl from their neighborhood. He listened to her. Now he enjoyed hearing his niece speak, and he felt that his older niece had changed too, while Zhao Rui had changed even more. Sun Dezhuang suddenly noticed his little niece. "Oh, this girl. If I saw her outside, I might not even recognize her. Of course. My dad takes me to weigh myself every few days, saying if I gain a few more pounds, I'll be ready for the new year." The little girl seemed too proud, and the 2 small brushes she could tie up earlier seemed to fly away now. Sun Dezhuang didn't understand the family's humor. What? Ready for what? This didn't sound good. Why was Zhao Rui so happy? My dad means if I get any fatter, I'll turn into a little pig. Seeing her uncle still confused, Zhao Rui kept laughing. Li Rouge sighed, thinking her uncle was a bit slow. What can a fat pig do during the new year? It will just be slaughtered. Oh, that's what you meant. Ha ha ha, my brother-in-law is quite right. Right? My dad is just joking with me. He loves me and even said he would find someone to get some milk powder tickets to buy me milk. Haha, this girl is still young, thinking her uncle was making fun of her. However, her parents spoiled Zairui too much. Originally, they wanted to ask Zhou Chaoyang or Wu Gang if they could help get some milk powder coupons to save for the little one, so when he stopped breastfeeding, he could have milk powder for another year. Then her parents said that their eldest daughter had never had milk powder either, so she must have some too. Milk powder is so hard to find now. Even babies can't get it, and they want to give it to a 10-year-old. The two sisters thought their parents were just joking and wouldn't actually do it. Who would have thought their dad had already talked to Wu Gang about it? It said that Wu Gang agreed and would soon help them get milk powder coupons so their daughter could enjoy sweet milk powder. Sun Dazhuang. What is milk powder? Li Rouge felt it was best to change the subject and not explain what milk powder was to her uncle, or it might create more misunderstandings. Luckily, the steamed dumplings were ready, so Li Rouge asked her sister to entertain their uncle while she went to prepare a couple of dishes. Now, every family lacks a big pot, so for large steamed dumplings, whether meat or vegetable-filled, Sun Dazhuang couldn't remember the last time he had them. Was it 3 years ago? 4? It had been several years since he last ate them. When life was a bit better, his mother would occasionally make dough, but they only had cornmeal or sorghum flour, mixed with some wild vegetables and chopped green onions, and a bit of pig fat. Those dumplings, when steamed, were so fragrant that they could savor them for days. Looking at the condiments Li Roland was setting on the table, soy sauce, vinegar, a bowl of chili oil, and some garlic, he wondered if eating dumplings needed to be so complicated. For big meat dumplings, you just eat them as they are. Why add anything? It seemed wasteful. Roland, uncle can just eat them like this, no need for those sauces. Let's save them, Sun Dazhuang stammered, struggling to speak since he entered the room. Li Roland found her uncle amusing, feeling both amused and a bit sad. It seemed he had never had dumplings with dipping sauce in his life. Uncle, this bottle is soy sauce, and this one is vinegar. Just add a little of both, and this chili oil is made by my mom. It's really good. I remember you can handle spicy food, so add a bit of that too. Li Roland was talking while personally helping her uncle prepare a dipping sauce. After marrying into the Zhang family, she learned that dumplings are meant to be eaten with sauce, and upon returning home, she discovered her family had the same habit. It was clear that her parents were not unaware that this way of eating dumplings was better. They simply had never eaten dumplings. Neither had her sisters. During their years in the Li family courtyard, they only saw others eat dumplings but never had them themselves. Fortunately, those days were finally over, and her parents had completely severed ties with that family, doing so publicly. The document that ended the relationship was reportedly written by Secretary Song himself. In the end, not only did Dong Gongan sign it, but also the county chief and the commune secretary signed it. While Li Roland was busy helping her uncle, she shared stories about recent events, filled with admiration for her parents. My dad said, "A good memory is not as good as a poor pen. Everyone forgets things, especially matters that don't concern them. We shouldn't forget when we need to remember later." In reality, everything Li Fubin was doing was for future planning, even if Su Xunli thought it was unnecessary. Su Xunli believed that even if it wasn't written down, everyone in the village, and soon the whole commune, would know that Li Fubin was not the biological son of Old Man Li, so there was no need to write a severance document. However, Li Fubin insisted on writing it, clearly stating the reasons for the severance, with Song Jian taking notes. Since he was aware of that history, he wanted to plan ahead. If the Li family were to regret their decision later, people might refuse to testify for self-protection.
Who would he turn to?
Who knew if County Chief Liu and Zhao Tiniu would still be in their positions years later? Since it was a sensitive matter, he thought it best to leave a way out for his family. Li Fubin's idea received strong support from Sun Fengqin and Li Rouge. 3 copies of the severance document were made, one for the village, one for Dong Gongan, and one for their family. As soon as Li Fubin received their copy, he quickly handed it over to Li Rouge for safekeeping. This showed how much Li Fubin valued the document. Moreover, Old Man Li, Old Lady Li, and Li Fugue and Li Fuyou all left their fingerprints on it. Such important evidence needed to be well preserved. Years later, if they could truly find their biological parents, and if the other party wanted to pursue the matter with Old Man Li and Old Lady Li, this document would serve as solid proof. Of course, it all depends on whether Mr. Li and Mrs. Li can live to see that day. Otherwise, What good is solid evidence if you can't even go to the afterlife to bring someone back? Sun Dazhuang was eating while listening to Li Rulon talk. He was so surprised by his brother-in-law's skills that he almost choked. Cough, cough, cough. Sun Dazhuang coughed for a while before catching his breath. By the way, your dumplings are so delicious, uncle, uncle. Li Rulon quickly went out to serve her uncle a bowl of dumpling soup. Uncle, drink some soup first and take your time. Rouge is still cooking. What else is there to cook? With dumplings to eat, who needs vegetables? By the way, Rouge, what filling is in these dumplings? They're amazing. Beef filling, Li Rouge said as she came in with stir-fried pork intestines. To make sure her uncle could enjoy this dish, she didn't wait for her mother to prepare the dry-fried intestines and made it herself with some chili, and it turned out quite tasty. Who needs vegetables when there are dumplings? Just look at uncle, he doesn't even know what to eat. Sun Dazhuang said, picking up a piece of intestines and chewing it. He quickly gave a thumbs up.
Great.
Rouge's cooking is just as good as your mother's. The dumplings were pure meat filling, and they were beef filling. Rouge had also made a meat dish. It seemed that his sister's family was living a life that even the village leaders couldn't compare to. Sun Dazhuang took a bite of a dumpling and then a bite of the stir-fried intestines, feeling that this heavenly life was simply too wonderful. Seeing her uncle like this, Li Rouge laughed and said, Uncle, when you go back, please take some beef for my grandparents. I'll also give you some flour. By the way, my family is now supplying pickled vegetables to the county supply station, and they are really delicious. You should take some back too. Wait, how did your family get connected with the vegetable supply station? This news kept coming, one more surprising than the last. Sun Dazhuang felt like he hadn't visited his sister's house in years. It hadn't been long since he last came. Just recently, he had visited with his fourth brother-in-law. At that time, his sister's life was much better than when they lived with the Li family, but it wasn't this good. This is a long story. I still have a dish to cook. Sister, please talk to uncle while I go back to cooking. With the window open, they saw a few people returning from the fields. Li Rulon smiled. Uncle, my parents are back. Let my mother explain the details to you later. I'm not very clear on everything either. The couple knew that there was still a lot of meat in their daughter's space, especially since Li Rouge had gone to the county town and would bring back meat to eat. So, as soon as they finished work, they brought over the Jiang family's brothers. Since Li Rouge didn't come back for lunch, and Rui also stayed out, Li Rulon cooked a meal for her parents and the brothers to enjoy together. Originally, Li Rulon planned to bring out dinner as well, so she cooked a large pot of rice and made some pancakes. Just then, Li Rouge worried that there wouldn't be enough dumplings, so she asked Li Rulon to bring over half a basin of rice. Before she could stop her, her younger sister had already cracked 4 or 5 eggs. Oh my, you little troublemaker. You're being too wasteful. This was the first time the older sister scolded her younger sister for being wasteful. The little one had just started eating some solid food and was getting 1 egg daily from their aunt. Eggs were hard to come by, and who would dare to use so many at once? She thought she saw 4, but it was actually 5. After a firm pat from her older sister, Li Rouge smiled while continuing to cook, and soon a fragrant bowl of egg-fried rice was ready. When her uncle suddenly arrived, it was unexpected. She wanted everyone to eat well and also bring some dumplings back for her grandparents. Egg-fried rice might be something that people today have or haven't tried, but for Li Rouge, it was the best dish she ever made. Today, she wanted to show off her skills. Using 5 eggs for such a large bowl of rice wasn't too much at all. You girl, I wonder what kind of family you'll marry into. Not just for these eggs, but with all that oil, any mother-in-law would drive you crazy. Don't worry, big sister. If my future husband can't handle this little bit, then why would I marry him? Counting oil and eggs? They heard that eggs from the supply were only 3 cents each this season. You little rascal, let's see if mom scolds you later. Li Rulon didn't think much of the few pounds of horse meat they bought. It was rare to find someone selling it. But when it came to eggs, their mother was very strict. Sun Fengqin believed that resources were tight, and sometimes even having money wouldn't guarantee getting what they urgently needed, like eggs. Not to mention, there were hardly any families in the village that raised chickens anymore. So, don't be fooled by the prices of eggs in the city. Ask them if they can get eggs every month with their ration tickets. It often happens that out of 10 trips, 5 come back empty-handed. Otherwise, how could eggs on the black market sell for just a dime each? When something is rare, it becomes valuable. Eggs have become a rare item. Whether the adults eat them or not doesn't matter. They spoil the little girl, but they rarely say they give her an egg every day. It's more like every few days before she gets one. Le Rouge. Every few days? It's practically every 3 days. So, their family consumes a lot of eggs. Luckily, Le Rouge's storage can keep them fresh. That's why when they found someone selling eggs on the black market, the two of them dared to buy so many and store them for the little ones to enjoy slowly. Sure enough, when Le Rouge brought out a big bowl of fried rice with plenty of bright yellow eggs, son Fengqin stared at her. Mom, I went again today and bought dozens of eggs. Even though her trips to the black market weren't a secret anymore, it wasn't appropriate to say it in front of so many people. Le Rouge laughed and winked at her mom, and they managed to brush it off. No matter how delicious the fried rice is, it can't compare to meat-filled dumplings. Le Fubin and son Fengqin saw everyone coming to get food, and Zhang Dahu even asked Le Rouge if there were any big pancakes left from lunch. What pancakes? There are dumplings and fried rice. Son Fengqin decided to distribute the food, 8 dumplings per person. Even if it wasn't enough, it would fill them up somewhat. Then, each person got a small bowl of fried rice and a few bites of stir-fried intestines, along with some green beans her eldest daughter had stir-fried. They couldn't say they were completely full, but they were definitely satisfied. The green beans were soaked by Le Rouge at noon. She planned to stir-fry them with some cured meat for dinner since her parents and Dahu had been working hard lately, and she wanted to treat everyone to something nice. Unexpectedly, her younger sister was even bolder. She bought several pounds of horse meat, some intestines, and several eggs. With dumplings, stir-fried dishes, and a few bites of fried rice, he ate a lot of dumplings first and couldn't fit in any more fried rice. After this delicious meal, son Dazhuang felt a bit dizzy, almost forgetting why he came today. He really thought he was going to float away like a fairy. Seeing that her uncle seemed a bit tipsy from the food, Le Rouge quickly went out to brew a pot of tea. Yes, their family was that extravagant. They used a warm pot to brew tea. Plus, the tea leaves were found in Li's car, probably worth thousands. Without a teacup, just wash a bowl and drink from it. After finishing a bowl of tea, son Dazhuang finally felt a bit more awake and remembered why he was there, but it made him feel even sadder. Why was he sad? It was because his parents had worked their whole lives and probably never tasted delicious meat dumplings. And then there was fried rice, yes, egg fried rice. At first, he thought that his sisters, Roland and Rouge, were quite bold to chop up a big bowl of meat filling. Wouldn't his brother-in-law scold them when he came home? But after observing the meal, son Dazhuang realized that neither his brother-in-law nor his sister scolded anyone. Instead, they praised Rouge for her cooking and said that dumplings should be made with pure meat filling. Everyone knows that pure meat dumplings are tasty, but can an ordinary family afford them? Thinking about his own situation, son Dazhuang felt guilty for eating so much, especially since he was the only son. His parents and sisters had endured so much hardship to support him, yet he still let them struggle. Hey, I heard from Rouge that the third aunt and her family were sent back. Son Fengqin's loud voice brought son Dazhuang back to reality, and he nodded in a daze. Seeing that her uncle was no longer sleepy but seemed lost in thought, Le Rouge took the initiative to mention the third aunt to her mother. Teacher Sun, known for her quick temper, couldn't tolerate this and immediately got up to put on her shoes. Let's go to Sun Jiawan now. I want to see who has the guts to bully my sister. Le Rouge thought. Today everyone had a better meal, but no one drank alcohol. Why was everyone acting so drunk? Why was her mother getting tipsy? Mom, why are you in such a hurry? Look, it's getting dark outside. Tomorrow, Wu Gang and the others are coming to pick up the pickled vegetables. You can't be away from home, right? Even if her mother wasn't home, she could handle things, but she worried that her mother might impulsively confront the Dong family. Son Dazhuang quickly said, Yes, Big sister, please don't rush. Let me explain. It's not exactly that they were sent back. My third sister said she didn't want to be with Dong Dali anymore because his family was too cruel. They not only didn't feed her and her daughters well, but also brought back a widow, claiming she was there to have children for the Dong family. Cough, cough, cough. Li Fubin, who was drinking tea, couldn't hold it in and ended up spraying water all over his brother-in-law. Sun Dazhuang looked down at the tea leaves hanging from him and thought about how he just ate someone else's meat dumplings. He could only quietly remove the tea leaves. Li Fubin scratched his head awkwardly. Luckily, his brother-in-law was sitting across from him. It's pretty hot today. Dazhuang, I have a place outside to wash up. Why don't you go take a shower? No need, I'll dry off soon enough. With so many people around, he didn't want to take a shower. Besides, after walking all this way, he was already sweaty, so washing wouldn't make much difference. Uncle, my family's bathroom has running water. It's really nice. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Noticing her father was embarrassed, Zairi quickly came over to help him out and pulled her uncle away. After the Jiang brothers finished their meal, they returned to their courtyard. When Sun Fengqin saw that it was just their family inside, she glared at her husband and complained, "Why don't you pay more attention? What if that day the person sitting across from you was County Head Liu?" Well, in this simple time, how could something like what Dazhuang said happen? I was just so surprised that I couldn't control myself. Hee. Let them show off. They think our men are easy to bully. Just wait. One day I'll make them realize that women are not to be messed with. After saying this, Sun Fengqin added, but since this is something the third one wants to leave, let's not worry about it for now. At that moment, Sun Dazhuang happily ran back, speaking excitedly, "Sister, brother-in-law, your bathroom is even better than mine." "No, it's better than anyone else's." "Wow, how did you make it so clean?" "Uncle, we have one like that too." Dahu and the others all say it's great. Shamwa woke up, and Li Rulan had just gone to the other room to nurse the baby. She came in just in time to hear her uncle's words and added with a smile, "I'm impressed. You really must have money to spare. But that bathroom is nice, it doesn't smell at all, and you can even take a shower. Then, why don't you just wash up here? The water in the bucket has been sitting in the sun all day, so it's not cold at all." As Sun Fengqin spoke, she remembered something and got up to rummage through a box. "A few days ago, Roland made a new shirt for her dad, and your brother-in-law has a new pair of pants that he hasn't worn yet. Let me find them for you." "No need, sister. I can't take my brother-in-law's clothes." Sun Dazhuang didn't know what was happening at his sister's house. When he saw his sister and brother-in-law wearing patched clothes, he felt embarrassed to take his brother-in-law's new clothes. "Your sister gave them to you, so take them. Look at your clothes, they are patched up so many times. In this hot weather, you should wear the new one from now on. Don't be reluctant," Li Fubin said. He noticed that the little boy was staring at him with big eyes. Was the child scared by his ragged clothes? It was possible. Although the other boys wore patched clothes too, theirs were not as worn out as his. In their village, it was common to wear such clothes, especially while working. No one wore nice clothes while doing hard labor. His sister and brother-in-law used to wear clothes that were not as good as his current ones, but now his brother-in-law had new clothes that he hadn't even worn yet. Looking at the white cotton shirt and black cotton pants his sister held, Sun Dazhuang couldn't say no anymore. He glanced around, noticing that his nieces were all smiling and happy. He finally accepted the clothes, saying, "Well, I won't be polite then." "Don't be polite, uncle.
Just go change into them."
"I have something to tell you that will definitely make you happy," Li Rouge said. "Okay, I'll go wash up and put on this new outfit," he replied. Who doesn't love wearing new clothes? Especially since Sun Dazhuang was only 20, the age when one wants to look good. His family situation was tough. They could barely afford food, let alone think about clothes. In the countryside, as long as your clothes didn't show too much skin, no one would laugh at you for having patches. Not being laughed at doesn't mean he didn't dream of better clothes. After taking a shower and putting on the clean new outfit, he was thrilled. His brother-in-law even gave him a new pair of shorts that had never been worn. Now he was dressed in new clothes from head to toe. Was he dreaming? Outside, Li Fubin was waiting to discuss something serious with his brother-in-law. After a while, he knocked on the door. Dazhuang, what's taking so long? Aren't you done yet? I'm here, brother-in-law. I'm just trying to see where the water is going. When the door opened, Li Fubin saw son Dazhuang bending down to look at the drain and laughed. The bathroom is just on the other side of the wall, so of course, the water is flowing that way. He said, why doesn't the toilet smell? It turns out they washed the bathroom while showering over there. That's impressive, son Dazhuang said, giving a thumbs up. When we have money, we'll build a toilet like yours, and that will make life worthwhile. That's not hard. Come on, let's go inside and talk while your brother-in-law gives you a haircut. Li Fubin then noticed that his brother-in-law, who had changed into new clothes, looked quite handsome, but his hair was too long and messy, which took away from his appearance. Li, who had taken on the role of barber, was forced into it because there were no proper barbers in the countryside. Everyone just cut each other's hair, resulting in either long flowing hair or messy cuts. To maintain his own image, Li bought a pair of scissors and asked son Fengqin to learn how to cut hair with him. He had many practice subjects like Su Xunli, Li Chongshun, Zheng Chong, Zhao Dazhuang, and a few young guys from the village who liked coming to him for haircuts. His skills were definitely improving faster than son Fengqin's. Li Fubin's haircutting skills were now good enough to open a shop, and son Fengqin agreed. However, no matter how skilled he was, he couldn't cut his own hair, so he had to let son Fengqin practice on him. Fortunately, ever since his sons-in-law arrived, Li Fubin regained some of his former image, as their haircutting skills were much better than his. How could they not be? They had been practicing on their younger brothers since they were teenagers, so they could be considered experienced. With his father-in-law's guidance, they styled his hair to look more modern. After getting a short haircut, Li Fubin looked several years younger. Son Dazhuang sat patiently while his brother-in-law worked on his hair, noticing that his brother-in-law's hairstyle looked different and better than those in their village. Thanks to Li Fubin's efforts, the family saw a different side of son Dazhuang. Wow, this young man had a new spirit. Of course, he was still dark and thin, but other than that, he had no major flaws. Son Fengqin smiled proudly at her brother, feeling honored, and happily said, our family's genes are great. Just look at how good-looking your uncle is, but actually, your aunts are even prettier. Gene is something that son Dazhuang and Li Rulan don't understand, but that doesn't stop them from feeling proud. While getting a haircut, Li Fubin already made arrangements with his brother-in-law. Today, when he goes back, he will have son Fengxia and her family in charge of digging vegetables, while he'll deliver them to Li Jiazhuang. If they can deliver 20 to 30 pounds in a day, they could earn 2 to 3 dimes. This price is still the same as what outsiders pay. With Li Boss being so generous, how could they possibly make money off their own family? When it comes to payment, they would at least have to double it, which means they could earn 50 to 60 cents in a day. Wow, what else is there to do? Even in the city, a job might only pay $10 to $20 a month. Although he looks different, son Dazhuang still has that silly side. After hearing what his brother-in-law and niece said, he kept asking if it was true. This year, there are many uncultivated fields. After this rain, wild vegetables and grasses have grown wildly. Now, people don't even need to go out to dig for vegetables. They can easily carry half a basket home on their way back from work. When he learned that his brother-in-law was not joking and that his sister's family was making money from this, son Dazhuang changed his tune and kept exclaiming, wow, wow, oh my. Li Rouge also found out today that her grandmother's village is only 8 miles away from Li Jiazhuang if they take a shortcut. Since it was getting dark, son Fengqin was worried about her younger brother going back alone. The shortcut is a mountain path which is not too difficult, but there could be animals in the woods. So the couple decided to stay at Sun Jiwan for the night and ride back in the morning. Taking a longer route on their bikes would only add 3 or 4 miles. Those few miles feel far when walking, but it's not much on a bicycle. Li Rouge left 20 dumplings for her grandmother's family, along with 2 pounds of horse meat and a small bowl of stir-fried intestines. These are just treats. But her grandmother's family is likely in need of food since 3 more people have suddenly joined them, and those 3 haven't received their share of relief grain yet. In her space, 2 acres of wheat are about to be harvested, and she has also collected a batch of peanuts and a batch of peppers. She wonders when her space will upgrade again. 3 acres are not enough. In the future, they will need a lot of peppers, garlic, and things that ordinary people are reluctant to grow. So that 1 acre will mainly be used to grow these ingredients for pickles. Even so, their family would never run out of food. With just those 2 acres of land, they could harvest every 20 days, and even if it was just for their family, they wouldn't finish it all. So Li Rouge didn't even ask. She filled a big bag weighing 50 pounds with corn for her grandmother. There was no choice. Their family had a lot of corn right now, but this was special corn from their space, and it surely tasted different from what was outside. Every time they ate pancakes at their house, her brother-in-law would frown and say that for some reason, the pancakes from his father-in-law's house were just tastier than theirs. Son Dazhuang had become numb to collecting things. At first, he hesitated and said he couldn't take them, but when he saw his niece bringing over a lot of items from their yard, like cured meat, dried vegetables, bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and a bag of grain weighing about 20 pounds, he didn't know what else to say. He took them, or else his niece would start crying, and his other niece would brag about their old house being their family's treasure. Luckily, it was already dark. Otherwise, carrying so many things in and out of the village might attract envy. Son Dazhuang pushed the bicycle all the way, having completely fallen in love with his brother-in-law's bike. Even though he couldn't ride it, he was happy just pushing it. When the 3 of them entered Sunjiawan, the whole village was quiet, with no lights on in any house. Occasionally, a few barks could be heard from somewhere, but they quickly stopped. In these times, people struggled to feed themselves, so there weren't many families with dogs. Son Dazhuang mentioned that only the village secretary and the captain had dogs, and since they lived far away, those barks probably weren't from them. It was late, and everyone in the village must have gone to sleep. Only at Sun Baoshan's house, the elderly couple sat outside, looking toward the village entrance. Their son Han said he would stay at his sister's house, and as it got darker, the couple couldn't help but worry. From a distance, they saw a few people coming their way, and the elderly couple felt a surge of joy. They quickly stood up and whispered, "Is that Dazhuang coming back?" "It shouldn't be. Didn't you see several people? It looks like they're pushing a bicycle." Sun Baoshan felt a bit deflated and was about to sit down again when he heard a female voice among the group call out, "Dad, Mom, is that you?" "Oh my, it's Fengqin's voice. Fengqin is back." Sun Laotai hurried to greet her, almost twisting her ankle from running too fast.
"Mom, slow down."
Sun Fengqin was quick and attentive, quickly helping her mother and smiling as she said, "We took the main road and got back a bit late. Did we worry you too?" Sun Baoshan was cautious. Seeing his son pushing a bicycle with several bags on it, he lowered his voice and said, "Whatever you have to say, let's talk inside." "Hey, Dad, are you doing well?" Li Fubin replied, also greeting his father-in-law quietly. "Yes, we're all good. How about you?" Sun Baoshan said, realizing he was asking something obvious, noticing the bicycle and thinking they must be doing fine. When people who haven't seen each other for a long time meet, asking if everyone is well is a sign of care and a polite greeting. Li Fubin hadn't planned to answer his father-in-law right away. There was no need to talk outside when the 2 elders had been sitting out for a while. But Sun Dazhuang didn't wait for Li Fubin to speak. He jumped in, saying, "My sister's family is doing really well. My brother-in-law is even the village leader." Excited, Sun Dazhuang's voice got a bit loud, and his father gave him a light tap, making him laugh as the family entered the house, each carrying something. Next door, the Qin family had gone to bed early, as was common in the village. When it got dark, everyone hurried to sleep. There are tasks that can't be done during the day, and at night you have to light lamps and burn oil. Every daughter-in-law has heard this from her mother-in-law. Villagers live carefully. Even a little oil is counted, and they try not to use it unless necessary. Now it's better. After a long day of work, it stays light longer, and they can fall asleep almost immediately. In reality, country folks dread winter. It gets dark around 4 or 5, and with nothing much to do and empty stomachs, who can just lie down and sleep? Those with wives and children, when they can't sleep, lie down and chat in the dark, and eventually, they drift off. It's tough for the young men, especially those who are older but still single. They can only count stars or dream about the village girls to pass the time. That's why young men in the village like to bathe in the river at night. It not only avoids being seen but also lets them go home and sleep right away. Sun Dezhuang often did this, going out at night with friends to splash around in the river until they were tired and then heading home to sleep. Chen Wankai felt that he must have eaten too much wild vegetable porridge tonight. Just as he fell asleep, his stomach started rumbling. Old Chen got up to visit the bathroom, and on his way back, he heard someone talking in the yard next door. It was Sun Dezhuang's voice, and he scoffed, thinking that the young man had gone to the river again. The older folks couldn't understand why young people would stay up late to wash in the river. What was there to wash? Just a splash or two, and dinner would be wasted. Wasn't that silly? But as he listened more closely, Chen Wankai was startled. Wait, did he hear that right? Sun's son-in-law was the team leader? Wasn't Sun Fengqin's husband not favored by his in-laws? This was common knowledge in Sunjiabin. Sun Fengqin had been married for 20 years, and there were other families in the two villages that had intermarried. Everyone knew about it.
How could that be?
That person who was looked down upon by his parents, how could he become the team leader? Back in his room, even though it was dark and he couldn't see anything, he squinted towards the small warm room where his daughter slept. They had 3 daughters, and only these 3 were outstanding. Otherwise, the marriage proposals wouldn't have been delayed for so long. Originally, the couple wanted to marry their daughter off to the city, but they had no connections. Otherwise, with their daughter's looks, she could surely find a good match. The young men in the village all admired their third daughter. Sun Dezhuang next door, in particular, always smiled whenever he saw her. Because he had a beautiful daughter ready for marriage, Chen Wankai was respected by the young men in the village. Sun Dezhuang would rush to help him carry water whenever he saw him. But lately, Chen Wankai couldn't remember when it started. It seemed that Sun Dezhuang no longer smiled at his daughter or rushed to help with the water. Chen Wankai puffed on his cigarette. He wasn't sure if he was lost in thought or if the wild vegetable leaves were hard to smoke. He coughed several times, finally waking his wife, who had fallen asleep. I said, "Why are you smoking in the middle of the night?" Tonight, with a bit of moonlight, Chen's wife looked up to see her husband sitting on the bed smoking. She didn't care about anything else. She was worried about the match he had just struck. Usually, he would only smoke while she was cooking, using the stove's fire. What was going on tonight? Old Chen tapped his pipe and pointed next door, not caring if old Chen's wife could see him. The eldest daughter of the Sun family next door has come back. When I went to the bathroom, I heard them talking. Guess what? Their son-in-law seems to have become the village leader. Is that true? Old Chen's wife was skeptical, just like her husband. Sun Dezhuang said it himself, so it must be true. From what I heard, even old Sun just found out about it, Chen Wankai replied, glancing at his daughter's room. We can't delay this marriage for our girl any longer. If we wait too long, it won't matter how pretty she is. Old Chen's wife was surprised by the news and lost her sleep. She sat up and looked out the window toward the Sun family's yard. It's too dark to see anything. I need to go listen in. Known for her quick legs, old Chen's wife soon climbed over the low dirt wall. She noticed there was still a light on in the Sun's house. Initially, she believed only half of it, but now she was almost certain. Who stays up at night with the lights on? This isn't something the Sun family would do unless they really have a high-ranking family member. They must not even be saving on lamp oil. Worried about being discovered, she thought for a moment and quietly returned. Meanwhile, not far away, the Sun family was lively. Sun Fengxia couldn't sleep, especially since she attracted mosquitoes. It felt like every mosquito within 100 meters was drawn to their home. So, she waited in the dark until she eventually fell asleep. Hearing voices, she suddenly sat up. It was her brother returning, along with her sister and brother-in-law. Sun Fengxia hurried to the warm room and called her two daughters, Damei, Ermei. Get up and put on your clothes. Your aunt and uncle are here. The sisters, Damei, who was 14, and Ermei, who was only 9, quickly got ready. Years ago, when Sun Fengxia had her first child, and it was a girl, her mother-in-law looked down on her. She often complained about sending Damei away, saying that the family's food shouldn't be spent on raising girls. In these times, every family has children, but they don't lack daughters. Those said to be given away were probably just abandoned in the mountains. Sun Fengxia had heard about such things since she was young. Their family had many daughters, and her parents treated them all the same. People often said behind their backs that her parents were foolish. So, Damei grew up with Sun Fengxia, as she worried about working in the fields while her child might be secretly taken by her mother-in-law to feed the wolves in the mountains. Life was hard, work was heavy, and they often went hungry. In such circumstances, it was surprising to become pregnant. Otherwise, how could Ermei be 5 years younger than her older sister? Luckily, the age difference between the sisters meant that Ermei was almost raised by her sister. However, the young girl never blamed her mother for this. Her mother was too tired, always working from dawn till dusk. Both daughters saw this and helped their mother whenever they could. Dong Posi had 6 daughters in her lifetime. Although she never abandoned any of them, she often thought about getting rid of her granddaughter. This thought lingered until Damei was about 1 year old, but when she realized Sun Fengxia was very protective, she gave up on that idea. Under the pressure from her mother-in-law, Dong Posi continued to have children, and after giving birth to 5 daughters, she had a son. As soon as he was born, he became the head of the Dong family, showing how strong-willed she was. In fact, people in one village whispered that Dong Posi had killed her mother-in-law. Why did they say this? Because the old lady passed away just days after Dong Posi took charge. Some observant people noticed marks on the old lady's neck during her funeral, suggesting she had been choked. Others claimed that Dong Posi didn't feed her mother-in-law after getting the keys to the household, leading to her starvation. Regardless of the rumors, the Dong family's reputation in one village was quite bad, especially for Dong Posi. People tried to avoid her, and few wanted to associate with someone like her. When Sun Fengxia married into the Dong family, her parents thought their daughter was marrying into a good situation because the matchmaker said that Dong Dali's 5 sisters would each give at least $10 when their brother got married, and they often sent things back to their family. The biggest regret for her parents was their short-sightedness. They only heard the good things and didn't bother to find out what the family was really like. Years later, after Sun Fengxia had married, Sun Baoshan met someone from Shangwan village. When they learned he was Dong Dali's father-in-law, they remarked, "Why didn't your daughter ask about her future mother-in-law before getting married? If not, how could Sun Fengmei marry Wang Changzhen?" The older couple learned from their mistakes. Since it was hard to inquire about families from other villages, they chose someone from their own village. Wang Changzhen's mother was known to be very kind. Sun Fengxia suffered for years because she couldn't have a son, and it was clear how much the Dong family valued sons, just by looking at her scars. Dong Posi and Sun Fengxia had talked about this before, and she had shown her the scars from being beaten by that old woman with bound feet. Fortunately, after having 5 daughters, she finally had a son. Dong Posi worried that her daughter-in-law might end up like her, having to bear many daughters before having a son. She felt that not treating Sun Fengxia harshly, unlike her own mother-in-law, was already very merciful. This kind-hearted Dong Posi absolutely could not allow any more daughters in the family. She heard that having daughters could be hereditary. If a mother had daughters, her sisters might too, leading to a family full of daughters. Once she learned about this, Dong Posi began to consider sending her daughter-in-law back to her family. Under these circumstances, Sun Fengxia's life was not much better than her sister's in the Li family courtyard. She constantly worried about having another daughter, while hoping for a son to secure her place in the Dong family, wishing to be pregnant but fearing it at the same time. It was strange for a woman under such pressure to become pregnant. Otherwise, how could she have been in the Dong family for 15 years and only had 2 daughters? This became even more of a reason for Dong Posi to send her daughter-in-law back to her family. The Dong family had been carrying on their line for generations, and she could not let it end while she was still alive. Otherwise, her in-laws would surely blame her when she passed away. The widow who had fled from hardship was brought into the family by Dong Posey herself because she had 3 sons, even though one had died on the way, and she still had 2 children with her. Dong Posey felt she had done a great service for the Dong family. She planned carefully, initially not revealing her intentions, claiming the widow was a relative from her family who would stay for a few days. Once the young widow became pregnant, Dong Posey began to find excuses to push Sun Fengxia out of the Dong family. For the sake of her 2 daughters, Sun Fengxia initially wanted to endure it. She thought that once her daughters were married, she could finally find peace, even if it meant her own end. Madame Dong started to send Sun Fengxia back to her family home, but did not mention the matter of the young widow, as it was not a proud topic. Since she didn't bring it up, Sun Fengxia was unwilling to leave. After all, if her mother was sent back, the reputation of her 2 daughters would be ruined, making it difficult for them to marry in the future. It wasn't until the young widow came to tell her that she was carrying her husband's child that Sun Fengxia was shocked to discover that this woman was actually a concubine arranged by her mother-in-law. The man, who always listened to his mother, chose the widow who was pregnant, even though he would have to help raise another man's son. In the eyes of most villagers, raising a child, even without a blood relation, was still considered worthwhile. In comparison, her 2 biological daughters became seen as burdens. With no hope left, Sun Fengxia returned to her family home with her 2 daughters, empty-handed. This was the life of 34-year-old Sun Fengxia, and even she couldn't understand what she had done wrong to end up in such a situation. Years ago, the Sun sisters were sought after for their looks, good temper, and hard work, each receiving multiple marriage proposals before finally getting married. But because she couldn't give birth to a son, her eldest sister lived in constant fear, and Sun Fengxia's situation was even worse, as she was sent back to her family with nothing. After grieving for more than half a month, if it weren't for her 2 young daughters and her aging parents, she might have taken drastic measures. Even so, Sun Fengxia never thought about fighting back or reporting Dong Dali for bigamy. Instead, she reflected on her misfortunes and her inability to have a son. When Sun Fengqin heard Sun Fengxia speak, she realized that this woman had been influenced by Madame Dong for 15 years and would take time to change her mindset. However, no matter how difficult it was, she needed to help her sister change. Otherwise, how could she be worthy of being Sun Fengqin's sister? Upon learning that the family was having wild vegetable porridge for dinner, Sun Fengqin decided to send down 10 dumplings from the cellar, where the horse meat could be stored for a couple of days. She insisted that Sun Dazhuang heat up the remaining 10 dumplings so that each of the 5 of them could have 2. With a bowl of stir-fried pork intestines and some pickled vegetables made by her eldest daughter's family, they all enjoyed one of the best meals of their lives. Seeing her 3 younger sisters and 2 daughters looking so thin and pitiful, Sun Fengqin felt a pang of sadness and almost considered taking her 2 daughters to raise them herself. However, that was just a fleeting thought. She would never actually do that. On the road, Sun Fengqin had already gathered most of the information from Sun Dazhuang. After hearing Sun Fengxia explain the whole situation, she had a plan in mind. She also noticed that when Sun Fengxia talked about these matters, she didn't shed a single tear, as if she were discussing someone else's story. The 2 daughters also showed no signs of sadness when their mother mentioned their father. Dong Dali had truly hurt their feelings, which made it easier for her to send him away without worry. The family chatted until almost 10 o'clock before going to bed, which was quite rare for them in the countryside, and it was just for chatting. The next morning, Sun Fengxia led her 2 daughters in making breakfast, using the large pot brought by the eldest sister. The 3 of them looked quite curious, as if they had never seen a big pot before. They had seen it before, but it had been years since they used one, so they were a bit unsure of how to use it. Their family had 2 large pots, and as everyone was preparing to leave, Li Rouge remembered that her grandmother's house didn't have a big pot and wouldn't be able to buy one anytime soon. So, she took her own large iron pot and placed it on the seat of the cart. It would be much easier for their family to get another large iron pot than for her grandmother's family. This was something she didn't need to discuss with her parents. She could decide on her own. Every time Li Rulan saw her younger sister like this, she went from being surprised at first to now being used to it. She finally understood that while it seemed like her parents made the decisions, the real head of the family was Rouge. Of course, Jiang Dahu wouldn't question who was in charge in his father-in-law's family. However, seeing his younger sister-in-law take charge and give away the large iron pot without even asking was surprising to him. But what surprised him even more were the elderly couple from the Sun family and the three women, Sun Fengxia and her daughters. When the large pot was taken away years ago, the stove remained, and Sun Baoshan never wanted to remove it. Now it was just right for use. His eldest daughter benefited from it, and he cherished his daughter. How many families in Sunjiawan had a big pot? Just theirs, it seemed. That morning, even though the meal was prepared by Sun Fengxia and her daughters, the elderly couple kept wandering around outside, eager to see the big pot. Those who didn't know might think they were worried their daughters and granddaughters would sneak food. The eldest daughter's family and her granddaughter brought food and meat for them, and the piece of cured meat that Rulan brought weighed several pounds. Old Man Sun felt that the sky was especially blue this morning, and the sun hadn't come out yet. He wondered if it would be the same as before. Why did it seem like life was getting better? His eldest daughter and son-in-law would soon head back to work. For breakfast, Grandma Sun was in charge, making stewed meat and pancakes. Stewed meat really meant cutting a few slices of cured meat and adding whatever vegetables were available, like the small bok choy from their garden. A few days ago, when they harvested potatoes, they saved the parts without teeth, which the village had distributed to every household. The Sun family had been saving theirs, and today they took it out of the cellar to make a pot of stew. Bok choy stewed with potatoes and meat, served with a circle of pancakes. This was a meal they only had during the New Year. No, during the New Year, the pancakes had dried vegetables mixed in, but today they were pure grain pancakes. When Li Fubin arrived, he greeted his father-in-law and then rode off on his bicycle. If Li Fubin hadn't been gone for so long and if Dad and Dazhuang hadn't gone back to work, Sun Fengqin wouldn't have wanted to stay at her parents' house for a meal. Life was too hard at her parents' place, and she worried about how her parents would save money with the two of them eating this meal. Fengxia, have you taken care of the divorce paperwork with Dong Dali? And have you moved your and your daughter's household registrations? Since she planned to send Dong Dali away, her younger sister needed to cut ties with him completely first. Otherwise, when life got better at her parents' house and her sister became more sought after, the Dong family would surely claim her as their daughter-in-law, creating a mess. Sun Fengqin had just remembered these matters. After discussing foraging for wild vegetables with Sun Fengxia, she brought this up. Still caught up in the joy of her sister being able to earn money from foraging, Sun Fengxia's face was all smiles. However, when she heard her sister mention this, her smile vanished, and she replied in confusion, "What divorce paperwork? I never did any paperwork with Dong Dali. My daughter's household registrations are still with the Dong family. They won't let us move them, saying we owe them, and keeping our registrations allows them to receive benefits. Otherwise, why couldn't Sun Fengxia go to work? Even if she did, the Sun family wouldn't provide her and her daughters with any food rations, and they wouldn't be able to earn any work points. The management of household registrations was still strict. Everything depended on them. Since their registrations weren't with the Sun family, they couldn't get any food rations from this area. What is per capita grain? Even if you have a job in the county, as long as your household registration is still in the village, you can still receive grain based on your registration. This is called per capita grain. Yes, the so-called per capita grain does not depend on how many people in your family eat, but on how many household registrations you have. Otherwise, why would the Dong family hold onto that woman's registration? Isn't it just a way to benefit themselves? Moreover, those with a household registration but no work points can use money to offset their grain allocation. In short, as long as you have a household registration in the village, you will receive grain, and the price of that grain is cheaper than the supplied grain. So even if you use money to offset it, it's still a good deal. That woman's registration being held by the Dong family is almost like being unregistered, because not only will the Sun family not allocate her grain, but they also won't provide her with a recommendation letter for anything. Her sister probably never thought about this and assumed they would never need a recommendation letter in their lives. Alright, don't worry about this for now. In a couple of days, after we finish the first round of plowing, when your brother-in-law is less busy, we can take a trip to Shangwan village. Sister 3's former mother-in-law is particularly difficult to deal with. Son Fengqin really doesn't feel comfortable letting her family handle this matter, and since it's not urgent, she originally planned to wait a few days before discussing it. No matter how difficult someone is, when they meet Son Fengqin, they have to back down. Even if they're angry, they have to hold it in. Confident as she is, teacher Sun never imagined that before she could even go, the entire Dong family would come rushing in early in the morning. Leading the way is the imposing Dong matriarch. By holding on to that woman's registration and keeping Wang Meihua's registration in their home, they would gain 3 more people's grain allocation. Boys are more useful than girls. Wang Meihua's 2 sons can earn work points in the production team. Although they can't earn full points yet, the older one can earn 4 or 5 points a day. Raising children is similar to raising livestock. As they grow, the family will eventually benefit from having grandsons who can become productive workers. Originally, Old Dong was somewhat against his wife's actions, but as he listened, he started to agree. As for how Sun Fengxia and her family would fare in the future, these 2 old folks never considered it. After all, once they were sent back, what happened next was their family's problem, not theirs. Wang Meihao is the young widow who is already pregnant with Dong Dali's child. She originally just wanted to get rid of Sun Fengxia, so she could rightfully be the daughter-in-law of this family. However, unexpectedly, that woman only wanted her 2 daughters. Now, this family has become theirs, and Wang Meihao has completely taken on the role of Dong's daughter-in-law, no longer needing to hide when she goes out. The family, excited and happy, deliberately waited a few days before taking Wang Meihao and her daughters to the village to register their household. However, the village officials informed them that Dong Dali and Sun Fengxia must complete a divorce procedure for Wang Meihao to be recognized as the new daughter-in-law. Otherwise, Dong Dali would be committing bigamy. This law against bigamy was established 10 years ago. The details are not for the author to elaborate on, but if anyone is curious, they can ask the elders in their families. This was the first time Dong's mother heard about bigamy, and it hit her like a thunderbolt. She certainly couldn't let her son go to jail for having 2 wives. Since the law doesn't allow for 2 wives, she thought they should just finalize the paperwork with Sun Fengxia. It wasn't difficult, but once the paperwork was done, Sun Fengxia and her family's registration couldn't remain with them, which made Dong's mother feel like they were at a loss. She then came up with a good idea and persuaded Wang Meihao to be patient. Everything she was doing was to secure more food rations for the family. Dong's mother's plan was to temporarily not acknowledge that Sun Fengxia and Dong Dali had separated, allowing her to keep the title of Dong's daughter-in-law until the food rations were distributed this year. After a few months, when the food came in and the grandson was born, she felt proud of her cleverness. However, this meant Sun Fengxia had to go back to her village and personally speak to the village officials. Otherwise, those envious of their family having a grandson might report them to the commune, and the village chief had warned them not to blame him if things went badly. Do you understand? The Dong family could act this way because the village officials were turning a blind eye. Since someone in their family was taking care of the chickens and providing food, the 2 hens in the Dong family were not sold early like those in other families or exchanged for grain. 10 eggs were sent to 2 families. Although the village secretary didn't say much, he also didn't keep bringing up the issue. After a few comments, the village chief understood how to handle the situation, which led to the warning mentioned earlier. Sun Fengxia would never do something that clearly puts her at a disadvantage. Wang Meihao, of course, wouldn't oppose it either, as she still wants to be a good daughter-in-law. So once Wang Meihao agreed, Dong Posi didn't even consider whether Sun Fengxia would agree. Why would she disagree? After marrying into their family for 15 years and only giving birth to 2 daughters, the Dong family still hasn't had a grandson. Sun Fengxia owes them that. Previously, Sun Laotu and Sun Dazhuang had gone to the Dong family to discuss things, hoping to resolve the situation. If that didn't work, They wanted to move Sun Fengxia's household registration back. However, they were driven away by that old woman with insults and threats. This matter is somewhat shameful, and they worried that the Sun family wouldn't agree. So, early in the morning, the elderly couple from the Dong family, Dong Dali, and their unmarried daughter Dong Xiaofang came to show their strength. Wang Meihao naturally joined them, bringing her 2 sons along. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and Dong Posey's nose was sharp. As soon as she entered the yard, she caught the scent and hurried to get inside. "Oh, I say, in-laws, did you know we were coming? Did you prepare meat for us?" Sun Fengqin's original self must have met this family before, but after so many years and several difficult times, people change a lot. That old woman looked pale, probably not far from death. Sun Fengqin stood at the door with her hands on her hips, smiling. Did she still want to eat their meat? With those few remaining teeth, did she really expect to keep them? Sun Fengxia had been married into the Dong family for 15 years, and they knew the Sun family very well. This family was easy to bully. When Sun Baoshan was younger, he had some spirit, but after having several daughters, he and his wife were no longer favored by their parents, and he became more and more gloomy. He rarely spoke back, even when scolded. As for Grandma Sun, she wasn't even on Dong Posey's radar. How could someone like that be taken seriously? She was still alive but treated like air. They thought this family was still easy to bully, and they had no way to deal with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Sun Fengxia back for over half a month without the Sun family daring to ask for food. When they tried to seek justice, they were scolded by Dong Posey and left in shame. Just when the family was secretly relieved that they arrived at the right time to enjoy a hearty meal, the old woman in front rushed in without noticing Sun Fengqin standing at the door. She bumped into her and fell with a loud thud. Facing the unexpected visitors, Sun Fengqin was not going to let them off easily. If they thought they could enjoy a feast without consequences, they were mistaken. "What's this? You want to come back and eat our food without giving us anything in return?" Sun Fengqin blocked the doorway firmly with her long legs, causing the old woman to crash right into her and fall to the ground. Hearing Sun Fengqin speak, the old woman finally noticed her, but still looked down on her. Among the daughters of the Sun family, the eldest was considered the weakest, and everyone knew it. The old woman would never admit that Sun Fengxia was doing better than her elder sister. In her eyes, any woman who married into their family was lucky. Of course, she noticed some changes in Sun Fengqin. For one, her clothes were different from before. The white floral shirt and black cotton pants looked brand new, without a single patch. If it weren't for her visiting her family, Sun Fengqin wouldn't have worn such nice clothes. Ouch! I could have been seriously hurt. Is this how you treat guests? What happened to Sun Baoshan and Yang Azu's? Did you, a married daughter, come back to take charge? Realizing the situation was not in her favor, the old woman decided to ignore Sun Fengqin and looked around the yard. She noticed that besides Sun Fengxia's mother and her 3 daughters, there was no one else around.
Great.
With no one to stop them, whether Sun Fengxia wanted to go or not, they would take her back. If necessary, they would even force her to go. And before they left, they planned to eat all the meat that the Sun family had cooked. She could even smell the delicious pancakes. It must be the eldest daughter returning. With meat stew and pancakes, why hadn't the Sun family treated her precious son like this before? Even at this point, the old woman was still making excuses. In this situation, Sun Fengqin drifted off in thought, recalling her mother's name, which was quite lovely. Yang Azu's? Yes, that name was much more pleasant than the old lady's daughter-in-law, Wang Daimiai. Because it was very hot, there wasn't much land to work on in Sunjiawan, so the village decided to let the farmers finish early at noon and leave a bit later in the afternoon. However, it was cooler in the morning, so each team left the nearest fields for the villagers. They could start working early, without needing to be called by their team leaders. They would get credit for the work they did. Sun's grandfather and grandson didn't plan to earn those 2 credits this morning, but when Fubin disappeared early, they thought they should go look for him. They ended up finding him in the fields and decided to each work a row before heading home. The land near the village didn't grow much, so working 2 rows would only earn them 2 credits. Just as they were about to finish their 2 rows and get their credits, they heard someone calling them, saying that trouble had come from the Dong family. They quickly grabbed their hose and ran home. At home, only a few women were there, and they knew they would be at a disadvantage against the group that had come. The eldest son was missing, having left on his bicycle, and they hoped he had returned by now. As they ran, they worried, and on their way home, they met Sun Fengmei and Wang Chongzhen, who had also heard the news, turning their run into a group of 4. When they finally reached home, they saw a crowd gathered outside, and they could hear cries coming from the yard. "Oh no, I heard the Dong family is here. Your mother and the others must be in trouble," Sun Baoshan thought, wishing he could fly the last few steps home, regretting his age. "Dazhuang, Chongzhen, you two hurry up." The ones who had been running ahead suddenly stopped and held him back. "Wait, Dad, that doesn't sound like Mom or our sisters." Old Sun listened carefully and realized that the loudest cries were from Dong Posi and Dong Xiaofeng. As they reached the door, there was no need for guessing. The first to rush in was Sun Dazhuang. As he entered, he raised his, saying, "Are you bullying the Sun family just because we're not around?" Seeing a yard full of people who weren't from their family, Sun Dazhuang quickly swallowed his words and quietly put the away in the barn. Sun Baoshan and Sun Fengmei, who followed closely, were stunned by the situation. What happened? Why did this family come to our house so early to cause trouble? This was said by Sun Fengmei. She didn't actually know that her older sister and brother-in-law had come. When she heard that the Dong family was causing trouble, she worried that her mother and third sister might be in trouble, so she quickly pulled her husband back home. Sun Fengqin didn't even grab a stick. She just used her fists and feet to take down the whole family. She was so fast that by the time the onlookers heard the commotion and rushed over, the Dong family, both the old and the young, were already on the ground. The younger ones were the 2 sons that Wang Meihao brought to the Dong family. The older one was 12, and the younger one was only 10. Sun Fengqin wasn't a bully picking on the weak. She didn't want to fight Wang Meihao and her family. There were a pregnant woman and 2 children, and she knew there was no need to hurt them. But the 3 of them wanted to show off, and when they saw the Dong family couldn't handle a single woman, they rushed in crazily. Then, as everyone saw, it turned into a chaotic scene. The Dong family was badly beaten and complained of pain all over, even thinking about making false claims for compensation. Wang Meihao, under the direction of the old lady Dong, cried out, calling for her parents and saying she was pregnant and afraid of losing the baby. The Sun father and son were not home, leaving only the women, so how could they compete with the Dong family, which had 4 men? Sun Fengmei's words opened everyone's eyes, and they quickly understood what was happening. My goodness, how can this family be so shameless? They drove their proper daughter-in-law back to her family to raise someone else's son, and now come here to extort money. Aren't they just bullying the honest Sun family? Look at that old lady Dong. She's notorious for being difficult. The Sun family can't match her. What can we do? These people are lying here in the yard, claiming they were hurt. It's really a tough situation. No way. How could there be no solution? Before Sun Fengqin acted, she had already thought of a plan, which is why she dared to fight so decisively. It seemed like it had been holding back rain for days. This morning, the sun was shining brightly, making it uncomfortable and hot. Sun Fengqin intentionally gathered everyone together to let the Dong family bake in the sun. After all, she was standing under the eaves, watching the show with a fan, which was definitely much more comfortable than what that family was experiencing. Seeing that her father and younger brother had returned, and that her younger sister and her husband were also there, Sun Fengqin turned to look at the commotion. The loud discussions made her glance at her stunned mother, who was still shocked from the earlier scuffle. Sun Fengqin signaled to Sun Fengxia and then shouted, "Everyone, isn't this Dong fellow just bullying our Sun family because we're not strong? Look at how scared my third sister and her mother are." Sun Fengxia and the others quickly caught on, recalling their own misfortunes over the years. They began to cry, a mix of genuine emotion and feigned distress. "Dong Dolly, you think you can act recklessly and bring people to disturb my home?" Sun Bao's face turned pale with anger, and he struggled to contain himself. Dong Dali had just been the one who received the worst beating from Sun Fengqin. He felt like he might not recover from the last kick and was now sweating profusely, unable to respond, only groaning in pain. To everyone listening, it sounded like he was just pretending to be hurt. After all, how could a grown man be beaten so badly by a few women? The sight of his stunned mother only crying showed that they were not a threat at all. As for why Dong Dali was sweating, it was simply because of the heat. Anyone standing in the sun would be sweating. The crowd could see through the situation clearly. It was as if they had witnessed it themselves. Sun Fengqin tossed aside her fan, realizing the show was over, and yelled, "Listen, this family is just a bunch of frauds. They're making a scene at our home during busy times." Sun Fengqin had made up her mind. Even if she couldn't return home today, she would get to the bottom of her sister's situation and ensure there were no future problems. "Changzhen, please go to the team office and ask the leaders for a letter of introduction. We're taking my sister and her mother to the commune today to report Dong for bigamy." Upon hearing this, old Dong panicked. He had thought the Sun family was uneducated and wouldn't understand the situation. They didn't realize that sending the daughter-in-law back meant he was committing bigamy. After hearing the two team leaders explain, they finally understood that such actions were not allowed. How did the eldest daughter of the Sun family know about this? No, they can't let the old Sun family cause trouble at the commune. Old Dong got up from the ground and kicked the shouting Dong woman, scolding, "If you don't want your son to get arrested, stop yelling." "Why should they arrest my son? It was their family that attacked us." "Oh, you wretched Sun Fengqin, may you never find peace. Why did you hit me in such a sensitive spot?" The Dong woman seemed to have had many children, or maybe it was just her size. Her chest was almost sagging to her waist. Just now, Sun Fengqin had intentionally hit her where it hurt, nearly causing the old woman to collapse from pain. In rural areas, when women fight, they usually pull hair or scratch faces, and the injuries are visible, making it clear who won or lost. But Sun Fengqin targeted sensitive spots, making it hard to see where the other person was hurt, so the onlookers quickly started saying that the Dong family was trying to extort money. The Dong woman was both angry and in pain, and she couldn't lift her clothes to show everyone her injuries. She had only gestured with her hands, and everyone laughed at her for trying to deceive them, losing all dignity. Just then, Wang Changzhen, who had just run out, came back, followed closely by Li Fubin with a bicycle, along with the village secretary and captain from Sunjiwan. Some people had just returned from work, while others hadn't gone to earn their 2 work points, so there were quite a few spectators. When they saw that the Sun family's big uncle was pushing a bicycle, they were amazed. Wow, the Sun family must be doing really well. The crowd began to buzz, and some clever ones quickly figured out that the Dong family had come to extort money, knowing that the Sun family had a wealthy uncle who might give them money to help Dong Dali marry a young widow. Chaoyang village was less than 5 miles from Sunjiwan, and there were many families that intermarried between the two villages. The Dong family's troubles had already spread to Sunjiwan. However, many people were unaware of the law. To them, issues like bigamy or indecency didn't matter as long as the village leaders didn't say they were guilty. After all these years of liberation, some still believed that as long as the daughter-in-law was sent back to her family, the marriage was over. In reality, there were many people in the countryside who thought this way. This included practices like arranged marriages, bride exchanges, and even the mistreatment of women and children. Very few people spoke up to say these actions were wrong or illegal. To them, these were customs passed down through generations, so how could they be wrong? Some village leaders think there's nothing wrong with the situation. The villagers have been living like this for years, and they can't change it overnight. The Dong family heard the discussions and were almost furious. If they had known that the eldest daughter of the Sun family was so tough and would start fighting without saying a word, they wouldn't have bothered coming. And they thought she was coming for their money? That fierce woman wouldn't give them a single cent. Dong's mother looked over and saw Sun Fengqin smiling at her, which made her uneasy, so she quickly got up from the ground. "It's a misunderstanding. We're just here to take my daughter-in-law home. How could we be here to cause trouble? Seeing her parents get up, Dong Xiaofeng quickly stood up too. She was a big girl, and if her mother hadn't stopped her, she would have gotten up sooner. Dong Dali didn't understand what his mother meant. He usually listened to her, and since she was speaking softly, he didn't dare stay lying down. But it really hurt.
Ouch, my.
Just as he was about to say where it hurt, Dong's father hushed him. You have to endure the pain.
We can only take this loss today.
It couldn't just end with a loss. They were beaten because they were angry and wanted to stand up for their sister. As for how to solve the problem, once Li Fubin returned with the village leaders, there was no need for her to say anything further. Sun Fengqin believed in taking action instead of making noise. Since there were no onlookers, she thought it was the perfect time to fight instead of waiting for someone to arrive and just feel frustrated. She knew very well that when it came to insults, her family couldn't compete with Dong's mother. That's why she quickly took down those people without holding back, even telling the two young boys exactly why she was punishing them. A mother with bad intentions can't raise good children. Those two were so young but acted like they belonged to the Dong family, daring to insult De Mei and Heir Mei as worthless. As for Dong Xiaofeng, Sun Fengqin was even less polite with her. That girl had bullied their third child for years, and today, she even tried to take advantage when Sun was distracted to attack her mother. You little ones, it would be too light to just give you a beating. If you provoke her, Sun Fengqin is really thinking about sending this whole family away. At this time, although there is no clear conviction for the crime of bigamy, due to historical issues, there has been a rule for 10 years that strictly prohibits polygamy. There were those who thought they had done something good, and indeed they had, wanting one wife in the city and another in the countryside. But as long as the other party did not agree, if there was a dispute, those who could balance the good and bad deeds would be considered lucky, and many were sentenced. So, those who were smart and wanted to marry a young and beautiful woman in the city hurried to divorce their rural wives. And this was not an isolated case. The divorce rate was so high 10 years ago. The Dong family living in the countryside didn't understand, and neither did the Sun family, but the village leaders had heard some stories. The village secretary of Sunjiawan was named Wang Guangji, and the village head was named Sun Guangrong. These two talked with Li Fubin for the whole morning, getting very close, almost like they were becoming sworn brothers. The saying respect is earned, even from those who may not treat you well, is always true. Although some people might not share their money, everyone has this tendency to respect wealthy individuals. When these two saw that Li Fubin arrived on a bicycle, they introduced themselves, realizing they were all equal-ranking officials, so they had to treat him warmly. Li Fubin got up in the morning, rode his bicycle, and first took a look around the fields. He saw, just as Sun Dazhuang had said, that many fields were only filled with weeds and wild vegetables. This made him think about the corn seedlings that needed to be cut down in Lijiazwang and Kaoshantan. He had actually thought of this before, although he wasn't sure if it would work, since he had never heard of anyone planting corn seedlings in later years. At first, they wanted to save corn seeds, but they couldn't just plant one seed in each hole. Anyone who knows about farming understands that to prevent any issues, they usually plant a few seeds. But they were trying to save, so they planted 2 seeds in each hole. No one expected that every single seed would sprout, as even the old farmers had never seen such a high germination rate. Otherwise, why would everyone be so reluctant to cut down the extra seedlings? They said the corn seeds were rare, and who knows, maybe they would all produce corn cobs.
But no one could take that risk.
Li Fubin proposed a plan to each team, suggesting that the women take tools to dig up the seedlings, ensuring they didn't harm the other plants while trying to take them out with roots. Then the men would be responsible for clearing the weeds and loosening the soil behind them. Of course, this would definitely take more time, but everyone felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Li Fubin said that this seedling is like a seed. If we give the seedling to villages that have land but no seedlings, even if not all of them survive, if half do, or even just a few, wouldn't that mean more corn cobs? People today value food greatly, and after hearing him, no one disagreed. Even if it meant working a bit harder for a few more days, everyone was willing to do it. Then Li Fubin took the seedlings that everyone dug up and was responsible for sending them to the commune, giving more to villages with larger populations and food shortages. What Li Fubin said was that the seedlings might survive, but in reality, they were guaranteed to thrive.
Why?
Because he always took the seedlings back to let Li Rouge soak them in special water. This also applied to the seedlings from the nearby mountain village. They had to be sent to Li Fubin's home before he took them to the commune. He had originally brought back the seeds, and now he was making this proposal. Although the commune didn't have high hopes, they couldn't ignore Li Fubin's enthusiasm. Zhao is said to let him take charge and give it a try. After all, leaving the land unused was pointless. What if a few plants actually survived? In the past few days, everyone had been digging up the seedlings they had watered with river water, along with potatoes and sweet potatoes. Now that they were starting to distribute seedlings, Li Fubin thought they should also get some for his father-in-law's village. Once the work was done, he went to the team office to share his idea. One condition was that as long as Sun Jiawan could send a few people to help dig seedlings at Li Jiazhuang, he could guarantee them 40 acres of corn seedlings. 40 acres isn't much for a village with 70 to 80 households. Sun Jiawan has 4 small teams, and if one team could manage to plant 10 acres of corn, it would provide extra security come autumn. Moreover, they didn't have to trade anything, they just needed to send a few people to dig seedlings. Wouldn't they be foolish not to agree to such a good deal? As the 3 of them talked more enthusiastically, time passed. If no one had come to say that there was trouble at the Dong family in Shangwan village, they would have continued their conversation. Comrade Li Fubin was much more civilized than Comrade Sun Fengqin. Hitting someone doesn't solve problems. If they're already divorced, they should just go to Shangwan village to get proof and complete the divorce paperwork at the commune. What do you mean by not allowing a household registration transfer? This issue doesn't even exist for Comrade Li Fubin. Is Shangwan village owned by your Dong family? Or is Qingshan commune owned by your family? Are you saying that if you don't allow the household registration transfer, it won't happen? As for pursuing Dong Dali for bigamy, Li Fubin clearly told them that it depends on the Dong family's attitude. What attitude could they have? Didn't you see Wang Guangji and Sun Guangrong bowing to the son-in-law of the Sun family? Would they dare to say they disagree? Haha, I bet they would love for them to say they disagree. Then they could justifiably take their only child away and sentence him to 10 or 20 years, right? Wang Guangji is even better at scaring people. He deliberately glanced at Wang Meihao and emphasized, in serious cases, like if the woman is already pregnant, a sentence of several decades is light. They could even face the death penalty. No, I don't want to be executed.
I really have nothing to do with this,
Before Wang Meihao could finish, she turned and ran. Her 2 sons, seeing their mother running, quickly followed her. Dong Dali, confused by Wang Meihao, almost followed her, but when he saw his mother, he seemed to snap back to reality and stopped in his tracks. What a useless man. A typical mama's boy. But it seems this mama's boy from the Dong family might need to change his reliance. Sun Fengqin watched this unfold and chuckled coldly. She knew that for Dong Posi to easily accept a woman bringing in her 2 sons, she must be someone special. A woman like Wang Meihao is not someone a country bumpkin like Dong Posi, who only knows how to scold and nag her daughter-in-law, can easily handle. It's likely that Wang Meihao is just playing a long game with them. Evil people need to be dealt with by evil means. Since the future of the Dong family will be stirred up by Wang Meihao, they can just sit back and watch the show. Originally, Sun Fengqin was reluctant to let Dong Dali go, but now she has changed her mind. That kind of useless man is indeed not worth their effort. The Sun family is no longer the same. Their son-in-law has connections with village officials now. The pale-faced Dong Posi was kicked several times by Dong Laotu before finally saying, "Fine, I agree to let the 3 of them move their household registration." Is it just the household registration? The rations for Fengxia and her daughters are provided by the state. Do you really want to go against the state and take advantage of it? With that heavy accusation, Dong Laotu quickly replied, "I'll calculate the rations they've consumed and bring the rest to them." And what about the support for Da, Mei, and Heir Mei? If your family doesn't want to support your granddaughters, write a letter of severance, acknowledging that you no longer want these 2 girls, and from now on, You have nothing to do with them. Of course, if your family is willing to spend money to support my granddaughter. No, our family is not willing. We don't have money to raise those two troublemakers, said Dong Posey, glaring fiercely at De Mei and Air Mei. In the countryside, people don't really get divorced. They didn't even have proper paperwork when they got married, so how can they get divorced with paperwork? And do they have to pay child support for those two girls?
Who decided that?
It better not be those tigers. Seeing that the Dong family didn't understand, Wang Guangji, who is knowledgeable, kindly explained, the law states that even if you didn't have paperwork when you got married, you still need to go to the local village office to file for divorce when ending a common law marriage. Otherwise, if your family wants to marry a new wife, you could be accused of bigamy. They could all end up in prison, added Sun Guangrong, as everyone shared the same surname, Sunday. Although they couldn't be called prosperous, they needed to stick together in tough times. Thinking about the future of the Dong family, Sun Fengqin suddenly remembered the need to cut ties with those children. She didn't care whether there was child support or not. The two kids were 14 and 9, both minors. Even if the law didn't mention it, she would make sure to add it when they went to the village office. Fortunately, Dong Posey was too focused on money and probably didn't consider this point, so she quickly agreed. Some people are like that. They won't move until they're pushed. Since the Dong family was intimidated, Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin decided to take advantage of the moment and get the divorce paperwork done today, move the household registration back, and reclaim the grain. Seeing her sister's strength, Sun Fengxia reflected on herself. Her sister used to be just as honest as she was, enduring everything and never acting out like today. Her sister became this way because of the hardship she faced. First, Rulon was sold, and then that family wanted to sell Yuj. Sun Fengxia had heard all about these events during her time back, including how some people nearly died in the mountains over this, and how they split from the Li family. As for the fact that Li Fubin was not Li Laosher's biological son, the family only found out last night, and were quite shocked. Thus, Sun Fengxia was even more convinced that her sister's transformation was forced by too many trials. Those who understand everything suddenly stand tall. When they went to Wan village, Sun Fengqin hardly spoke, and it was completely Sun Fengxia who scolded the Dong family in front of the village officials. In the end, not only did she successfully get the introduction letter, but she also reclaimed the remaining 50 pounds of grain from her mother. When Dong Posey was about to weigh the grain for them, Sun Fengxia suddenly exclaimed, "Don't try to fool me with those unprocessed grains. We 3 sisters were supposed to get 90 pounds of grain. How much have you given us during this time? Probably less than 10 pounds, right? Now you want to give us 50 pounds and think you can trick me with some husks? That won't work." If Sun Fengxia hadn't said this herself, Sun Fengqin wouldn't have thought of it. To be honest, she hadn't really paid much attention to those few dozen pounds of grain. Sun Fengxia knew the Dong family very well. Just now, Dong Posey wanted to give her 50 pounds of unprocessed grain and even tried to sneak in some sand while the sisters weren't paying attention. Dong Posey looked at Sun Fengxia, who was standing with her hands on her hips, and for a moment thought she was mistaken. Upon closer inspection, she realized this was the daughter-in-law she had bullied for over 10 years. How did she suddenly become so fierce like her older sister? Anyone who wanted to scold her lost their anger when they saw Sun Fengqin smiling beside her. The former daughter-in-law dared to be so loud only because she relied on her older sister. The eldest daughter of the Sun family was not to be trifled with. If she were easy to deal with, would they willingly give away 50 pounds of grain? Sun Fengqin was just there to watch the show. With Boss Li present and a village official accompanying them, they dared not deny the 3 sisters their grain. The 2 villages were not far apart, and she enjoyed seeing the frustrated expressions on the Dong family's faces, especially Dong Posey, which made her quite happy. As for Wang Meihao, they didn't see her at all, nor did they see the 2 little ones. It seemed that the mother had run away in fear. Those who were too happy had completely forgotten about the pickled vegetables they were supposed to collect today. After dividing the grain, they followed Sun Fengxia to the commune. With the introduction letter from the Wan village team leaders, When they went to the commune to handle the divorce paperwork, Comrade Li Fubin was cheerful and chatted with everyone. The divorce paperwork, including the severance document with the Dong family for the two girls, went very smoothly. Dong Dali was indeed weak, but he wasn't foolish. He noticed how effectively Fubin was at the commune, and he was so scared that his legs nearly gave out. Feeling relieved that they didn't accuse her of bigamy, she thought that if they did, going to prison would be the least of her worries. After dealing with these matters, the morning passed quickly. At home, Li Rouge waited for her parents to return, but when Wu Gang and the others took the pickled vegetables away, she realized something must have happened at her grandmother's house. However, with Comrade's son Fengqin around, she wasn't worried about her parents being in trouble. Their family was good at talking things over, and her father, Li Fubin, was good at taking action, while her mother was also capable. No matter if it was through words or actions, her parents would be fine. The first batch of pickled vegetables was taken away, with 500 pounds going to the vegetable supply station and 100 pounds to Chaoyang's group. Following her mother's advice, Li Rouge told Wu Gang that these pickled vegetables should be sold within 3 days. Otherwise, some of them, which weren't very salty, would turn sour. Of course, sour vegetables weren't necessarily bad. For example, spicy cabbage, which could be used for soup or filling after fermentation. Li Rouge also taught Wu Gang a few ways to enjoy spicy cabbage before sending him on his way. After deducting the vegetables given to the villagers and the costs of ingredients like garlic, chili, salt, and sugar, Li Rouge calculated that their family's profit was less than 25 yuan. This meant that they only made a little over 4 cents per pound of pickled vegetables. It was really hard to earn money these days. With those 600 pounds of vegetables, they had spent several days collecting, picking, washing, and pickling just to earn this little. However, Li Roulan was quite satisfied. 20-some yuan was a month's salary for a worker in the city, and they earned it in just a few days, which wasn't bad at all. When asked about the next batch of vegetables, Wu Gang said he would check the response first. If the locals liked them, he would come back tomorrow to inform them when to prepare the next batch. After sending Wu Gang and the others off, Li Rouge had some free time and went to the river to catch some fish and shrimp. Although she had fish in her space, with big fish giving birth to small fish, and small fish quickly growing into big ones, she still needed a reasonable explanation to take them out. So, she often strolled by the river. On her way back with half a bucket of fish and shrimp, she ran into a group of people from Sunjiawan. Leading them was the team leader, Sun Guangrong, and among the group, Li Rouge immediately recognized several relatives from her family. Why were her grandfather, uncle, aunt, and aunt's husband all here? Where were her parents? Have her parents already gone home? Li Rouge saw that her grandfather and uncle didn't notice her, so she quickly ran a few steps and shouted, "Grandpa, uncle, aunt, why are you here? Where are my parents?" "Oh, Rouge, what a coincidence. Your parents took your aunt to handle a divorce, so we came here first to dig corn seedlings," said Sun Dezhuang as soon as he saw his niece. He always thought that his brother-in-law's arrangement was not very reliable. Since the corn seedlings could grow, who knows how many people were waiting for them? Could they really just let anyone dig them based on a few words? Sun Fengxia's matters needed attention, and the idle land in Sunjiabin also needed to be managed. Comrade Li Fubin, worried about delays, let Sun Guangrong take people ahead, saying it was his agreement, and Su Shunli would know how to arrange things later. Sun Guangrong was also concerned that Li Fubin wouldn't return and the Li family wouldn't give them corn seedlings. So when gathering people, he brought along everyone from his father-in-law's family. When they heard they could earn 10 work points for digging corn seedlings at Li's village, and there are no restrictions on gender as long as you could squat, everyone was eager to join. Of course, if they got tired of squatting, they could kneel and work too. If anyone's pants were too tight, they would still kneel to work, and if they could lift their feet, they wouldn't want to waste even their straw sandals. People were particularly biased towards males in rural areas because women rarely earned 10 work points working in the production team. So when they heard they could earn 10 work points digging seedlings at Li's village, they didn't take Sun Guangrong's later words seriously. In the rush to join, the Sun family was eager, with only Grandma's son not being called, and she was the one who chose not to come herself. Since she heard that her eldest daughter could exchange wild vegetables for money, she had already gone out early to gather a big basketful. Otherwise, why hadn't the Dong family caused trouble? They hadn't seen Grandma's son around. The old lady had already decided that she would take De Mei and Air Mei to gather wild vegetables at home instead of going to the production team for just a few work points. After all, even if she worked hard all day, she would only earn 5 or 6 work points, which was less than what she could make gathering wild vegetables. Eager to earn money for her son to marry, Grandma's son calculated her options and concluded that gathering wild vegetables was more profitable, especially since her daughter gave her cash. So she happily declined Sun Guangrong's offer and gave her spot to the neighbor, Aunt Chen. The Chen family had already secured 2 spots, with Chen Wangkai and their precious daughter Chen Xiaojin able to sign up, thanks to Sun Baoshan's recommendation. Why did Grandpa's son speak up for Chen Wangkai, whom he usually looked down upon? This thought nearly made Sun Baoshan furious. At that moment, everyone was eager to sign up, and Chen Wangkai quietly approached Sun Baoshan, grinning as he said, "I saw your daughter hitting the Dong family this morning. But since we've been neighbors for so many years, I naturally want to support your family. Otherwise, if I step forward and say that Fengqin really did hit someone, what if the Dong family tries to blame you?" Grandpa's son was someone who didn't like to stir up trouble. Although he was very angry about the situation, he still spoke up for Chen Wangkai. The corn seedlings were given by Li Fubin, so when Sun Baoshan asked who should come, Sun Guangrong naturally agreed. The group of more than 10 people included not only the Sun family, but also the 3 members of the old Chen family and Sun Fengmei's 2 sisters-in-law, along with a few people arranged by the team leaders. When Li Rouge heard her uncle say this, she understood what was happening. The Li family and the Ho family had already sent a lot of corn seedlings to her, which she had soaked in space water, just waiting for her father to return to send them to the commune. "All right, I understand. Let's go. I'll take you to the team office to see if Uncle Su is there. If not, I can take you to find the team leaders in the fields." Listen to how relaxed Li Fubin's daughter sounded. The group that had been anxious about whether the Li family would provide them with corn flour finally felt relieved. When Li Rouge found Su Xuanli, although he didn't fully understand the situation, he was happy to hear that these people were sent by Li Fubin to help them for free. Otherwise, the corn seedlings they dug up would also need to be sent to the commune, and that would be for free as well. Moreover, some villages were worried that the seedlings wouldn't survive and were afraid of wasting their efforts. Later, they heard that once the corn seedlings were planted, someone had to keep an eye on them, or birds and rabbits would eat them, making them even less eager to accept them. Mainly, over the years, they had never heard of corn seedlings being planted. Besides, considering the timing, even if they could survive, by the time they grew, they might not even get to eat the young corn, only the stalks. Fortunately, despite the constant doubts, no village outright refused to take them. What if they could survive? Even if they didn't produce ears, the corn stalks could be used as feed for livestock or for firewood. In a time when everything was scarce, anything was valuable. Seeing that everyone was not very enthusiastic about planting corn seedlings, Su Xuanli was quite upset when the people from Sunjiawan arrived. Compared to those who did not understand the situation, the Sunjiawan folks were much more considerate and even offered to help dig up seedlings, which made Su Xuanli very happy. By the time they reached Lijiazwang, it was already past 9 o'clock. When Li Fubin and Sun Fengqin returned from Sunjiawan, these people had already been working for over 2 hours. Li Fubin was busy delivering seedlings to each village. He greeted everyone quickly and rode off on his bicycle. Sun Baoshan had only visited Lijiazwang a handful of times in the 20 years since his eldest daughter married into the family, definitely no more than 5 times. At first, he wanted to visit because he heard that his daughter was not doing well at her in-laws, and as a father, he wanted to support her. However, after 2 visits, he didn't want to come back because each time he did, he was scolded by Li Laotu for his daughter not having a son, and Li Laotai would also criticize him indirectly. So, in the 21 years since Sun Fengqin married Li Fubin, her father had never eaten a meal at their home. Those who wanted to show filial piety saw that it was already noon and didn't linger. They exchanged a few words with everyone and took the small seedlings they had dug up and left. The freshly dug seedlings were placed in baskets, and each small team sent 2 people to carry the seedlings, filling the baskets to take to Li Fubin's house. Li Fubin's idea of digging up seedlings to give away indeed increased everyone's workload, but fortunately, everyone was united in their goal of harvesting more grain, so there were not many complaints. Mainly, they were afraid to complain. Not to mention that Li Fubin had brought back the corn seeds, but his wife, the fierce Sun Fengqin, made everyone want to avoid her whenever they remembered how she dealt with people. Of course, this was just the opinion of a few people. Most felt that since the later planted seedlings were growing faster than the earlier ones, Li Fubin had done a great service for the village. Even the people from Chaoyang were now listening to Li Fubin. When he said the seedlings could thrive, they took it seriously, dug them up, and sent them to his house. Captain Li had a bicycle, so he could get to the commune and other villages faster than anyone else. Every time Captain Li left, his bike was loaded with 3 large baskets. Each trip could supply enough seedlings for a village, and the more trips he made in a day, the more villages could plant corn seedlings. Even the people from the neighboring village were touched by Li Fubin's actions. Those who didn't know him before now recognized him as the new team leader of Li Family Village. It was midday and lunchtime was approaching. Since everyone was from the same village, Sun Fengqin would go back to cook for her family and surely bring enough food for everyone. After all, they had traveled a long way. It wouldn't be right to let everyone work on an empty stomach all afternoon. Sun Fengqin noticed that out of the 15 people who came, 4 were her family and 2 were her sister's relatives, which meant they weren't really outsiders. There was also Sun Guangrong and 2 others with the surname Sun, so even if they didn't count as 5 families, they were all connected. In the future, her parents would live in Sun Family Bay, and they would need to look after each other. Out of the 9 people, only 6 could be considered complete outsiders. She was generous enough not to mind sharing food with those 6. Carrying a large basket filled with seedlings, Sun Fengqin walked through the fields, feeling as if she were carrying 2 empty baskets. Sun Guangrong was a bit stunned and asked his grandfather, "Is my sister really that strong?" Grandpa Sun didn't know how to answer. He was puzzled too. The 2 young men responsible for carrying seedlings were exhausted after lifting just 1 load. How could his daughter be so strong? Not knowing how to respond, Sun Dazhuang quickly jumped in. "What's the big deal? My sister has always been strong. I remember when I was younger, she could carry me in 1 arm and hold Rulon in the other." It was embarrassing to think he was only a year older than his niece. "Oh, so Fengqin's strength is natural. I never noticed before," Sun Guangrong said, then added with a sigh, "No matter if it's a daughter or son, as long as they are capable and respectful, they are good." In the past, no one paid much attention to Sun Baoshan in the village, but today, anyone wanting to earn 10 work points in Li Family Village would surely smile and greet him as Uncle Sun Qi. Sun Baoshan had 3 brothers, but they were ranked together with their cousins, which is why everyone called him Uncle Sun Qi. Sun Guangrong was younger, but because he used to look down on Sun Baoshan, he rarely spoke to him. Today, he was calling him Uncle Qi, which made him reflect that as long as a child could bring honor, they were good. Grandpa Sun was also recalling that his eldest granddaughter had always been strong. She had earned recognition for her hard work when she was at her parents' home. "Yes, it's great that we have a big daughter to support the family. It will be easier for my son to find a good wife now." Sun Baoshan was happily thinking about this when he heard voices from Chen Wangsai's group behind him. More than 10 people were assigned to the 4th team. Some worked quickly, like their family, who was almost a mile ahead of Chen Wangsai's family. Grandpa Sun didn't understand much, but he could see that the distance was definitely over a mile. When Sun Fengqin returned, she rushed towards her father and siblings, not noticing the few people left behind. Just as she was about to walk over with 2 large baskets, she heard someone call her name and stopped to look. Seeing that Sun Fengqin didn't recognize him, Chen Wankai quickly reminded her, "Hey, Fengqin, I'm your uncle Chen Er. Don't you remember?"
Chen Er?
His real name is Chen Wankai, but his nickname is Chen Er. Haha, it's funny how fitting that nickname is. Once she remembered who he was, Sun Fengqin smiled and replied, I haven't forgotten. Our families have been neighbors for many years. How could I forget Uncle Chen? Seeing that Sun Fengqin remembered his family, Chen Quail quickly brought his daughter over to introduce her. This is my little sister Chaoyang. Fengqin, do you remember her? Although Sun Fengqin didn't have a strong impression of Chen Wangkai, she did remember his wife, Chen Quail, very well. This woman had often bullied her mother when they lived next door. It was only when they grew up, especially with her sister Fengqin being strong-willed, that this family started to behave better. Otherwise, Chen Quail would often come over to steal firewood or dried vegetables from their yard. Once, she even tried to steal clothes drying outside, but her second sister caught her and confronted her. After that incident, they really did behave themselves and they never stole anything again when the sisters were home. With those memories, Sun Fengqin couldn't have a good impression of this family. But since they were being so friendly, she couldn't just walk away. Sun Fengqin looked at the girl Chen Quail introduced and was pleasantly surprised. The girl was quite pretty. At that time, young girls liked to have long hair, and their hairstyles were usually simple, with 9 out of 10 wearing 2 braids. The last one had either 2 short braids or 1 big braid. This girl also had 2 long braids and wore a floral top and blue pants. At that moment, because of her mother's introduction, she shyly called herself Sister Fengqin. The people working in the fields, whether from Li Family Village or Sun Family Bay, all wore old clothes with patches. Only this girl had no patches on her clothes, and they seemed to be brand new. Sun Fengqin finally understood why she felt a spark of interest. Of course, the girl was good-looking, but what really caught her attention was her unique outfit. The workers dressed like they were going on a blind date, and Sun Fengqin, who already had a poor impression of Chen Wangkai and his wife, felt the same about Chen Chaoyang. Especially since her name was the same as Lu Chongxi's wife, and their last names were similar, she found it hard to like this girl. Oh, Chaoyang was born after I got married, so I haven't seen her much. If I saw her outside, I wouldn't even recognize her. Well, you all keep busy. I have things to do, so I'll head back now. No matter how she felt, they were all from the same village, and since they were old neighbors of her mother's, Sun Fengqin couldn't be rude. After chatting lightly, she picked up 2 big baskets and left. Seeing that Sun Fengqin wasn't very warm towards their family, more than just cold, she had seen the look her mother gave. Chen Chaoyang muttered under her breath, Humph, what's so great about it? Just because a man became the team leader, look at her showing off. She glared at Sun Dazhuang in frustration. Unfortunately, the person she glared at was too focused on his work, already far ahead, and not looking their way. When she noticed Wang Xiaoxing following closely behind Sun Dazhuang, Chen Chaoyang became even angrier. Ever since her father told her that morning to find opportunities to get closer to Sun Dazhuang, saying the Sun family might be on the rise, she had been paying attention to him. Then she saw Sun Dazhuang returning with having gotten a haircut and wearing new clothes. He looked like a different person, and Chen Chaoyang felt her heart flutter. Previously, no matter how much Sun Dazhuang tried to please her, she had never been moved, but she also hadn't firmly rejected him. In truth, she didn't want to refuse anyone, nor did she want to marry anyone. Chen Chaoyang, who is eager to find a city person, would never be interested in those country bumpkins. Even if Sun Dazhuang looks good, he still comes from a farming background. If times are tough, he won't have enough food to eat. Who would give him extra food just because he looks nice? Although Chen Chaoyang is only 19, she has already planned her life for several years. Perhaps because she has too many thoughts, she has had matchmakers coming to her since she was 15 or 16, but she still hasn't gotten married. Chen Wangkai is quite discerning. Unlike his wife, who insists on finding a city person for their daughter, regardless of whether the person has a disability, he believes their daughter deserves better than that. Over the years, people have suggested city suitors, but they were either not suitable or had issues. Who would come to the countryside to find a wife? Those who can't find a partner in the city often consider country girls. If it weren't for Chen Wangkai's strong opinions, Chen Chaoyang might have been persuaded by her mother to marry a disabled person from the city. He thinks Sun Dazhuang is a good match, his parents are honest, and he is their only son. With his sister's family doing well, it could benefit Chen Xiaozhen's family in the future. As Chen Wangkai considers this match, he encourages his daughter. Just as she starts to warm up to the idea, she sees Sun Dazhuang getting close to the village committee secretary's sister, which makes her furious, and she refuses the idea. In Sunjiawan, the most beautiful girls are definitely from the Sun Baoshan family. However, since the four sisters of Sun Fengqin have all married, the attention has shifted to Wang Shantao, Chen Xiaozhen, and Wang Shanqing, who are often praised. Wang Shantao and Wang Shanqing are not only sisters, but also the secretary Wang Guangji's sisters. Compared to their educational background, Chen Xiaozhen can only rank third in terms of suitability. In terms of looks, Wang Shanqing is not as delicate as Chen Xiaozhen. They have different features. One has a baby face while the other has an oval face. One has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and the other has slender eyebrows and phoenix eyes. According to modern beauty standards, Chen Xiaozhen's oval face and slender eyebrows are likely to be more appealing to men. If a mother-in-law were to choose a daughter-in-law, she would definitely pick someone like Wang Shanqing. The young girl is quiet and has a kind face, especially her big eyes that seem to speak. She looks like a good girl with a bright future. Actually, Sun Dazhuang is not interested in anyone right now. He is completely focused on what his niece wants and is not considering personal matters. He just wants to get through life first. As Ruga said, a family's life is like a phoenix tree, and the daughter-in-law is like a golden phoenix. Thinking about it, he can't even support himself right now. Even if a golden phoenix came, where would it land? There's no place for it, and it would just fly away. In the end, he would end up with nothing. Ru Ji's point is clear. He understands everything she means. As girls grow up, who doesn't want to get married, especially with a handsome guy like Sun Dazhuang in the village? Wang Shanqing really does like Sun Dazhuang, and Chen Xiaozhen is right about that. Otherwise, their family wouldn't care about a few work points, and she wouldn't have come all the way to Lijia village. However, Chen Xiaozhen is wrong about one thing. Wang Shanqing likes Sun Dazhuang not because her brother-in-law became the village leader, but just because she doesn't think that way doesn't mean her family doesn't. Otherwise, with someone like Wang Guangji, once he realized his sister's feelings, how could he agree to let her come to Lijia village with Sun Dazhuang? The girl has her pride. To talk to Sun Dazhuang more, she hardly let him leave her behind. Sun Dazhuang wondered why he could leave everyone else behind, but not Wang Shanqing. He realized he needed to try harder. Otherwise, as a man, working side by side with a girl and not being able to leave her behind would be too embarrassing. Li Rugus said, "Uncle, I think it's better for you to stay single for life. Today there are some clouds that occasionally block the sun." Since this field is a bit far from the village, Zheng Chang discussed with everyone that they shouldn't go home for lunch. He suggested sending someone back to tell their families to bring food to the field. This way, everyone could use the time walking to find some shade to rest. Everyone agreed because eating in the field would earn them a few extra work points. Who would be foolish enough to go home? After all, the food is the same no matter where they eat, and some families even try to make the meals better for those eating in the field to avoid embarrassment. No matter how you think about it, everyone prefers to eat in the fields, especially the young people. When they saw two beautiful girls from Sunjiawan, they were even less willing to leave. The engagement between Dakui and Sanhu was already set. Since it was a busy farming season, neither family felt the need to have a big celebration with multiple tables of engagement drinks. They just had one table, inviting Dakui's elders and village leaders for a meal. They gave Dakui a bride price of 15 yuan, a piece of cloth, and a pair of shoes, and that was it. Now that Sanhu was engaged, there were still Sihu and Wuhu. Everyone could see how well the Jiang family was doing. It didn't matter if you were from the mountains or the plains. As long as you could live a good life, who cared what you did? Especially since the Jiang brothers could hunt and work in the fields. Whenever they caught a whiff of delicious food from Li Fubin's or the Jiang family's home, they would credit it to the Jiang brothers. As a result, the young women in the village who were of marrying age started to look at the Jiang brothers. There were already few good girls in the village, and now they were not interested in the local boys. which made those boys anxious. Today, when they saw two pretty girls from another village and learned they were from Sunjiwan, several young men, led by Zheng Chang's brother Zheng Gang, Li San's nephew Li Changlai, and Su Xuanli's younger son Su Qiuxing, gathered around, with others just following along for fun. In Li Jia village, as long as these few were around, people didn't really understand what it meant to be a second-generation official, but these young men were definitely village-level official sons. Of course, they weren't unable to find brides in their own village. They simply weren't interested in the local girls. Especially Zheng Gang, who was already 22, felt he could choose his partner because of his height and looks. Yet he still hadn't found anyone suitable. When Chen Xiaozhen arrived today, Zheng Gang immediately took a liking to her, but since everyone was busy working, there wasn't much chance to talk. Now that they had a break, he had to hurry over. Chen Xiaozhen was used to the attention from the young men in Li Jia village. She glanced at Wang Shanqing with pride, thinking that those village women must be blind to keep comparing her to Wang Shanqing. With her looks, aside from Wang Shanqing having studied for a few years and having an older brother who was the village secretary, she couldn't be compared to her in any other way. In reality, it wasn't that no one was interested in Wang Shanqing, it was just that she completely ignored them. A group of young men surrounded a girl in the middle. One gave her a wild fruit, and another offered her a steamed bun. At that moment, someone had already brought food, and the one who gave Chen Xiaozhen the bun was Su Qiuxing, the eldest son of Su Xuanli's family. Steamed buns are not like big pancakes. Without a large pot, they can't be made. When Su Qiuxing took out the bun, Li Guikai, who was bringing a bowl of stew, immediately widened his eyes. Large pots are rare. In these times, if a family has a big pot, they are either rich or well-off. Su Qiuxing's actions seemed to show off his wealth, which annoyed the other young men. They thought, just because his father is the village leader and his family is better off than ours, if he really wins over the pretty girl, it's not due to his own abilities. When Chen Xiaozhen saw the bun Su Qiuxing offered, she thought of this and quickly looked up. However, when she saw Su Qiuxing's appearance, she immediately turned her face away. Su Xuanli and his wife were not bad people, but their looks, especially their dark skin, were not appealing. Their eldest son, Su Chunsheng, was not very good-looking either, but at least he was tall, taking after his father. But Su Qiuxing really didn't have much going for him. He lacked looks and, while he was about 1.7 meters tall, which isn't too short, especially nowadays, he was standing next to Zheng Gang, who was 1.78 meters, and Li Guikai, who was 1.74 meters, making Su Qiuxing seem less impressive. In the end, Chen Xiaozhen only accepted the wild fruit from Zheng Gang and didn't even glance at the bowl of stew Li Guikai brought. Families were arriving with food, and the people from Sunjibin knew they wouldn't be able to go home for lunch, so some brought packed meals like Sun Guangrong and the two others with the surname Sun, along with a few outsiders. Only Chen Wangsai's family didn't bring anything. They didn't even bring water. As for Grandpa Sun and the others, Sun Fengqin and Sun Fengxia had informed their father before leaving, and their younger sister had also told them not to bring food, as Rouge would prepare lunch for them at home. The reason Chen Wangsai's family didn't bring food was that they overheard Sun Fengqin's words and thought, since they can prepare lunch for their relatives, they shouldn't neglect their neighbors. They believed that if they brought nothing, the others wouldn't let them go hungry. This couple was too calculating, thinking that the young men surrounding their daughter was a good thing. Look, since their daughter didn't want the gifts, they were sent to them instead. These two really know how to praise their daughter. What does it mean to be shy? After all, Chen Xiaozhen is a young girl in her 20s. She wants to marry someone with good conditions, but looks matter too. If she carelessly accepts food and drinks from those who are not good-looking, what if they start bothering her? Anyway, if she doesn't want it, those people will just send it to her parents. Chen Xiaozhen pretended not to see them out of the corner of her eye, making it easier to refuse. With a girl like Chen Xiaozhen, Zheng Gang was even more interested. He decided to tell his parents to find someone to propose to her when he got home. A good girl won't wait for long, and he couldn't wait another day, especially since Su Qiuxing and Li Guikai were also interested in her. Normally, people in the countryside wouldn't rush to get engaged during busy farming times, but He was worried that if she waited too long, someone else might take her away. Zhang was eager to act and even thought about who to introduce. Yes, Aunt Li. Since Li Rouge learned that Chen Xiaojun was also there and saw that she looked pretty good, she remembered that this girl was once her uncle's dream girl, so she paid attention to her. However, their previous interaction was too brief. She dropped her off and didn't observe much. Carrying a big basket and holding a bucket, Li Rouge saw a crowd gathered and recognized that the center of attention was Chen Xiaojun, who looked shy and was playing hard to get. She completely dismissed the idea of her uncle marrying such a girl. With this kind of girl, even if offered a fortune, she wouldn't let her uncle marry her. Otherwise, the future would be bleak for him. Today, Li Rouge prepared food that was very fitting for the times. Cornmeal steamed buns mixed with wild vegetables, a small bok choy and mushroom soup, and pickled vegetables made by their family, topped off with a big bowl of pickled fish. Carrying half a bucket of fish and shrimp, everyone noticed her. If she didn't serve it to everyone, it would definitely be gone by tomorrow, and word would spread that they had fish, but didn't share with her grandfather. Chen Wankai saw that Li Rouge really came to deliver food, and it smelled good, making him regret his earlier choices. Chen Quail was also regretting, hitting his thigh, wishing they hadn't eaten what others offered. "It's fine, I can eat a lot," quickly called Xiaojun over. "Let's enjoy this meal, so we don't have to cook tonight." "Okay, I'll go get her." "That girl, what is she doing at this time?" Chen Quail quickly put the steamed bun given by Su Qiuxing into the basket, feeling relieved that he had managed to resist eating it. As for the half bowl of stew brought by Li Guikai, it was difficult to take it home, and they didn't want to take the bowl either, even though the couple really wanted to. Their remaining sense told them that their daughter was not yet married, and they still hoped she would marry Sun Dazhuang. Chen Quail was completely obedient to the man. Seeing Chen Wankai smiling and taking the bowl without any intention of leaving, and even taking a few bites, she quickly took the bowl he offered and drank the soup eagerly. The two of them finished the half bowl of food in just a few bites and reluctantly returned the bowl to Li Guikai. If Li Guikai knew that these two old folks had eaten the food he sent and showed no gratitude, but instead cursed him to never find a wife because he didn't leave the bowl, he would surely be furious. On Li Rouge's side, she had set up the meal and intentionally did not invite the Chen family. She called out to the remaining 12 people, regardless of whether they had brought their own food, and served each of them a bowl of soup. Today, the pickled vegetables were mostly leftover garlic, which she brought out and served to everyone. As for the bowl of small fish sauce, she placed it in the center, and everyone sat together to eat, using their chopsticks to help themselves. Sun Guangrong insisted on eating the food he brought, and those who had brought food but wanted to eat the steamed buns from Sun Fengqin's family felt too shy to reach for them. Chen Wankai and Chen Quail didn't care about that. They came over rubbing their hands, saying they had forgotten to bring food in their rush. Seeing that Li Rouge didn't even look up and pretended not to notice the three of them, Grandpa Sun held back a laugh and personally handed each of them a steamed bun, while asking Sun Dazhuang to serve soup to a few others. When Li Fubin built his house, he bought 40 wooden bowls from the carpenter for 5 cents each. These bowls were lightweight and easy to wash, so today Li Rouge brought wooden bowls for everyone. Grandpa Sun could see that his granddaughter was not fond of that family and was a bit upset. There was almost 1 bowl of soup for each person, leaving very little left. The steamed buns were prepared for 2 per person, but since Sun Guangrong and the others didn't eat, there were extras. The steamed buns from Fengqin's family are really delicious, and the fish is well cooked, and the soup is tasty too. As for the jar of pickled vegetables, Chen Wankai didn't even look at it. The 3 of them focused on eating fish and drinking soup. Who would be foolish enough to eat pickles when there was good food available? This child is just like his parents. Look at these two, they are the same. Chen Xiaojun also seemed indifferent. Li Rouge thought to herself that whoever marries this girl will be unfortunate, and she was determined not to let her uncle marry her. Seeing the Chen family's poor table manners, Sun Baoshan's family didn't know what to say. Sun Guangrong remarked, "This meal was prepared by Sister Fengqin for her family. We should just enjoy it and not eat it all." Sun Guangrong's words could only calm the others, but they had no effect on the Chen family. The first steamed bun was given to them by Grandpa Sunday. After finishing it, without anyone asking, they each took another one. To make sure everyone could hear him, Sun Guangrong tapped his bowl while speaking, but the Chen family acted as if they hadn't heard anything. Chen Quail was about to grab a third bun before finishing the second when Zhao Lanying, Sun Fengmei's sister-in-law, stopped him with her chopsticks. Enough. 2 buns each isn't enough for you? Zhao Lanying had long found these people unpleasant and felt they were embarrassing the Sun family. Didn't they notice the people from Li's village watching them like a show? You didn't even eat from your own family. Chen Quail wanted to argue with Zhao Lanying, but seeing everyone looking at them, he awkwardly closed his mouth. At this point, Chen Wankai had finished his bun and looked at the remaining fish sauce, regretting that he had eaten so quickly. Now he had no food left. He couldn't just eat vegetables, could he? Isn't there still a lot of buns in that basket? Hey, Dazhuang, can you get me another one? The basket of buns had already been taken away by the meddlesome Zhao Lanying, so Chen Wankai had no choice but to look up at Sun Dazhuang. Ever since he saw how Dazhuang's family lived, especially during meals, where everyone was polite and no one took more than their share when there was good food, Chen Wankai's perspective on life had changed. He had only heard that the Chen family was stingy and always wanted to take advantage of others, otherwise they couldn't sleep. Today, he witnessed it firsthand. The Chen family, including Chen Xiaozhen, didn't even lift their heads while eating, just grabbing whatever looked good. Actually, the pickled vegetables at his sister's house are tastier than those made by others. It seems that this family treats these pickles as ordinary salty vegetables. At this moment, Chen Xiaozhen might have been eating too quickly or not chewing well enough, as she got a fish bone stuck in her throat. Well, it was quite an unpleasant sight. Sun Dazhuang was secretly relieved that he had given up on the idea of marrying Chen Xiaozhen. Otherwise, he didn't think too deeply about it. After all, being good-looking has its advantages, but he didn't want to end up in a situation where he had to deal with problems caused by others. Just then, Chen Wankai asked him to get some steamed cornbread. Sun Dazhuang instinctively looked at his niece's reaction, as he didn't dare to make decisions on his own. Li Rouge was also watching her uncle closely. She noticed that her uncle had not looked at Chen Xiaozhen during the entire meal but seemed to be happily chatting with a girl named Wang Shanqing. She realized that her uncle had given up on the idea of marrying into the Chen family. Well, it's good to give up. Marrying a girl from that family means no peaceful days ahead. These steamed cornbreads are counted per person, 2 for each. Uncle Sun and his family haven't eaten from ours, so I don't plan to take any back, Li Rouge said, referring to the village leader from Sunjiabao. Then she looked at Sun Guangrong and added, later, Uncle Sun, you all should share your portions. If you can't finish them, you have to take them back, otherwise, my mom will scold me. Sun Baoshan also said, yes, this is a small gesture from Fengqin. Who would come to their house for a meal otherwise? Just take them. Everyone felt touched by this, but still, no one stepped forward to take any, and they all looked towards Sun Guangrong. Food is precious these days. 1 big cornbread can fill you up a third. Think of how much grain would be wasted if everyone took 2. However, since the child had spoken, and with Chen Wankai's family watching closely, Sun Guangrong was sure that if they said they couldn't accept it, those 3 would rush over to take 1 each. How embarrassing. Uncle Sun Chi shouldn't have spoken up for this family. Why did they have to come along? After hesitating for a while, Sun Guangrong finally nodded, then everyone can take some. But remember the kindness of the Fengqin family. Sigh. Today's meal is something we can only enjoy during the new year.
Whose family isn't like that?
The little fish sauce they made, paired with cornbread, must be delicious. Unfortunately, they only had food they brought from home, which included boiled potatoes and wild vegetable pancakes. Their wild vegetable pancakes couldn't compare to the wild vegetable buns from Sun Fengqin's family. Their buns were mostly made of wild vegetables with just a little bit of mixed grain flour. In contrast, Sun Fengqin's wild vegetable buns were mostly made of cornmeal, with only a small amount of wild vegetables added. Among the group, Sun Guangrong definitely had the best food because he had a large pot at home, and he brought wild vegetable buns as well. However, his buns were made with a mix of coarse cornmeal and some wild vegetables. This kind of food was only affordable for families with certain resources, one of which was having a big iron pot for steaming buns. So when Li Rouge brought out buns, Sun Guangrong immediately thought that Sun Fengqin's family must be doing well, as they had a big pot to use. If everyone had seen the big pot from Sun's grandmother's house, they would have been even more surprised at how well Sun Fengqin's family was doing, especially since they even got a big iron pot for her family. After everyone finished their 2 buns, the Chen family noticed that the basket was empty, so they each had a few bites of salty fish sauce, reluctantly putting down their wooden chopsticks. They still wanted to take their bowls back, but since the chopsticks were easy to make, Li Rouge provided some disposable ones for everyone to use. Li Rouge also noticed that a little girl named Wang Shanqing gave one of her buns to her uncle and another to her grandfather. She said she was already full. Although Wang Shanqing had brought wild vegetable pancakes, her family often steamed buns, so she wanted to save those 2 buns for Sun Dazhuang. Of course, she also wanted to show respect to the elders and not just give to Dazhuang. There was still some fish soup and pickled vegetables, and Wang Shanqing helped the 2 of them enjoy their meal, insisting that they eat the buns while they were still warm. With 2 buns, a bowl of soup, and plenty of vegetables, Sun's grandfather was already full. However, he couldn't resist his granddaughter's enthusiasm, so he broke the big bun into 3 pieces and shared some with Wang Chongzhen and Sun Fengmei. People often fear comparisons, and this girl had a kind face and a good heart. They should hurry up and bring her home. Li Rouge was carrying an empty basket and a bucket when she waved to her uncle and called him over to the side. She said, "Uncle, don't worry about that girl named Chen. Whoever marries her will be unlucky. Just wait and see. Don't say that. Someone might hear you." Although he had given up on her, Sun Dezhuang didn't want to speak badly about someone he once liked, nor did he want his niece to do so about Chen Xiaozhen. "Alright, I won't talk about her. I actually want to tell you that the girl named Wang Shanqing is nice. I think she would make a good aunt for me." Li Rouge paused for effect, noticing her uncle was listening intently, then laughed and added, "Well, she's at least somewhat suitable. After all, someone as great as my uncle deserves a good match." "You silly girl. What are you saying? Her brother is the village secretary. How could I match up to them? But my dad, your brother-in-law, is the village leader. What makes you think you aren't good enough for her?" Really? He never dared to think about Wang Shanqing before. It wasn't that he didn't like her. He just felt they came from different backgrounds, and any feelings would be pointless. Many young men in the village probably felt the same way, especially since Wang Shantao married someone who worked at the purchasing station. Wang Shanqing was even prettier than her sister, so she would surely find someone with a job. His sister-in-law had already spread the word, and everyone in the village knew. With his niece's reminder, Sun Dazhuang perked up. Although he didn't have a job, his brother-in-law was quite impressive, having become the village leader. That made their families somewhat equal, right? Then he thought about being an uncle and how it was concerning that his niece was worrying about his future. He felt embarrassed and said, "By the way, I heard you were already studying in the county. Why are you still hanging around here?" She was just trying to avoid farm work and wanted to get a diploma to find a job later. "Not about me, uncle. We're talking about you. Don't change the subject so quickly." Even though her uncle was only 20, that was considered old in the countryside. Didn't he see how anxious their grandparents were? She was afraid that if they rushed him into marrying someone like Chen Xiaozhen, their family would have a hard time. "Uncle, what I mean is, maybe you should put marriage on hold for now. Let's aim for something bigger. You're only 20. Do you really want to spend your whole life farming in the countryside?" What else could he do besides farming? Sun Dazhuang stared blankly at his niece, feeling lost in life. "Is it too late for my uncle to go back to school now?" Yes, going back to school is definitely not an option. Her uncle is illiterate and barely completed 2 years of elementary school. How about learning a skill like driving? "Uncle, you should go back and work hard. Don't tell anyone about this, and wait for your niece to help you plan." Okay, I'll go back and wait." Sun Dezhuang didn't even know why he was so willing to listen to his niece. Learning to drive? If his niece hadn't brought it up, he wouldn't have dared to think about it. As he turned to go back, he didn't notice he had 2 boiled eggs in his hand. If Chen Xiaozhen hadn't sweetly called out to him, He might not have realized when his niece had given him the eggs. Coming back to his senses, Sun Dazhuang quickly hid the eggs behind him and ran toward his father. Wow, these are eggs. Wait, he seemed to have gotten too excited. His niece actually suggested he learn to drive? Could someone like him really learn to drive? His grandfather took the eggs from him and noticed his son's unusual excitement. Are you really this excited just because of these 2 eggs? No, Dad, it's not that. How could he explain? His niece said not to tell anyone. All right, just pretend I'm excited about the eggs. Silly boy, eggs are good, and we haven't had them in a while, but is it really worth this much excitement? Look at your flushed face. His grandfather smiled as he tucked the eggs away, thinking about how his wife had been worried lately and couldn't sleep. This would be a nice treat for her. At the same time, Zheng Chong was calling everyone to start working, and the group from Sunjiawan quickly followed everyone toward the fields. Chen Xiaozhen, who had wanted to ask Sun Dazhuang for eggs, had to give up that thought but felt a bit resentful toward him. The 15 people from Sunjiawan, including Sun Guangrong, were working hard in Lijiazwang, even though they didn't have to work in the village. Even if they were a bit behind, they couldn't afford to waste time on the road during this busy season. Sun Guangrong thought this way, and Zheng Chong agreed, arranging for a few people to help them dig enough land for planting 40 acres before the Sunjiawan group could go back. At this moment, everyone was thinking that it was a good thing they had taken those 2 steamed buns from Sun Fengqin's house at noon. On the way back under the stars at night, some were so hungry they could hardly stand it, and luckily, they still had 2 buns left. The Qin family of 3 did not have this privilege, so when they heard the sound of others eating buns, it was especially harsh to their ears. As for Sun's family, Sun Fengqin had made a large pancake from 2 portions of flour, rolled it up with pickled vegetables, and delivered it personally. It was already generous to provide them with a meal at noon. They shouldn't expect to eat from Sun Fengqin's family again at night. This was clear to everyone, so those who didn't get to eat the large pancake didn't dare to approach Sun Fengqin. Chen Wankai knew that the large pancake made from 2 portions of flour was not for his family, and they couldn't have any. However, he felt unfair. Why should they have the pancake while his family didn't even have a drop of water? Even though we are neighbors, they made so many pancakes and we only missed out on 3? He couldn't help but think about the delicious pancake, and his mouth watered uncontrollably. Exactly, this family really doesn't understand. Don't think my daughter Xiaozhen will marry her brother. I won't agree to that, Chen Kuailei said. All right, Mom. Maybe you should say less, Chen Xiaozhen replied. She realized that she wanted to marry, but it seemed that Sun Dazhuang would not marry her now. Moreover, she no longer wanted to marry Sun Dazhuang because she had her eyes on a young man named Zheng Gang. His older brother was the captain of the 4th team, and he had helped her with a lot of work that afternoon. Just before she left, he secretly gave her 2 baked potatoes. As the group returned to Sun Jiawan amidst the complaints of the Qin family, it was already past 8 o'clock. Wang Guangji, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly struck the bell. He had previously mentioned that as soon as the corn seedlings arrived, regardless of the time, everyone should hurry with their torches to work, even if it meant staying up all night to plant the seedlings. Without discussing how the people in Sun Jiawan worked all night, let's talk about the situation in Lijiazhuang. With the addition of those 10 or so people from Sun Jiawan, the corn seedlings in the 4th team would surely grow quickly. Having tasted success, Su Xunli went to the commune the next day. There were some things that Fubin was too shy to say, so he spoke on his behalf. That same day, many people from neighboring villages came to help them work. As for whether these people would neglect their own village's interests while helping, that was simply not a concern. Li Fubin initially had such thoughts. Otherwise, he would have acted sooner. He found it hard to trust people from other villages, except for his father-in-law's village. Then he realized he had been quite petty this time. People today are truly simple and honest. They follow his requests strictly, even digging up what their village needs and carefully nurturing the remaining seedlings with soil. Now, Boss Li has fully embraced his identity as Li Fubin in this life, and has even grown fond of this era. He firmly believes that with the help of his family, while they may not be able to ensure everyone lives well, they can definitely prevent anyone from starving. So when Su Shunli asked him what to do about the situation with Old Li, having heard that Zhang Hua was driven away overnight, and that family argued for half the night over the pound of meat Zhang brought, Li Fubin responded, "Su's secretary, what do you think about us starting a pig farm in our village? This way, the elderly who can't do heavy work can help feed the pigs and earn some points each day." With the current shortage of pork, the tasks assigned to each village for raising pigs have not been completed for years. But raising pigs can't just rely on feeding them scraps, right? Su Shunli looked at Li Fubin and smiled wryly. "You think I haven't thought about it? I've considered raising pigs, chickens, and even ducks, but where would we get the grain to feed them? Raising pigs for meat, chickens for eggs, and once we have some money, I'll find a way to get good grain for everyone. My dream is that in the future, the common people can eat pure grain meals every day, not just the feed meant for livestock. Occasionally, during festivals, they can enjoy a meal of dumplings made from fine flour. If I can achieve that, I'll feel my life has been worthwhile, and as the village leader, I will have done right by everyone." Today, Li Fubin was moved by the sight of the thin, dark old farmers. Their meals consisted of half grain and half vegetables, but how many families could truly eat pure grain? Most were trading their good grain for several pounds of husks. Those scraps aren't fit for people, they're better off feeding pigs and chickens. The 2 acres of land that his daughter manages have already harvested wheat, and he has asked her to plant high-yield corn. Next, he plans to grow sorghum, aiming to plant whatever has a high yield. He will then say that he brought back this grain from outside and share it with everyone. This means he needs to raise pigs even more, as every village has a pig-raising quota, with each household allowed 1 pig. He thinks he should make good use of this opportunity. He has been visiting the commune frequently, and even went to the supply and marketing cooperative to discuss things with Lu Cheng, gaining some insights. Now, each household can raise 1 pig and 2 chickens. There are 100 households in Li Family Village, which means 100 pigs. However, due to the recent years of famine, people are starving and cannot afford to feed pigs. They can barely keep chickens, let alone pigs. Suddenly, he thought, why can't the village set up a pig farm? This would be under the village's name, utilizing the villagers' quotas. Of course, having 100 pigs is unrealistic, but having 20 or 30 should be possible. This way, they could fulfill the overdue pig-raising quotas and even have a couple to share during the new year. The thought of a prosperous life excited Li Fubin more and more. Su Shunli was moved to tears by Li Fubin's words. He knew he had chosen the right person. Li Fubin was not only capable, but also had a good heart for the people. Such a person should be in leadership, otherwise, who else would be suitable? If they had promoted Li Fubin earlier, the people of Li Family Village might have been living well by now. So, they decided on this plan together, and with their agreement, no one else dared to oppose it. However, Su Shunli was used to discussing matters with everyone, so after Li Fubin finished speaking, he left to find Li Changshan. As soon as Li Fubin got home, and before he could open the door, he saw Wu Gang rushing over on a bicycle. In the past, people in Li Family Village rarely saw bicycles, but now, not only did Li Fubin's family have one, but others were also riding into their village. The elderly men who used to sit under the big poplar tree to cool off now felt hopeful about life, saying that things were surely going to get better. When they were suffering from hunger, those elderly men said they had lived enough, but now they were determined to live well to see everyone enjoy a better life. Li Fubin also cared about the elderly, who could not work. Every time he passed by the village entrance, he would stop to ask about their health. Just the day before yesterday, I heard that Shizhu's grandmother had a bit of a fever. Li Fubin, despite being very busy, went to the commune health clinic and, with the help of Secretary Zhao, bought some anti-inflammatory medicine. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold it to him. Right now, anti-inflammatory and cold medicines are in high demand, and even if you have money, you might not be able to buy them. So, people today are afraid of hunger and illness. Even a cold, fever, or stomach issues can be serious. Zhao Tinyu has now taken charge, since the old secretary has retired, and his words carry weight, which is why he managed to get some anti-inflammatory medicine. As for the fever medicine, it's not that the health worker wouldn't give it, It's just that the commune health clinic doesn't have that kind of medicine at all. A few pills cost only 8 cents, and Li Fubin didn't take any from the Shizhu family. Early this morning, Shizhu brought a big bundle of firewood to their house and happily told them that his grandmother's fever was gone and her throat didn't hurt as much anymore. Those few pills aren't magic. It's hard to say how effective they were. People in the countryside have their own remedies. When Li Fubin delivered the medicine, he told Shizhu to have his grandmother drink some dandelion tea. So, it's unclear whether the medicine worked or if it was the dandelion tea, or maybe both helped. Anyway, Shizhu's grandmother is no longer feverish, and it's said that her cough has improved. Now, Comrade Li Fubin is in Lijiazwang, and it's not just Su Xunli who is satisfied with him. Reportedly, everyone in the village is happy with Captain Li. Of course, the people in the Li family courtyard can't possibly be pleased with Li Fubin, but who cares about their opinions? For the people of Lijiazwang, everyone in that courtyard, no matter who, is not regarded as good. When they say something negative, everyone tends to say something positive instead. Especially those few elderly people who think living is a waste of food. Thanks to the warmth Li Fubin provided, they not only don't want to die anymore, but they also spend their days sitting under the big poplar tree, acting as promoters, praising Comrade Li Fubin to everyone they meet. Back to the topic. When Li Fubin saw Wu Gang, he laughed and asked, "Didn't you sell the 500 pounds of pickles?" "How did you know, Uncle Li?" "Oh my, this guy almost nothing was left after just yesterday." "I told you, your courage is still too small. If it were me, I would bring back 1,000 pounds and not leave any behind." "Really? My aunt didn't say there was that much." Wu Gang asked excitedly, then realized he was asking a silly question since he had already seen how much was left after taking away the pickles yesterday. "Boss Li, haha, what you see is only half. The other half is stored in his daughter's space. There are 5 kinds of pickles, and each daughter has collected a big jar of them. They worked hard for half the night, saying that now there's just enough space left by the river to stand." While they were talking, someone pushed a bicycle into the yard. Wu Gang came to deliver a message. He said that yesterday, half of the 500 pounds of pickles were taken by several canteens from the agency. So the original plan was to transport them every 10 days. But if everything goes well here, it's better to change it to every 7 days and also increase the amount by 200 pounds. 7 days it is. 4 trips a month means 4,000 pounds. For their family, as long as the raw materials are available, it won't be a big problem. There are several idle elderly women in the village. When the daughters can't keep up, they can ask these women to help pick vegetables and give them some pocket money, which will surely make them happy. Currently, it looks like wild vegetables can be supplied because the back village has heard about this and has started sending wild vegetables to their home. The garlic and chili peppers used now are all grown in the space. Li Rouge has mastered the rules of the space. No matter what she plants, it's harvested every 21 days. Except for the 2 apple trees, which she has noticed are also about to bloom. Moreover, her space has another function. For example, when the red peppers ripen and her mother needs dried peppers, with just a thought, those peppers will automatically dry. The same goes for grains. When the wheat matures, she just needs to prepare the bags, and with a thought, the wheat will automatically be threshed. Then, with another thought, the grains will turn into fine flour and the chaff will neatly pile up on the side. Li Rouge doesn't know if this is an upgrade of the space or if it always had this ability, and she just didn't understand it at first. The latter possibility seems more likely, or perhaps the space is now more powerful than before. Another possibility is that she and the space need to adapt to each other, and the better they adapt, the more powerful the space becomes. In any case, ever since Li Rouge learned to use her space freely, her parents have become even bolder. Her father has even started researching how to expand the land in her space to grow more food. Meanwhile, her mother is considering whether to set up a small processing factory in the space, like making canned fish or drying fish. It was said that when it came to action, Sun Fengqin was worried about her daughter getting tired. She insisted that in the novels she read, it mentioned that using one's mind too much not only exhausts the spirit, but can also harm the body. Their pickled vegetables were delicious. Not to mention that the ingredients and water were sourced from a place others couldn't access, but her daughter worked hard, constantly moving things around, which required a lot of mental effort. So, under Sun's insistence, they could only provide Wu Gang and the others with a maximum of 600 pounds of pickled vegetables at a time. They also needed to save some for Zhao Chaoyang and the sugar factory, which required at least 100 pounds each time. Otherwise, where would they get the sugar? When Sun Fengqin mentioned Zhao Chaoyang, Wu Gang remembered, by the way, I went to deliver pickled vegetables yesterday and didn't see Comrade Zhao. I heard he was injured and hospitalized. I didn't have time to visit, otherwise, I would have gone to see him. Zhao Chaoyang was injured? Is it serious? Do you know where he was hurt? Which hospital is he in? Oh, dear. What should we do? That kid doesn't have any family nearby. Is someone taking care of him? When the family heard about Zhao Chaoyang's injury, they were all eager to find out more, each asking questions and making Wu Gang dizzy with their inquiries. Stop, stop, stop. Wu Gang knew that Li Fubin's family cared deeply. Let me answer one by one. I heard he hurt his leg, but it shouldn't be too serious. I didn't see him myself. As for where he is, I think he's in their hospital. After all, the local hospital is much better than the county hospital. He was clearly unsure about many details. Sun Fengqin anxiously said, What should we do, Lao Li?
We need to go see him.
Yes, he had borrowed a bicycle from that kid, so they definitely needed to check on him. But right now, both of us are busy. The couple glanced at their daughter, Li Rouge, who thought to herself, I knew this would fall on me. I'll go. The school has exams coming up, and Su Dongmei can send me a message. Okay, you go check on him. If Zhao Chaoyang doesn't have anyone to care for him, stay there a few more days until his family arrives. Sun Fengqin arranged this mainly because she was worried that Zhao Chaoyang's family was from out of town, and he had never mentioned where exactly. She felt a bit sorry for him being alone. When things were calm, it was hard to notice, but now that there was an issue, Li Rouge could see that her parents were very kind to Zhao Chaoyang. However, she felt indebted to that person, so she didn't hesitate much and packed up to leave with Wu Gang. The distance from the base to Li Jiazhuang was about the same as to the county town. But Li Ruge had to go to the county town first, and then take a detour to the base.
Why?
Because the road there was better, as it led to the county town, and she heard from Zhao Chaoyang that it was well maintained. Wu Gang took Li Ruge, and as soon as they reached the highway, they were lucky enough to catch a big bus. In those times, even if you wanted to pay for a ride into the city, it depended on luck. For example, today, at this time, if they weren't so lucky, there wouldn't be a bus available. Li Ruge insisted on paying for a ride, so Wu Gang had to ride his bike ahead. When visiting a patient, she couldn't go empty-handed, especially since Zhao Chaoyang had hurt his leg, so he would definitely need to eat. Her parents even told her to buy Zhao Chaoyang some good food, saying it was fine to spend all the money at home. After getting off the bus, Li Ruge suddenly remembered something important. There probably weren't any buses from the county town to the base. If there were no commuter buses, she would have to walk the remaining 10 miles. So, she wondered why she even came to the county town. It would have been better to go directly to the base from Li Jiazhuang. Although it was a tougher route, at least there was a way. Since she was already there, Li Ruge first went to a grocery store to buy a can of food and a can of malt extract. Then she stopped by the meat supply point to buy some large bones from Master Hu. She originally wanted to buy some ribs, but since she went late, only 4 or 5 pounds of large bones were left, which were set aside by Master Hu himself. With no other choice, Li Ruge gave Master Hu a small jar of pickled vegetables, making him a bit embarrassed. He told her to come early the day after tomorrow, and he would save her a rack of ribs. For someone with a leg injury, a bit of bone soup would definitely help. These days, large bones were really just that, large bones. Finding any meat on them was quite difficult. Otherwise, why would Master Hu feel embarrassed and promise to save her ribs? Li Ruge cheekily asked him to set aside some pork belly and a pig's liver for her as well. Ignoring Master Hu's regretful expression, Li Ruge stepped up feeling proud. She thought to herself that she was now someone in the city. Look at her, buying canned food and malt extract, all with the coupons Wu Gang gave her, and getting large bones directly from Master Hu. Carrying a bag full of nutritional products, Li Rouge also took out 10 eggs and a few small cucumbers, with prickly tops from her storage. What she really wanted to bring out was a big watermelon, as it would surely impress the patient. However, when she asked Master Hu where to buy watermelons, his look almost made her feel foolish, and it seemed like he wanted nothing to do with her. From what Master Hu said, due to the drought this year, watermelons wouldn't be available for at least another month. Since she was craving watermelon, her only option was to sneak a couple of unripe ones to nibble on. Sighing, she realized that the watermelons in her storage were too big. She had originally planned to take out just a quarter of one. Now, she thought that even a piece of watermelon rind would raise questions about where it came from. After wrapping 5 pounds of bones in large leaves, Li Rouge took out 2 fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds each and tossed them into her backpack. She stood by the road leading to the base, waiting for less than 5 minutes before losing her patience. There were no convenient vehicles on this road. Any that existed were heading to the base. At this time, not only were cars scarce, but so were gasoline and diesel, making it unlikely for vehicles to come and go every day. As for the travelers, whether or not they were the main characters, their luck was something else. Li Rouge had not walked far, probably less than a mile, when a large truck approached from behind. Seeing the truck's color, Li Rouge knew her luck had turned. It must belong to Zhao Chaoyang's team. Without needing her to wave, the truck stopped right next to her. The driver was a young man, and a middle-aged woman sitting beside him leaned out to ask, "Young lady, where are you headed?" Having a woman in the vehicle made her feel more at ease. Otherwise, she might have felt awkward with just the young man. "I'm going to the base to visit Zhao Chaoyang. Do you know him? I heard he was injured. Could you give me a ride part of the way?" When Li Rouge mentioned Zhao Chaoyang, she noticed the two exchanged glances, clearly recognizing him, as their expressions brightened. "We know Zhao Chaoyang. Come on in. We can chat on the way," the woman said. While she spoke, the young man jumped out of the truck to help her place her backpack in the back. Both seemed curious about Li Rouge's relationship with Zhao Chaoyang. Given her young age, it was unlikely she was his partner. Perhaps she was a relative. It seemed Zhao Chaoyang only had one older brother, and it didn't seem like he had a daughter that age. "Little girl, what is your relationship with Zhao Chaoyang?" the woman asked after some guessing. Li Rouge had anticipated that these two would ask, and she knew many others might ask the same question later. So she had prepared her answer and replied cheerfully, "I am from Li family village. My parents know Comrade Zhao Chaoyang. When they heard he was injured, they asked me to come visit him." "Li family village? That name sounds familiar," the woman said, frowning as she thought. Then she exclaimed, "The pickled vegetables we've been eating these past few days are made by your family, right?" As expected, Li Rouge knew that just mentioning where she lived would lead people to guess her background if they had tasted her family's pickled vegetables. The pickled vegetables were sent to the base by Zhao Chaoyang, and everything, even a basket of wild vegetables, had to be clearly identified before the kitchen could prepare it for everyone. So, Li Rouge was sure that the pickled vegetables were not a secret at the base. Anyone who had tasted them would know where they came from. Li Rouge smiled and nodded. The middle-aged woman immediately became excited and took her hand, saying, "Oh, little comrade, you have no idea how popular your family's pickled vegetables are here." Of course, she knew. Nowadays, people had little to eat, and their taste buds were craving something flavorful, so they could hardly resist her family's strong-flavored pickled vegetables. Not to mention the generous amounts of garlic and chili in them, and her mother even added some sugar. If they had more ingredients, adding apples, pears, seasoning, fish sauce, and beef powder would make it even tastier. The woman was named Pan Yen. Her husband was in the same regiment as Zhao Chaoyang, and he was the leader of that regiment. Pan Yen was very talkative, though she had an average appearance and looked a bit older. When Li Rouge first saw her, she thought Pan Yen was about the same age as Teacher Sun and almost called her auntie. Fortunately, she didn't mistakenly call her auntie, but instead said sister. At just 13 and a half, She felt that even calling her Annie wouldn't have been inappropriate, but she wanted to be polite and called her sister Yen instead. When talking to people, especially when asking for favors, it's important to say what they like to hear. She noticed that when she called Pan Yen's sister, the woman smiled particularly happily. Pan Yen happened to be working at the hospital. Since they were having a good chat on the way, she personally took Li Rouge to the hospital entrance. It was Pan Yen who informed her about which room Zhao Chaoyang was in, and she explained it clearly. The hospital was quite simple, being a team hospital, and it was all single-story buildings. There wasn't even a small two-story building. Li Rouge squeezed a bottle of medicine in her pocket. This was something her father had given her, saying that unless absolutely necessary, if Zhao Chaoyang's leg injury wasn't serious, she shouldn't use it. After all, this medicine for bruises and bleeding came from decades in the future and wasn't something just anyone could get. Her father often kept some in the car. Li Rouge stood outside for a while, observing and reflecting before she picked up her things and walked inside with her backpack. Pan Yen also mentioned that Zhao Chaoyang's injury wasn't too severe, but since it was on his leg, he would definitely need to rest for a while. No one could say for sure if he would be able to train intensely again. Even the doctors would have to wait and see how he recovered after surgery. Having surgery and getting pins put in, was that really not a serious injury? Perhaps for those who were used to life and death, as long as a person was alive, it wasn't considered too severe. But for someone who needed to train every day, especially since they often had missions, if his leg couldn't fully recover, it would be very cruel. Following Pan Yan's advice, Li Rouge didn't bother asking anyone else and easily found a row of single-story buildings labeled as the orthopedic treatment area. She pushed open the double doors and entered a long corridor with small rooms on either side, each door marked with numbers starting from 101. Before she could count to 107, she heard Zhao Chaoyang shouting from one of the rooms. Having known him for so long, it was the first time she heard him so angry.
Who was he arguing with?
Noticing that people in the nearby rooms were peeking out, Li Rouge instinctively quieted her footsteps and quietly moved closer. The door to room 107 was open, and along with Zhao Chaoyang shouting, she also heard things being thrown. The small room had 2 single beds, and Zhao Chaoyang's bed was right by the door. As she peeked in, she saw 2 young women standing by his bed. One of them was blocking Zhao Chaoyang's view, so he probably didn't see her. Li Rouge stuck out her tongue and quickly pulled her head back. This is ridiculous. It seems she arrived at a bad time. What if Comrade Zhao Chaoyang doesn't want this outsider to know too much? Just now, it sounded like Zhao Chaoyang shouted, "Get lost." Was he talking about these 2 women? There were no other people in the room, so it must have been directed at them. No wonder the patients in the nearby rooms, some using crutches and others in wheelchairs, were so excited to watch the scene unfold. Such drama is rare these days.
Why?
It's obvious that young women today are quite shy. How many would have the nerve to stay in a room after being told to leave? Fengqin didn't expect her younger brother to be so annoyed with Lu Dan. When she wanted to introduce Lu Dan to him, he said he wouldn't consider personal matters until he was 25 and didn't mention anything wrong with Lu Dan. In fact, she didn't want to rush things by bringing her cousin over, but when she heard Zhao Chaoyang was injured, Lu Dan insisted on coming. And if she was going to come, she had to tell everyone she was Zhao Chaoyang's girlfriend, especially when she saw pretty female doctors and nurses. This time, Zhao Chaoyang was really angry and wanted them to leave quickly. Lu Dan insisted on staying, and then Zhao Chaoyang exploded, not only breaking the thermos, but also telling them to get out. Lu Dan is her own cousin, and although Fengqin didn't agree with her eagerness, Zhao Chaoyang's words were too harsh. "Chaoyang, Lu Dan is acting this way because she really likes you. Big sister-in-law, you are a daughter of the Feng family and also a daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. I can forgive you this time, but only this once." At this point, Li Rouge, standing outside, could hear Zhao Chaoyang breathing heavily, showing how upset he was. Then he continued, "If someone likes me or my brother, we have to marry them. If that were the case, the person who married me wouldn't be you." Zhao Chaoyang's words woke Fengqin up. Yes, Being able to marry into the Zhao family was a blessing she earned over several lifetimes. How could she think of having her cousin marry into the Zhao family too? I understand, big sister-in-law. It won't happen again, Fengqin said, then went to comfort the crying Lu Dan. Come on, Lu Dan. What you did today was indeed wrong. No, I don't want to leave. Why should I go? I'm here to take care of you, so you have to be responsible for me, or I'll make a scene.
Wow, how old is Zhao Chaoyang?
He seems to be only 20. And already, there are girls ready to go to such extremes for him? Li Rouge was enjoying the scene and was in no hurry to go inside. She listened closely to see how Zhao Chaozhang would deal with a girl named Lu Dan. At that moment, Fengqin realized that her cousin had been spoiled by her aunt. She said anxiously, Lu Dan, how can you act like this? If I had known you came with such thoughts, I wouldn't have brought you in at all. In a place like this, if it weren't for Fengqin bringing her, could Lu Dan have entered on her own? Cousin, I don't care. I must make him agree to marry me today, or I won't leave. Dan, don't forget what your uncle said. If you keep causing trouble, he might really send you to the countryside. Hearing her cousin's words made Lu Dan a bit scared, but remembering that her mother would protect her, her stubbornness returned. He wouldn't dare. My mom said that the county chief is so honest because my grandma's family is helping him. Since her grandma's family always listened to her mother, and her mother always listened to her, Lu Dan felt quite pleased with herself. I'm not afraid of him. Li Rouge then realized who this girl was. Oh my, how could such a person come from such a good county chief? She was amazed by how shamelessly bold this girl was. In the room, there was another empty hospital bed, and now it was just the three of them. If Fengqin was swayed by her cousin's determination and sided with Lu Dan. At this time, relationships between men and women were taken very seriously, and since Lu Dan was from the county chief's family, Zhao Chaozhang couldn't be too harsh. As Li Rouge was contemplating whether to help Zhao Chaozhang, she heard him call out from inside. Who's at the door? Go report that I have a patient here. Tell Xiao Zhang and the others to come and take her away. Oh no, had she been caught eavesdropping? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Rouge walked into the room. Under the glare of the two women, she smiled awkwardly, walked past them, and placed her bag on the bedside table next to Zhao Chaozhang. Just as she was about to untie her backpack, Lu Dan suddenly rushed over, shouting, It's you. I know you. You're that troublemaker. It's all your fault that Chaozhang doesn't want me. What in the world? Was this woman really unstable? Why was she attacking anyone she saw? And calling her a troublemaker? Was she really that small? Faced with this sudden situation, Li Rouge's first reaction was to lift her foot. She swore it was purely instinct. Then she heard Lu Dan scream, and the next moment, she was thrown out. Zhou Xiaoyang heard someone eavesdropping at the door, but didn't expect it to be Li Rouge. While he was still in shock, he heard Lu Dan cursing Li Rouge in a very harsh way and was about to rush down. As for what to do after getting down, whether to throw Lu Dan out or give her a good scolding, he hadn't even reacted when that girl had already flown out. The room suddenly fell silent until Lu Dan's cries broke the stillness. Fengqin snapped out of her shock and hurried to the door to pull her cousin up from the ground, where she was about to roll around. Sorry Zhou Xiaoyang, I really didn't mean it. I just had a natural defensive reaction. You know what I mean, right? He certainly understood, but while he thought it was normal, how could a small girl like Li Rouge have such strength? She had no idea where her strength came from. Perhaps it was a bit inherited from comrade Sun Fengqin, and the rest was from drinking well water from the space every day. Or maybe it was because she bathed in river water from the space every day, and sometimes when it was too hot, she would jump in for a swim. Oh my, she never had a chance to show it before, and she really didn't know her strength had increased. It seemed her reflexes had also gotten faster. Cousin, look at their expressions. You still say they're fine. Lu Dan cried while keeping an eye on the two people over there. Actually, Fengqin noticed it too. As soon as the girl entered, her younger brother looked very surprised. When Lu Dan was cursing, he even wanted to jump up, and now his eyes were shining. Li Rouge and Zhou Xiaoyang also realized that these sisters must have seen them together before. She was only 13 and so small. Li Rouge was thinking about whether to explain, especially since the other person was Chaoyang's sister-in-law. She didn't want anyone to misunderstand that she was dating someone at such a young age. Although in rural areas, this kind of thing wasn't unusual, with some even getting engaged at 13 or 14 and married by 15 or 16. But before Li Rouge could speak, Chaoyang spoke first. Who I'm dating or who I like is none of your business. Listen, Chaoyang has even brought Fengqin into this. Then he said, and you Lu Dan, you're a grown girl. Do you know what shame is? If it weren't for your father's reputation, someone like you would deserve to be arrested for a few years. Fengqin thought her cousin's behavior was wrong, but her brother-in-law's words were too harsh, especially in front of others. Fengqin looked at Li Rouge with a critical eye and said, Chaoyang, while my brother and I have no authority over your matters, what is this girl's background? She almost blurted out that she looked like someone from the countryside, but she held back and added, do you think she's suitable to join our family? Chaoyang had respected his sister-in-law before, but he was unhappy about her introducing Lu Dan to him. He later realized that even if she hadn't intervened, Aunt Feng would have approached him directly. Why else would he avoid Lu Chonglin and the Lu family, if not to prevent them from having a chance to speak? But his sister-in-law knew he didn't like Lu Dan and still brought it up, which left him disappointed yet understanding. However, after hearing Fengqin's words, that understanding vanished. Chaoyang coldly looked at Fengqin and asked, and what is your status? You don't think the Zhao family values your Feng family's background, do you? You. Fengqin wanted to say he shouldn't talk to her like that, but she realized he was right. Compared to the Zhao family, their status was indeed lacking. All right, sister-in-law, you are a Zhao family member, my brother's wife. No matter how you think or plan this, I will pretend it never happened. Now, can you please take this troublemaker away? Considering Lu Chonglin's age and having such a troublesome daughter, Chaoyang spared them some dignity and didn't say anything harsher. Still, Fengqin and Lu Dan felt deeply hurt. Especially Lu Dan, whose father was the county chief. Who dared to speak to her like that and call her a troublemaker? How dare you call me a troublemaker? Chaoyang, I tell you, Enough, Dan. Fengqin quickly covered her cousin's mouth, fearing she would say something irreversible. She advised, if you keep this up, even I might start to doubt your sanity. Fengqin's words were more effective than any persuasion. Lu Dan turned to look at the few people eavesdropping at the door, realizing she had made a bit of a scene today, so she mumbled and closed her mouth. Once the sisters left, the room was suddenly just the two of them. Thinking about Lu Dan's earlier words, both felt a bit shy. How did you get hurt?
What are you doing here?
They both spoke almost at the same time and then burst into laughter. Li Rouge was not the type to be overly sentimental, nor did she have the shy nature typical of girls in this era. After a few laughs, she brushed off what had just happened. We heard from Wu Gang. He came by yesterday to bring you pickles, but I guess you didn't get any? Right, with this injury, I can't eat spicy food. Did you have lunch? I had lunch. Xiaozhong brought me some porridge from the cafeteria, and I had a couple of steamed buns. Haha. Even with such an injury, his appetite was unaffected. Chaoyang's right leg was completely wrapped in bandages and had a splint. Both arms were also bandaged, and there were a few marks on his face where medicine had been applied. Wow, he's quite a handsome young man. It would be a shame if he ended up with a disability and scars on his face. Thinking about the water in her space, Li Rouge was even more determined to stay and take care of Chaoyang for a few days. After chatting for a bit, they both felt more comfortable. Li Rouge then took out what she had brought. Let me open a can for you. Want some? Sure, that sounds great. Sorry for the trouble. Chaoyang finally noticed that Li Rouge had brought quite a few things. What had he been paying attention to before? With his big eyes, every time he saw Li Rouge, he first noticed if she had grown taller. Was he sick too? Realizing he might have the same feelings as Lu Dan, Chaoyang's face suddenly turned bright red.